Chapter 84. Yuna's POV. Siegfried fell onto his back, startled by the intense ferocity of starving venom fusion dragon. As his life points dropped to a zero, silence engulfed the crowd. The only remaining sounds were the dual discs beeping loudly and the occasional awkward coughs. Then, as if on cue, cheers erupted from all sides. I rubbed my shoulders, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment at the sudden attention. That gave me chills. I thought the dragon maids were quite cute, but to think she has such scary monsters as well. That starving venom fusion dragon is going to give me nightmares tonight. Various voices filled the air, making me blush. Glancing at Siegfried, he sat up in a daze. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, struggling to find the right words. In the end, your playstyle isn't that bad, I smiled awkwardly. But you still needed some work. Unable to respond, Siegfried could only nod helplessly, like a robot, as he packed his cards. Emerging from the audience, Kaiba laughed haughtily, his voice dripping with disdain. All talk but no skill, how about you leave now before embarrassing yourself further? Ah, why are you fanning the flames? I glimpsed at Siegfried worriedly. To my surprise, he seemed to have regained a bit of his spirit, glaring at Kaiba with contempt. You will pay for this insult, Seto Kaiba. He growled, his voice trembling with anger. Really now, what are you going to do about it? Kaiba smirked arrogantly. You can't do anything, like 8 years ago, you will always be beneath me. Kaiba. I snapped and slapped his shoulder. Why do you have to say that? Forgive him, I smiled apologetically at Siegfried. Didn't mean it. What are you talking about? I totally meant. Why did you do that? I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose as Siegfried's car disappeared from view. You sure like to create enemies. Kaiba shrugged nonchalantly. There are hundreds of people out there who want a piece of me, so, one more doesn't make any difference. Now, come on, we've wasted enough time, he continued, leading me back inside the cafe. It was only after I entered that I realized the place had emptied, with security guards posted at the door, preventing anyone from barging in. Sitting across from each other, the waitress nervously ran over. Seto pointed at some items on the menu, and she frantically sprinted to the kitchen to prepare them. When she left, silence filled the room. I averted my gaze, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of exactly what I was experiencing. I want to apologize first, Kaiba said out of the blue, catching me off guard. I should have contacted you sooner. No, it's fine. I hurriedly waved my arms. You must have been busy. You could say that, Kaiba sighed wearily, his usually composed demeanor softening as fatigue crept into his expression. Even with darts gone, his presence has left a deep scar, Kaiba explained. I'm still trying to track down the remaining remnants of Doma, and there are still some subordinates running amok. Last I heard, the brats that attacked us escaped, and they're still on the run. So, I muttered dejectedly. I had hoped to turn Sartorius and Serena to the good side, but that plan seemed meaningless now. Then how's Kaiba Corp doing? Kaiba Corp's reputation has gone down the drain, and even now, there are still investors and politicians lighting my ass up like a Christmas tree, Kaiba grimly remarked. Then isn't it pointless to waste your time with me? I spoke urgently, feeling a pang of concern. Who said I'm wasting my time? Kaiba smirked confidently. Don't worry, I won't be bothered by something like this. Who says I'm worried? I pouted, my cheeks flushing slightly. Thankfully, before I could feel any more embarrassed, the waitress arrived with a tray laden with various desserts, cakes and macarons among them. After a swift bow, she departed, leaving me staring in awe at the glistening array of food before us. Here, try some, Kaiba said, pushing the plate towards me. I hesitated for a moment, then carefully cut a small piece and brought it to my mouth. A delighted yelp escaped me as the delicious taste exploded on my tongue. Unable to resist, I eagerly started attacking the remaining desserts. If you eat all this, you're going to gain weight, you know. Kaiba said with an amused smile. Then I won't eat dinner, I replied, eyeing the abundance of desserts that still seemed barely touched. But still, it's too much, Kaiba muttered, pulling the plate away from me. When he tried to bite himself, he clicked his teeth and quickly washed down the food with a gulp of water. This is way too sweet. Giggling, I watched him push the plate back towards me, and I happily finished the rest of the cake with ease. So, what did you want to talk about? I asked curiously, eager to hear what was on his mind. Right, Kaiba nodded as he explained the purpose of our meeting. As I said, Dart's damage has been astronomical, however, that also means it can be an opportunity. Thanks to what he's done, the popularity of duel monsters has reached an all-time high, that's why I want to host another tournament, and I hope you'll participate. As Kaiba laid out his plan, I listened intently, realizing this was the start of the KC Grand Championship arc. Along with the brand new opening of Kaiba Land. I wish to use this chance to regain Kaiba Core's reputation. It's going to be a much larger tournament, grander than Battle City. I plan to invite the strongest duelists around the world to give them a chance to fight for the title of King or Queen of Games. Is Muta participating, too? As much as I distaste inviting him, it's something that will be done. The winner of the tournament can challenge one of you for the title. Everything has already been prepared, the contestants have been chosen through a preliminary match, the competition is planned to start as soon as possible, all I need is your confirmation, Kaiba explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Is that so? I smiled wryly. However, my lips twitched, and I sighed. But Kaiba, I'm no longer the Queen of Games, I lost to darts, remember? Nonsense. Kaiba shouted abruptly as he stood up and slapped the table. I will never accept him as someone better than you. I have beaten him, are you saying that I became the strongest duelist? But you fought with Yugi, I corrected. So. Are you claiming that without Yugi, I would have lost? He hissed. I have contributed the most in the duel, so don't you think I gained the title as well? I guess. By that logic, you also helped, no? Without the cards you have given us, we would have a much harder time dueling against him. So, since you participated, that means you should reclaim your title as well. That's not how it works, I uttered, but he suddenly grasped my shoulders, and I instinctively froze in shock. Sano, Kaiba gazed at me intensely. I will never acknowledge anyone else. His eyes portrayed his seriousness, and I flinched at his sudden outburst. Why are you going so far? Far? Kaiba chuckled as if my statement was absurd. I don't think so at all, it's just because you're that worthy. I blushed and hurriedly withdrew my gaze. My body tingled, and my heartbeat intensified. My emotions surged from shyness to happiness, causing me to squirm in my seat. Staring at his serious expression, I couldn't help but question what was going on in his head. Third POV. Sito have never felt so embarrassed in his life. He didn't realize that he would go this far, sprouting such cheesy lines that made him want to dig a hole and hide in it forever. Despite the humiliation, Sito truly felt what he said was true. Although his thoughts on Yugi had improved since then, no matter how many times he had to choose, Sito would choose her. Please, he pleaded. Stuck in a quiet battle, the two stared deeply into each other's eyes. Eventually, Yuna's heart wavered, and she nodded stiffly at his sincerity. Okay, but I don't think, I would be great. Sito's lips twitched and stared at her in disbelief. Such nonsense, look. Taking out his phone, he showed her the latest videos, which were recorded from various perspectives. It was the duel between Yuna and Siegfried that showed her effortlessly summoning her 5 dragons before obliterating her opponent in one move. Grabbing Sito's phone, Yuna scrolled through the comments in a daze. While Battle City was able to spread her notoriety in the dueling community somewhat, this was completely different. Whoa, she mumbled in disbelief, and Sito laughed at her cute reaction. He remarked. The world has noticed you, and they will only become more and more curious. This is just too much, Yuna murmured while staring at the continuously rising number. You will get used to it soon, Sito comforted with a smile. It's good that it's happening early, a powerful duelist like you will get noticed sooner or later. What, if I do badly? She asked and gazed at Sito worriedly. Such meaningless concern, he replied and gently tapped her forehead. I will make sure that never happens. Trust me, I won't let you get hurt. Staring at Sito, Yuna's eyes softened, and she nodded. All right, I will do it. Reaching out her hand, she smiled. Let's work hard, Kaiba. Sito carefully grasped her hand, and they shook firmly. Of course, let's do our best. Unknowingly, he found himself smiling alongside her. Suddenly, Sito felt a brief vibration in his back pocket. Taking out his second phone, he frowned at the constant stream of work calls flooding his screen. Supervising current projects, conducting business meetings, and signing valuable paperwork, these were just some of the demands of his busy life. The extensive damage caused by darts had already stretched his work hours to their limits, and postponing his tasks would only compound the problem later. However. Is there something wrong? Yuna asked curiously, pulling Sito from his thoughts. It's nothing. He replied, shaking his head as he shut off his phone. For once, Sito didn't care about the constant demands of his work. Staring at her innocent face, he decided that just for today, he wanted to focus on her, leaving his responsibilities behind. Yuna's POV. A few hours later. When I finally returned to the hotel room, I collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Despite my fatigue, I couldn't help but smile. It's fun, I mumbled to myself. Even though we had just talked, I found myself enjoying it more than I had anticipated. We talked, ate, and laughed. It all felt so natural, as if we had been friends for years. The connection was effortless, and for the first time in a long while, I felt truly at ease. As I reminisced about the afternoon, the telephone on the desk rang loudly, jolting me from my thoughts. I picked it up. "Hello," I said. "Good evening, ma'am," a cheerful voice responded. "I'm sorry for bothering you, but there is a woman at the reception requesting to meet you. She goes by the name Ishizu Ishtar." Ishizu? My eyes widened at the unexpected name. "See, can you put her through?" I requested, and after a few seconds, a familiar voice reached my ears. "Greetings, Miss Sano," Ishizu said softly. "I'm sorry for requesting your presence at this time, but do you want to join me for dinner? I have something I want to tell you, and it's best if we talk privately." After working out the details, I hurriedly cleaned up my appearance and went back down to the first floor. As the elevator opened, I spotted Ishizu calmly sitting in the lounge. Her eyes curved pleasingly as she approached me. "I'm so glad you decided to join me," she said excitedly, grasping my hands. "I'm sorry for not coming to greet you sooner. Things have also become busy on my end. I could have contacted you this afternoon, but Miss Sano seemed to be having an enjoyable time, and it would have been rude to interrupt." Ishizu smiled slyly, and I blushed. "Let's go, I know a perfect place to talk." With a confident stride, I was brought to a Japanese restaurant. From the looks of it, Ishizu seemed to have already reserved a table, as we were brought to a private room, away from the other customers. So, I stared at Ishizu calmly. "What is it that you want to talk about?" "Of course," she smiled brightly. "But first, I have to thank you for stopping Dart's madness. It was something no one could do. Please take this gift as compensation. I hope you will find it to your liking." Sliding a piece of paper across the table, I carefully scanned the texts and froze in shock. I don't know a gift more fitting for Miss Sano, so I decided to purchase a modern villa. I also decided to provide a share of the Ishtar Corporation in case the first gift doesn't suit your fancy. Isn't this too much? Where do you even have the money for this? Don't worry, my family has quite an influence in Egypt, politically and financially. This much is nothing, Ishizu said with a wave of her hand. Please tell me if there's any more that you want. No, no, no. I hurriedly shook my head. It's okay. Just holding this paper was making me dizzy, and she said I could get more. Was it me? But why did every rich person I encountered seem to have something wrong with their head? When I finally calmed down after taking a big gulp of water, I sighed. There had to be another reason that Ishizu would contact me and provide such elaborate items. Glancing at Ishizu, she relaxingly matched my gaze with a small, observant smile. There's another reason. You wanted to meet me, I muttered. Was I correct? Ishizu's pupils flickered, and she chuckled. Miss Sano isn't entirely wrong, but please rest assured, I have no intention of bribing Miss Sano with gifts, and I believe that it was a justified compensation for your efforts, Ishizu explained. However, that's not the main topic I want to talk about today. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved with a complicated expression. Abruptly standing up, Ishizu bowed, her head tightly pressed onto the floor in a prostrating position. Miss Sano, please help us, Ishizu begged. We really need your help. Panicking, I frantically pulled Ishizu up. Her face was red with shame and despair as her mask was broken away. Please explain, I urged, and Ishizu nodded. It was only a week ago that my archaeological team discovered an ancient tomb. Ishizu slowly began her story. At first, we thought it was an average remains of a historic person. However, the deeper we delve into the chambers, the more ominous the atmosphere felt. Third POV. A week ago. So these are the ruins our team discovered? Ishizu asked, stepping into the tent brimming with uncovered treasures. She delicately picked up a golden necklace, her eyes widening in admiration. It's unbelievable that such valuables were only found now, she murmured. Ah, sister, you've arrived. Merrick's voice chimed in from behind a pile of gleaming gold coins. He looked up, smiling warmly. Odion was just rechecking our supplies. We'll soon be ready to delve deeper into the ruins. As she watched her brother diligently work, a tender smile spread across Ishizu's face. Not long ago, Merrick had been consumed by the corruption of his alter ego. And it was Yuna who had pulled him back from the brink. Now, seeing him embrace his role as the tomb keeper, Ishizu felt a profound sense of relief and pride. The heavy burden that had weighed on her heart for so long was finally lifting. Walking side by side, Ishizu and Merrick arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Before them loomed a deep, dark cave, its mouth half hidden by sand and debris. The remnants of civilization had long since faded away, leaving only sporadic traces of sandstone architecture to hint at the grandeur that once was. "Sister, brother, everything is ready," Odian announced, his voice steady and reassuring. "Very well, let us proceed," Ishizu replied. With a shared look of determination, the three of them began their descent into the cave. Fortunately, the path had already been cleared by the scouts they had sent in earlier, making their journey smoother than expected. As they ventured deeper, the air grew more stale and the light dimmer until they finally stopped before a massive door. Thousands of intricate hieroglyphics covered the stone entrance as she ran her fingers along the ancient symbols. "For my son, I shall grant you the power to conquer the throne, the pyramid of light shines upon you," Ishizu read aloud, her voice echoing softly against the stone walls. "The pyramid of light?" Merrick repeated, puzzled. "It was never mentioned in our records." "Brother, look," Odian interjected, pointing to a hole carved into the center of the door. The shape was unsettlingly familiar, and the siblings exchanged uneasy glances. With a mix of hesitation and resolve, Merrick took out the Millennium Rod and inserted the artifact into the slot. The cave responded immediately, rumbling ominously as the massive stone door began to creak open. Dust and debris cascaded down as the ancient portal revealed the deep, dark interior within. The siblings stood at the threshold, their hearts pounding with anticipation. "Shall we go?" Merrick asked, securing the Millennium Rod at his waist. "If we work fast, we might even make it back before dinner." Ishizu and Odian nodded in agreement. With flashlights in hand and Ishizu's Millennium Necklace to detect traps, they cautiously made their way through the cave. The journey was tense but uneventful, leading them to a smaller door blocking the final room. Luckily, it wasn't locked. Odian pushed it open, and they stepped into a large, dimly lit chamber. At the center of the room lay a massive stone sarcophagus. As if on cue, the torches lining the walls sprang to life, casting a flickering glow that illuminated the room. The sudden burst of light revealed the detailed carvings and murals that adorned the walls. With a mix of awe and apprehension, they approached the tomb, Ishizu's eyes fixed on the ancient seal, her worry deepening with each step. "What powerful person would be buried in a place like this?" Ishizu muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sister, take a look at this," Merrick's voice broke through her thoughts. She turned, following his gaze, to the end of the room, where a strange artifact lay atop a pedestal. "That," Odian mumbled in disbelief as he took in the object's familiar appearance. "Is that the Millennium Puzzle?" "No, it resembles the renowned artifact, but its aura is anything but just." Although it shared the iconic design, the object before them was entirely made of blue crystal. Unlike the golden Millennium Puzzle, a bright red jewel rested at the center, shining ominously under the orange glow of the torches. The eerie light danced on its surface, casting unsettling reflections that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Besides the artifact, Ishizu noticed a tablet similar to the Tablet of Lost Memories currently displayed in the Domino City Museum. Yet the Tablet of Lost Memories depicts the pharaoh wielding the power of the three Egyptian gods. This tablet showcases an unknown man raising his hand in the air with the three gods subdued beneath his feet. Suddenly, Ishizu frowned as an intense pain shot through her head. Her mind was flooded with a brief but vivid vision of the future, leaving her face pale and her breath ragged. As the vision faded, she gasped, her eyes snapping to Merrick, who was slowly reaching for the dangerous artifact. "Merrick, stop!" Ishizu screamed, but her warning came too late. A purplish darkness erupted from the artifact, filling the room with an ominous glow. The lid of the sarcophagus exploded, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Shielding their faces from the debris, they watched in horror as a mummified hand emerged from the smoke, clawing its way into the dim light. "We need to leave now," Odian shouted, and the siblings sprinted toward the exit. As the mummified corpse fully emerged from the sarcophagus, the artifact flew into its hand, and malevolent energy began to seep from its body. Merrick gritted his teeth, his face hardening with resolve. "Merrick," Odian called out. The two men exchanged a nod, their minds reaching the same conclusion. They both stopped and turned to face the evil spirit, glaring at it with contempt. "What are you two doing?" Ishizu cried out in alarm. "We can't stay here." "Sister, this thing cannot leave this place," Merrick replied solemnly. "Odian and I will stop it as long as we can." Understanding the gravity of her brother's words, Ishizu nodded grimly. She paused by the door, biting her lip in worry. Merrick smirked at her, trying to project a confidence he didn't entirely feel. "Go," he urged. With a final nod, Ishizu reluctantly left, leaving her brothers behind to confront the ancient evil. The room echoed with the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance while Merrick and Odian braced themselves. As the mummy stood upright, flesh and hair miraculously sprouted from its skeletal frame. Where once was a decrepit corpse now stood a living, tan-skinned man with dirty blonde hair cascading down his back, a testament to his days in ancient Egypt. "Who has awoken me?" The man's voice, deep and rough, echoed through the chamber. He surveyed Merrick and Odeon with a quiet intensity before a smirk twisted his features. "It doesn't matter, die." With a swift motion, he aimed the artifact, unleashing a black beam toward them with startling speed. Reacting quickly, Merrick drew the Millennium Rod from his waist and intercepted the deadly spell. The black beam collided with the rod, creating a violent burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the chamber. "A sacred guardian?" The resurrected man uttered in shock, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. "Looks like I've underestimated you. If I can't dispatch you easily, I'll resort to the traditional method." With a commanding gesture, he conjured a swirling mist of darkness that coalesced into dozens of small tablets hovering in the air. Merrick and Odeon tensed as the two activated the dual discs on their wrist. "Interesting, are those the Jadank from beyond my time?" The man's curiosity was piqued as he examined their dual discs. "Very well, let's battle. Prepare yourselves against the power of the Pyramid of Light." Yuna's POV. After that, Odeon and Merrick did not return, Ishizu mumbled. "I wish to go back into the ruins, but I was advised to do so since I'm the only remaining Ishtar left. Miss Sano, it is shameful of me to even ask you." She held my hand. "Please help us." Task 17. Rescue Merrick and Odeon by defeating. Reward, 10,000 credits. I stared at the system screen before turning to Ishizu's teary face. With a small smile, I pulled her up from her sitting position. "Don't worry, I will help." Ishizu stared at me blankly, surprised by my agreement. Eventually, she broke into a bright smile as she hugged me. "Thank you." While embracing me, Ishizu continued to laugh in relief, and I chuckled awkwardly. How am I going to tell Kaiba about this? Chapter 85. Yuna's POV. Next day. The bright sky exploded with dazzling fireworks, marking the grand opening of Kaiba Land. Despite the lingering turmoil from Dart's recent chaos, the new amusement park offered citizens a much-needed escape, allowing them a brief respite from the surrounding confusion. Crowds of people from across America poured into the park, rapidly transforming it into one of the world's hottest attractions. While the cutting-edge rides powered by Kaiba Corp's futuristic technology drew countless attention, the real buzz was about something far more exciting. "Sano-san, aren't you nervous?" Yugi asked, nervously rubbing his palms together. "There are going to be so many people watching us." "Scared?" I echoed, locking eyes with him. "I'm terrified. There will be at least 50,000 people out there, maybe more." "Haha, really?" He laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling this way." Suddenly, the door to our waiting room swung open, and an employee stepped inside. "Yuna Sano and Yugi Mutu, it's time." We stood up in unison, our hearts pounding as we walked into the dimly lit hallway. With each step toward the exit, the cheers from the audience grew louder, reverberating through the walls. Just before reaching the end of the hallway, Yugi and I paused, taking a moment to absorb the deafening roar of the crowd. "Do I really have to go out there?" he muttered, his voice barely audible over the noise. "There are way too many people." I couldn't find the words to respond, so I just nodded stiffly. My heart was pounding in my chest. This was the largest crowd I had ever seen, and all their attention would be on us. Unfortunately for Yugi and I, there was no time to gather our nerves as the employees coordinated our entrance over the radio. "Alright, get ready, you'll be going in 3, 2, 1, please proceed through the exit, and good luck." With that brisk farewell, Yugi and I exchanged a quick nod before stepping into the blinding light, bracing ourselves for what lay ahead. Third POV. 10 minutes earlier. The enormous stadium buzzed with hundreds of conversations as people eagerly took their seats. Suddenly, a cloud of colorful smoke erupted in the center of the arena, drawing gasps of surprise from the audience. As the smoke cleared, a man with long white hair appeared at the center. His bright red suit shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. With a broad smile, he brought the microphone to his lips and laughed. "Greetings," Pegasus announced, his voice booming through the stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers. "How exhilarating to see so many people here today. As you know, I am proud to say that Duel Monsters has reached new heights, with duelists competing all over the world. Now, thanks to Kaiba Corp, the best of the best are here today to prove their skills. In this stadium, several contestants will be demonstrating their dueling prowess until only one remains," Pegasus announced with enthusiasm. "Now, you must be wondering, what's so great that it's making these duelists drool for the first place spot? Well, it's none other than the chance to challenge the two best duelists in the world and claim the title of King or Queen of Games. Let me introduce you to our champions, Yugi Muto and Yuna Sano. Gradually, two figures emerged onto the stage, drawing the audience's awestruck gazes. From the right, we have the beautiful young lady Yuna Sano, who claimed first place in both the Duelist Kingdom and Battle City tournaments. She wields dragons that surpass even the mighty Blue Eyes White Dragon. Behold, the undefeated Queen of Games. Behind them, the giant TV screen lit up with footage of Yuna's duels during the Duelist Kingdom. The audience watched in awe as she summoned the divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and the starving Venom Fusion Dragon, roaring fiercely and destroying any monsters in their way. The video then switched to her most recent battle, showcasing her Dragon Maid's intense confrontation against Siegfried. The crowd erupted in admiration, and Yuna couldn't help but twitch with embarrassment. As the video concluded, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Pegasus laughed heartily. How's that? Amazing, right? Now, Miss Sano, do you have anything to say to the determined duelists? Yuna hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of all eyes on her. Gathering her composure, she spoke into the microphone, her voice soft but firm. I look forward to it, her words hung in the air, momentarily quieting the entire stadium. Ho ho. Pegasus smirked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I like that confidence, and rightfully so. Anyone who challenges Miss Sano will need to bring their A-game, or they might find themselves swept away like that poor gentleman earlier. His laughter rang out, contagious as the crowd joined in, energized by the lively atmosphere. Remember, besides Miss Sano here, we also have another champion. While he reached the finals during the Duelist Kingdom, our friend here showed incredible growth, swiftly defeating powerful opponents like the infamous Seto Kaiba and even achieving a draw with Miss Sano in the same tournament. I introduce you to Yugi Muto. Similar to Yuna's introduction, a video was supposed to begin playing. However, to the audience's confusion, the screen remained black and silent, causing Yugi to frown with anxiety. Tapping his earpiece, Pegasus chuckled apologetically. Actually, it seems there are some technical difficulties, and we weren't able to present the video, but you'll have to take my word for it. Pegasus laughed shamelessly, trying to defuse the situation as murmurs spread through the crowd. It felt as though Pegasus had dangled a treat in front of their faces only to snatch it away. Frustration and annoyance crept over the audience, and some began to voice their discontent, causing Yugi to shrink further. Oh. Looks like some of you aren't convinced. What should we do? Many seem to doubt poor Yugi's skills, don't they? Voices of agreement filled the air, and Yugi gulped anxiously. I could step down if that's what everyone wants, having two people with the same titles can be problematic. But that simply won't do. Pegasus interjected, shaking his head firmly. You earned the title fair and square, no need to worry, and we can crush two birds with one stone. How about this? Yugi Muto, let's have a duel. Huh? Yugi stepped backward in shock, his eyes widening as Pegasus regarded him with a knowing smile. Yes, you heard me right, your performances in the Duelist Kingdom have piqued my interest. Despite facing Miss Sano as an obstacle, your growth has been extraordinary. What do you say? This duel should dispel any doubts, don't you think? Under pressure from the public, Yugi reluctantly nodded, and Pegasus clapped his hands in delight. Perfect. As a special treat, let's kick off this thrilling tournament with a bang. I, Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of Duel Monsters, challenge you, Yugi Muto, the King of Games. The crowd erupted with excitement at Pegasus's bold declaration. As the creator of the iconic Duel Monsters game, Pegasus's skill was legendary and not to be underestimated. His participation promised to shake up the tournament leaderboard effortlessly. With a subtle gesture, event staff arrived and escorted the somewhat overwhelmed Yugi away. Once Yugi was out of sight, Pegasus turned his attention back to Yuna. Now that that's settled, there's another problem everyone seems to be quite interested in. Another problem? Yuna frowned, feeling caught off guard as she hadn't been briefed on this beforehand. Glancing at Pegasus, she sensed his mischievous smile and grew uneasy. You see, there have been rumors circulating lately, could you please explain this image? Pegasus said, and on the screen, a picture of Yuna and Seto sitting together appeared suddenly. Both of them had broad smiles on their faces as they engaged in deep conversation. Recognizing the picture from yesterday, Yuna stared at it in disbelief. Someone took this picture yesterday, and it's gone viral. Pegasus grinned mischievously. Seto Kaiba, famously for his terrible personality, smiling. That's quite unbelievable. So my question is, are you and Seto Kaiba in any particular relationship? That's the most reasonable hypothesis. By this point, Yuna's face had turned completely red. Under the scrutiny of everyone's watchful eyes, she nervously tightened her fist and managed to utter, "We're just friends." Is that so? Pegasus chuckled, seemingly satisfied with her answer. Oh well. His laughter rang out as he glanced around. Looks like my time is up. Don't worry, Kaiba boy, there's nothing wrong with love. The audience erupted into laughter as Pegasus was escorted off the stage, presumably to face a potentially irritated Sito. Left alone on the stage, Yuna quickly bowed and stepped down, signaling the official start of the Grand Championship. Yuna's POV. Once the starting ceremony ended, I returned to the hallway alone while Yugi was dragged off to prepare for his match against Pegasus. My mind was still in disarray, and the image of Kaiba and me was now exposed to the world. Thanks to Pegasus, I knew it would be highly awkward when Kaiba and I met. Coupled with the fact that I hadn't even told him about Ishizu's request yet, I couldn't imagine things going smoothly. As I massaged my head, trying to navigate this dilemma, a voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. So this is why you defended that guy so passionately. Recognizing the familiar voice, I turned around and saw a man leaning against a pillar behind me. Alistair, I muttered in shock, and he smiled. Just like the last time I saw him, he was dressed in his usual open black coat with a grey shirt beneath. However, the Orichalco stone and the Chaos Duel disc he usually wore were gone, presumably discarded after Dart's defeat. What are you doing here? I asked, my voice wavering with surprise. I came to talk, he replied with a nonchalant shrug. A lot seems to have happened after I got my soul taken. Is it true that Dart's lost? I think you already know the answer, I explained, my voice steadying. There's still remnants of Doma remaining, are you going to join them? Alistair chuckled and shook his head. Haha, no, I've had enough of that life. Now, I want to get as far away from it as possible. I see, I nodded hesitantly, trying to gauge his reaction. Do you still hate Kaiba? Alistair sighed, running his hand through his hair. I don't know, in those 3 weeks, I had a lot of time to think. In the end, as you said, we're all just victims of our circumstances. While I still don't like him, I can at least accept that it's not his fault. So thank you, Alistair mumbled, averting his gaze. I think I'm finally ready to move on now. He approached me and handed me something from his pocket. As he opened his hand, I saw a burned, broken figurine. I want you to have this. Gently placing the figure in my palm, Alistair stared at it fondly. This was my little brother's favorite toy, it helps me remember him. Why would you give me something this important? I asked, flustered and nervous that I might break the fragile object in my hand. My brother always wanted to be a hero, and unfortunately, I couldn't accomplish his dream, Alistair explained wistfully. But I think you're the very person he aspired to be. You overestimate me, I said bashfully, causing Alistair to laugh. Well, that's just my opinion, but I hope you keep it anyway. It's my brother's and my way of saying thanks. Then I will keep this safe, I promised, smiling. Alistair sighed with relief. What are you going to do now? For now, I want to go back to my hometown, maybe then I can find any survivors from my village, Alistair answered, turning to leave. Thank you, Yuna-sano, we may meet again in the future. As Alistair began to walk away, I hurriedly called out his name. He turned around, and I smiled warmly. Good luck. Laughing, he waved and bid me one last farewell as he walked off. Although we were once enemies, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for his past in the end. All I could do was pray that whatever Alistair decided to do next would go well for him. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the Kaibaland control room. You see, I wanted to have a bit more excitement, it's all for the greater good. Pegasus explained with an awkward laugh, trying to diffuse Sito's intense glare. Where did you get that picture? Sito muttered, his fists clenched tightly. Pegasus merely shrugged. Well, it's everywhere, Kaiba boy, Pegasus said, raising his hands in mock innocence. So don't blame me for everything. Sito contemplated punching Pegasus square in the jaw but restrained himself with great effort. Find all those pictures and remove them, now. He shouted, causing the staff to type away at their computers frantically. Annoyed by Pegasus's presence, Sito stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Walking down the hallway, he pondered Yuna's response to the question, feeling a bittersweet taste in his mouth. Just friends, huh? He mumbled under his breath, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. Somewhere in his heart, he had hoped their relationship could be more. Ironically, Sito found himself annoyed that Pegasus had inadvertently helped him realize his dissatisfaction. Kaiba. Lifting his head, Sito stared at Yuna standing before him, feeling a surprising sense of relaxation. Sano, when did you get here? He asked, trying to mask his smile. I just arrived, Yuna responded. I see, Sito nodded, taking in her presence. You did well today. It's not easy for anyone to speak in front of so many people. Haha, it was nerve-wracking, she admitted honestly. I almost couldn't speak with everyone watching me. But you still did it, Sito praised. So don't underestimate yourself. Yuna's eyes widened slightly before she laughed. Thanks. Enjoying her smile, Sito felt his heart lighten. By the way, he nervously slurred his words. I currently don't have anything urgent to attend to. Would you like to have lunch with me? Lunch, with you? Yuna's cheeks reddened, and Sito waited with bated breath. I would love to. But, I'm sorry, I won't be able to. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing his excitement. Sighing, Yuna smiled apologetically, her regret evident. Why, Sito muttered, and she averted her gaze. In a few hours, I'm leaving for Egypt, she explained her situation, and when she heard Ishizu's name, Sito's expression was crumpled in annoyance. Kaiba, I know you don't like this. Not liking it is putting it lightly, Sito scowled, grasping her wrist. I can't believe you're only telling me now. You know how I feel about this. I do, Yuna muttered softly. Then don't go, Ishizu can handle it herself, Sito proposed selfishly, and she chuckled helplessly. You know she can't, Yuna answered patiently. We can send Yugi. He argued. Isn't he that pharaoh or whatnot? Why not just send him? Because Ishizu asked me to, her calm voice made Sito's body tremble with anger. Unfazed, Yuna continued. I feel more assured doing this myself rather than entrusting it to someone else. I don't believe this, Sito laughed bitterly, leaning against the wall. Is what happened with darts not enough? Now you're seeking even more trouble. Kaiba, Yuna whispered. I will never promise you anything that I'm unsure of, that's why I won't promise I will not get hurt. And you're still going? He shouted. Yes, Yuna nodded. Suddenly, Sito embraced her tightly, leaving Yuna stunned. Don't go, he ordered, holding her in place. I will go instead. Yuna's body tingled, and she instinctively closed her eyes. The sensation of Sito's warmth made her heart beat wildly. However, realizing she was succumbing to his touch, Yuna hurriedly backed away and caught her breath. Smiling bashfully, Yuna regretfully shook her head. Sorry, Kaiba, I couldn't let you do that. Why not? Sito yelled in frustration, and she laughed softly. Well, I don't want you to get hurt either, Yuna responded slyly. So just believe in me this time, she stepped backwards, dodging his hands as she moved further away. Sano, wait! Sito shouted, his face red, trying to grab her. Then how about this? Let's make another promise, but this time, I promise that once I'm back, I will tell you something important. Something important? Sito questioned doubtfully. It's something important to me, Yuna explained. But it's something you don't have to listen to. Fine, you're going no matter what, aren't you? When that time comes, make sure you tell me, or else you'll be in trouble for getting me curious over nothing. Okay. Yuna spoke excitedly. Just don't hate me after. Why would I hate? Alright, see you. Yuna smiled and ran away. Sito watched her fading figure and sighed deeply, worries plaguing his face as he recalled Yuna's unconscious state during their battle with darts. However, a hint of curiosity and anticipation set in. Stay safe, as he stared into the distance, a brief notification sound entered his ears, and Sito reached for his phone. Noah, all the images have been removed. However, I left one just in case you wanted it. Clicking on the attachment Noah had sent. Sito gazed at the image and expanded Yuna's bright face. Smiling, he quietly saved the picture to his phone, keeping it with him forever. Chapter 86. Yuna's POV. Shortly after bidding farewell to Kaiba, I hurried to the airport, where Ishizu awaited me with a welcoming smile. She guided me to her private plane, and I immediately experienced the epitome of luxury. Despite the comfort, the flight felt excruciatingly long, especially compared to the speed of Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon jet. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of being on a private plane was unparalleled. I used the time to relax, meticulously sort through my deck, and mentally prepare for the battle ahead. When we finally landed, the intense desert heat hit me like a wave. The sudden temperature shift caught me off guard, but I quickly changed into a more suitable outfit, feeling a rush of relief as I adapted to the new environment. Please follow me, Ishizu spoke softly. There's already a car waiting for us. We walked briskly to the car and settled into the back seat. Ishizu exchanged a few words with the driver, and soon, we were on our way. As we sat facing each other, I couldn't help but be captivated by her serene expression. Ishizu, I began, catching her attention. What if I lose? Her confident smile never wavered. I have faith that you won't be defeated, Miss Sano, she replied, her voice steady. So, victory is already assured. I see, I answered, though I sensed there was more beneath her calm exterior. Are you okay? I asked, watching her closely. Her beautiful smile faltered for a brief moment, and I glimpsed a crack in her composed facade. Ishizu, I gently placed my hand over hers. Tell me, what's wrong? It's complicated, Ishizu muttered with a wry smile. Watching you prepare so diligently, Miss Sano, I've never felt so useless before. She sighed sadly, her gaze distant. Even now, we rely on someone else to solve our problem because we lack the strength to do it ourselves. In that tomb, I felt utterly powerless against that evil being. While I managed to escape, my brothers stayed behind to fight. It has already been a week, and with each passing second, my worry grows. I have to face the possibility that Merrick and Odian may not return alive. Ishizu bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to hold back her tears. Ishizu. No matter how much I want to rescue my brothers myself, I know I'm incapable. Her tears began to fall, and the car was enveloped in a heavy silence. Watching Ishizu cry, I felt a heavy feeling in my heart. In my mind, I always thought of her as someone very mature and headstrong. But now. I grasped Ishizu's hand while she wiped her tears with a tissue. I'm sorry for showing you such an unruly side of me. Don't apologize, I smiled. You must be very worried. Yes, of course, Ishizu chuckled. These two were very stubborn sometimes, so I always felt concerned when I was away. But isn't that what having siblings is all about? I replied, and she laughed. That's right, Ishizu muttered softly. Suddenly, she pulled me into her embrace. As my face was buried in her chest, I heard Ishizu's gentle whisper as she patted my head. I always wanted a little sister. While Odian and Merrick were everything I could have asked for, I couldn't share the same closeness. Does Miss Sano feel the same way? Ishizu stared at me with an expectant smile as I blushed. Averting my gaze, I nodded shyly. It feels nice, with Ishizu-san. Miss Sano is too cute, Ishizu muttered absent-mindedly, and the arms wrapped around me tightened. I really wanted to spoil you. Will another villa suffice? No, no. I frantically shook my head. It's more than enough. Foo, Ishizu giggled at my reaction. I was only joking, so please don't take it to heart. I pouted and glanced at Ishizu's mischievous expression. Hiding my face, I smiled softly, relieved that Ishizu was able to return to her usual self. An hour later. After a long journey, the car finally stopped, and one of Ishizu's subordinates opened the door for us. Stepping out of the vehicle, I was once again reminded of the severity of the situation. In the distance stood an ancient ruin from the remnants of an old civilization. The ruins were half buried by shifting sands, and the remaining structures that weren't wholly buried were eroded by the centuries of harsh weather. As we approached the cave-like entrance, I spotted countless tents surrounding the outside. Occupying those tents were soldiers armed with intimidating-looking guns and military vehicles. Noticing our presence, the soldiers simultaneously turned their heads, and I instinctively flinched. Don't be afraid, they are here to prevent the evil spirit from leaving, Ishizu explained. Times like this, I'm glad I dabbled a little in politics so I can do something like this. As we approached the stairs leading down to the bottom of the tomb, Ishizu and I paused, taking in the sight of the deep tunnel and the evil presence that awaited us. Speaking in Arabic to a nearby soldier, she then turned to me with a worried smile. We will be going down there alone, Ishizu explained. These men will wait for us. If we don't respond in 2 hours, a squad will be sent to locate us. And if that fails? I asked, curiosity mingling with apprehension. Her expression turned solemn. Then they will blow up the entire cave, resealing it, Ishizu replied without hesitation. So there's no going back. I took a deep breath, swallowing hard. I'm ready, let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Ishizu and I cautiously descended into the ruins. The intimidating atmosphere weighed heavily on us, and we walked in tense silence, too nervous to speak. When we finally reached the last door, Ishizu inhaled sharply, her face paling. Ishizu-san, I called out softly, and she nodded hesitantly. I'm sorry, I'm just preparing myself for what I might see, she muttered, slowly reaching out towards the entrance of the tomb. Here I go. With a gentle push, the door opened, and a wisp of smoke blasted out, enveloping us. We gritted our teeth as the smoke cleared, revealing the room beyond. Stepping inside, I was able to see the scale of the situation that we find ourselves in. Craters and rubbles littered the room, showing signs of a recent battle. Beyond the debris were two figures slumped against the wall, their body lifeless. Merrick, Odian. Ishizu cried and ran towards them, pulling the two out of the pile of sandstone. Suddenly, the smoke began to coalesce back towards the coffin in the middle of the room. Gradually, the dark smoke rose and formed into a humanoid shape. When the smoke dissipated, a figure of a man could be seen. He had muscular skin with pulsating veins, dirty blonde hair cascading down his back, and a few strands covering his ruby-red eyes. A blue jewel was embedded in his forehead. Thankfully, he wore a black cape and pants, sparing us an awkward confrontation. Have more souls arrived to offer themselves up to me? The man chuckled, his gaze shifting to the frightened Ishizu. Ah, you're that woman from before, did you change your mind and come back for your comrades? Unfortunately for you, it's already too late. My brothers. What have you done to them? These fools thought they had the strength to challenge me, Anubis pointed with his chin and snorted. They paid the price with their souls. You too, Ishizu wept and embraced them tightly. Turning his head, Anubis scanned me up and down before smiling arrogantly. So, who is this little lady you brought before me? Someone, who will defeat you, I growled with disdain, causing the man to bellow with laughter. You. What will you even do? From what I see, you don't even have a complete soul. You have nothing to offer me. I smiled wryly, annoyed by his remark about my condition. Taking out my deck, I revealed the winged dragon of RA. Will you be interested in this? Instantly, the man's eyes sharpened, fixating on the Egyptian god card in my hand. However, before he could react, the card disappeared back into my system, and I smiled teasingly. Do I have your attention now? His shoulders trembled, and he ground his teeth in anger. Are you making fun of me? He roared. What makes you think I won't just take it by force? Because, you couldn't, I responded. Only I have access to RA, if you hurt me, forget about it. Knowing how much this guy desired the Egyptian gods, I was confident he wouldn't do anything rashly. Tisk, he clicked his teeth. What is it that you want? A duel, I demanded. If you win, you get my soul and RA. Although your soul isn't as valuable as these two, the winged dragon of RA will suffice, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Very well, I will do it. Aren't you curious about what happens if I win? I asked, adrenaline coursing through me, raising my confidence level. Fine, what will happen if you win? He questioned. You will be destroyed, I said, clapping and smiling. I also want Odian and Merrick's souls back, Ishizu's tear-streaked face flashed in my mind, fueling my determination to beat this guy up. The man scowled before bursting into laughter. How bold, very well, I accept your challenge. Lifting his arm, smoke gathered around us, and I felt the familiar oppressive sensation of a shadow game. Various small tablets floated around him, and the man smiled. I, the creator of the Pyramid of Light, the powerful sorcerer Anubis, challenge you to a duel. Chapter 87. Duel. I shouted as my duel disc came to life upon my voice. Unisano, 4000 LP. Staring at Anubis and the ominous plaques levitating in the air, I realized that this duel would be pretty different from the one I'm familiar with. While I get to have a counter that shows how many life points I currently possess. Anubis does not have anything like it, resembling a duel back in ancient times. So, everything comes down to my imagination. Taking a deep breath, I closed my eyes, envisioning the image in my head. If I couldn't see his life points, I must use my imagination. When I finally opened my eyes, a fake counter was visualized behind the sorcerer, allowing me to get a much clearer picture. Anubis, 4000 LP1. Since you're the challenger, will you be kind enough to let me start first? Anubis asked slyly. Suit yourself, I muttered while drawing 5 cards. Very well, then let me begin. He spoke eagerly as a plaque floated into his palm. I will cast my spell, trade in, to relinquish my amnesia, the Ogdoadic Queen, to conjure 2 new tablets into my hands. Ogdoadic? I muttered in disbelief. Where in the world did you get this? I have no obligations to answer you, Anubis chided. But if you defeat me, perhaps I might satisfy your curiosity, I shall continue. I cast my second spell, Snake Rain, to discard Flogos, the Ogdoadic Boundless and discard 4 more of my spirits from my inventory, for new tablets appeared before our eyes, and Anubis clenched his fists as they crumbled to specks of dust. Finally, since I control no monsters, I will use the power of Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant and revive it from my graveyard. One of the tablets that was destroyed restored itself, and the hieroglyphics began to glow. Soon, a monster burst forth from within and landed on the field. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 0 defense. It was a pitch-black cobra adorned with Egyptian ceremonial armor. Upon seeing me, the serpent hissed and spat saliva onto the ground. Unlike the 3D projections from the dual discs, these monsters felt more lifelike than any I had ever seen. Then, with the power of Nunu, I will sacrifice it and summon another one of my spirits. I will call upon my curse, the Ogdoadic light. A mass of dark smoke surged and coiled around Nunu, Ogdoadic remnant. A horrifying screech and gurgle echoed through the air, sending shivers down my spine. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal monster clad in gold armor stood before us. Instead of legs, its lower body was a writhing, tangled mass of slithering snakes, creating a grotesque and unsettling sight. Curse, the Ogdoadic light, 2400 defense. When Nunu left this realm while it was summoned through its revival power, the spirit will be banished instead, Anubis explained. Then, when Curse is summoned, I can use its power to bring back Noya, the Ogdoadic remnant as well. Noya, the Ogdoadic remnant, 2000 defense. Noya's power allows me to bring out the Ogdoadic serpent strike from my inventory, then I will cast this spell. Boom. The room trembled as the spell activated, coating our environment with its power. Anubis smiled at the sensation while I frowned. I will sacrifice Noya and summon Alert, the Ogdoadic dark. Roar. Standing in Noya's place was a fierce beast clad in golden armor and adorned with spikes. With the head of a cobra, the monster had thick, muscular arms and legs, each finger and toe tipped with sharp, pointy claws. Alert, the Ogdoadic dark, 2000 attack. The power of Curse called upon Noya so that it will be sent to the banishment realm. However, with Alert's ability, I'm able to recover Noya and Nunu from the banishment realm. Finally, I will cast 2 spells in advance and activate it later. Anubis smirked, and a small magical circle appeared on his feet. This concludes everything. 1. Then it's my turn. I will draw. First, I will play the spell of Fusion Deployment. This spell allows me to reveal the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon in my extra deck and special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck. As soon as I inserted the card into my dual disc, I felt my strength ebb away, dropping me to my knees. Tisk, I clicked my teeth at the uncomfortable sensation, clenching and unclenching my fists in confusion. Staring at the white dragon standing before me, I could feel a connection between me and my monster. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Dwelling on the feeling, I gradually understood my situation as I recalled the lore behind Duel Monsters. Back in Egyptian times, Duel Monsters wasn't just a game, it was a method people used to kill each other. However, unlike in the past Shadow games, this feeling was much worse, probably due to the fact that this duel was much more traditional than any I have played before. Well, it's not common for people to battle an old spirit. Well, Anubis commented upon seeing my weakened state. With your pathetic form of a soul, can you even summon a single spirit? Sensing the warm liquid trickling down my cheek, I smiled wryly. You should stop worrying about me and continue this duel, I remarked while grabbing the second card from my hand. I will summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. With Chamber Dragon Maid's effect, I will add Dragon Maid Changeover from the deck to my hand. I explained as Anubis furrowed his brow. It's time for me to activate my trap, the offering to the snake deity. By sacrificing my curse, the Ogdoadic light, I will kill the 2 spirits you control. I won't let that happen. I yelled. I will respond with my quick play spell, Dragon Maid Send Off. By returning Chamber Dragon Maid to my hand and summoning Paler Dragon Maid instead. With a wave, Chamber Dragon Maid vanished, and another young maid took her place. Glancing around, Paler Dragon Maid smiled at me before gazing at Blue Eyes White Dragon in awe. Paler Dragon Maid, 1700 defense. As the spell shot towards my 2 monsters, it suddenly dispelled, leaving Anubis confused as Paler Dragon Maid danced around teasingly. Since your spell only targets Blue Eyes White Dragon and Chamber Dragon Maid, by removing one of them from the field, the spell will be nullified. I explained confidently, and Anubis clicked his teeth. Since that has been resolved, Paler Dragon Maid's effect will trigger. When she is special summoned, I can send Dragon Maid Loper from the deck to the graveyard. You have triggered the spell of Ogdoadic Serpent Strike. When you send a monster from your inventory to the grave, I will be able to do the same. That will be fine. I will activate the spell Dragon Maid Changeover. I announced as a portal appeared beneath Blue Eyes White Dragon. Using Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field and Chamber Dragon in my hand as materials, I will fusion summon House Dragon Maid. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Now, I will battle. I shouted. During my battle phase, I will activate Parlor Dragon Maid's effect to return her to my hand. Then I can summon Dragon Maid Loper from the graveyard. Grinning, Parlor Dragon Maid jumped into the air, performing a flip. As if it was magic, she transformed into a beautiful dragon with green fur. Dragon Maid Loper, 2700 attack. With House Dragon Maid, when another Dragon Maid monster I control returns to my hand, I can target your curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and destroy it. I declared, and a beam of light shot out of House Dragon Maid's finger, piercing the Serpentine warrior. I will battle. House Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper, go. Dragon Maid Loper charged, and she bit into the beast's shoulder. Alert roared in rage and tried to fight back, but the dragon easily dodged before finishing the monster with her claws. Anubis, 4000 LP, 3300 LP. The path is cleared, House Dragon Maid, charge. I yelled, and the dragon dashed towards the sorcerer with murderous intent. Not so fast. Anubis smirked and revealed his second spell. This concealed spell is called Snake Whistle. When one of my spirits is destroyed, I will be able to call upon a low-tier reptilian spirit from my inventory. Noya, protect me. Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 2000 defense. Blocking House Dragon Maid's path appeared a tall serpent. The snake hissed as she unleashed her punch, and the monster exploded into pieces. Frustrated, House Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper returned to my side of the field as I helplessly continue to my turn. In my second main phase, Dragon Maid Larper will return to its maid form. After that, I will set one card face down and end my turn, I muttered grimly as the two maids glanced at me apologetically. Dragon Maid Paler, 1700 defense. Coo, Anubis chuckled and stared at me with pity. It was certainly a much better attempt. That's better than those two, at least, but don't let that get into your head because it's my turn. He announced with a broad smile as a new tablet formed around him. During your standby phase, I will use House Dragon Maid's effect and summon Chamber Dragon Maid from my graveyard. I interrupted, trying to set up a defense that would allow me to survive whatever the sorcerer was planning. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. TSK, then, first, I will conjure the environmental spell, Ogdoadic Origin. Swirls of shadows began to grow on the walls and all over the room like vile roots. The veins slithered and squirmed as if they were alive, creating a disgusting texture. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant will be revived since I control no other monsters. Anubis smirked and resummoned the serpent. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 0 defense. Like before, Nunu will be sacrificed to revive Curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and Curse will bring back Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant. Curse, Ogdoadic Light, 2400 defense. Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 2000 defense. With Noya's power, I will retrieve the Ogdoadic Water Lily spell into my hand. Now I will also revive Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, by banishing Noya. Anubis spoke as he gradually rebuilt his entire field. Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, 2000 attack. In response, I will activate Dragon Maid Tidying. I yelled and revealed my trap card. This card allows me to target my Parlor Dragon Maid and your Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, to return both monsters to the hand. Then, with the effect of House Dragon Maid, I can target your Curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and destroy it. I pointed at the two monsters as they disappeared from the field, restarting Anubis's progress. How bothersome, Anubis muttered with an annoyed smile. Next, I will use the Flogos. The Ogdoadic Boundless ability to relinquish Alert and return Flogos to my hand. Then, with the power of the Ogdoadic Serpent Strike, I can send Flogos back to my graveyard to summon my most potent spirit. Ogdoabis, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Suddenly, an intense energy swept through the room. Trembling, I glanced at my arm, where goosebumps crawled up my skin. All the shadows condense into one place, forming a massive moving tower. Hearing a roar, all the gold ornaments and jewels in the room were absorbed by the shadows, forming elaborate pieces of armor around the dark mass. Wings sprouted from the creature's back as its form stretched out, transforming into a massive cobra that shattered the ceiling, revealing a vast, empty cavern supported by enormous pillars and walls. Ogdoabis, the Ogdoadic Overlord, 3100 attack. When I discarded a spirit, I could also revive the second lord, Nephlebis, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Anubis cackled as a second enormous serpent emerges. Similar to Ogdoabis, the monster shared a resemblance to a serpent with wings but with the upper body of a man clad in gold. Nephlebis, the Ogdoadic Overlord, 2200 attack. With Nephlebis's power, I will be able to summon his queen. I will call upon the spirit of Ammunesia, the Ogdoadic Queen. Ammunesia, the Ogdoadic Queen, 2700 attack. Next, I will use the spell the Container of Greed, which allows me to retrieve 2 tablets from my inventory. Then I will summon my spirit, the Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless. Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless, 1500 attack. Finally, with Ammunesia's power, since your spirit was reborn from the graveyard, I can send it back. Now you have no spirits protecting you. Attack my spirits, attack. During the end of your main phase, I will activate Dragon Maid Ernest's effect to discard the card and special summon Nurse Dragon Maid from my hand. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. When Nurse Dragon Maid is summoned, I'm able to summon Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. Annoying, kill them. Anubis ordered, and the monsters charged at the frightened maids. In the battle phase, I will activate Nurse Dragon Maid and Chamber Dragon Maid's effect. Chamber Dragon Maid allows me to return her to the hand to summon House Dragon Maid, while Nurse Dragon Maid will also transform back to Dragon Maid Ernest. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2600 attack. Like before, when a Dragon Maid monster returned to my hand, I would be able to target one monster and destroy it. I will choose the Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord. I shouted, and the House Dragon Maid fired the same magic, piercing through the Overlord's armor. How annoying, Anubis muttered and glared at me. However, you have triggered the effect of my Ogdoadic origin. When one of my reptilian spirits is destroyed, I can also choose one of your spirits and send it to the grave. The veins suddenly lash out, wrapping around House Dragon Maid's limbs. As the restraints tighten, House Dragon Maids burst into particles of light and vanished from my field. Now, my spirits, attack. Anubis laughed as the Ogdoadic monsters approached my dragon. Amunesia swung her staff, and Dragon Maid Ernest let out a painful cry before collapsing. As the dragon disappeared, I suddenly felt a slight loss of strength as my life points dropped slightly. Unisano, 4000 LP, 3900 LP. Although I was relieved that I didn't feel that much pain, that thought would soon go out the window when the two remaining monsters lunged towards me with merciless eyes. Swish! Zoha swung its massive halberd, and I felt a sharp pain across my body. Gasping, I clutched my side in agony. Before I could momentarily recover, a purple fireball struck me in the chest, sending me across the room. Sano! Ishizu screamed as my back hit the wall hard, creating a loud thud. Unisano, 3900 LP, 2400 LP. Unisano, 2400 LP, 200 LP. Panting for breath, I hesitantly touched my body. My clothes were torn from the attack, but there was no injury on my body. Just like the duel with Merrick, the pain and damage were definitely real, there's no doubt about that. But why wasn't there a wound? Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I instinctively turned my head. Beside me stood House Dragon Maid as she smiled at me. While shocked by the appearance of the spirit, my eyes were glued to the massive cut across her shoulder as blood seeped into her clean uniform. Behind her, I also saw the rest of the Dragon Maids frantically slapping Parlor Dragon Maid in the back, putting out the flames on her clothes. Why are you here? I muttered in disbelief. And your wounds, smiling, House Dragon Maid patted my head and shrugged. Although she didn't speak, I could understand the gist of what she was saying. Presumably, it was something like being a dragon, and this much damage wasn't that serious for someone like her. Helping me stand, the House Dragon Maid pointed at my deck with a severe expression. Ah, right, I answered stupidly. We're still fighting, I will try my best. All the maids nodded with a relieved smile before transforming into golden particles. Standing up, I grunted and took a deep breath. Glaring at Anubis, he whistled in admiration. You're still standing after that, huh? Your spirits were more tenacious than I thought. Let's continue. I will use the spell Ogdoadic Water Lily to discard Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, from my inventory, then I will be able to revive the Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord, 3100 attack. Now it's your turn, he said, and I nodded. I will draw. I declared and glanced at my life points. It was evident that I could no longer afford a single mistake. Typically, I would have felt nervous, but instead, I felt strangely calm, probably desensitized by the amount of dangerous situations I get myself into. First, I will discard the Dragon Maid Lorper from my hand and negate Ogdoabus's effect for the rest of this turn. Next, I will activate Dragon Maid Hospitality to special summon Dragon Maid Lorper from the graveyard. Dragon Maid Lorper, 2600 attack. Then, I will add back Dragon Maid Changeover from my graveyard by returning Dragon Maid Lorper to my hand. Now, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover using Dragon Maid Lorper and Chamber Dragon Maid in my hand. I will summon Dragon Maid Shu. Whoosh! Beautifully, Dragon Maid Shu appeared, and she grew at Anubis fiercely. Glancing at her shoulder, I noticed the wound had disappeared, and I sighed with relief. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 attack. Next, I will normal summon Nurse Dragon Maid, and she will revive Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. When Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, she allows me to add Dragon Maid Welcome to my hand, I explained while searching through my deck. Then I will activate Dragon Maid Welcome. This spell allows me to recover Dragon Maid Changeover from the graveyard. Also, when Dragon Maid Welcome is on the field, all my monsters will gain 100 attacks or defense for each Dragon Maid monster I control. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 to 3800 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 to 1900 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 to 2100 defense. Afterwards, I will banish Dragon Maid Tidying in my graveyard to revive the House Dragon Maid in my graveyard. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Dragon Maid Shu, 3800 to 4200 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1900 to 2300 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 2100 to 2500 defense. House Dragon Maid, 3000 to 3400 attack. Now, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover again. Using House Dragon Maid and Chamber Dragon Maid on the field, I will fusion summon Protostar Dragon OCG. Jumping into the portals, the two Dragon Maids vanished, and a new dragon emerged. Covering in white and black scales, the creature looked like a being from space. The dragon had claws sharp as knives, massive wings and green orbs embedded all over its body. The monster roared at my calling. Protostar Dragon, 2500 attack. Protostar Dragon, 2500, 700 attack. Dragon Maid Shu, 4200 to 4000 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 2300 to 2100 defense. When Protostar Dragon is summoned, I can destroy cards you control equal to the number of light or dark monsters I used as materials. I will choose over your Duelist and Amnesia, destroying them. The green orbs in Protostar Dragon's body began to glow as it gathered energy. Unleashing a pulsating breath, the two Ogdoadic monsters were swept away as they dissolved into nothingness. Have you not learned? With the power of Ogdoadic origin, I can also target one of your spirits and send it to the grave. However, before they reached Dragon Maid Shu, the dark tendrils exploded, and the dragon roared triumphantly. With Dragon Maid Shu, once per turn, when you activate an effect, I can negate it. Then, after, I can summon House Dragon Maid from the extra deck. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. House Dragon Maid, 3000 to 3200 attack. Now I will battle, and Nurse Dragon Maid will transform into Dragon Maid Ernest. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2600 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2600 to 2800 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, attack Nephlobis, the Ogdoadic overlord. I yelled as the pink dragon danced around Nephlobis before slamming him against the wall with her tail. Anubis, 3300 LP, 2700 LP. Protostar Dragon, destroy Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless. Once again, the dragon unleashed a green beam, obliterating the monster. Anubis, 2700 LP, 1700 LP. House Dragon Maid, this is our payback. Attack Anubis's life points directly. Wait. Suddenly, my voice traveled loudly through the room, and House Dragon Maid froze, her fist inches away from Anubis's face. Gasping in shock, the sorcerer collapsed onto his rear. What's wrong? Are you too scared to kill me? Well, you seem to make the right choice. How about this? If you end this duel now, I will tell you everything you need to know. You must be curious about how I got this powerful, right? Are you saying you will tell me? I repeated with a small smile, much to Ishizu and House Dragon Maid's disbelief. Of course. Of course. I swear in my name. Sano. Ishizu uttered in a daze, and I laughed. What's so funny? Anubis questioned nervously, sensing the strange atmosphere. Nothing, I wasn't planning on accepting the deal anyway, I shrugged, and his expression crumbled. Why? He screamed. Don't you want to know who's behind all this? Well, I have some idea, I replied. But that's not the main reason I stopped the attack anyway. Then, why? Anubis gulped as a sharp glint reflected from my pupils as I smiled. While I am a significant fan of Yu-Gi-Oh!, in the end, I'm still an otaku at heart, so if such a good opportunity were presented to me suddenly, it would be too much of a shame to throw it away. Staring at Anubis pitifully, I apologized in my head. House Dragon Maid, come here please. I gestured, and the maid approached me with a slight tilt of her head. After whispering some instructions, the smile on the dragon's face returned as she approached Anubis while cracking her knuckles. Hold on, please hear me out. Anubis begged as the House Dragon Maid forcibly made him stand. Lady, you're not going to really kill me, are you? Cue the Jotaro Kujo theme. Yar yar days, I muttered and turned my back towards him. You really can't stop whining, can't you? But don't worry, I will make sure to shut you up real soon. Go. Star Plat, I mean House Dragon Maid. Bang bang. At my command, House Dragon Maid tossed Anubis into the air. With insane speed, she unleashed a barrage of punches, hitting every part of his body dozens of times in a matter of seconds. Boom. Finally, letting out all of her pent-up rage, House Dragon Maid landed a final punch directly in his face, sending him flying across the room before leaping up in his face, smashing him back onto the floor. Anubis, 1700 LP, 0 LP. Chapter 88. Yuna's POV. When the smoke settled, I slowly approached the crater where Anubis lay. House Dragon Maid had caused far more damage than I had anticipated. His body was covered in bruises, and several bones were clearly broken. If Anubis weren't an evil, powerful spirit, he would undoubtedly be dead. Sensing my presence, Anubis coughed in pain and opened one of his black eyes. Why, you? You lost, I muttered coldly, reaching for the Pyramid of Light artifact hanging around his neck. Too weak to resist, Anubis watched as I took the artifact from him. As I examined it with interest, the artifact suddenly glowed. Two faint blue orbs emerged from the center and flowed towards Merrick and Odeon. As the orbs entered their bodies, their eyes snapped open, and they gasped for breath. Confused by the situation, they frantically looked around before being tackled to the floor. Sister. Merrick spoke agitatingly as Ishizu hugged him. You idiots, she cursed at them angrily before bursting into tears. Do you know how scared I was? But the spirit, Odeon muttered, looking around before meeting my gaze. Eventually, piecing things together, he nodded at me. Once I was sure they were both okay, I turned to the Pyramid of Light in my hand. Without a second thought, I smashed the artifact against the ground, shattering it into thousands of pieces. Kukuku, Anubis chuckled weakly as his muscles began to shrink and evaporate. Do you really think this is over? Are you still talking? I uttered coldly, and the sorcerer smiled. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, you will find out eventually, Anubis laughed as his body crumbled. Till we meet again. Frowning, I watched as the remaining parts of Anubis turned to dust on the ground. I noticed several tablets still seeping dark smoke. When the smoke dissipated, they transformed into dual monster cards, and I cautiously picked them up. Unsurprisingly, I could sense the malice of the spirits residing in these cards. Unwilling to destroy them, I stored the dual monster cards in a system for later use. They might prove helpful in the future. Third POV. When Yuna crawled out of the crater, she approached the Ishtar siblings, who were still embracing each other. Hearing her footsteps, Ishizu raised her head, and her eyes widened. Pushing Merrick and Odeon out of the way, she frantically hugged Yuna in tears. Thank you so much, Ishizu cried with relief, and Yuna chuckled. Miss Sano, you really are a beacon of light shining upon the... Suddenly, Ishizu paused, her expression turning rigid. Confused, Yuna tilted her head and glanced at the two brothers, who displayed contrasting reactions. Meeting Yuna's eyes, Odeon, flustered, quickly looked away while Merrick stared at her blankly, like an idiot. Miss Sano, Ishizu's face flushed, and Yuna looked down hesitantly. Following their gaze, Yuna slowly lowered her head and froze. During the battle, she stayed safe thanks to the sacrifice and protection of her spirits. However, her clothes hadn't fared as well. Holes riddled her jeans, exposing Yuna's legs to an alarming degree, and her upper body hadn't been spared either. The buttons on her shirt had been ripped off by Ogdoadic Zohak's halberd, revealing Yuna's stomach and bra. Feeling the slight wind against her chest, Yuna finally became aware and frantically covered herself with her hands. Blushing, she glared at Merrick, who was still in a trance. Why, you... Hold on, Miss Sano, it was an accident. Please, I don't have any other intentions. As he stood up, Merrick's foot slipped, and he fell forward in slow motion. Rip. Subconsciously reaching out, Merrick's fingers grasped what was left of Yuna's shirt, completely tearing it from her body. Falling face first. Merrick blinked stupidly and timidly raised his head. Seeing the horrified expressions on Ishizu and Odeon's faces, he nervously glanced at his hand, where the remaining pieces of fabric rested between his fingers. Before his eyes, Yuna's upper body was completely exposed, with only her bra covering her chest. This was enough to make Merrick's mind go wild, causing him to have a minor nosebleed. Merrick uttered in a daze. I didn't mean to, Miss Sano. It was an acci. Bam. Before he could finish, Odeon punched Merrick in the back of his head, and his eyes rolled up his socket. In one smooth motion, he took off his cloak and draped it over Yuna's shoulders. "Forgive him," he coughed and muttered awkwardly. Even Odian felt that Merrick might not get away with this one. "Let us just go," Ishizu answered stiffly, and she glared at her brothers in disappointment. "Miss Sano, I will provide you with some clothing as soon as possible." Nodding shyly, Yuna followed the siblings as they slowly made their way out of the tomb. An awkward silence hung over them as they tried not to mention what had transpired earlier. Being his savior, the two siblings both knew how hard Merrick worked to redeem himself under Yuna's eyes. However, after today, all his efforts seemed to have gone down the drain. Yuna's POV. When we finally emerged from the ruins, the soldiers cheered. Watching the celebration, Ishizu smiled with relief as the massive weight was lifted off of her shoulder. Laughing alongside Odian, she tightly held my hand, asking me whether I would like to stay at her mansion for a few days. Although the offer was tempting, I wasn't able to due to time constraints, so I immediately boarded the plane that took me back to America. Next day, I yawned tiredly as the plane finally landed. Dressed in new clothes, I left the airport with circles under my eyes. Thankfully, I informed Kaiba in advance, and a car was already waiting for me outside. "Big sister!" Makuba exclaimed and ran towards me. Smiling, I patted his head as he excitedly dragged me to the car. Once inside, he began to ask about my trip to Egypt, unaware of the real reason for my visit. With a pang of guilt, I lied, telling him that it was an enjoyable place despite my almost near-death experience. "How's Kaiba?" I asked and tried to divert the conversation as he began to ask questions that were too difficult to answer. "Big brother? He's doing well, but he seemed to be very worried about big sister, you know. He would have picked you up himself if something troublesome didn't appear." "Something troublesome?" Concern plagued my face. "Is he okay?" I questioned and smiled sheepishly at Makuba's teasing gaze. "It's not that serious, it's just that some guy got caught playing under a fake name. He claims to be Big Brother's greatest rival, and they're dueling right now," Makuba explained. "I see," I muttered with a nod, remembering the plot in this arc. By the time we arrived, Makuba and I were escorted back to the stadium, where I could hear the audience inside going wild. Being led to the private viewing booth, we stumbled upon Pegasus, who was watching the duel with delight. "Pegasus," I greeted calmly as Makuba hid behind me, still terrified of what had happened in the past. "Miss Sano." Pegasus smiled brightly upon my arrival. "It was a delight to see you." Staring at Pegasus suspiciously, Makuba moved to the corner of the room while I stood beside him. Gazing out of the massive window, I watched the two familiar figures dueling in the duel arena below. "Who do you think will win?" Pegasus asked curiously while twirling his wine glass. "You should have some idea, no?" Watching the duel in play, my brows furrowed while trying to recall the original scene. Right now, thanks to my intervention, Kaiba's deck has improved significantly. While Siegfried's skill level will probably remain the same, but there's also the off chance that he will take my advice to heart. "Kaiba would win," I answered thoughtfully, and Pegasus chuckled. "Are you sure that response wasn't from how you're feeling towards him?" "No," I replied while shaking my head. "Kaiba is stronger, that is a fact." Smiling, Pegasus hummed, "Kaiba boy sure got a lot of pressure now since Miss Sano has so much faith in him," he joked while observing me from the corner of his eye. "By the way that Miss Sano is looking at me, is there a question you want to ask?" This, I showed him one of the Ogdoadic cards. "Do you know anything about this?" "If you're asking whether I created this card, then, unfortunately, no," Pegasus smiled. "As I said, Miss Sano. Although I commercially distributed the concept of dual monsters across the world, these spirits have existed for eons. While in the past they come in the form of stone tablets. It's not surprising that spirits have a new way of appearing in the physical world. Why do you think I didn't question anything when Miss Sano herself is revealing cards? Even I don't know," Pegasus smirked, and I pouted sheepishly. However, now that I have confirmed that Pegasus has nothing to do with this, I'm certain who's really behind this. Watching me deep in thought, Pegasus laughed. "It seems you have figured it out." "Yes," I answered grimly. "Nonetheless, I believe you can pull through, you always seem to persevere, Miss Sano," he shrugged nonchalantly as he resumed watching the duel. "Why, are you so interested in me so much?" I asked in silence, and he turned to me with a glint in his eyes. Pegasus took a long sip of his wine and smiled. "Well, like I said, Miss Sano seemed to have a talent for finding these silly situations, and it never seemed boring. Besides, as someone who saved my life, how could I dislike you? Do you not feel the same? Just don't do any more soul-stealing," I muttered, and he laughed. "Of course, I have my fair share of that," Pegasus smiled nervously under my glare. Really, I won't do it again." I grunted and focused intently on the duel. It's not looking good, is it? I heard him comment, and I stared at Kaiba intensely. While it wasn't as obvious, I could tell that Siegfried was gaining an advantage. However, I felt myself remain completely calm. Kaiba would win, I spoke with conviction. He will definitely win. Third POV. Sito gritted his teeth at the annoyance before him. There were already so many things preoccupying his mind, yet another trouble was served before him. While Sito could have ignored it, his provocation was too irritating for his pride to bear. As the duel began, Sito found himself constantly losing focus. Knowing where Yuna went, Sito found himself being distracted, and despite receiving the message that she was returning, he wanted to see if she was safe. Because of that deep anxiety, Sito found 2 of his blue eyes white dragons banished from the game and his monsters destroyed, leaving him weak and defenseless. I will activate the effect of Pegasus's wing. Siegfried's confident tone snapped him out of his thought. Since I can control a fortune chariot in my graveyard, I can have the attack of my Valkyrie Brunhild, and this turn, she can attack directly. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2200 to 1100 attack. Now, Valkyrie Brunhild, attack his life points. Siegfried shouted, and the warrior charged. In response, I will activate my trap card, Shrink, which further halves the attack of your pathetic monster. Sito yelled, and the Valkyrie's size decreased. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1100 to 550 attack. Boom. Sito Kaiba, 1100 LP, 550 LP. What's wrong, Sito Kaiba? Siegfried exclaimed. After all that talk, is this all that you can amount to? Tisk, Sito clicked his teeth. Be quiet and keep playing, or are you here just to bark like a dog? Bothered by Sito's response, Siegfried scowled deeply, leaving wrinkles on his face. Fine, I will end my turn here. Valkyrie Brunhild, 550 to 2200 attack. Then it's my turn, Sito muttered while gazing at the crowd. Because your Nibelung's ring was still attached to my XYZ dragon cannon, I will be able to draw 2 cards instead of 1. I will start with Graceful Charity to draw 3 cards. Then discarding Blue Eyes White Dragon and Polymerization. Afterwards, I will banish my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Pandemic Dragon from my graveyard and summon Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. Appearing on the field stood a dragon covered in green scales. Silver-colored keratin that acts like armor around its joints, spine and wings. A luscious orange mane ran down its head, and with the keratin growing around its face, it created the appearance of the helmet of a knight. Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, 3000 attack. Since you have summoned a monster, Valkyrie Brunhild will gain an additional 500 attacks. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2200 to 2700 attack. Ignoring Siegfried's comment, Sito continued his move. I will then set a card and activate emergency provision. By sending the card I have just set, I can gain 1000 life points. Sito Kaiba, 550 LP, 1550 LP. Finally. I will activate the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon and pay 1000 life points, and then I will send all cards in both of our hands and field to the graveyard. Then you will be inflicted 300 damage for each card sent by this effect. Sito Kaiba, 1550 LP, 550 LP. Chaos Emperor Dragon roared, and the gem embedded in its chest glowed. Before Siegfried realized what had happened, Chaos Emperor Dragon exploded, destroying everything on the field, and the crowd cheered at the exciting sight. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2600 LP, 1100 LP. Now, both Sito and Siegfried have nothing in their hands, their field empty. Sito stared at the barren field and glared at Siegfried. I will end my turn here. Scowling, Siegfried cautiously drew a card. Glancing at the card he just pulled, his face lit up into delight. Looks like Lady Fortune is shining upon me. I will activate Pot of Greed, drawing 2 additional cards from my deck. Afterwards, I will activate Magical Alms. Upon activation, this card will grant me 1000 life points. Then, during either of our turns, we can declare how many spell cards we will use that turn. And both of us will gain 500 life points equal for each spell correctly predicted. Siegfried von Schroeder, 1100 LP, 2100 LP. However, Siegfried pointed at Sito with a crooked smile. If the player activates fewer spell cards than they have declared, they will take 1000 damage for each spell card they said they would play. I will start. Siegfried smirked. I predict that I will play at least 1 spell this turn. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2100 LP, 2600 LP. Sito Kaiba, 550 LP, 1050 LP. The spell I will activate is none other than Final Light. By paying 1000 life points, I can special summon one light monster from my graveyard, and you will also be able to summon one monster with 2000 or fewer attacks from your graveyard. Siegfried explained. I will choose my Valkyrie Brunhild. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2600 LP, 1600 LP. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800 attack. Then I will choose my Assault Wyvern, Cedo muttered grimly and retrieved the card from his discard pile. Assault Wyvern, 1100 defense. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800 to 2300 attack. Now, I will battle, Valkyrie Brunhild, attack Assault Wyvern. Siegfried ordered, and the warrior mercilessly slashed the dragon apart. How is this, Cedo Kaiba? Siegfried laughed. This is what you deserve. Cedo gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes hesitantly staring at his deck. Whatever he draws now will decide the very outcome of this duel. Yet, as his hand touched the deck, Cedo felt nervous and lost as he froze in motion. I have to win, he thought with resolve, I will never lose no matter what. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and broke Cedo out of his concentration. Taking out the device, he stared at the message in silence. Yuna Sano, look up. Raising his head, his gaze subconsciously wandered to the private booth of the stadium. There, through the glass, Cedo spotted the girl that had been plaguing his mind for days. Although dressed in a different outfit, her long blue hair couldn't be hidden, and her smile shined brightly at him. Cedo instantly felt an overwhelming relief, and he gradually calmed down. Focusing intently on her face, he watched as Yuna's mouth began to move. Do your best. While being distant apart, it was as if her voice flowed directly towards him, and Cedo awkwardly scratched his ear. Without him realizing it, a brief flame flickered in Cedo's eyes, and he smirked. Of course, Cedo relaxed and stared at his deck. I will draw. As he slowly picked up the card, his eyes widened, and he smiled. Siegfried, he called and crossed his arms. I promise to defeat you this turn. What, are you insane? Siegfried growled, you only have one card. What in the world can you do with it? In response, Cedo held up 4 fingers, I will show you all it takes is 4 spells. Cedo Kaiba, 1050 LP, 3050 LP. Siegfried von Schroeder, 1600 LP, 3600 LP. I will start by activating the card of Demise. Cedo shouted eagerly. This card allows me to draw until I have 5 cards in my hand. Next, I will activate Spell Reproduction to discard Absorb Spell and cost down to recover the Dimension Fusion from my Banish Zone. Then I will proceed to activate Dimension Fusion. I will pay 2000 life points, and then I can summon as many monsters that were in my Banishment Zone. He explained, and 5 white portals appeared on each grid on the field. Return my dragons. Cedo Kaiba, 3050 LP, 1050 LP. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, 2500 attack. Cave Dragon, 2000 attack. Don't forget, Valkyrie Brunhild's power will also increase. Siegfried shouted nervously as he stared at the 5 dragons growling before him. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800 to 4300 attack. With this, everything will be complete once I activate my final spell card. Polymerization. Using all 3 of my Blue Eyes White Dragon, I can summon the ultimate life form. Feast your eyes on the most powerful of all dragons in its fully evolved glory. Show yourself, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons soared into the air. The dragons spun gracefully in the air as they began to merge and blind everyone in a white light. When the light vanished, flying in the air was a massive dragon. It boasts 3 fearsome heads, each with piercing, glowing blue eyes and jaws bristling with sharp teeth. The dragon has a sleek and muscular body, supporting its enormous wings and limbs with sharp claws. A blue energy crackled around the monster's body as the dragon unleashed a devastating roar that left the audience with chills. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, 4500 attack. Valkyrie Brunhild, 4300 to 3300 attack. Now, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack Valkyrie Brunhild. Use Beam of Destruction. Following Cedo's command, the dragon howled and unleashed a white laser from its mouth. The beam swept through the field, completely engulfing Valkyrie Brunhild whole. Siegfried von Schroeder, 3600 LP, 2400 LP. Cedo gazed calmly as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Siegfried's arrogant grin. In front of him stood Valkyrie Brunhild, completely unharmed. Unfortunately, your plan won't work. Siegfried exclaimed. If you're not aware, when my opponent declares an attack on Valkyrie Brunhild, she can lose exactly 1000 defense, and my monsters won't be destroyed by battle this turn. Staring at Siegfried, Cedo smirked before bursting into laughter. Caught off guard by Cedo's unexpected reaction, Siegfried frowned. What is so funny? I'm laughing because you think I haven't considered that. Cedo retorted. Behold, let me explain to you the effect of Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. While I have a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in my extra deck, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon will be able to attack 3 times this turn. Anime. What? Siegfried shrieked. No. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack Valkyrie Brunhild again. Cedo yelled, and the dragon's second mouth opened, firing the same attack. Boom. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2400 LP, 1200 LP. This is the end. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack. Cedo roared as the dragon roared, opening all of its mouths simultaneously. The 3 white beams combined into one, overwhelming the Valkyrie as the beam shot towards Siegfried. Boom. Siegfried von Schroeder, 1200 LP, 0 LP. Chapter 89. Third POV. As the duel reached its conclusion, the audience erupted into applause. Cedo smirked triumphantly, turning his back on Siegfried as he calmly stepped down from the duel arena without a word. Utterly humiliated for the second time, Siegfried's knees buckled, and security moved in to escort him away. Suddenly, a boy sprinted onto the field, dodging the guards that were chasing him. Running towards Siegfried, he stopped and glared at him angrily in tears. Brother. Leon. Siegfried muttered in a daze. What in the world are you thinking? Leon shouted angrily. Why would you do something so stupid? In response, Siegfried averted his gaze and bit his lips, ashamed of facing his little brother before him. I know you're mad, but are you really going so far just for revenge? Leon continued to shout. You don't understand. Siegfried yelled back. He ruined everything. As the 2 brothers glared at each other, Leon turned his head. He stared at Cedo and begged desperately, Sir, please forgive my brother. Please. Leon. Siegfried screamed. In silence, Cedo slowly approached Leon, his expression filled with contempt. The sound of his shoes hitting the ground sent shivers down the spines of the 2 brothers. When Cedo finally stopped, his eyes glinted coldly at Leon, making the boy flinch. Your brother attempted to hack into my company's main security system, Cedo explained. We have enough evidence to put him away for years to come. At the mention of jail time, Leon's face turned ashen, and Cedo crossed his arms with a snort. You are one of the contestants, correct? Despite the fact you're his brother, why are you feeling remorseful if he's the one that would be punished? Cedo pointed at Siegfried. This has nothing to do with you. You're wrong, Leon stammered, shaking his head. He's my brother and my only family, so I can't let you separate us. So, are you saying that you will go where he goes? Cedo questioned. That's right, the boy nodded. Even if it's prison. Siegfried, Leon. Is that so? Cedo muttered and stared at the boy in silence. Subtly glimpsing into the private booth window, he gazed at Yuna, who smiled at him worriedly. With a sigh, he snapped his finger. Let them go. Surprised, Siegfried dropped to the floor and stared at Cedo standing before him. I will only give you this one chance, leave, Cedo growled. You're lucky that my mood is good right now. Thank you, Leon spoke gratefully. I didn't do this for you, Cedo scoffed. I just don't want to ruin the atmosphere of this tournament, so don't disappoint me. Yes. The boy exclaimed with a relieved smile. Turning to the stunned Siegfried, Cedo knelt and whispered, You should be grateful I let you off the hook, but there won't be a next time. Standing up, Cedo ignored the 2 brothers' reactions as he began to walk away. However, before leaving the scene, he stopped and added. Also, stay away from Sano, or you'll absolutely regret it. Leaving Siegfried stunned, Cedo left without looking back. 30 minutes later. When the situation with the Schroeder brothers was resolved, Cedo immediately made his way to the private booth. Unbeknownst to him, his steps quickened as he opened the doors. Sano, he muttered upon spotting a girl waiting in the room. Turning around, Yuna smiled softly, Kaiba, I've returned. Yes, Cedo nodded stiffly under her smile, and he felt his heart clogged up in his throat. Welcome back, lifting his head, Cedo's pupil instantly darted to Pegasus and Makuba in the room. Pegasus, ha ha ha, I will go commentate on the finals, I have to keep the audience excited. Makuba, I just remembered that I made plans with Noah, see you later. While still in conflict, Makuba and Pegasus made a tactical agreement to leave the room together. Nodding subtly, Sito waited as the door closed behind him, engulfing the room in silence. "See, I'm not hurt," Yuna explained and spun in a circle. Her hair flowed gently around her. "Are you satisfied with this?" "Yeah," Sito felt embarrassed and averted his gaze. Coughing awkwardly, he recalled the promise Yuna had made to him before leaving. Breathing calmly, Sito tried to hide the anticipation in his voice and asked with curiosity. "Sano, you said you would tell me something, don't tell me you've forgotten." Remembering her promise, Yuna's face suddenly turned red, and she flinched. Before Sito could say anything more, she hurriedly blocked his mouth with her hands. Squirming, Yuna averted her gaze, blushing furiously. About that, Yuna whimpered with difficulty. Her pupils trembled wildly as she glimpsed at Sito in embarrassment. "Tomorrow." Yuna screamed while staring at the ground. Are you free tomorrow?" When she carefully removed her hand, Sito slowly nodded. "I should be free for a few hours." No. Yuna exclaimed. "A few hours is not enough," she mumbled nervously. She gently closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. When Yuna finally gathered all of her courage, she gazed at Sito with resolve. "A day, would you please, spare a day?" "A day," Sito uttered in shock, and his mind began to go crazy. Recalling all the romantic scenarios explained by his brothers, he soon realized what Yuna could have meant. Under Yuna's expectant face, Sito chuckled and ruffled his hair. "A day, huh? What will we be doing?" Yuna stammered and bit her lips, her voice barely a whisper. "I want to visit Kaiba Land with you." Don't misunderstand," she exclaimed with a blush. "I just never been to an amusement park before, so I'm curious." Sito looked fixedly at Yuna's embarrassed appearance, realizing how adorable she was. Unable to resist, he decided to tease her a little. "Then you can just go with Makuba, right?" he suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Yuna froze, and her pupils trembled. That. He would happily agree, Sito continued. "So wouldn't that satisfy your request?" Smiling to himself, he didn't notice Yuna's frustration. Finally, when he glimpsed at Yuna, Sito saw her taking a deep breath as she slowly unclenched her fists in resignation. "No," she muttered quietly and lifted her head. "I want to go with you." "Sito, what?" "You heard me," she yelled with a blush. "I want to go with you." Doubting his ears, Sito stared at Yuna in a daze. As the silence dragged on, Yuna nervously rubbed her palms. "You accept, right?" Seeing him nodding stiffly, Yuna relaxed, and her smile returned. "Thanks, I look forward to it." Moving to the door, her hand gently rested on the wood. "Come on, the finals will end soon." "Yes." Sito answered, and together, they left the booth. Walking side by side, Yuna didn't mention what happened in the room, as if it were a fever dream. However, Sito knew deep down that it was genuine, and he anticipated the next day with quiet eagerness. Yuna's POV. Walking beside Kaiba. I desperately suppressed the stupid grin that was forming on my face. The fact that Kaiba agreed almost made me leap into joy as I realized that tomorrow was my chance. When I finally calmed down, my expression returned to its usual blankness as we made it to the control center of the stadium. By the time we arrived, Pegasus and Makuba were already waiting. "Is the final match over yet?" Sito questioned. "Yes," Makuba nodded. "It just reached its conclusion. Big Sister and Yugi-san should prepare for the title duel soon." "Who won?" I asked curiously. Possibly due to my intervention, the time where Kaiba confronts Siegfried was in the semi-finals instead of the finals in the original series. That's why Leon still has to duel one last duelist before choosing to battle either Yugi or me. As Makuba handed me a tablet containing all the eliminated participants and the tournament tree. I was expecting the result to remain the same. However, the winner was someone that I was not expecting. 10 minutes later. Greetings, everyone. It has been 3 days since the beginning of this exciting championship. In those 3 days, we saw intense battles that left us with chills and amazing commentaries between opponents. However, that all ends today since only one duelist has remained. Now, that duelist will face the toughest challenge they have ever seen. Pegasus explained. To claim the titles of these two rulers, will they succeed? Let's see now. The audience cheered as Pegasus gestured at the entrance of the stadium. Following his gaze, Yugi and I watched as a small boy emerged from the tunnel. The boy has dark blue hair and eyes. He was dressed in a dark blue button jacket and pants, resembling a traditional dojo-type outfit. Walking towards us, the boy observed us calmly. However, he couldn't hide his sparkling eyes as his mouth gaped in admiration. "Hello, boy, as the winner of the Grand Championship, may you introduce to everyone your name one more time?" Pegasus asked and handed him the microphone. "Zane Truesdale." "Nice to meet you, Zane," Pegasus greeted with a professional smile. "You have really gathered a lot of attention in your matches. May I ask where you got these skills?" Embarrassed by the compliment, Zane smiled awkwardly and pointed at the audience, where a group of people dressed similarly to him sat. "I, trained in a dual monster dojo of cyber arts, my seniors all helped me get this far." As mentioned, all of Zane's seniors cheered as they raised posters for the cyber art dojo. Caught by the unexpected answer, Pegasus laughed in amusement. "A dojo for dueling? That sure is interesting. So what is your goal for participating in this tournament?" "Our dojo is still small," Zane replied cutely. "I wish to spread our infamy by winning this tournament." "And spread your infamy you did," Pegasus exclaimed. "However, now you have the chance to spread it even further. Now, Zane, you have the right to become the best of the best. But before that, you must face your most significant challenge. Who will you face, the queen or the king?" Staring at Yugi and I, Zane's expression turned solemn. After a minute's silence, Zane pointed at me, her. "Oh. You choose Miss Sano? Why's that?" With sparkling eyes, Zane muttered thoughtfully, "Dragons are cool." Hearing his response, the audience burst into laughter, and I glanced at Yugi apologetically. "Looks like I've been chosen," I said, and Yugi smiled wryly. "It's fine, good luck, Sano-san," he replied. "There you have it," Pegasus announced. "Get ready folks, now you will see the legendary Yuna Sano dueling today. Will our Zane be able to handle it? Let's find out." Rising from below, the dueling arena gradually showed itself as the crowd cheered. As I was going to move to my platform, Zane suddenly stopped me with a blush. "Can you please sign this?" Staring at the card and pen in his tiny hands, I nodded. Glancing at the card he had given me, I smiled at the familiar picture as I wrote my name on the image. "Good luck." Zane held the card closely and ran to the opposite platform. As the platform lifted us to our respective positions, I smiled calmly at my opponent. "I won't be going easy on you, okay? Please, use your full strength, I want to get stronger," Zane mumbled nervously, and I smirked. "Very well, good luck, Zane-san." "You too," he muttered with a red face as Pegasus announced loudly. "Alright, it's time, let's start this duel. The battle between the Queen of Games, Yuna Sano, and our challenger, Zane Truesdale, will begin." "Duel." We both shouted in unison as the duel officially began. Yuna Sano, 4000 LP. Zane Truesdale, 4000 LP. As the duel commenced, I heard a voice through my earpiece. "Miss Sano," Pegasus spoke playfully. "Knowing your strength, I beg of you to make the duel a little longer. It wouldn't be entertaining for the audience if it ends in just 2 turns. "This shameless guy," I muttered as my expression cracked momentarily. Regaining my smile, I gazed at Zane and continued. "Let's start slow. I will normal summon Dragon Knight of Creation onto the field. Dragon Knight of Creation, 1800 attack. With that, I will set 1 card and end my turn. It's your go." Turning serious, Zane gritted his teeth as he observed my field. Excited at what he was cooking, I urged him with an anticipated smile. "Show me the power of the cyber art, Zane-san." Nodding, Zane glanced at my knight with worry. Eventually, he began to move, and I was able to get a little taste of the plot's armor power. "I will start and activate the spell polymerization and fuse the 3 cyber dragons in my hand," Zane shouted. 3 cyber dragons already?" I laughed to myself. This is crazy. With the 3 cyber dragons, I will fusion summon Cyber End Dragon, Zane announced, and the Cyber Art Dojo members cheered. With a light, a 3-headed mechanical dragon stood before me. Flexing its wings, the machine roared, and the crowd burst into admiration. "Cyber End Dragon, 4000 attack. I will battle," Zane announced. "Cyber End Dragon, attack." The mechanical dragon responded to Zane's cry as its body began to move. Lunging towards the Dragon Knight of Creation, his eyes lit up with joy. And I smirked with pity as my knight readied his sword. Suddenly, a burst of energy emitted from the knight's body as the golden angel appeared behind him. "In response to your attack, I will activate the effect of Honest in my hand," I explained. "When a light monster I control battles, they could gain an attack equal to the attack the monster they are battling with until the end of this turn. Do you have anything to counter this?" I asked, and Zane's eyes widened. "I will respond with diffusion." He screamed frantically. This will allow me to split Cyber End Dragon and summon back my 3 Cyber Dragons. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Drago Knight of Creation, 1800 to 5800 attack. Taking a deep breath, I giggled and watched him panting with relief. However, I made sure not to let him get off the hook this easily. It was a good save, but ultimately, it's not enough. Then I will activate my trap card, Proof of Powerlessness, I laughed. I'm able to tribute one of my level 7 or higher monsters, and then I can destroy all level 5 or lower monsters you control. You must be confused, but allow me to explain. Dragon Knight of Creation has another special ability. During my opponent's turn, its level will actually be increased to 8. Zane. Dragon Knight of Creation lifted his sword and transformed into a bright arrow. Soaring into the air, the projectile dived between the Cyber Dragons, generating a vast explosion that left Zane's field empty. Boom. As the smoke disappeared, Zane stared at me in disbelief while I giggled. Don't be too surprised just because my field doesn't look like there's anything. You must prepare for cards in my hand as well. Snapping out of his daze, Zane nodded grimly. I will summon one monster face down and end my turn. Third POV. Shock wouldn't begin to describe what Zane was currently feeling. Eager to test his strength and bring pride to his dojo, he decided to participate in the tournament. As he battled numerous opponents, Zane managed to defeat them all, his confidence growing with each victory until now. Even when he started with what was possibly the best hand he could ever ask for, Yuna quickly dismantled his plan in seconds, leaving the boy speechless. This is the power of a champion, he muttered and flinched upon witnessing her relaxed smile. Looks like it's back to my turn, Yuna said and drew a card. I will be playing Dragon Shrine. This will allow me to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck to the graveyard, and since I've sent a normal monster, I can send Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand as well. Next, I will activate the spell Return of the Dragon Lords and target my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from the grave to revive it. Along with the crowd's screams, the infamous Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand appeared before Zane. Watching countless videos of the dragon in action, Zane gulped as he was able to meet the beast with his natural eyes. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack. As always, when Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is summoned from the graveyard, I can banish one monster on the field or in your graveyard, Yuna explained. Then it could gain attack and defense equal to that monster's level multiplied by 100. Zane-san, what monster do you think I would banish? Yuna questioned trivially, causing him to pause. It would be the Cyber End Dragon, right? Zane answered nervously. Since it's the strongest monster. Humming, Yuna nodded in understanding. Yes, that would seem like the most logical answer. However, I will choose one of your Cyber Dragons instead. Startled, Zane's eyes widened as his Cyber Dragon disappeared from the graveyard, and the power of Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand began to grow. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 to 3300 attack. Zane-san, from what I have seen, your strategy is using your Cyber Dragon cards to create more powerful versions of itself. Am I right in my judgment? Gritting his teeth, Zane nodded reluctantly. With just 3 turns, he finds himself at a complete disadvantage. Then I will battle, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack the set monster. Yuna ordered, and the dragon swung its claws and destroyed his Cyber Phoenix. Since I only have 2 cards in my hand, I will end my turn for now. Frowning, Zane carefully drew a card. I will activate Card of Sanctity. This card will allow us to both draw until we have 6 cards. In excitement, Zane began to replenish his entire hand as Yuna's expression became stern. Next, I will normal summon Proto-Cyber Dragon. Proto-Cyber Dragon, 1100 attack. While it's on the field, Proto-Cyber Dragon will be renamed Cyber Dragon. Proto-Cyber Dragon, 1100 attack. Next, I will activate the Cyber Rev system, reviving my Cyber Dragon from my graveyard. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Then I activate Photon Generator Unit and tribute my Proto-Cyber Dragon and Cyber Dragon to special summon Cyber Laser Dragon. Cyber Laser Dragon, 2400 attack. Once per turn, I can target one card with higher defense or attack than my Cyber Laser Dragon to destroy it. Zane shouted. I will choose your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Powering its weapons, Cyber Laser Dragon fired 2 beams towards the flying dragon. As the projectile struck its skin, there was a massive explosion that obstructed Zane's view. When his vision cleared, he saw the monster remain standing. I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard, Yuna explained. By banishing this card, I can prevent Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from being destroyed once this turn. That is fine. Zane responded passionately. I will activate Monster Reborn and revive my Cyber End Dragon. Cyber End Dragon, 4000 attack. Now I will battle. Cyber End Dragon, attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Since your Return of the Dragon Lord has been used, your monster is defenseless. Zane shouted as the Cyber End Dragon charged, biting the dragon with each of its heads as Yuna's monster was overwhelmed. Yuna Sano, 4000 LP, 3300 LP. I did it. Zane exclaimed in excitement. I did some damage. Now, Cyber Laser Dragon, attack her life points directly. As the monster fired its laser, Yuna revealed the card in her hand. Because my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is destroyed, I will summon Keeper of the Shrine from my hand. Keeper of the Shrine, 2100 defense. Vroom. The laser struck the elderly man, creating a futuristic sound. Smiling, Yuna chuckled in amusement at the exhilarating duel. I was outsmarted here, good job. Feeling embarrassed by the compliment, the boy blushed and anxiously set one card face down before proceeding to end his turn. However, it may not be such a good idea to give me any more cards. Yuna commented while staring at her hand. During your end phase, I will activate the effect of Mikazuka Noyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon, and summon it from my hand. Mikazuka Noyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon, 2200 attack 11. Now it's my turn, and I will draw, Yuna continued. I will banish the Moon Fan Dragon on the field to summon Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, 2800 attack. With Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon's effect, I can revive the Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 attack. This time, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will banish the Cyber End Dragon and gain 1000 attacks. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2800 to 3800 attack. This is over, Zane-san. Yuna yelled and pointed at him. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack the Cyber Laser Dragon. Not so fast. I will activate my trap card, Rare Metamorph, and give Cyber Laser Dragon 500 more attacks. Cyber Laser Dragon, 2400 to 2900 attack. Boom. The dragon crashed into the mechanical beasts, creating an ear-grating sound as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's teeth tore through Cyber Laser Dragon's metal exterior. Zane Truesdale, 4000 LP, 3100 LP. Yuna, now, Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, attack his life points directly. Roaring, Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon unleashed a bloody red beam, and Zane fell backward, stunned. Zane Truesdale, 3100 LP, 300 LP. Gasping, Zane's heart beat frantically as adrenaline surged through his body. His hand trembled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. He hadn't been pushed this far since he first picked up a deck of dual monsters. Staring at Yuna's calm expression, Zane felt a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at his fellow dojo members, who watched him with worry etched on their faces. I can't lose now, he muttered to himself. No matter how strong, I will push through. Raising his head, Zane noticed Yuna smiling at him with her arms crossed. That's an outstanding attitude to have. Show me what you got. Setting one card face down, she nodded at him, and the boy drew a card. This is it. Zane shouted, prepared to use all he had. I will activate cybernetic fusion support and pay half of my remaining life points as cost. Zane Truesdale, 300 LP, 150 LP. Now, I can banish monsters in my graveyard as fusion materials. He explained and showed Yuna his other card. With that, I will play Power Bond and fuse the last two Cyber Dragons in my graveyard to fusion summon Cyber Twin Dragon. Cyber Twin Dragon, 2800 attack. With Power Bond, the fusion monster I summoned will have its attack doubled. But I have to take damage equal to its original attack. Cyber Twin Dragon, 2800 to 5600 attack. Now I will battle. Zane shouted desperately. Cyber Twin Dragon, attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Hold on. Yuna interrupted. At the start of the damage step, I will activate my trap, damage diet, and all damage I take this turn will be halved. Zane gritted his teeth as his eyes shined with reluctance and despair. Ugh, Cyber Twin Dragon, continue to battle. Yuna Sano, 3300 LP, 2400 LP. Cyber Twin Dragon can attack twice. Go and destroy the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Yuna Sano, 2400 LP, 1100 LP. As the Cyber Twin Dragon finished its attack, Zane fell silent, staring at the ground in frustration. He knew it had been his last chance to make a comeback, but even that plan had been thwarted. Zane-san, Yuna muttered worriedly as the young boy hurriedly wiped his tears. It's all right, Zane mumbled embarrassingly. I have tried my best. Yuna's smile returned. You did great. Thank you for the duel. But I'm not going to go down without a fight yet. Very well, let's see if you can survive until the end. After my monster is destroyed, I will revive Keeper of the Shrine back from the dead. Keeper of the Shrine, 2100 defense. Then, I will normal summon Cyber Kirin in defense position. Zane continued as a small cybernetic dragon appeared before him. Cyber Kirin, 800 defense. Because of Power Bond, in my end phase, I will take damage equal to Cyber Twin Dragon's attack, but that damage can be negated by tributing my Cyber Kirin. Zane explained that the monster had disappeared as soon as it arrived. Now I will end my turn. Then it's my turn, and I will draw. First, I will summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 attack. When she's summoned, I can add Dragon Maid Changeover back to my hand. Yuna explained and revealed the spell. Then I will activate it, fusing Chamber Dragon Maid and the Keeper of the Shrine to fusion summon, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack. When Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is fusion summoned, I can target one special summoned you control, and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will gain attacks equal to that monster's attack. Yuna yelled. I will target your Cyber Twin Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 to 8400 attack. Then, I activate Pot of Greed, drawing 2 more cards from my deck. She shouted and glimpsed at her hand. Afterwards, I will banish Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dragon Knight of Creation and Keeper of the Shrine to summon, Chaos Dragon Legionnaire. Chaos Dragon Legionnaire, 3000 attack. Since I banished light and dark monsters, Chaos Dragon Legionnaire can target up to 2 cards and destroy them. Pointing at the twin Cyber Dragon and Zane set trap, the dragon unleashes its magic as the 2 cards explode into pieces. Finally, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon attacks Zane's life points directly. Watching the monster lunge towards him, Zane thought, how long will it take to reach such strength? Boom. Zane, 150 LP, 0 LP. Watching his life points drop to a 0. Zane sighed as he was slowly let down from the platform. Walking with his head lowered, he stopped as Yuna blocked his path. You okay? She asked, and Zane nodded. I just realized how weak I still was, he replied, and Yuna patted his head. Sorry if I didn't become much of a challenge. So, what? Yuna shrugged. All it matters, is you having fun, so did you? Yes, Zane smiled. Thank you for giving me this amazing experience. Shaking Yuna's hand, the audience applauded as fireworks littered the sky, signaling the official end of the intense tournament that had been going on for days. Staring at Yuna's smile, Zane made a promise to himself, one day, he will definitely duel her again, and this time, he will be ready. Chapter 90. Next day. Third POV. Deep in the underground chambers of Kaiba Sito stood quietly in an open white room. Closing his eyes, Sito relaxed his shoulders as a mechanical voice echoed deeply around him. Commencing Project SYN-01 Codename Synchro, Test 20 awaiting command. Begin, Sito said as the machine in the ceiling came to life. Generating a hologram of Yugi Muto, he gazed at his opponent calmly. Commencing simulation. When the experiment began, several monsters appeared on Yugi's side of the field. Drawing a card, Sito took a deep breath and glanced at his dual disc, where countless wires ran from the device into the walls, connecting to various circuits. Command, forceful summon of Blue Eyes White Dragon, Sito ordered, and his familiar companion appeared on the field. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Let's begin. He shouted, his voice turning serious. I will summon Maiden with Eyes of Blue. With a flash of light, standing before Sito was a woman. She was dressed in a traditional robe with light blue markings, similar to a priest's garb with white hair and beautiful blue eyes. Her familiar appearance left him momentarily stunned. Maiden with Eyes of Blue Tuner LVL 1 o'clock attack. Regaining his focus, Sito frowned. Now I will commence the synchronization summon using both my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Maiden with Eyes of Blue. An intricate green circle appeared beneath Blue Eyes, White Dragon, and Maiden with Eyes of Blue. The circle expanded, engulfing the 2 monsters as a flash of light formed from their body. Sito's eyes flashed with anticipation as they began to merge into a much more excellent shape. Suddenly, sparks and smoke began to seep out of his dual disc. The room rumbled as lights flickered and the machinery overloaded from the intense power. Struggling, Sito quickly took off his dual disc and grabbed his deck as the device exploded, filling the room with smoke. System protection program activated. The holograms instantly shut off as emergency ventilation and sprinkler systems put out the small fire across the room. Pausing test. Report, test 20 ends in failure also, Cedo spoke out loud in frustration. While the project tuner is successfully summoned, there are still issues when performing the synchronization summoning. I hypothesize the technology at this time is still not as advanced as seen in the future, further investigations will be needed. When Cedo finished his analysis, the machines began to turn off one by one as he stood quietly in the room remembering the incident months ago with trespassers from the future fueled him to develop the new method of summoning. Although the time seemed to be far off still, Cedo believed that he was getting closer. As he lost deep in thought, the door to the room opened. His assistant, Roland, arrived with a towel in hand. "Sir, your appointment with Miss Sano will start in an hour." "Is that so?" Cedo replied while wiping the sweat and water off his body. "I should go get ready now. Should I have someone prepare the usual outfit?" Roland asked, and Cedo froze. "Sir, I will handle it myself," Cedo responded and moved to the door. Watching his back, Roland smirked at his master's uncontained excitement. With a chuckle, Roland wished Cedo luck and that whatever happened would work out. 1 hour later. Arriving at their meeting place, Cedo spotted Yuna waiting patiently in the distance. As if sensing his presence, Yuna took her eyes off her phone, and their gaze met. Light seemingly returned to her eyes as she approached him with hurried steps. "Kaiba, you're here," she muttered with relief. "I'm sorry, did I make you wait long?" Cedo instinctively apologizes, and Yuna shakes her head, explaining that she just got here as well. Staring at Yuna, Cedo's eyes subtly lowered as he scanned her appearance. Contrary to her regular outfit, she's dressed in a white one-piece dress. The outfit has a simple design with a thin white ribbon wrapped around her waist, which emphasizes her chest, and an open collar that reveals her neck and collarbone. Gazing at Yuna's face, Cedo also noticed she had applied some light makeup, which further improved her looks and left him stuck in his spot. "Does this not suit me?" Yuna asked hesitantly when she noted his dumbfounded stare. Cedo subconsciously made a stupid sound and averted his gaze. "No, it really suits you, you looked good beautiful," he spoke with difficulty as his true thought almost revealed itself. "That, so," Yuna responded with a blush. Kaiba looked good handsome as well. Similarly to Yuna, Cedo also made changes to his regular outfit. Now, instead of his white trench coat and black shirt, he wore a dark blue blazer with a gray shirt underneath, creating a smart but casual appearance. Feeling embarrassed, Cedo coughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at her. "Should we go?" Yuna gulped and nodded as they both stepped into the park. Yuna's POV. Thanks to Kaiba's presence, we were able to skip the long line easily and entered Kaiba land. As Kaiba was conversing with the staff, I felt a slight vibration in my back pocket. Taking out my phone, I scanned the messages that were flooding the group chat. "Makuba, big sister, have you met with Big Bro yet? He said he's going to meet you at the amusement park soon." Yuna, "I just met him now." Serenity, "What? Big sister, are you cheating on me? You're so mean." Noah, "Who's cheating with whom? I don't think she made any plans with you." Makuba, "Yeah, she's way out of your league." Serenity, "WHH, sister, they are bullying me." Yuna, "Cut it out, you too." Serenity, "Big sister." Makuba, "Look anyway. Brother is a bit shy and stupid sometimes, so big sister must be assertive." Yuna, "Assertive? Noah, be more physical or something. Get him to notice you. It's okay since you guys are on a date after all." Yuna, "We're not like that." Noah, "Sure." Makuba, "Sure." Serenity, "Sure. Noah, for example, you can hold his hand." "What are you looking at?" Kaiba suddenly appeared behind me, and I hurriedly hid my phone from his prying gaze. "Who's contacting you?" "No, it's nothing." I yelled hurriedly, and the phone continued to buzz uncontrollably. Noah, "Hold." Makuba, "His." Serenity. Taking a deep breath, I desperately calmed my nervous heart. "Kaiba," I mumbled shyly and reached out my hand. "There's a lot of people here, we might get lost, so." "What?" Kaiba stared at my hand in a daze. "You." "It's okay if you don't," I hurriedly added and retracted my hand. "Let's just walk." However, before I took a step, Kaiba tightly grasped my hand, and I froze on the spot. Turning around like a rustic robot, his face remained composed as my body gradually grew hot. I could feel the hard calluses on his palm, and his fingers twitched as they wrapped over mine. Trying to ignore the sensation, I looked around me. Our surroundings were filled with dazzling sights of advanced technology. Countless rides were built in various places as people's excited screams filled the air. Along the streets, there were holographic displays of cartoon characters and dual monsters interacting with children as their parents watched with bright smiles. "Is there something that you wanted to try?" Kaiba asked attentively. "I don't have anything in mind," I answered honestly while shaking my head. Actually, I wished Kaiba would tour the park with me. "Kaiba, tour the park. Kaiba Land is your dream, right?" I continued while playing with my hair. "I want to see Kaiba's dream, is that okay?" He seemed surprised by my unexpected answer as he stared at me deep in thought. Eventually, Kaiba chuckled and nodded, "Then let's go and don't get lost." Slowly, he led me deeper into the park, and I followed with excitement. Third POV. As they strolled together, Sito stole glances at Yuna, who walked beside him with quiet grace. Each subtle movement of her arm brushed against his, and the gentle touch of her hand in his sent thrilling sparks through his body, electrifying his every step. Remembering Yuna's request, Sito quietly observed the structure of the park. In fact, just as Yuna have said, each of the rides and designs has some meaning in Sito's life. While oblivious to the public eye, for the Kaiba brothers, these structures implicate something personal. Now, Sito felt himself opening up every little secret one by one. Some were embarrassing, some were wholesome, and there were even some that were dark. All of these memories gradually resurfaced as Sito spoke nostalgically. "Kaiba, that ride, why would you make that?" Yuna asked while pointing at a roller coaster ride. As the cart passed over them, screams filled the air as the roller coaster went through dozens of intense turns that felt dizzy just looking at it. "That," he muttered. "Back when we were in the orphanage, there was another child. We weren't friends, but we were friendly with each other. I haven't heard from him ever since I left. But I remembered that he had always wanted to try those types of exhilarating things." "Is that so?" Yuna replied with an understanding smile. "Then, should we try? Try that? Are you sure?" "Why not? Is perhaps Kaiba scared?" Yuna smirked and lightly nudged his shoulder. "Humph, don't be ridiculous," Sito scoffed. "I don't mind you clinging to me when you get scared." "Ha." Yuna pouted and blushed. "Well, I don't mind either." She huffed sulkily as they approached the line. Thanks to Sito, they were quickly able to bypass the long queue and secure 2 spots next to each other. By the time the roller coaster started to move, Yuna and Sito were still staring at each other with daring smiles, and both refused to back down. However, they found themselves soon regretting it. 5 minutes later. "Are you alright?" Sito asked worriedly as Yuna trembled. "We can sit down if you want." "Ha, ha, how in the world are you fine?" she questioned while catching her breath, and he smiled wryly. "I guess I'm just used to this sort of thing," he confidently lied and hit his shivering fingers. Thankfully, Yuna didn't seem to notice, and Sito patiently comforted her. Roller coasters are no joke, the two thought in unison while trying to hide their anxiety from each other. 10 minutes later. "Hold on, I need to go to the restroom," Yuna explained apologetically as she let go of Sito's hand. Momentarily staring at his freed hand, Sito frowned before watching her walk to the public bathroom. When she's inside, Yuna lets out a deep sigh while fanning her flushed face. The mere notion of holding his hand was driving her crazy, and the previous bold attitude was nowhere to be seen. Taking a deep breath, Yuna stared at herself in the mirror. "Come out," at her summons, several figures suddenly appeared behind her. Turning to face the 6 dragon maids, she smiled awkwardly. "Is my appearance still good?" Like a professional pit crew, the dragon maids diligently combed her hair and reapplied her makeup. To Yuna's disbelief, her appearance seemed to transform before her very eyes, and she nervously touched her face. When the maids retracted their hands, Yuna's face seemed to sparkle as they nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you," Yuna spoke gratefully. "I will try my best." House dragon maid smiled and bowed professionally while kitchen and nurse dragon maids gave her thumbs up, but parlor and laundry dragon maids giggled as they mimicked kissing the air. Embarrassed, Yuna averted her gaze and frantically unsummoned her spirits. Leaving the bathroom, she went to locate Sito. Noticing his figure in the distance, Yuna eagerly approached Sito before stopping, her eyes turning cold as she stared at the people surrounding him. Some pests seemed to have appeared without her looking. Meanwhile. "Hello, what's your name?" "Kaya, he's so handsome. Are you perhaps single?" Annoying voices filled Sito's ears as he stared sharply at the 3 girls who suddenly arrived out of nowhere. Glancing at the parents and children around him, he clenched his fists and suppressed his seething anger, not wanting to lash out and make a scene. Unfortunately, his silence only provided them with the opportunity to probe further. As the nuisance around him grew, a girl emerged from the crowd and grasped his arm. Surprised, Sito looked down at Yuna, who was smiling wryly. Sano. Sorry for taking so long, Yuna muttered apologetically. Should we go now? With a slight nod, Yuna led Sito away, and the crowd quickly made a path for them as they gradually began losing interest glimpsing at her. Sito noticed the twitch in her brows, and her smile seemingly didn't reach her eyes. Sano. Yuna tilted her head and observed him with the corner of her eye. I have already promised to spend the day at your request, Sito calmly explained while gazing ahead. So I'm not abandoning you, he answered honestly but felt strange as Yuna's pace noticeably slowed down. Sano. Why, you? Yuna covered her face and whimpered. You and that mouth of yours. Sito. Fine. She suddenly shouted and ran forward. Like you said, let's go do that then. Boldly grabbing his hand, she pulled him along, and Sito chuckled before willingly submitting himself to her lead. For the rest of the day, the two spend their remaining time having fun and experiencing all sorts of rides. Allowing them to have a memory they both couldn't have when they were young. As the sun began to set, the park was starting to get more and more vacant, allowing Yuna and Sito to walk more freely. Wandering mindlessly, Yuna suddenly stopped when she spotted something that piqued her interest. Kaiba, should we ride that? What she pointed to was a tall Ferris wheel near the center of the park that allowed the visitors to get an entire view of Kaiba land. Confused by Yuna's choice, he lets himself be willingly dragged towards the Ferris wheel. Before Sito could question her dedication, the door firmly closed behind them, and the Ferris wheel slowly brought the cabin to an ascent. When they reached the top, Yuna's eyes focused on the expanding scenery. Her eyes shone serenely at the view. It's beautiful. Sito nodded, and Yuna glanced at him with an apologetic smile. Sorry, you must not find this interesting, right? She asked with an awkward giggle. This doesn't seem like something Kaiba would normally do. I don't particularly hate it or like it, Sito answered honestly. However, I wouldn't have known if I hadn't tried. Yuna chuckled at the Sito-type answer and placed her hand beside him. Sito suddenly flinched as their fingers grazed each other. Even if they held hands for the entire day, for some reason, that right now, just a mere touch right now sends a shiver down his spine. Did you have fun today? He questioned, and Yuna hummed. I have never been to an amusement park before, it's very exhilarating. That's good, Sito nodded and felt relieved. It would be pointless if it wasn't. Yuna laughed, and Sito's ears twitched at her voice. Kaiba is quite the worrywart. Is that bad? He asked nervously, which caused Yuna to laugh even harder. No, I like that meant you cared, she responded and stared at the scenery. I'm delighted that someone like Kaiba is one of my friends. One of? Sito subconsciously repeated her words and hurriedly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Well, there's Makuba, Serenity and Noah, Yuna smirked. Yugi and the others too, I guess, but they're just classmates. Sito smiled wryly when he found himself competing with his siblings, and Yuna picked up his reaction. Is Kaiba perhaps jealous that his only friend has friends other than him? That, Sito averted his gaze. I know some other people too. Yuna giggled, don't worry, despite having many friends, I feel Kaiba was probably someone who changed me the most. Staring at the ground, she took a deep breath. Lately, when I was with Kaiba, I found my anxiety seeping away, and I was happy that I could talk this much without stuttering. Do Kaiba hate my way of talking? Yuna asked while tilting her head. I never hated it, it doesn't matter how you speak because it won't change who you are. Sito carefully chose his words, and Yuna's eyes curved pleasingly at his answer. Kaiba, you're really unfair sometimes, she blushed slightly and sighed. You know, I was never really a good person, Yuna admitted, and Sito wanted to deny it but quietly closed his mouth as she continued. Despite looking like I was being kind, I'll only do something when I can benefit from it, so I'm quite greedy. I always wanted more, but I never know what I actually wanted, she explained. But recently, I kept having this urge, it's driving me insane, and, it took me some time to realize what it was. Kaiba, Yuna muttered calmly. May you close your eyes for a second? Confused by Yuna's request, Sito hesitantly closed his eyes and waited with anticipation. With his vision blocked, he heard Yuna shuffling in her seat as she gradually moved closer. Before Sito could react, something soft and gentle pressed against his cheek. Freezing in shock, his eyes snapped open, and he watched as Yuna kissed him with affection. Realizing what was happening, Sito instinctively moved, but he froze as Yuna's hand firmly held him in place. When she slowly backed away, Yuna smiled, and her pupils trembled in anxiety and resolve. Sito Kaiba, I think I'm in love with you. It was as if a gust of wind swept over Sito, and his eyes widened. Yuna's words kept repeating in his mind like loud drums, and his body was unable to react to this shocking news. "Why, you're joking," he muttered while clenching his fists. In response, Yuna chuckled and grabbed Sito's hand. In a tense atmosphere, she hesitantly brought his palm over her chest, desperately trying to ignore another sensation. Sito sensed Yuna's rapidly beating heartbeat that matched his own. "Do you think I'm joking now?" "Sano, I." "Shoo," Yuna hushed and placed a finger over his mouth. "I don't want to hear it yet, I don't think I can handle what comes after." Yuna's body shivered uncontrollably, and Sito had an urge to embrace her. However, he refrained from doing so for her sake. When Yuna finally moved away, Sito felt disappointed that the Ferris wheel reached its end. As the cabin door automatically opened, she slowly stepped out before pausing by the entrance. "Let's end it here for today, I'm quite embarrassed myself," she confessed with a red face. "So, when we see each other again in Japan, will you give me your response then?" "Sano." "Sano, Sano," Yuna mumbled with a small sigh. "Please stop addressing me like that, it's way too formal." "See you later, Kaiba," she continued. "I await the day I could call you, Sito too." Without waiting, Yuna left, leaving Sito alone. When he finally snapped out of his daze, Sito frantically ran out of the cabin. However, it was already too late, as Yuna's figure was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was the lingering feeling of her touch and scent. Subconsciously, his legs carried him back to where his escorts were parked. Occasionally, Sito still tried to look around, hoping to spot the girl who held a firm spot in his heart. "Sir," Roland approached him with a bow. "You have returned." "Why, yes," Sito stammered with regret. Let's go back." "Hold on, sir," Roland interrupted him. "There's something on your face." Handing him a mirror, Sito observed his cheek, where a faint lipstick mark was firmly printed on his cheek. Touching where Yuna left her tracks, Sito held his breath, and his face turned bright red. "I'm not going to get any sleep tonight," Sito thought as his heart churned with happiness and excitement. Chapter 91. A few days later. Yuna's POV. "I'm home," I spoke absent-mindedly and opened the door to my apartment. It has been more than a month since I have seen this place, and nostalgia overwhelmed me. Just like Kaiba promised, he has people to fix the damages. All the furniture was brand new, and it seemed like they had been replaced with better ones. As I ran my finger across the new kitchen table, my mind subconsciously wandered to Kaiba, and my heartbeat quickened. We hadn't talked once after that day. Soon, school will start again, and that's when I will see him again and hear his answer. Moving robotically to my bedroom, I collapsed onto the bed and groaned. I buried my face in my pillows while staring at Kaiba's contact number. My finger hesitated on the call button as I desperately resisted the urge. Even if I stated that I would wait for him, it only made the feeling much worse. "Aren't I pathetic?" I uttered out loud. Someone that never experienced love crumbled just at the mere sensation of it. Clenching my fists, I took a deep breath and gathered my thoughts. I have to be patient, and I would look like an idiot for running to him now. But I can't help but wonder how he's doing. Slowly sitting up, I yawned tiredly and glanced at the time. It was already quite late, and the excitement of returning home gradually seeped away, leaving me fatigued. As I considered going to bed, the doorbell suddenly rang loudly, disturbing my peace. Frowning, I hurriedly moved to the door and opened it. However, to my confusion, I saw nothing waiting for me by the entrance. Sensing something amiss, I carefully closed the door and turned around. My instincts screamed at me, warning my body about an imminent danger. Tensing, I hurriedly summoned my spirit. Divine Dragon Lord fell, however, before I could finish, something cold and sharp was tightly pressed against my neck, and an arm wrapped tightly around my waist. "Shoo," a raspy voice whispered, sending a shiver down my spine. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the man's appearance. He wore blue pants and a teal shirt beneath a black trench coat that billowed around him. His face was unforgettable. Framed by wild white hair and bloodshot eyes, reminiscent of a deranged asylum inmate. The Millennium Ring hung on his chest, its eerie glow casting sinister shadows in the dimly lit room. "It's you," I muttered and glared at Yami Bakura with disdain. Yami Bakura smiled, revealing his white teeth. "We meet again, Yuna-sano. The last time we met, you caused me quite some trouble. By the way, I suggest you call those guys back, unless you want to get hurt, that is." Confused by his statement, I glanced around and noticed my spirits surrounding him. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand hissed, its claws dangerously close to his heart. And starving Venom Fusion Dragon's stinger hovered menacingly near his spine. In front of us stood House Dragon Maid, her hand aimed at Yami Bakura's face, ready to gouge out his eyes. Staring at the spirits, Yami Bakura sneered, and he remained calm. I recommended you not to do anything too rashly, he spoke to them. If you even so happen to graze me, this knife will plunge into her neck. As if acting out his threat, Yamibakura slowly dug the blade deeper into my flesh, and I winced in pain as blood gently flowed down my wound. The dragons roared in frustration as Yamibakura took out several ominous stone tablets from his pocket. Now, lock yourself in those, he ordered the dragons. Sensing their hesitation, Yamibakura scowled and with a swift motion, he swiped the blade against my cheek, leaving a cut that left my spirits trembling. Don't make me wait any longer. I desperately pleaded with the dragons not to go along with his order. However, I could feel their will to fight diminishing by the second. Eventually, their expression crumbled into sorrow as each spirit picked up the tablets, much to my reluctance. One by one, dark energy emerged from the tablets, completely sealing the dual monster spirits away, and I felt our connection being cut off. Storing the tablets away, Yamibakura smiled triumphantly as he approached me with confident steps. Now that's taken care of, he muttered and lifted his millennium ring. You should sleep too. Purplish smoke spewed from the ring, causing me to step back in shock. As I accidentally inhaled the ominous fumes, my consciousness began to fade. Struggling to stay awake, I eventually collapsed. With the last ounce of my strength, I frantically searched through the system for a card in my inventory. As the card dropped to the ground, I touched it and yelled, "Winged Dragon of RA." Whoosh! A golden divinity blasted Yamibakura across the room, and a giant dragon loomed over me. Roaring in anger, the Winged Dragon of RA charged at Yamibakura with murderous intent, and Yamibakura began to battle with the god. Thankfully, with Ra's appearance, I was momentarily able to regain a little bit of energy. However, even with the Egyptian god fighting beside me, I knew time was of the essence as the toll of summoning RA was already taking effect. Coughing in pain, I desperately reached for the phone that had fallen beside me. I frantically turned it on and began to type. Unable to check who I'm actually contacting, I resigned to hope and sent my message. Bam! A loud noise jolted me out of my concentration as I saw the Winged Dragon of RA being pushed back, its form slowly fading. Ensuring the message was sent, I quickly slid the phone under the couch to keep it out of Yamibakura's sight. Desperately, I attempted to unsummon the Egyptian god and store the card back in my system. But before I could, Yamibakura snatched it up, humming in delight. Damn, I cursed before everything went dark. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the Kaiba Corp headquarters of Domino City, Sito was attentively skimming through the various important documents. The memory of a few days ago was still messing with him, making Sito unable to sleep and exhausted. Recalling Yuna's smile as she confessed her love, Sito's face turned bright red as he touched where she kissed her. His heart beat rapidly, and he recalled the warmth of her hand, which held his hand. Smiling, Sito resumed his work, but he quickly stopped when a figure appeared in the room. Brother, Noah said with a frown. Yugi Mutu has been trying to contact you. Mutu? Sito's mood soured upon hearing his name. Ignore it. However, Noah remained hesitant and coughed. He stated that it was very urgent. Apparently, Big Sister is in trouble. Sito froze, and he momentarily dropped his pen. Instantly, his expression turned solemn as he requested Noah to pull him through. Kaiba! Yugi yelled frantically. Sano-san needs help. Explain, Sito scowled and tapped the desk impatiently. This better not be a joke. I won't be joking about these kinds of things. Yugi protested. She suddenly sent me this text, I don't know what's happening, but it's very urgent. At his request, Noah brought up the message, causing Sito's expression to turn extremely grim. Yuna, send help. In danger. Not much time. Reading the message, various scenarios went through his head. Sito's face turned extremely pale as he held his breath. Track her current location, now. He shouted, and Noah nodded. When he showed that her phone was still in her home, Sito then ordered Noah to search through every available camera near her street, finding someone walking suspiciously. A few minutes later, he witnessed the same person carrying an unconscious girl away. Yuna, Sito's voice choked. Where are they going? Tell me now. To the Domino City Museum, Noah muttered in worry. Before he could even continue, Sito abruptly stood up, I'm leaving. He declared with murder in his eyes. We will go there as well. Yugi yelled through the call. We will meet you there. Swiftly, he hung up as Sito marched out of his office. Without waiting for anyone, he took off running. Jumping into a car, he sped down the road, blatantly disregarding dozens of traffic laws. As Sito raced closer to his destination, he fervently prayed that Yuna would be safe. 10 minutes later. Yuna's POV. I slowly opened my eyes, disoriented and confused about my surroundings. Gradually, it all came back to me. Yami Bakura had knocked me unconscious in my own home. I tried to move, but my arms and legs were tightly bound, my entire body secured to a chair. Lifting my head, I cautiously observed my surroundings. Egyptian artifacts were displayed throughout the room, each one meticulously placed. When I glanced behind me, I saw the familiar giant stone tablet depicting the pharaoh and the 3 Egyptian gods. Domino City Museum, I mumbled. Why am I here? As I was lost in thought, footsteps approached me, and my expression turned sour as I glared at the man standing before me. Good evening, Yami Bakura greeted with a sneer. You've finally woken up. Clicking my teeth, I glared at him with hatred. My spirits, what have you done to them? You mean them? He sneered and opened his trench coat as several tablets fell to the ground. Staring at my spirits, my heart twinges with guilt at their sacrifices, and Yami Bakura laughs. Gritting my teeth in helplessness, I asked anxiously. What do you want from me? What do I want? He smirked and held the tip of my chin. I just need you to sit nicely and act as bait. Bait, my lips pursed at the word, and Yami Bakura's smile widened. Turning my chair around, he made me face the massive tablet of memories displayed against the wall. I think you already know now, this stone tablet contains an immense power that can only be activated with the presence of the 3 Egyptian gods' cards. Are you expecting, the pharaoh will come? I replied coldly. You should have kidnapped someone else. Do you really believe that? Of course, he will show up, he's the pharaoh, after all. Then. Don't you get it? Yami Bakura laughed and stroked the side of my face with his finger. I'm also after someone else. Realizing who he was probably referring to, I bit my lips in anger. You. Suddenly, Yami Bakura grasped my neck, and his expression felt demonic. Yes, what face would you make if I harmed the person you love? My pupils trembled, and I thought about Kaiba getting hurt. Sensing my fear, Yami Bakura smiled and released his hold as I gasped for breath. Yuna-sano, you have always been the bane of my existence. You stopped me from getting the Millennium Eye and then defeated me in Battle City, forcing me to bide my time and regain my strength. Because of that, I had to use the cards I'd been saving. But even they proved more incompetent than I anticipated. Confused, I frowned at Yami Bakura's explanation. Did you really think everything that happened over the past few months was natural? What are you talking about? Darts and Anubis, he said, crossing his arms and smirking. Did you really think they appeared so randomly? It wasn't difficult to influence Dart's mind to make him act rashly or to use some magic to revive Anubis prematurely. It was as if something had finally clicked, and I stared at Yami Bakura in shock. All this time, I have been treating the events happening as if they would definitely happen, just like the shows. However, because of that, I have never questioned why they would happen in the first place. So it is all because of him. My expression distorted. What is your point? I growled. There's no reason to tell me all this. Indeed, it is just my mindless ranting, Yami Bakura mused and approached me. This is my revenge, Yuna-sano. I will make sure you will truly pay. Glaring at Yami Bakura, he snorted and glanced at his phone. Smiling enthusiastically, he showed me the live camera footage on his screen of a familiar man marching into the museum. Looks like the star has arrived, he laughed, and I struggled desperately against my restraint. As my fear finally came true, I heard loud footsteps approaching us from the distance. My gaze settled on the calm but fuming man standing before us. My heart skipped a beat as our eyes met before immediately turning to worry. Yuna, Sito muttered quietly upon noticing me, and he clenched his fists as he glared daggers at Yami Bakura standing beside me. Kaiba, be careful. I yelled, trying to warn him. However, before I could say anything more, I felt a sharp pain across my face as a crisp sound echoed in our ears. Grinning, Yami Bakura flicked his wrists and glanced at Kaiba, who was shaking in anger. You dare. Hostage needed to stay quiet, you know. Yami Bakura laughed. Without responding, Kaiba activated his dual disc and pointed at him. Shut up, I will make sure you regret this. As if anticipating Kaiba's response, Yami Bakura's smile widened as he followed suit, and the two began to engage in a fierce duel. Watching on the sidelines, I felt helpless and cursed in frustration. There's got to be something I can do, I thought frantically, and my gaze gradually wandered towards the stone tablets that stored my dual monster spirits. Dual monster spirits. Vitality slowly returned to my eyes as I opened my system in a hurry. Making sure I had enough credits, I began to mass buy cards. Even now. I am still unsure of why dual monster spirits will suddenly show up, but my highest hypothesis was because of 10,000 dragons' lingering power that connected the spirits during the purchasing process. So, why not try to get a new spirit? Praying passionately, I continued to purchase cards, and my credits got lower and lower. Come on, you guys have always been fighting alongside me since the start, so please help me now, I begged desperately as the duel had already reached its climax. As I kept buying cards, I suddenly felt something in my heart. It was as if I could feel another emotion, one that was not my own. Realizing this, I exhaled with relief and glared at Yamibakura. It's time for payback. Third POV. I will activate the spell Spirit Illusion and equip it to my Diabound Kernel. This way, I can summon a doppelganger with its same effect and attack. Besides the monstrous white demon, another monster with the same appearance appeared, and the two fiends hissed maliciously at Sito. Doppelganger token Diabound Kernel, 1800 attack. Now, I will activate the second Diabound Kernel's effect and attach it to your Blue Eyes White Dragon, then your dragon will lose attacks equal to Diabound Kernel's. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 to 1200 attack. Now, Diabound Kernel, attack and destroy the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yamibakura shouted as the demon fired dark magic and destroyed the dragon. Sito Kaiba, 1500 LP, 900 LP. Watching the dragon collapsing to the ground, Yamibakura smiled and stared at Sito with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, when Diabound Kernel destroyed Blue Eyes White Dragon, it had already stolen its power. 1. Are you not going to end your turn? Sito snapped, and he shrugged. There's no need to continue the duel any longer, Yamibakura rolled his eyes. I have already got what I wanted from you. What? Sito fumed. You think I would let you get away with this? After what you've done? What would you do? Yamibakura sneered. I have enough of this, Diabound Kernel, kill him. To Sito's disbelief, it was as Diabound Kernel forcibly broke free from his game as the monster acted out of control and not to the Kaiba Corp's programming. Its body texture became more real as it lunged at Sito with the intent to kill. Clang. Suddenly, Sito's eyes widened as a man dressed in golden armor appeared, blocking the demon's strike with his massive sword. Staring at the man, Sito felt his appearance to be familiar before remembering the man as a dual monster, one that Yuna used. Watching the scene, Yamibakura frowned and sensed something coming from behind. As he hurriedly dodged, a beam of magic struck the floor where he was previously standing. Turning towards Yuna, Yamibakura saw a woman beside her. The woman was dressed in an elegant white robe, and her face was covered by a golden helmet. She skillfully wielded her long staff, creating several magic orbs that floated around her. Yamibakura growled in annoyance as he summoned the rest of his dual monster spirits, die. He screamed as they engaged in a fierce battle. Kaiba, Sano. The two heard a loud voice as Yugi, along with the rest of his friends, finally arrived, and they stared at the scene in shock. Bakura. Yugi shouted. What do you think you're doing? Ah, Yugi, it's about time when you finally showed up, Yamibakura grinned. Now I will take what's rightfully mine. Go my spirits, retrieve the rest of the Egyptian god cards. The room was in utter chaos. Yugi and his friends desperately dodged the monster's attack while engaging in a fierce battle with Yuna's spirits. Watching, Yamibakura chased Yugi before cornering him. With a smile, he summoned his Diabound Kernel as it grabbed Yugi and held him in place. Dragon Knight of Creation tried to intercept but was swiftly blocked by Yamibakura's remaining spirits. Chuckling, Yamibakura dug through Yugi's pocket, retrieving the two Egyptian god cards. Finally, it's time. Under the cover of his monsters, Yamibakura leisurely approached the Tablet of Memories while dragging Yugi by the scruff of his neck. With the power of the three Egyptian gods, I will now activate your power. Suddenly, the carving of the Millennium Puzzle shone blindly. To everyone's shock, Yugi groaned as the pharaoh emerged from his body. Yugi! Yugi shouted frantically as he gradually floated towards the Tablet of Memories. Laughing, Yamibakura's body began to do the same as they were absorbed into the tablet. The room instantly became quiet as they stared at the collapsed Yugi and Bakura in shock. The presence of the pharaoh and evil spirits in their bodies was nowhere to be found. Out of the blue, the Tablet of Memories began to glow once more, this time more brightly than before. Each picture began to shine as the light condensed into a single line, illuminating the dark room. To Yuna's shock, the light shot towards her at a blinding speed and pierced her chest. Yuna! Sito screamed and sprinted towards her. Feeling something strange, Yuna gasped as her vision distorted, and she fainted. The last thing she saw was her own transparent body floating towards the Tablet of Memories. Yuna's POV. Sometime later. Where the hell am I now? I thought when I finally regained my vision. I could still remember the sensation of getting sucked into the Tablet of Memories as if I was being pulled by a massive vacuum cleaner. Looking around, I saw that everything was dark, and I hesitantly reached out, touching something cold. Metal bars, I muttered in confusion before continuing to move my hands. Eventually, I touched something soft, and I ran my fingers along the object. Suddenly, I felt movement as the thing I was touching flinched. And I finally heard the sound of breathing. I visibly froze and nervously raised my hand, feeling a small lip, a nose and 2 eyes. Realizing I was touching a face, I frantically retracted my hand. Hic. A small whimper entered my ears, and I nervously approached the person. Sensing their fear, I tried to be as slow as possible. Strangely, I felt calm like never before and as if the person before me was someone I had known for a long time. Finally, when I was close enough, I paused. A young girl sat in front of me. She had beautiful long white hair and baby blue eyes that were light, small sapphire jewels. Contrary to her majestic appearance, she was dressed in tattered and dirty clothes, showcasing her pitiful situation. No way, I muttered in shock as the girl stared at me in fear and curiosity. Kizara. Who are you? Kizara asked hesitantly. How do you know my name? I held my breath as her eyes scanned me from top to bottom. Too stunned to respond, we stared at each other in silence. What in the world, I thought. Out of all of the situations I encountered in this life, this was the one that left me speechless. Chapter 92. Yuna's POV. Kizara. The name echoed in my mind, sending a shiver down my spine. My heart twisted painfully as memories of our last moment together flooded back. Before my thoughts could fully gather, a soft voice pulled me back to the present. Hello. Kizara's familiar tone trembled as she stared at me with wide eyes. Who are you? As I stared at her frightened expression, a wave of sadness washed over me, the weight of her past pressing heavily on my heart. The cold metal bars I had touched earlier only deepened the pain, a reminder of her past of being a slave. I hummed softly, lowering myself to my knees until we were eye to eye. I'm here to help you, I whispered, hoping my words could reach her. Help, me? Kizara's voice faltered with doubt. I offered a small, wry smile, knowing the trust one sought wouldn't come quickly. As I slowly extended my hand, Kizara instinctively recoiled, retreating until her back pressed against the cold metal bars. I hesitated, then gently rested my hand on her head, feeling her tense and squirm beneath my touch. I promise, I'm not here to hurt you, I soothed. Please believe me. But as Kizara whimpered softly, my heart ached. How much pain had she endured in her childhood to be this afraid? As I continued to rub her head gently, I reached out with my other arm and pulled her into a tender embrace. At this time, she was still around Serenity's age, which only made me want to pamper her. When I hugged Kizara, she shivered. You don't have to be scared now, I will protect you. Cuddling alongside her, I felt my clothes dampened by Kizara's tears as her gentle moans gradually turned into cries. Biting my lips, I continued to comfort her as she buried deeply into my chest. Bang bang. Suddenly, a jarring noise echoed through the cage, and I snapped my head up. A thug stood outside, his face twisted in anger as he slammed a wooden bat against the metal bars. Shut it, B. TCH. He shouted. Can't you see I'm trying to sleep? If you make any more noise, I will come in and shut you up myself. Kizara, startled, nodded stiffly, fear paralyzing her. The thug, satisfied with his threat, wandered off, not even glancing in my direction. I watched him go, a bitter smile playing on my lips as I remembered the rules of the memories world. Gently, I wiped away Kizara's tears with my finger, trying to offer her some comfort amidst the confusion. I can only be seen by you, I explained and tucked her hair behind her ear. So just think of me as your guardian angel. Guardian, angel? Kizara muttered quietly so as not to disturb the guards. Yes, I nodded excitedly. That's why Kizara doesn't have to be afraid anymore, I will make sure to protect you, and Kizara never has to be lonely ever again. Hearing my declaration, Kizara began to cry once more. However, her sobs quickly died down as Kizara smiled. It was a very bright smile, as if she was able to lift some massive weights off her shoulders. Miss Guardian Angel, Kizara mumbled while still clinging to me. Do you have a name? My name, I chuckled and stroked her hair. My name is Yuna. Kizara quietly called my name and giggled to herself. Gazing at me with her sparkling eyes, I tightened my embrace and promised in my heart that even if this may be a reality created by the tablet of memories, I would definitely make sure that Kizara would never lose her smile. A few days later. For the past few days, we were transported from a dark prison to a moving caravan. While still trapped in a cage, we were thankfully able to breathe in fresh air and look at the view of the desert. Observing the bandit group transporting us, I saw that there were no other prisoners except for Kazara. She explained that she was unfortunately kidnapped while wandering through the streets, which only fueled my anger towards these thugs. During our time together, I also managed to learn more about my condition. Like in the World of Memories arc, outsiders will remain in a ghost-like state that can only be seen by certain people in this trial. This was proven true as none of the bandits here noticed me, and as time went on, they considered Kazara was going insane since it looked like she was talking to herself most of the time. While in this state, I also don't need to eat, and I can perform some absurd feat like floating. At this rate, I might actually be a ghost rather than an actual person. As time passes, Kazara has become much more cheerful than before. She has become more talkative and enjoys our interaction. Even now, she was urging me to entertain her. Yuna, Kazara whined and pulled my sleeve. I'm bored, I want a hug. Smiling wryly at her request, I spread my arms, and she eagerly embraced me. Purring like a cat, Kazara giggled happily when I patted her head. Yuna, Kazara muttered while looking into the distance. When will we get out of here? Staring at the rugged bandits, my lips pursed before smiling reassuringly. It should be soon, in a few days, there will be someone that will save you. Not Yuna. She tilted her head in curiosity, and I laughed. I could, but when you look back on it in a few years, you would much prefer it this way, I replied. Really? Kazara asked hesitantly. Yes, so please be a bit more patient, I soothed and stared at her innocent face. If the history plays out as expected, Kazara will soon be rescued by a young boy. Then they will meet again in a few years and fall in love. However, my hands subconsciously froze. Kazara will also soon meet her end after realizing her feelings in the battle of the evil god. Thinking about the boy, my emotions swirled into a complex mix of confusion. Kazara's destined savior was none other than Priest Sito. Astonishingly, Sito Kaiba was the modern reincarnation of that very same boy. Even if Priest Sito was only his past life, it felt like I was hooking up the girl I deeply cherish with the man I love. Yuna. Noticing my complicated emotions, Kazara asked worriedly. Are you okay? I'm fine, I replied and lightly pinched her cheek. Seeing her relieved smile, I decided to ditch my whimsical thought. Who am I to judge? Kazara was the one that gave me the green light in the first place. Someone you will like will come to save you, I continued, but Kazara seemed a bit displeased as she pouted. I don't need to like another person, she groaned. I only need Yuna. Ku, my heart. You must have other friends as well. It's good to have many friends. Is that so? Kazara muttered, albeit still a little reluctant. If Yuna said so, then I will believe it. Relieved that I was able to convince her, I continued to stroke Kazara's head as I stared into the distance, wondering when he would actually show up. A day later. It was nighttime when the slave traders finally made a stop. Fortunately for them, they were able to take a break from all the walking upon reaching an oasis amongst the desert sand. Hearing the laughter by the large campfire, Kazara subconsciously shivered, and I hugged her to keep her warm. Yuna, aren't you cold? She asked. Don't worry about me, I can't feel it, I answered. Come on, it's time for bed. Nodding, Kazara yawned and rested her head on my thigh. Patting her back, my expression grew solemn as I looked at her frail figure. I felt my patience was gradually running thin as I considered if I had really made the right choice. Just how long does she have to suffer like this? As time went on, the idea of slaying all these bandits using my spirits constantly crossed my mind. Despite losing connection with my dragons, Dragon Knight of Creation and Herald of Creation were more than enough to dispatch these cretins. While thinking of these dark thoughts, the bushes in front of us shook, and a boy appeared before us. Third POV. Earlier. Sito rode the horse through the dark desert night. The sound of the mount's hooves striking across the sand created a rhythmic sound in his ear. Raising his head, he stared at the night sky in silence, bathing in the comfortable moonlight. This wasn't the first time he had ridden to distant villages due to his father's early absence in his life. Sito matured quickly to support his mother by trading various products from to survive. Although the job was physically demanding, times like this were when he really enjoyed this type of labor, where it was only him on this peaceful night. When Sito lowered his head, he suddenly noticed a light in the distance. Being consumed by curiosity, he guided his horse towards that direction and eventually found a large camp. As Sito observed the group of men engrossed in their drinking, he decided it wasn't his concern and guided his horse to turn away. But just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye that stopped him in his tracks. At the edge of the camp, Sito noticed a crude wooden cage. Inside, huddled against the biting cold, was a young girl no older than him. Her tattered clothes offered little protection from the chill. At that moment, any neutral thoughts Sito had about these men plummeted into utter contempt. Slave traders, he spat with disgust and observed the girl with pity. Despite her unusual hair and eye color, the girl's appearance was striking. Watching her shiver helplessly as the men dined and drank without a care, a surge of anger welled up within Sito. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Sito began to question his judgment. Carefully, he guided his horse down the hill, dismounted, and slipped into the cover of nearby bushes. Moving stealthily, he edged closer to the cage, his determination growing with each silent step. When Sito was close enough, he emerged from the shadows and reached for the lock. The sudden movement caught the girl's attention, and she lifted her head, her round eyes widening in surprise as she met Sito's gaze. "Shoo, I'm getting you out of here," Sito hushed and struck the lock with a rock. Clank. The flimsy lock shattered with a single strike, and Sito quickly swung the door open. He extended his hand toward the girl, who hesitated for a moment before cautiously taking it. He carefully helped her down, and as her bare feet touched the cold sand, she flinched as though the sensation was unfamiliar. "Come on, let's go," Sito urged, grabbing her hand as they began to run. As they fled, Sito noticed something odd. The girl seemed to be clutching at thin air with one arm, as if she were dragging something invisible behind her. They raced to where Sito had left his horse, but just as they arrived, a man stepped into their path, blocking their escape. "Where do you think you're going, brat?" he shouted angrily. "You're going to pay for this." As the man reached out, Sito snatched his wrist. Using the man's weight, Sito threw him onto the ground. "Go." The man yelled in alarm, but Sito and the girl wasted no time. They scrambled onto the horse, and with a swift kick, Sito urged the animal into a full gallop. The horse surged forward, carrying them across the desert as the camp and its men grew smaller and smaller in the distance. "Are they still chasing us?" Sito yelled as the wind blew past his ears. "No." The girl replied, and he finally slowed down his pace. With an agile movement, he leapt off his horse and ran beside her. "Go now, get away before it's too late." "Aren't you coming?" the girl asked, and Sito shook his head. "I will be fine," he said, slapping the back of the horse as the animal sped up. "Wait, what is your name?" the girl yelled loudly. "Sito." The boy responded while panting in exhaustion. "I will remember this, Sito. I will definitely repay you," she shouted, her voice ringing out as the wind carried her words. Sito slowed down, watching her figure gradually vanish into the distance. He realized that he never even got her name, but something inside him told him this wasn't the last he'd see of her. Somehow, he knew their paths would cross again. Yuna's POV. "Kizara, I think we can stop now," I said while floating beside her. "I don't know how long we have been riding, but we were already very far away from the campsite, and it's safe to assume that we have successfully escaped." "Kizara?" I called once more when she didn't answer, and the horse suddenly came to a halt. "Ah, yes." She jumped and blurted. "Are you okay?" I asked worriedly, and Kizara hurriedly nodded before averting her gaze. Her ears were slightly red as she fidgeted nervously in her seat. "You're thinking about Sito, weren't you?" "I'm not," she stammered as I poked her teasingly. "Well, you are hugging him pretty tightly when you're both on the horse earlier," I pointed out with a smile. "Is this the first time you met a boy your age?" "Yuna." Kizara screamed while blushing, and she jumped off her horse and chased me. However, being able to fly, I easily dodged her whimsical attempt to grab me. When Kizara finally gave up, she collapsed as I sat beside her. "I really don't like him," she muttered, and I nodded. "Okay, I will believe you," I replied and stroked her head as she yawned. "You have been riding for quite a while now, you must be tired." As the horse lay down, Kizara crawled towards the animal and gently leaned on its stomach. The beast snorted and sniffed her hair before going to sleep. As we listened to the beast's quiet breathing, Kizara held my hand as she smiled. "Good night," I whispered, and she gradually closed her eyes. 5 minutes had passed before I made sure Kizara was finally asleep, and I carefully slipped my hand out of her grasp. "Sorry," I apologized softly. "I will be back soon." Rising to my feet, I calmly watched over her sleeping body. "You can come out now," I called softly. At my words, Kizara's body shimmered, and Blue Eye's white dragon materialized before me. The dragon's piercing pupils locked onto mine as I extended my hand. The beast made no move to withdraw from my touch. Instead, it let out a gentle groan, its robust frame relaxing as it closed its eyes. "You have been looking after Kizara all this time, don't worry, I will take care of her," I said, and the dragon playfully nudged against my chest. Laughing, I patted Blue Eye's white dragon's head as we stared at each other. "You know what we should do, right?" Since he saved Kizara, we have to return the favor. Without hesitation, I leapt onto the dragon's back, and we soared into the sky. Meanwhile. Third POV. It was utter chaos. Screams and fire filled the air as Sito sprinted down the street. His heart raced, and panic-stricken his face. It was soon after rescuing Kizara that he found his village up in smoke. The slave traders, angered by loss, decided to unleash their rage on this unsuspecting village. Dodging several of the slave traders, Sito's mind was only filled with the thought of his mother. Bam! Suddenly, Sito was tackled and pinned to the floor. Lifting his head, he saw the same slave trader that he fought not so long ago smiling maliciously. Grabbing Sito by the hair, the thug forced him to watch as they set fire to his house. Mother! Sito screamed in fear as the flames consumed the building. Tears streamed down his face as the bandits laughed. Turning around, Sito also saw the other villagers being captured one by one as they were put into chains. Being forced onto his feet, Sito's wrists were tightly bound before he was thrown towards the group. Mother! He mumbled in despair while staring at his burning home. But suddenly, Sito heard shouts as the bandits began to run in panic. A blinding light dispersed the dark smoke that filled the night, and Sito saw the shadow of a giant beast. It was a dragon with shimmering white scales and piercing blue eyes. Turning its head, the dragon's gaze made everyone freeze in their spot. Flapping its massive wings, the monster unleashed a deafening roar. And at that moment, the surroundings were quiet except for the dragon's low, rumbling growl. Boom! Sito's burning house exploded, and he saw a golden force field expanding from within. Standing in the barrier was a tall woman wearing a saintly golden and white robe. She had long blonde hair. And a mask covered her face. In her hand was a long magical staff, while in her other arm was Sito's mother, unconscious but alive. Using some unexplainable magic, the woman pushed the debris aside as she calmly walked out of the burning building. Snapping out of their shock, some slave traders charged with their swords. Clang! Before the attacks could land, a man dressed in gold armor blocked the blade with his great sword. With some elegant technique, the slave traders were swiftly cut down, showering the ground with blood. It was a scene you hear from a mythical tale as the dragon and the two warriors effortlessly defeated the remaining slave traders. When dawn arrived, the village was filled with bodies of the bandits that tried to attack. The man sheathed his massive sword and approached Sito with deliberate calmness. Sito's nerves were on edge as he looked up at the imposing figure. Unable to read anything from the knight's hidden expression beneath his helmet. Without uttering a single word, the knight snapped the chains of the captive and set them free. Thank you, Sito knelt next to his mother and spoke stiffly. You should stay, our village will definitely provide compensation. However, to Sito's expectation, the knight shook his head as he and the woman climbed onto the dragon's back. Without wasting any more time, they took off into the air, never to be seen again. Yuna's POV. Meanwhile. Meat! I exclaimed excitedly. Kizara would love this. Storing the food into a satchel I found, I continued to search through the rest of the bandits' belongings. When they left the camp in a hurry, several valuable items remained, and I happily collected them all. From small tools to food and money, I took everything that could help Kizara survive. I even found a small dagger that she could defend herself with. In case I'm not around. I also tasked my two spirits to retrieve anything they could find from the corpses, so now we have enough supplies that would last us for a few days. When I finished looting, I called for Blue Eyes White Dragon. However, I received no response. Confused, I tried to shout, but it was as if the dragon's presence had disappeared completely. My face turned pale upon realization. I messed up. In a panic, I frantically flew back in the direction I came from. When I finally returned, I could only see the horse and traces of a small campfire. When I landed, I suddenly felt a presence that made my body tense. Awkwardly turning around, I saw Kizara staring at me with her arms crossed. Good morning, I greeted her, and she scowled. Yuna, she mumbled coldly. You lied to me. Why, yes. I stuttered nervously, and before I could fully process what was happening, Kizara closed the distance between us. In an unexpected burst of emotion, she threw her arms around me, and we both toppled to the floor. Like a koala, she clung to me with such a tight grip that I found myself unable to move, her embrace both comforting and immobilizing. How long are we going to stay like this? I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. Kizara mumbled in response, until I'm satisfied. Left speechless, I shut my mouth and stared up at the sky, pondering how things had taken such an unexpected turn. Chapter 93. Yuna's POV. As the sun rose, Kizara finally loosened her embrace, setting me free. I couldn't help but gaze at her with a mix of curiosity and confusion. But Kizara seemed unfazed. With a carefree smile, she turned her attention to the food I had brought, happily indulging in it as if nothing unusual had transpired. "By the way, Yuna, now that we're free, what will we do?" she asked and took a big gulp of water. "Well, I took some money from the slave traders, so I think we should go to a city first," I replied. "Thankfully, we got a horse, so it shouldn't take too long." Kizara nodded in agreement, finishing the last bite of her breakfast before effortlessly climbing onto the horse. The journey ahead was calm and uneventful as we rode quietly across the desert sands. To pass the time, we engaged in light-hearted conversations, chatting about anything and everything, even if the topics were trivial. What made the ride truly enjoyable was the simple pleasure of having someone to talk to. For reasons I couldn't quite explain, I felt an unusual sense of comfort around Kizara. Her presence put my heart at ease, making our seemingly meaningless banter feel meaningful in its own way. Eventually, after a few hours of traveling, we arrived at a village along a river. Entering the village, we were able to purchase some information and secure a rough map. As swiftly as we arrived, we left the village and continued our journey to reach the city. "So the capital is called Memphis," Kizara muttered and stared at the hieroglyphics on the papyrus. "Kizara, you can read?" I uttered in shock while examining the unintelligible symbols. I couldn't even understand a single word. "Foo foo foo," Kizara laughed, and her nose twitched. "So even Yuna have something she can't do." Suppressing my urge to pinch her cheeks, I smiled nonchalantly. Besides that, when did Kizara learn to read anyway? "Well, an old grandpa taught me when I was extremely young," she explained with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. "I can't remember much about him, but the old grandpa said that it's a pretty common skill, so I should at least know this much." "I don't think it's common at all," I muttered blankly, recalling that only a handful of people can count, let alone read, in this day and age. "But still, that must be very impressive." I praised wholeheartedly, and Kizara blushed at my flurry of compliments. "Kizara is really a genius." Of course," she said with a mischievous grin, "praise me more." Our laughter filled the air as we rode off, Kizara's enthusiasm propelling us forward. Now, where were we? "There's no time to waste." With that, she urged the horse into a swift trot, and we continued our journey with haste. 3 days later. As we reached the top of a hill, Kizara's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, so that's Memphis," she breathed, taking in the vast cityscape that unfolded in front of our very eyes. Before us stretched a sprawling city, its vast expanse marked by endless rows of buildings that seemed to merge with the horizon. Enclosing Memphis were colossal limestone walls, their surfaces gleaming under the intense sunlight. Beyond the city's walls, countless farms and lush green fields dotted the landscape, adding a surprising vibrancy to the sandy terrain. Yet, what truly captivated us was the royal palace, standing majestically at the heart of the capital. Constructed from the finest marble, the palace embodied luxury and grandeur, its gleaming facade a testament to the wealth and power of the pharaoh. To think something like this existed, I muttered in admiration at the sight as Kizara eagerly nudged her horse. "I will race you there," she exclaimed and rushed down the hill. "Ah, Kizara, wait. This girl, really." Soon arriving at the gate, Kizara was swiftly stopped by the guards. "Halt," one of them said and approached her. "Please state your identity." Intimidated by the spear in his hand, Kizara stammered awkwardly, "I'm just visiting." "I see," the guard nodded. "However, you must first pay a small fee to enter." "Would I have to pay again if I leave?" Kizara questioned, and the guard shook his head and showed her a copper bar in his hand. "Once you have paid, you will be given this item, which proves your identity, and you can use it to enter or exit the city at all times," he explained. "Then I will pay," Kizara muttered and handed the guard several coins. When he finished counting, the guard happily gave her the copper bar and moved out of her way. Gently guiding her horse, we finally entered the city and held our breath. The road was bustling with life. There were dozens of street stalls on both sides of the road, creating vibrant colors and various delicious smells that made us feel like we were in paradise. "Do you have anything you want to do first?" I asked Kizara, who was quietly watching the moving crowd. Gurgle. At the rumbling sound, Kizara blushed and rubbed her stomach in embarrassment. "Someplace to eat would be nice." "Sure, you have only been eating plain bread for a while now, you should treat yourself," I agreed, and her face lit up with joy. Fortunately, it didn't take long for us to spot a small tavern nestled along the street. After securing the horse to a nearby wooden post, we made our way inside and settled into a cozy corner. To Kizara's delight, the food arrived shortly after we placed our order. Her eyes widened in wonder as she gazed at the plate of fish set before her. With a hint of hesitation, Kizara picked up her fork and carefully cut a piece of the fish. As soon as she took a bite, her eyes grew wide with astonishment, and tears began to well up. After days of bland rations, this fish was like an unexpected gift from the gods. Kizara, calm down, I muttered as we began to attract some unwanted attention. Wiping her tears, Kizara swiftly devoured the remaining food, not leaving a single bit behind. When she sighed with satisfaction, she made an sound. I should have left Yuna some, she mumbled apologetically, and I chuckled. Don't worry about me, and I don't get hungry anyway, I explained with a small smile. Besides that, now that we're in Memphis, we have to figure out our plans for the future. We first have to find a place to stay, while we can still sleep outside. It's about time we at least secure a comfortable shelter. Luckily, I'm pretty sure that this inn can lend out rooms, but at some cost, of course. Kizara, but what about our money, right? I took the words out of Kizara's mouth, and she nodded worriedly. Unfortunately, we currently don't have a way to get money. Then should I find a job? Kizara proposed, and I stared at her frail frame with concern. I'm scared that anything too labor-intensive might be dangerous for you, I muttered worriedly and affectionately patted her head as she bit her lips in frustration. It's not your fault, so don't be upset. Yuna, she mumbled, and I hurriedly stood up. Enough of that troubling thought, how about we go on a walk? Without waiting for her answer, I left through the door, letting her chase after me. Despite not showing directly, Kizara's uncertain future plagued my mind. Wandering through busy streets, I occasionally noticed Kizara glimpsing at the food stalls. However, knowing our financial situation, she could only walk past them with a heavy heart. Watching this scene, I could only clench my fists, frustrated at our current situation. It's okay, Yuna. Suddenly, Kizara grasped my hand and muttered affectionately. You being here is enough. Feeling guilty, I squeezed her hand with a sad smile. I should be the one taking care of you. I promised that Kizara would always be happy. But I am happy, Kizara argued. In fact, I'm having the happiest time of my life. Because I know that I'm no longer alone, I also know that you will always protect me. Who couldn't be happy about that? Kizara laughed sweetly. I can safely say that nothing else could beat this moment now. I slowly extended my hand. Tap. Ouch. What was that for? Don't declare that so carelessly, you should save it when you get married, I chided, and Kizara stuck out her tongue. I'm fine without marriage. What's so good about it anyway? How is it not? Marrying someone you love is really great, you know. What makes you say that? Don't tell me. Yuna is married? No, I'm not. I blushed profusely as she continued to attack. Then Yuna must also have someone she likes, right? Or else, all that talk about marriage and stuff has to come from somewhere. That, I averted my gaze, finding myself unable to lie. Who is it? Kizara sulked. Whoever it is, I won't allow it. She huffed and crossed her arms, unaware that the very person she was rebelling against was the modern reincarnation of her lover. Enough, I exclaimed and covered my face. Don't change the subject. So don't claim that this is your happiest moment so carelessly. There's definitely going to be a moment in the future that will be better than this. Still pouting, Kizara walked ahead of me as her cheeks inflated like a chipmunk. Laughing quietly, I followed behind her with an amused smile. Is perhaps Kizara jealous? Who's jealous? She sulked, and my smile widened even further. Come on, don't be upset. Kizara will find someone she loves in the future. Should I also be jealous then? Humph. I won't fall in love. Ever. Well, I'm not so sure about that. I muttered. Smiling wryly, we swiftly forgot about her previous conversation and resumed our exploration through the city. It was more enjoyable than I had expected, mainly because these were things that I would never get to see in my present life. As the sun began to set, we finally stopped outside of the giant palace. A flight of long stairs made of smooth sandstone ascended towards the tall building as if it were a stairway to heaven. Apparently, this flight of stairs leads to a temple, I explained while eavesdropping from the nearby. The palace is built behind it. That's where the pharaoh lives, Kizara muttered in awe. If it looks this majestic from the outside, I wonder how beautiful the inside actually is. Then should we go see? I asked and pulled Kizara by the hand. With my assistance, we quickly ascended the stairs and found ourselves standing before an awe-inspiring Egyptian temple. The grand entrance left us momentarily speechless. Its sheer size and intricate details overwhelming. The walls were adorned with vibrant carvings etched with meticulous precision. Massive statues acting as pillars lined the walls, their towering forms supporting the vast ceiling above. As we stepped inside, we entered a spacious room filled with the soft glow of candles and ancient scriptures. The air was thick with reverence as countless people knelt in prayer, creating a serene and sacred atmosphere. This is the public area, and the palace should be revealed deeper inside, I hypothesized, glancing at the soldiers guarding the doors leading further into the temple. Then I guess it can't be helped, Kizara sighed exasperatingly. Should we just go back? Staring at her disappointed expression, I felt determined as I took her hand. Going outside of the temple, I led Kizara all the way to the back, where there were fewer people. Finding an area along the walls, I suddenly embraced Kizara. We will definitely see it, I declared as we began to float. Why, Yuna? Kizara yelped nervously. We will get in trouble. Don't worry, let's have a small peek, I replied, my curiosity surging, wanting even to fulfill a little bit of her desire. We really shouldn't be doing this, she mumbled, but her excited expression betrayed her. As I carried Kizara to the top, I carefully let go, and she landed gently on the temple rooftop. Thankfully, there seemed to be nobody in sight, and we were able to relax our guard momentarily. Moving closer to the edge, Kizara and I both gasped. In the distance, we could see the royal palace in its entire glory. At the front was an expansive vacant courtyard filled with luscious greeneries. And further were giant buildings constructed purely made of white quartz, giving it a divine appearance. Even if we couldn't see the interiors, this much felt more than enough. Smiling, I glanced at Kizara's dumbstruck face and laughed. See, I told you it was worth it. Yuna, Kizara muttered. Do you think we could ever step foot in there? I don't know, I answered honestly. But who said we can't try? Well, if we do, let's do it legitimately, Kizara chuckled. It wouldn't be good if we get arrested. That's true, I agreed with a nod. Kizara stood up, her eyes locked on the royal palace in the distance. Just wait. I will definitely see what's inside. That is my promise. With a confident gaze, Kizara placed her hands on her hips and smiled, the sunlight reflecting brilliantly in her crystal-clear eyes. For a brief moment, we were so caught up in the intensity of her vow that we completely lost track of our surroundings. Suddenly, a voice interrupted our thoughts. You know, it began. You can't just get in there on empty promises. Swiftly turning around, Kizara and I spotted a boy with a bald head and sharp features. He was dressed in a delicate white linen robe, and several golden bracelets adorned his arms, observing Kizara calmly with his bright blue eyes. Who are you? Kizara questioned nervously. I should be the one asking that question, the boy frowned. How did you sneak past the guards? This is a restricted area, you know. Ah, Kizara squirmed and averted her gaze. Eventually, her eyes wandered to the edge of the roof. I climbed up here. You climbed, he made a stupid expression. I find it hard to believe. Fine, even if you really did somehow climb all the way up here, you still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Kizara, she introduced herself. From your appearance, you're commoner. The boy grasped his chin. Like I said, this is a restrictive area, and you shouldn't be here. Hold on. Kizara interrupted him. It's common etiquette to introduce yourself too. Caught off guard by her statement, the boy froze before laughing in disbelief. You really are a weird one. Fine, my name is Shada, and I am Shimon Muron's apprentice, who's one of the 6 sacred guardians. Shada smiled proudly, and Kizara tilted her head. Sacred guardians? Who are they? As if lightning struck, Shada froze in shock and stared at Kizara as if she were the strangest person in the world. Do you really not know? When Kizara innocently shook her head, Shada sighed. Alright, there's no point in explaining. If you don't even know, just follow me, I will escort you out. Wait. Kizara stopped Shada while glimpsing at the palace. You said that I can't get into the palace through empty promises, so please tell me how. So you're really serious about that? Well, it's not like it's impossible. First, you could become a royal servant who cleans the royal palace. However, that doesn't seem to work since you looked fragile, but if you really did climb all the way up here, then it might be possible. But to even become a royal servant, you needed trusted backing, or you couldn't even remotely get close to the pharaoh or anyone important, Shada continued, and Kizara frowned. Is there any other way? You can also be a priest, but that takes years of learning and religious rituals, Shada explained. From the looks of it, you wanted to have a fast way, right? Seeing her hesitant nod, Shada sighed. There's only one way then, become a scribe for the pharaoh. A scribe? Kizara tilted her head in confusion. It's like you record and write important documents, I explained quietly. They're basically civil servants. But that's also very difficult, he continued. You must know how to read and write thousands of different hieroglyphics, then, you must also learn how to calculate mathematics and use accounting skills, however, they could be learned later on if you're chosen, that is. And that's why it's also the fastest way. Shada stated with a smile. Every year, an exam will be held that will select new apprentices from hundreds of applicants. Can anyone participate? Kizara asked, her eyes gleaming at this opportunity. If you have enough money, then yes, Shada nodded. We can't just have anyone participate since ink and papyrus are pretty expensive, after all. I have personally passed this test. He bragged. It's true for me to say that it's a very difficult test, and out of 200 people that participated last year, only 10 passed. Then Shada must be pretty amazing, Kizara mumbled, clearly impressed. That's why you should show me more respect. He grinned. Since you're such a good listener, I won't tell anyone about today if you just leave here now. Hesitantly, Kizara glimpsed at me in the corner of her eye. Seeing me nod, her shoulders briefly relaxed. And she obediently complied with Shada's terms. On the way down the roof, I asked several questions through Kizara, and Shada answered all of them, clearly happy that someone was showing so much interest in their job. With Shada's presence, we were quickly able to pass the guards, and soon, we arrived at the temple's entrance. Just don't do something so reckless again. If you hurt yourself, no one could be able to find you. Don't worry, like I said, next time, I will go in legitimately. It's really nice meeting you, Shada. I will see you next year. Kizara waved, and we began to descend the stairs. Yes, see you, next year. Wait, don't tell me you're really serious about participating in the exam. Of course, why would I promise something if I'm not going to do it? Kizara tilted her head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Yuna. That exam, we're definitely going, right? Yeah. I nodded. Such an opportunity, how could we miss it? At that moment, our hearts were perfectly in sync, united by a shared determination. I vowed that through the upcoming exam, I would make Kizara's name known to the world. With the fire of our resolve burning brightly, time seemed to blur, and before we knew it, an entire year had flown by. Chapter 94. 1 year later. Yuna's POV. An entire year has passed in the blink of an eye, and despite the short time, I watched Kizara grow from a young, innocent girl to someone that's more mature and that's getting more beautiful by the day. Even though I was ecstatic by her growth, I also felt a sense of dissonance with myself. Even if a year had passed, I haven't found myself aging one bit, which was another reminder of the situation I'm in. It was safe to say that I'm definitely not in a world created by the tablet of memories. Instead, this might really be the past. Yet. That only filled me with more questions than before. Why was I brought to the past and met up with Kizara? Why did the tablet of memories select me? And last of all, the question that I have always overlooked, why did Holakti choose me? What's so important about me other than being good at dueling that I was brought to this world? Even answering one of those questions would satisfy my overflowing curiosity, but the possibility of achieving the answer in my current state was incredibly low. Finding myself lost in these mindless thoughts, the days gone past felt like a daze. Yuna, as I was lost in my thoughts, the door to our room slowly opened, and Kizara's face appeared from the doorframe. It's time for us to go. Ah yes, I nodded and hopped down from the windowsill. Glancing at the room, I felt a sense of pride for how long we had come. With a clear goal in mind. Kizara worked passionately and was able to secure a job helping the inn owner with cooking, washing and cleaning. While the pay was a bit low, we were able to secure a room at the corner of the tavern and have been living here since then. What's wrong? Kizara asked, sensing my quietness. Is everything okay? Noticing her worried gaze, I hid away my concern with a smile. Don't worry, I'm alright. Instinctively, Kizara fell into my embrace and hugged me tightly. Yuna has been really quiet lately. You would also stare into the distance and not move much. Is that so? I uttered in surprise, unaware of my behavior. I think I'm just a bit tired, that's all. But. Like I said, you don't have to worry, I comforted her, and she pursed her lips. Kizara, you really don't have to worry, okay? I'm feeling fine. Honestly, I'm more worried about Kizara. Today's finally the moment you've been waiting for, so I'm quite anxious about whether something will go wrong. Humph, there's nothing to fear. Kizara confidently stood up. I have practiced very hard, and I will definitely do my best. Even if I don't know the answer, Yuna would just help me cheat, right? Kizara gazed at me with complete trust, and my smile twitched in disbelief. I take everything back, she has not matured one bit. But one thing she got right. I would have helped Kazara regardless, but it just didn't feel very pleasant for her to point it out so blatantly. Sigh, try not to rely on my help too much, it wouldn't be good if the answers were wrong, I explained, and Kazara nodded solemnly. Despite the challenging exam, I know that I don't have to worry. During that time, Kazara worked really hard. From writing hieroglyphs in the sand to buying wooden boards and clay tablets for her to use. There were even times we sneaked back onto the rooftop to try and find Shada again so he could give her some materials to work with. Do your best, Kazara, nobody could look down on the hard work you put in, even if Kazara failed, I won't stop being proud. Yuna, Kazara muttered with emotions, and she hurriedly wiped her eyes. Then we have no time to waste. I will definitely pass this exam. With excitement, Kazara leapt out of the window. As she fell, I caught her hand, and she gently touched the ground in a fluid motion. Why would you do that? Just use the stairs. Before I could scold her, Kazara ran off, and the sound of her laughter echoed down the busy street. Sighing for the 10th time today, I dashed after her. Fortunately, with her back turned, Kazara wasn't able to see my embarrassing, warm smile. An hour later. By the time we arrived, the place was already teeming with people. The exam was set in the very temple where Kazara had made her promise. Watching the crowd, we noticed the people lining up in a long queue and talking with several people sitting by a booth. Realizing that's where she should sign up, Kazara quickly entered the line and waited patiently for her turn. When Kazara finally reached the front, she hesitantly approached one of the booths. Hello, she greeted awkwardly, and the man sitting by the table raised an eyebrow. Are you here to take the Royal Scribe exam? The man questioned, and seeing Kazara's nod, he wrote down something on the papyrus. Do you have anyone referencing you? If not, you must pay a fee to participate. Already being briefed by Shada, Kazara obediently placed a small bag filled with coins on the table. When the man thoroughly checked the amount, he nodded and wrote down Kazara's name before handing her a small wooden tablet. Alright, this is all for now, you may leave, he ordered, and Kazara was ushered away. Still, in a state of confusion, she moved to the place where other people had also finished their registration. It's a little strange, I commented while staring at the registration process in confusion. I thought it would be a bit more complex than this. Nodding along, Kazara carefully observed the small wooden tablet given to her. Instantly, she gasped and quickly covered her mouth. Noticing her reaction, I grabbed her hand and led her to a corner where we were alone. Yuna, look at this, Kazara exclaimed and showed me the wooden tablet. On it was a small inscription of hieroglyphics, and she began to read out what it said. As the Ra's eye is at its peak, go to the sacred ground of our God's earthly home, stand where the shadow stretches longest, and you will find what you seek. I frowned at the confusing words, and Kazara grasped her chin deep in thought, this must be a puzzle of some sort. But why would they give us this? Kazara muttered before gasping. Unless. Yuna, do you think the test already started? What do you mean? Well, think about it. There has to be a reason that we were given this, but if my suspicion is correct, this is telling us the location of our test site. Some seem to have already realized the truth and moved calmly to their venue, while others were still left confused. To think the eliminations have already begun, I uttered and tapped Kazara's shoulder. Have you figured out what ours meant? It first said that at Ra's eye at its peak, Kazara explained. Ra's eye is also commonly known as the sun, so when the sun is at its peak, it is midday, right? Then, when it said God's earthly home, do you think they mean the temple? I said excitedly. Also, where the shadow stretches the longest, that typically happens when the sun is setting, and the sun sets in the west. Nodding eagerly, Kazara climbed the stairs to the temple. Once we were by the entrance, she turned left, following several other people who seemed to have also solved the puzzle. When Kazara finally stopped walking, we arrived at a courtyard connected to the main temple. Inside, multiple low tables were placed neatly in rows, further strengthening our confirmation that Kazara had gone to the right place. As we admired the surroundings, a man dressed in clean robes approached the group. For now, find a spot to sit down and await further instructions, he spoke calmly and gestured at the vacant desks. Following the man's order, Kazara found a spare desk all the way in the corner and knelt. Unlike those modern school desks, the tables were longer and shorter, so everyone had to sit on their knees. There's not as many people as I thought, I muttered while observing the room. With the numerous tables set for the participants, only 2/3 of the empty seats were filled. Suddenly, shouting came from the outside, and I curiously left Kazara's side to observe the commotion. Moving to the courtyard, there were a couple of people angrily shouting at the staff we talked to earlier. What do you mean you can't let us in? We have paid the registration fee, are you scamming us? Unfortunately, sir, this is merely the protocol, you all have already been informed of the location and time on the wooden tag. How am I supposed to know that? The man roared. You wrote this incoherent mess and expect us to understand. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. I apologize if you couldn't understand the words written. I could only wish you'd be more attentive next year. Why you? The man barged out of the crowd and tried to assault the staff member. However, before his arms could reach him, several guards blocked his path. Intimidated by their sharp weapons, the group of people could only clench their fists in frustration. One by one, they eventually left, unable to do anything but remember their mistake and try again next year. Feeling strange about the merciless eliminations, I moved back to Kazara and held her hand. Watching her innocently tilt her head, I smiled worriedly. Things would really be fine, right? We should now begin, the staff announced while standing at the center of the courtyard. With a small wave, several more staff entered, carrying various papyrus scrolls and wooden boards. You will each be given a wooden plaque that contains all the questions you must answer and a papyrus scroll that you can write with. During the examination, you may request for more scrolls, but only a maximum of 3 times. If you are caught cheating during the exam, you will be immediately disqualified and banned from participating in this exam in the future. Are there any further questions? He asked and nodded with satisfaction when everyone shook their heads. Good, you have 2 hours, I wish you all luck. Taking out a giant hourglass, he flipped it, and the sand began to drop. Instantly, everyone grabbed their pens and unfurled their scrolls. Kazara's face tensed with tension as she nervously dipped her pen into the bottle of ink, and the Royal Scribe exam had officially started. Third POV. Ho ho ho, there are a lot more examinees this year, an elderly man laughed and stroked his beard with amusement. Walking through the quiet temple, he curiously observed each testing site, watching the potential new scribes diligently writing on their test papers. Stopping in one particular courtyard, the man hummed and glanced at his apprentice, who was watching a participant in the corner. Following his gaze, the elderly man smirked when he saw that his young disciple was staring at a girl. Shada, did that young lady catch your eye? Ah, no, Master Shimon, Shada shook his head stiffly. She's merely someone I know, and I didn't expect her to really show up. Staring at Kazara's writing on the scrolls, Shada felt a strange sense of satisfaction. It wasn't long ago when he overheard her bold claim of stepping foot into the royal palace, and having the will to carry out that promise was admirable. Additionally, at first, Shada merely provided some spare resources out of a whim, but as time went on, he could see her talent in this role, and gradually, his advice became more serious as well. Is this whom you've been giving those teaching materials to? And here I thought you were getting engrossed in your studies. No, Master Shimon. How could I ever? Of course, I have already reviewed and memorized everything before giving it away. Realizing he was being tricked, Shada stared at the ground with embarrassment. Thankfully, remembering their current environment, Shimon's laughter soon died down. So, how is she? Does the girl show any potential? Kazara has a lot of talent, from what I can tell. She indeed has some background in literature despite her commoner background, and her speed of learning is remarkable. That's so. Shimon smirked. Then she must be impressive if my disciple praises her, but we must not look down on the others as well. In the end, no matter how much you praise someone, it's meaningless if they couldn't overcome the hurdle of this test. Yes, Shada agreed with a complicated expression. But I hope your judgment of her is correct, Shimon replied sincerely. I would like to meet the one that my disciple personally trained. After all, feeling embarrassed, Shada averted his gaze, but deep down, he couldn't help but agree. Yuna's POV. Oh, this guy's answer is pretty good. Kazara, listen closely. This person's calculation seemed a little strange. Kazara's answer is probably correct. Kazara, I think this is wrong here, you forgot to subtract this number. I frantically corrected her mistakes and continued to pace around the room. Despite knowing that I might break her concentration, I couldn't control myself at the thought of her failure. However, my worries were also misplaced as Kazara answered the questions with ease. Thankfully, most of these questions were related to literature, which Kazara was able to solve due to her past additionally. The test contained several mathematical questions about general arithmetic. But with my help, within 1 year, Kazara learned how to calculate numbers and was able to perform some decent algebra skills. Although some questions were quite tricky, it's not something a little bit of the ghost over your shoulder method couldn't solve. Because of my non-physical form, I could sneak a peek and write the answer on Kazara's scroll with my finger. This was the perfect crime, and I could never get caught doing it. Cheating? What was this cheating you're talking about? This was merely a skill, yes, an ability that Kazara worked very hard for. Laughing cheekily at my brilliant idea, I continued to watch over Kazara and time quickly passed by. There are 10 more minutes left, the staff member announced suddenly, and everyone's pace became faster than before. She increased her speed, and Kazara was able to complete the remaining questions. When she finally reached the last question, she paused as her pen hung inches above the scroll. "What's wrong?" I asked, and Kazara frowned. This question," she whispered, her voice barely audible and gestured with the tip of her pen. "I don't know how to answer this. Is it something we haven't learned?" I questioned anxiously, and Kazara shook her head. She stammered in a flustered tone. "It's asking why I want to become a scribe. A moral question." I tilted my head in surprise. This was something unexpected. Unlike the regular exam questions, these questions were very strange. Unlike having a correct answer, they were something to judge someone's character. Since people can easily lie about their answers. I don't really know how they were able to tell if they were dishonest, but if they asked something like this in the first place, the testers should have a method. As the sand continued to drop to the bottom of the hourglass, Kazara bit her lips as she continued to hesitate. Gently, I placed my hands over her shoulders, and she flinched. "Just relax, there are no wrong answers, just write what comes to your mind." Nodding stiffly, Kazara began to write, and before we both realized, the remaining sand in the hourglass dripped down. Thankfully, Kazara seemed to be satisfied, and a small, relieved smile bloomed on her face. "Now, everyone, place your pens down, and we will come and collect the exam materials," the staff member explained. The number of people participating was lower than expected, thus, please be patient, your results will be announced soon. Gradually, people began to stand up from their sitting places. Following the other testers, Kazara left the courtyard. As the sunlight struck her face, Kazara finally released the tension in her body. "I don't know what, but I feel more nervous leaving the exam than being in it," Kazara muttered. "Well, that's just the way it is," I patted her head. "Well, whatever the result was, it doesn't matter." Smiling reassuringly at Kazara, I held back the anxious sigh. I hoped things would really go well. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the courtyard. Grand Vizier. The examiner screeched in shock at Shimon's sudden appearance before quickly bowing. What brings you here?" Can you show me all the test scrolls?" "Actually, give me the one that was used by an examinee named Kazara." Handing him the papyrus scroll, Shimon hummed as he opened it, revealing all of Kazara's answers. "Master," Shada muttered as Shimon continued to read through the answers in silence. Not bad. There are some minor mistakes, but most of the questions are correct. Typically, it was customary for people not to get all answers correct, however, instead of having specific questions wrong. There were many small mistakes, only making a part of the question correct. It was as if more than one person was working on this one scroll. But unbeknownst to Shimon, he didn't realize how accurate that hypothesis actually was. As Shimon continued to scan the remaining answers, he eventually reached the final question, which Shimon found to be the most interesting. Just as Yuna has predicted, it has no accurate weight. However, it was indeed a method to test a person's character. Since the test was already difficult enough to leave only a few people as candidates, they could freely get help from the Millennium Scale, which can determine a person's sincerity in their writing. How interesting, Shimon stared at Kazara's answer, and he felt his curiosity truly piqued. "Shada." "Yes, master." Shada lifted his head as Shimon handed him the papyrus scroll. "Go and find her." "Shada, why, yes. Find Kazara and bring her to me," Shimon ordered while stroking his beard. "I want to see who she really is." Chapter 95. Yuna's POV. "My master wants to see you." That was the first thing Shada said to us upon his arrival. Confused, Kazara nodded stiffly and began to follow him back into the courtyard. Moving deeper into the building, Shada eventually led us to a closed door, and I sensed a presence inside. "Master, I have brought her," Shada knocked on the door before turning to us. "Please enter quietly." "Are you not coming in with us?" Kazara asked, and he shook his head. "He only requested you, and I will be waiting outside, but please don't be disrespectful. My master is the Grand Vizier, one wrong word can get you in a lot of trouble," Shada explained. Grand Vizier, Kazara gulped nervously and shivered. At Shada's urging, she hesitantly opened the door and stepped inside. Immediately upon entering, a pleasant fragrance hit our noses, and an elderly man sat at the center of the room. Dressed in clean white robes, the man has spiky gray hair styled upwards and a wrinkled face with brown skin. On his neck was the familiar Millennium Key. While it looked like an ordinary ornament in Kazara's eyes, I knew its power and couldn't afford to relax. However, that's not the main thing I was focusing on. He looked just like Grandpa Muto, I thought to myself and stared at him with discomfort. Even if I knew that he was not the same person, their appearance and behavior were so similar that it left me in a daze. It felt like everyone I know has forgotten about my very existence, that I was alone, stranded in this passage of time. While I was able to endure at the beginning, as time went on, I could feel myself losing a sense of reality. Before I realized it, a single tear dripped down my face, and I struggled to control my emotions. Noticing my distress, Kizara glanced at me worriedly but was unable to act in the presence of the elderly man. "Worry about me later," I insisted. "Focus on what is happening now." "But Yuna," she mouthed. "No buts." I hushed. "Just listen to what he has to say." Despite feeling reluctant, Kizara eventually nodded under my firm refusal. As the man finished his tea, he smiled calmly, "Please relax and sit down." Kizara mumbled dejectedly, and I felt guilty for scolding her a little too hard. When she sat down, Kizara immediately held my hand in comfort. "My name is Shimon Muran, and as you heard from my disciple, I'm the current Grand Vizier of the Great Pharaoh." Shimon introduced himself with a friendly grin. "I'm Kizara," Kizara greeted uncomfortably. What am I doing here?" Thud. Suddenly, we heard a scrambling noise outside, and I assumed Shada must have collapsed in exasperation at Kizara's manner of speech. Reaching the same conclusion as me, Shimon chuckled. "Don't worry about your etiquette, just speak like you normally do. As for why you're here, I'm merely interested in the girl that Shada spoke so highly about," Shimon explained, and we heard another loud noise outside of the room. Master, our relationship isn't like that," Shada spoke in a flustered tone from beyond the door. "Ho. Then what's all that statement of her intelligence? You were praising her passionately earlier." "Please excuse me. I realized I had something to do, so I had to leave prematurely." Caught off guard by this interaction, Kizara suddenly burst into a small giggle. When she finally regained her composure, she stared at the floor and blushed. Sorry." Shimon chuckled and smiled wryly, unbothered by her reaction. "As I was saying, your test results have piqued my interest." Taking out a papyrus scroll, Shimon calmly spread it open, revealing Kizara's answers. "You see, I noticed something peculiar with your response. Unlike the other examinees, your response seemed to cover all aspects of a question, as if you put everyone else's idea and merged it into one. How interesting is that?" Shimon smiled as Kizara and I tensed. "No way, he didn't catch on, did he?" I sweated nervously as Kizara took a deep breath, sharing the same sentiment. "Is that bad?" Fortunately, Shimon still seemed oblivious to our cheating. "No, quite the contrary," he explained. "This shows that you have an objective view of the situation. Other than administrative tasks, a scribe also has to write various documents, from legal contracts, religious texts and royal records. There will definitely be times when you won't agree with what was written. When those moments do come to fruition, you must separate your opinions from facts," Shimon said solemnly, "so having a different perspective of things is indeed a favorable skill." Listening to his explanation, Kizara sighed with relief and laughed nervously. "I'm not that impressive." However, Shimon interpreted this the wrong way and smiled. "It's okay to show some pride since it's only the two of us here." At this point, Kizara's eyes spun dizzily, unable to comprehend the situation. Realizing that the elderly man before her was getting scammed in real time, we both felt pity while unable to speak up because our future were at stake. "Besides that, I'm also interested in your calculations," Shimon continued and pointed at the numbers on the page. The method of inventing an imaginary variable to solve the problem was something unorthodox but still exciting nonetheless. This time, Kizara seemed to agree since it was a method I taught her, and it was obvious that she was happy that my teaching was being praised. "Does this mean I'm qualified?" Kizara's pupil gleamed with anticipation as Shimon slowly closed the scroll. "As for your achievements in the exam, you are indeed qualified, however," he continued with a pause. "There's also another requirement that you must pass for you to be chosen." Without further explanation, Shimon reached for the Millennium Key hanging by his neck. "Kizara, would you kindly hold this for me?" He chuckled, and the room's atmosphere became tense. Third POV. Shimon smiled calmly, his expression unreadable. As Kizara stared at the key, he noticed her hesitation in his instructions, as if she knew the details of the Millennium Key. In truth, other than being interested in Kizara, Shimon found her to be suspicious. She was a girl with no background that suddenly appeared seemingly out of nowhere. While other commoners hoped they could get lucky with the exam, Kizara's answers seemed to fit every criterion of a scribe that Shimon was looking for. Is she a spy? Shimon thought to himself, her appearance was already much different from a normal Egyptian, but who would need to send a spy? Was it the Romans? Shimon wasn't sure, but all will be revealed when she touched the Millennium Key. After much consideration, Kizara carefully reached out her tiny hand. As her fingers came in contact with the artifact, Shimon instantly felt their consciousness connected. However, before he could enter his mind, he froze. Floating behind Kizara was a beautiful young woman with blue hair. Like an angel watching over her shoulders, the woman carefully embraced Kizara's back, openly displaying her affection. Is she a spirit? Shimon analyzed and glanced at the girl before him. Kizara was still staring at Shimon strangely, as if unaware of the woman behind her. As he continued to gaze at the woman, she suddenly lifted her face from Kizara's white hair and frowned. Noticing Shimon's gaze, the woman's brow furrowed before widening in surprise. Her lips pursed as she observed Shimon wary and the arms wrapping around Kizara tightened. Before Shimon could even think, cold energy swept through the room, and his body instinctively flinched as sweat beads down his face as if responding to the woman's wariness. A dormant being seemed to awaken with Kizara, and Shimon felt as if a new pair of beastly eyes were watching his every move. Another one? Shimon stiffened with alarm, such strength. As Shimon focused more, he could vaguely discern the creature's shape, and he saw the shadow of a dragon looming over Kizara with protectiveness. Both the woman and the dragon were glaring at him as if telling Shimon that one wrong move would spell his demise. Despite the openly displayed hostility, Shimon sensed the pureness of Kizara's mind. There was never a scheme against the pharaoh or anything like that. In fact, her thought was so uncontaminated that it felt unreal. Was that why those two cherish her so much? Shimon thought and glimpsed at the woman and dragon watching over her. Mr. Shimon, Kizara mumbled uncomfortably. How long do I have to hold the necklace for? Shimon snapped out of his daze and glimpsed at her. Recalling her innocent and pure mind, he slowly retracted the Millennium Key. To his relief, the woman and dragon's presence vanished, allowing Shimon to breathe. Are you alright? Kizara asked worriedly, noticing his cold sweat. Do you need some rest? Don't worry, I merely overexerted myself, that's all. Shimon took a sharp breath and wiped the sweat from his face. I will be fine after a few minutes. As for the second test, I believe you have passed. Surprised, Kizara jumped and slapped the table. Really? Of course, he smiled wryly. As of now, you have officially become an apprentice scribe. In fact, just like Shada, I will teach you myself. Kizara's face lit up with joy as she struggled to control herself from celebrating. Thank you. You don't have to thank me, and teaching is also merely a hobby of mine, Shimon chuckled. I look forward to your growth. Yes. Kizara smiled brightly as Shimon patted her head. This is all for today, please come back tomorrow, and everything will be arranged before then. With Shimon's reassurance, Kizara quietly left the room. Outside, she saw Shada waiting for her. So how did it go? Foo, as of today, we are officially rivals. Kizara confidently announced, and he frowned. Don't get too carried away, and you are technically my junior. Shada poked her forehead and teased. So you better show me some respect. Pouting, Kizara crossed her arms before breaking into a sheepish grin. After a few more minutes of bickering, they bid each other farewell. Running home, Kizara's steps were light as we both felt excited of our now bright future. Yuna's POV. Yuna, we did it, we really did it. Kizara stammered excitedly. However, noticing my perpetual frown, she anxiously tilted her head. That's good, right? I'm sorry, I'm just lost in thought, I explained before quickly smiling. You did great, I'm so proud. Keeping the smile plastered on my face, I stroked her head out of habit while recalling what happened in that room. He definitely saw me. My hand flinched, worried about Kizara's safety plagued my mind. As soon as she held the Millennium Key, Shimon's gaze instantly turned from blue eyes, white dragon, and I. Despite his good intentions, I couldn't overlook the off chance that associating with him would harm Kizara. But being taught by Shimon himself was also amazing. I bit my lips as the pros and cons weighed heavily against my conscience. For now, it may be best if I watch. If something truly bad is happening, I will intervene. Yuna, Kizara spoke softly and hugged my body. Lifting her head, her face showed a hesitant expression, and her voice barely a whisper. Earlier, you were crying. Yes, I nodded, and my smile subconsciously disappeared. Shimon just reminded me of someone I know. Then why would Yuna cry? Kizara questioned. Was he someone bad? No, I chuckled and played with her hair. Just like Shimon, he's kind and caring. I think, the reason I cried was because I felt lonely. I revealed my honest thoughts. Kizara, you must know that I'm not from here. Gradually, I began to open up my heart. I talked about where I really came from. What happened to me, and what is the situation I'm currently in. As I talked, I felt the sadness resurfacing, and my vision became blurry again. I missed Kaiba. I missed Makuba. I missed Serenity. I missed Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. I missed Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. I missed the Dragon Maids. I missed home. I wept and tried to wipe my tears, making a mess of myself. Unable to control my body, I finally released the pent-up emotions and cried. Kizara's POV. Yuna. My body trembled at the sound of her cry, and I didn't know what to do. I clenched my fists at my helplessness as I couldn't relate to her pain. From her story, I realized that all the time she had been supporting me, I wasn't able to reciprocate that same kindness to her. Instinctively, I crawled and embraced Yuna, trying to use my tiny body to wrap around her. As I witnessed her sorrow, I also felt like crying too. I'm sorry, Yuna," words kept flowing out of my mouth as I stammered anxiously. It's because Yuna stayed with me that she couldn't go back home. Suddenly, two hands cupped my face as Yuna pulled my face close. She glared at me with her red eyes, and I shivered at her angry expression. Don't ever say that, she growled. Kizara was never at fault. But Yuna. No buts. Yuna yelled and pinched my cheeks. You should never apologize for something you have never done. Biting my lips, I nodded helplessly, and she released my face. In an awkward silence, I glimpsed at Yuna, who was hugging her knees with her back facing me. Unsure of what to do, I awkwardly tapped her with my hand. Yuna, I called and patted my thigh. Can you come here? Under my invitation, she gently laid her head on my lap, and she glimpsed at me in confusion. Remembering how Yuna always does it, I carefully stroked her hair with a serene smile. There, I muttered with a slight blush. Everything will be all right. Kizara, I don't think this is necessary, Yuna stuttered in embarrassment and covered her face. But it always worked with me. I argued confidently. So why wouldn't it work with Yuna? Speechless, Yuna watched me untangling her hair. With a giggle, I also wiped the remaining tears from her eyes. Yuna always looked after me but never looked after herself. It's unfair to show my weakness to Yuna all the time, and you don't do the same, I pouted, and she averted her gaze. Kizara, have enough worries, Yuna mumbled. It's not good if I add it anymore. Cool. I frowned and exacted my revenge as I pulled on her face. You're all what I'm worried about. I told you before, as long as you're with me, I don't care what happens. Yuna opened and closed her mouth in resignation. I'm sorry for being so troublesome. I should be the one saying that, I sighed. So it's okay for Yuna to cry once in a while, I will make sure to hold you together. Touched, Yuna smiled softly, and her eyes curved in satisfaction. Then I will do just that, she muttered. My shoulders relaxed, and I felt relieved that her mood had improved. Still maintaining my smile, I brought Yuna to the bed and forced her to lie down. Now, after you've cried, you have to sleep to regain all the lost energy. Despite not needing sleep, Yuna eventually closed her eyes under my firm insistence. Crawling into the bed and embracing her, I patiently waited as she fell asleep. Remembering the other times Yuna fell asleep, I must wake her up forcefully or else she would really sleep for a long time. When I was confident that Yuna had fallen asleep, I sat up and held her hands. I'm sorry, Yuna, I apologized. Despite having talked openly about your problems, I still hid mine. Suddenly, light glowed from my hands as I felt my strength leaving my body. Staring at Yuna's face, I watched as her pale skin gradually regained its usual vitality. That's all better, I muttered and snuggled in her arms. Gazing at her healthy face, I smiled with relief. This would always be a secret of mine, since Yuna would definitely get mad if she found out that I had been giving her some of my ba. She herself doesn't even realize her worsening conditions because I was able to replenish her energy discreetly. I accidentally gave Yuna a bit more than I was planning. I took a tired breath. But it was worth it if she would get better. It wasn't difficult for me to notice her depleting ba. While ordinary people can always replenish their life energy, Yuna's would constantly be drained away. That's why Yuna don't have to know. I will make sure that you can continue keeping me safe, so don't go anywhere, just keep loving me, okay? I smiled, closed my eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 96. 2 years later. Yuna's POV. As Kizara was accepted, time passed by like a flash. After arriving at the Rendezvous spot the next day, Kizara was admitted promptly as an apprentice scribe of Shimon Muron, the Grand Vizier. Naturally, there were protests due to her unknown background, but the power of the Grand Vizier shut that down. With no more hiccups, Kizara was able to adapt and find her place in this massive palace. As an apprentice, her status improved significantly, and she secured a dorm room at the corner of the palace and gained a much more stable salary. Under this better environment, Kizara absorbed everything she was taught, and under my very eyes, she grew beautifully as her body matured, even reaching my height. Although I was disheartened that I couldn't hug her like before, I felt proud that I was able to witness her growth firsthand. Time continued to pass as we survived together in our new life. Day. Kizara, it's time to wake up, I quietly nudged, and she groaned. Come on, you have lessons in the morning. Hearing the word lessons, her eyes fluttered open, and she yawned. Morning. When she got out of bed, I carefully helped her dress into her outfit. Sighing, I adjusted her sleeve while Kizara still struggled to keep awake. What did I tell you about sleeping so late at night? But I almost finished the book, Kizara whined. It was just getting good. I clicked my tongue playfully and finished brushing her hair. Before she could say anything, I stuffed a small piece of bread into Kizara's mouth and pushed her out of the door. As we exited the room, Shada was already waiting outside for us, and they greeted each other with familiarity. Have you completed the work master given to you? He questioned as the two walked down the hallway. Of course, who do you take me for? Kizara smirked, and Shada snorted. Shada, a smart, immature girl who still doesn't seem to understand how the real world works. What did you say? Kizara exclaimed and tried to glance at me as I averted my gaze. Sorry, but his statement perfectly described you, Kizara. As the two bickered, they finally arrived outside of Shimon's classroom. By the way, apparently, the final sacred guardian has been chosen. Since we're Master Shimon's disciples, we will also attend the ceremony. Is that so? That sounds fun. A few hours later. When Kizara's classes finally ended, she followed Shada and Shimon as they walked to the inner courts of the royal palace. Like a curious child, Kizara's eyes darted around in admiration at this new level of luxury she was seeing for the first time. It was really different compared to the outer courts. She exclaimed in shock. Shoo, you have to be careful, you never know what you say may offend someone important, Shada warned, and Kizara nodded frantically before covering her mouth. Relax, just be respectful as always, and you will be fine, Shimon laughed reassuringly, and Kizara calmed down. As we stopped in front of a closed door, Shimon instructed the pair to mimic his movements before opening the imposing entrance. The moment the door swung open, we were met with a breathtaking sight. At the center of the room stood a towering throne, approached by a bright red carpet that stretched all the way to the door. On either side, massive quartz pillars supported the grand space, each flanked by heavily armed guards. Ornate golden decorations adorned the room, further emphasizing the opulence of the throne room. Sitting on the throne was an elderly man around Shimon's age. Unlike his friendly and kind appearance, the man's features were sharp and severe, but not in a wrong way. Instead, he gave out the presence of a great and powerful leader who instinctively wants you to obey his words. Besides, the man was a young boy around Kizara's age. Dressed in similar clothing to the pharaoh, the boy with gold and red hair stood proudly with his head raised high. Yami Yugi, I muttered before shaking my head. No, right now, he's Adam, the pharaoh's son. Knowing the content of the show, I was fully aware of Yami Yugi's real name. However, I always refrained from mentioning it due to being afraid of really messing up the storyline. But looking at him now, I felt a strange sense of excitement as I was able to watch the backstory of the most famous character in my favorite anime live. We greet the great pharaoh and the young lord. Following Shimon, Shada and Kizara both bowed in silence as they held their breath in anxiety. You may rise, the man spoke calmly, and the three carefully raised their heads. As the man stared at Shimon, his serious expression disappeared, and he chuckled with amusement. Welcome, Shimon, I see you have brought your apprentices with you. Yes, your highness, I hope they could get some experience on the ordination ceremony today. I plan to have one of them succeed the Millennium Key one day, Shimon explained as Kizara and Shada exchanged surprised glances. The pharaoh stroked his beard and nodded. That is fine. Also, how many times have I told you to address me as Aknamkanon? As I stated before, I simply can't do that, Shimon rejected, and Aknamkanon clicked his teeth. Moving beside the throne, Shimon continued to exchange words with the pharaoh as Kizara and Shada curiously listened to the conversation. I heard that the new sacred guardian was a young priest who arrived not so long ago, is that true? Aknamkanon asked curiously. Yes, it as rumor said, Shimon nodded and stroked his beard. I heard he was someone quite outstanding. I also heard Shimon leaned close to his ear before whispering something unintelligible. Is that so? Aknamkanon frowned. That would be interesting. Yes, Shimon agreed before smiling softly. How is the young lord? He said to Adam, who perked his shoulders. I have been working hard to follow my father's footsteps, the prince answered. I wish to be as great as him. I believe you will reach your goal, Shimon nodded, causing Aknamkanon to laugh. Adam still have a long way to go. He smirked and glanced at Kizara and Shada. If only he could learn a bit more discipline, like your students. Father, Adam blushed in embarrassment, and Shimon chuckled with a proud smile. I'm merely a lucky teacher, Shimon replied humbly, and Kizara's nose twitched at the pharaoh's praise. Kizara, the pharaoh really just praised us. Quiet. What if he hears us? Finally, after a few more minutes of waiting, the rest of the sacred guardians arrived one by one, each of them adorned with their own unique millennium items. I believe everyone is here, Aknamkanon returned to his serious expression, and his voice echoed deeply in the throne room. It is time to ordinate the last of the sacred guardians. For quite some time now, the seat has been vacant, but finally, the artifact has chosen its new wielder. Bring him in. Slowly, the door of the throne room opened, and a young man entered. Dressed in bright blue priestly garments, the man bowed deeply, I greet your majesty. Nodding in satisfaction, Aknamkanon raised his hand, and the servants swiftly arrived in the room. With professionalism, they carried a small cushion, and resting on the cushion was the still unowned millennium rod, the artifact that gleamed coldly in the light. Immediately, all the other sacred guardians began to chant, their voices resonating deeply in the room. One by one. Their millennium items shimmered and glowed, reacting to their voices. Standing up from his throne, Aknamkanon brought his hands close to the millennium puzzle on his neck as the artifact activated. State your name, young priest. My name is Sito. The man announced his name as Kizara, and I simultaneously froze in disbelief. It has been so long since I worried about the events that would happen in the story as I was looking after Kizara. It has completely glossed over my mind that Sito will show up again. From the start, I always had hoped these two would fall in love with each other, but that plan soon changed when I wanted instead to have Kizara live happily. While the process remained the same, the goal changed completely. Sito, my eyes gleamed sadly, and I felt the heaviness in my heart. Even when I thought I had overcome my homesickness, it came back stronger than before. He's not him, I muttered repeatedly to myself. He's not my Kaiba, I didn't feel anything when he entered the room. My heart didn't beat for him. That's why my eyes gleamed while looking over Kizara's shoulder. Kizara, I promise that you will definitely find love. With me here, there will be romance. With newfound determination, I continued to watch the ordination as my mind crossed various ideas on how to bring these two together. Sito, Aknamkanon's voice spread through the surroundings. Do you swear on your honor and soul to carry out your duty as a sacred guardian? I do. Do you swear that you will use your powers to protect the citizens of Egypt and serve the pharaoh with your entire being? I do, Sito muttered, and Aknamkanon nodded in satisfaction. Then very well. As of today, I declare you, Priest Sito, as the sixth member of the Sacred Guardian. Carefully standing up, Sito raised his head. And he froze. Lifting her head, Kizara and Sito found themselves staring at each other in silence. The gazes lasted mere moments as the young priest snapped out of his shock and reached for the millennium rod. His hand touched the artifact, and the millennium glowed faintly as if registering its new owner. This concludes the ordination, you will soon receive your new duties as a sacred guardian, as of now, you may all leave. One by one, each sacred guardian bid their farewell to the pharaoh as the ceremony ended, and the members went back to their respective duties. Kizara's POV. When we left the throne room, Shimon turned around and smiled at us, it was very intriguing, right? Seeing our nod, he laughed. Let's call it early for today, I will see you both tomorrow. Still in a state of disbelief, my feet remained planted on the ground, and Shada nudged me on the shoulder in concern, what's wrong? Did you see a ghost or something? He joked. Sorry, I was just surprised by the ordination, I lied and smiled wryly. I remembered that there's something I have to do, so let's talk later. Is that so? Shada frowned, sensing that I was hiding something. Then find me if you encounter any problems. Yes, I will, thanks, I smiled, and he also soon departed as I stood in the hallway alone. Thinking about the scene that transpired moments ago, my face turned complicated while Yuna patted my head. It's really him, right? The one that saved me a few years ago. What should I do? Since Sito just became a sacred guardian, it will be difficult to approach him, Yuna voiced out her concerns. Let's just keep our distance for the time being. With nothing else left to do, Yuna proposed a visit to the library, and I eagerly agreed. But as if speaking of the devil, someone suddenly snatched my wrist before I could even take a step. Wait, a voice uttered, and I stared at Sito, who tightly held my wrist. You're here, aren't you? The one that the slave traders captured. My mind went blank by his sudden appearance, unable to formulate a word. Why aren't you answering me? He clicked his teeth with a frown. Are you really going to act like nothing had happened? How should I address you, sir? I stammered nervously, trying to gauge his reaction. Just address me like how you address people normally, Sito sighed. Then let me ask again, are you Kizara? My name, you remembered, I uttered in shock before blushing in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I don't know how to respond, I never expected to meet you again. Likewise, Sito hummed as we bathed in an awkward silence. I never thought about what I would say when I met Sito again years later. He was someone I should be grateful for, which makes it even more challenging to find a fine line on how to treat him. Kizara, are you listening? Yes. I jumped slightly, realizing that Sito was still staring at me. I quickly bowed. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Your mind is straying, he pointed out, and I laughed awkwardly. I apologize, I was still in a state of shock, I don't know how to feel, I replied. I was never able to thank you properly yet, if it weren't for Sito that day, I would have still been a slave, or worse, I probably would have had an early death, I smiled softly. I will never forget this debt. While I believed that Yuna would never let my life go down that path, it was ultimately Sito who saved me, and I will always be grateful for that. But Yuna, I never questioned her judgment, not even once. However, I couldn't help but wonder why I should be in Sito's debt. Looking back at her, Yuna's eyes matched mine, and she smirked. I suddenly felt a bad feeling as her pupils darted between me and Sito. Hold on, isn't this a perfect opportunity? She mumbled to herself. You know what, Kizara? She rubbed my shoulders with an ecstatic look. How about treating him to a meal? That should spark things up. Spark, what up? I screamed internally while still maintaining a smile. Foo, Yuna imitated my laughter as her eyes curved like a crescent moon. Just listen to your big sister, okay? She laughed ominously as I shivered at what was in her mind. Yuna's POV. It was nighttime when I slowly opened my eyes. Feeling Kizara's arms wrapped around my body, I broke into a smile and quietly escaped from her embrace. Yuna, Kizara groaned, and I quickly stroked her head. To my relief, her expression softened, and she returned to sleep. Carefully opening the door, I left the room to get some fresh air. Moving freely in the empty courtyard, I stared at the moon with a bittersweet smile, to think the guy could have an expression like that. Under my careful instructions, Kizara offered Sito a meal, and he readily agreed. They spent the entire afternoon together. At first, both of them were pretty awkward, but with some patience, I noticed the two enjoying themselves as time went on. Sighing, I ruffled my hair. Let's just see how things go. Kizara really was having fun, so I have no right to step in, I smiled wryly. Now I'm suddenly missing Kaiba, too. As I was lost in my thoughts, I noticed footsteps coming closer towards me. Unbothered by the new presence, I nonchalantly turned my head and was surprised to see Priest Sito walking by. What's this guy doing here? I frowned and floated beside him. However, as I moved, my body accidentally nudged the vase placed beside the railings. The vase fell to the ground and created a loud, shattering sound that spread throughout the quiet palace. Who's there? Sito shouted, wary, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Cautiously approached the broken vase, he stared at it with suspicion. Enough playing around, show yourself this instance. Let's just go back, I muttered with a chuckle as Priest Sito continued to patrol around the vase like a blind bat. As I was about to leave, I felt a chill and instinctively dodged as a spear stabbed the spot where I originally stood. Stepping back, I turned around and spotted a tall centaur wielding a long spear in his hands. Beside the monster was Priest Sito. On his wrist was a golden device resembling the dual disc from modern times. Halt, trespasser, Sito glared at me. How dare you step foot into this place? He saw me. I frowned as he waited for an answer. As I moved, Sito's eyes seemed to be trained on me, and I sighed. Can you see me, right now? I questioned, and Sito made a stupid expression. Then who else am I referring to? Sito growled. Now state your name, thief. Tisk, I clicked my teeth in annoyance. I'm not an enemy. I find that hard to believe, Sito muttered. Fine, if you don't tell me who you are, then I will just beat it out of you. Mystic Horseman, attack. The dual monster spirit charged at his command, and I summoned my spirits to defend. Bang! Mystic Horseman's spear was blocked by the Dragon Knight of Creation's sword, knocking him back. Sito groaned as he felt the force of my knight through his spirit. While Sito does possess a millennium item, my spirits were still more powerful. As he glared at my spirit, Sito's eyes widened upon his familiar appearance. Remembering that the Dragon Knight of Creation was one of the spirits that saved his village. Now, we're stuck at a standstill while Sito was still cautious of my presence, he found himself unable to attack his savior. Stop, I finally called out as the Dragon Knight of Creation lowered his sword. I have no intention to fight. After much hesitation, Sito also gestured as Mystic Horseman calmed down, you still haven't answered any of my questions yet, who are you, and what are you doing in the palace? Knowing that Sito no longer had any intentions of attacking, I relaxed and nodded, you can think of me as a spirit, certain people could see me, I think that you could only see me because of the Millennium Rod, I pointed at the staff in his hand. A spirit? How am I supposed to believe that? Sir. We heard a disturbance, is there anything wrong? To Sito's disbelief, the soldiers completely ignored me, even when I was standing right next to them. Eventually, Sito could only dismiss the soldiers with a complicated expression, and when we were finally alone, he stared at me as if he tasted something disgusting. I see, he managed to muster these two words, and I smirked. Besides that, the reason I'm here was none other than to look after Kazara, that's all, I smiled playfully, and Sito's face tensed at the mention of her name. I couldn't help but mess with him a little. Other than you, Kazara was the only person who could see me, and I took care of her, I explained. Since Kazara started living in the palace, it's natural for me to come along, too. Sito, but that doesn't explain. This explained everything, I interrupted him with a firm tone. Besides, why would human logic apply to me? Fully embracing my spectral form, my words left Sito too stunned to speak. But you're still trespassing, Sito tried to argue but was immediately cut off. Oh. Doesn't that mean your spirit is trespassing too? In a sense, I'm Kazara's spirit. In the end, Sito found himself unable to refute anything I said. Ultimately, he could only relax his caution, and my words finally seemed to get into his head. Typically, I would have excused myself and left while I still could, but I couldn't help but want to mess with him a little. As I said before, as for Kazara's spirit, I would usually always stay beside her, even today, I was there, I smiled ominously. You're quite fond of my Kazara, aren't you? Sito. I don't blame you, honestly, Kazara is very beautiful, and I have always hoped that she would find a good man, however, I wiped my non-existent teardrops. But after today, I was unlawfully attacked, how should I explain it to Kazara, her only family member was unjustly attacked in the middle of the night. Hold on, Sito stammered, and his composure began to crack. Ah, it was so scary, I muttered and hugged myself. To think he actually has such impure intentions. I apologize. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you. I apologize for my actions, I truly am sorry, Sito responded while his head was lowered with shame. I guess I will let it slide this time, I giggled and ignored Sito, gnashing his teeth in frustration. When I finally stepped away, he carefully raised his body, his face a mixture of anger and embarrassment. I have been away for quite some time now, I don't want to worry, Kazara, I said. Let's just forget what happened tonight, as long you keep quiet, I will ignore your moves on Kazara. Cease with these obscene thoughts. Sito demanded with a flushed face. Taking a deep breath, he nodded with bitterness. I will overlook this incident today. Great, I smiled in satisfaction. Let's end it here for today, if I'm not there when Kazara wakes up, she will get worried, and the longer I talk with you, the more I feel my blood pressure rise. Please wait, Sito stopped me. Can you not tell her? I don't want to think of me as weird. Okay, fine, I muttered as I stared at his handsome face. Turning my back towards him, I held in a sigh that was about to escape my lips. I'm actually hoping for your success, I could only give her so much happiness, but Kazara deserves much more. With a sad smile, I glimpsed at him, don't disappoint me, Sito, make her fall for you, okay? Like I did with him, without waiting for his reply, I flew away, escaping from sight. When I made it back to Kazara's room, I carefully sneaked back into the bed. As I crawled into her arms, her expression finally relaxed, and I giggled. Who cares about the trial of memories anymore? I thought with a confident smile. However, unbeknownst to me, that brief notion would indeed come and bite me in the future. Chapter 97. 2 more years later. Yuna's POV. As time passed, Kazara finally reached adulthood, much to my pride. When she got older, her work ethic also grew. And she became much more intelligent than before. However, ultimately, it was Shada who inherited the Millennium Key and became a new member of the Sacred Guardian, taking Shimon's place. While it was regretful, another opportunity was open for her. Since Shada will become a Sacred Guardian, Kazara will naturally take the role of the Grand Vizier. But that would still take some time, and Kazara has been preparing for this by attending as many meetings as possible. With this, she was also able to get much more familiar with Adam, Aknamkanon, and the other sacred guardians. Mahad, one of Adam's close friends and the wielder of the Millennium Ring. Kareem, a calm and loyal man who wields the Millennium Scale. Anakadon, a mysterious old man who wields the Millennium Eye. Isis, a kind and intelligent woman and the wielder of the Millennium Necklace. Finally, Sito and Shada, who possess the Millennium Rod and Key, respectively. Otherwise, Kazara's life has been uneventful, except for one thing. With my approval, Sito became much more proactive, interacting with Kazara every chance he got. Even a blind man could tell that he had fallen for her upon first sight. To my relief, his hard work was not fruitless endeavors, and Kazara gradually became more conscious of him. Seeing their timid and cute romance firsthand, it was indeed a new form of entertainment, and the amount of teasing material seemed to never end. However, this also came at a cost as their affection for each other grew. I found Kazara to be less dependent on me than before. While I was disappointed, it was something I had already come to accept when I went through with this plan. Eventually, I will leave Kazara, so if she could have someone else to be there for her, I can go home without worrying. As I was thinking of these sad thoughts, I heard Kazara's happy humming while putting on her clothes. Are you going out on a date with Sito again? He's just taking me somewhere to eat. Kazara blushed as I approached her. While I haven't aged at all in these 5 years, Kazara now could be considered an adult, outgrowing me in many physical aspects. I'm definitely not jealous or anything. Sighing, I patted her shoulders. Isn't that just a date? Before she could refute it, I gently poked her cheek. What's there to hide? Are you really going to lie to me? No, no. Kazara screamed and blushed. I just feel embarrassed. Of course, I nodded and embraced Kazara as her head rested against my chest. I'm really happy for you. Yuna, Kazara mumbled before staring at me with an anxious look. What's wrong? I playfully messed with her hair. Worried about the date? No, it's not that, she shook her head. Remember what we talked about 5 years ago when we first arrived in Memphis? I said that I never wanted to find love. Yeah, what about it? I tilted my head, feeling that the conversation was going towards something strange. When you said that it is a beautiful feeling, I didn't believe you, saying that Yuna is enough for me, but now, I don't think I can be happy without Sito too. Isn't that a good thing? I replied in a confused tone. That means that Kazara has more people she can trust now. Yes, but, Yuna, didn't you love someone too? She stared at me with a pained expression. While I could barely imagine myself without Sito, how would Yuna feel if she was separated for years? Gradually, the smile on my face faded as Kazara mentioned a sore spot. Realizing her mistake, her expression turned into horror. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I flicked Kazara's forehead and stopped her rambling as I softly stroked her head. It felt awful, I answered. But it's ultimately something I've gotten used to. Kazara, promise me that you will cherish this moment because you never know what will happen, I lectured, and she nodded solemnly. Good, now go and have fun, I will be waiting here. Reluctant to leave her spot, I finally pushed Kazara out of the door. Don't be late now, you can't have Sito waiting. With a smile, I waved, and she finally left. When I couldn't hear Kazara's footsteps anymore, my smile disappeared as I fell onto the bed. Since it would be inappropriate to go along on Kazara's date, I found myself having a lot of free time with nothing to do. So bored, I muttered while staring at the ceiling. Well, as long as nothing bad happens, I thought to myself. However, I didn't realize how wrong that was until later. Third POV. This is delicious, Kazara muttered softly and carefully placed the food in her mouth. Closing her eyes, she thoroughly enjoyed the taste with a satisfied smile. I'm glad, Sito chuckled with relief. I was worried that it might not suit your taste. As long as it's Sito who's introducing the food to me, I will always do my best to enjoy it, Kazara replied with a smile, and he coughed in embarrassment. Observing the woman sitting opposite him, Sito felt a rosy sensation in his chest as the 2 years passed by. He felt his affection towards Kazara grow, and much to his joy, he realized that she also felt the same way. There's still some time before we must return to the palace, would you take a walk with me? Sito asked. Of course, Kazara agreed, and they eagerly left the restaurant. Carefully holding her hand, Sito matched Kazara's slow pace as they walked through the peaceful street. Occasionally, their shoulders will bump into each other, sending a tingle down Sito's spine. However, as he glimpsed at her face, Sito could every so often notice her subtle frown. Is there something on your mind? Sito asked as Kazara let out a troubled sigh. It's nothing, I'm just worried about my friend, who I talked about. Ah, Sito nodded, already knowing what friend Kazara was referring to. He could still remember the first time he met the spirit. She was unnaturally strong, able to summon other spirits to fight on her behalf. Additionally, he felt suspicious of her identity when she declared that she had a relationship with Kazara. All doubt was cleared when Sito saw the spirit with her arms around Kazara's neck as they wandered through the palace. While his relationship was still awkward, Sito felt glad that such a powerful being was watching over her. Yet, Sito finds it amusing that Kazara is the one who's constantly worried about her. Did something happen with your friend? Sito calmly inquired, and Kazara smiled sadly. You see, my friend actually has someone she loves, but due to circumstances, they were separated for a long time, she explained with a sigh. I just wish there was a way to comfort her. In my opinion, just being with her is enough, Sito replied with a knowing smile. From the sounds of how much you worry about your friend, she sounds like someone very close to you. Yes, Kazara averted her gaze and blushed. Thanks, I think I know what I have to do, it's about time we went back, we have been walking pretty far. Indeed, Sito agreed before glancing around. But let's take our time. Enjoying each other's presence, they slowly made their way back towards the royal palace. When they finally reached the foot of the temple, Sito stopped with a regretful sigh. He truly wished that this moment could last longer but was hindered by their duties. I had a lot of fun today, Kazara smiled kindly. Kazara, Sito reached out his hand, caressing her cheek. He carefully leaned closer, and Sito felt her breath against his skin. Kazara's eyes quivered in anticipation as she watched his lips inching closer towards her own. However, just as Sito was about to advance, a guard frantically ran down the temple. My lord! He shouted urgently, and the two froze. Scowling deeply, Sito clicked his teeth and glared at the guard in annoyance. What is it? As the guard approached him, he whispered in his ear. Sito's eyes widened, and his face transformed from shock to horror in a matter of seconds. Understood, I will be there immediately, he muttered coldly. Sito, she touched his shoulder. What's wrong? However, she had never expected the following words to come out of his mouth. The pharaoh is dead. Yuna's POV. A few days later. The news of the pharaoh's death spread like wildfire, creating chaos in the palace. Physicians said that he passed away due to illness. But that barely explained everything. It was around this time that Adam and Agnamkanon finally discovered the method to create the Millennium Items, which was created through the death of 99 people. Unable to bear the guilt, the old pharaoh sacrifices himself to the Egyptian gods as penance. Which ultimately lead to his death. Now, the seat of the pharaoh was vacant, leaving Adam to claim that spot. In the throne room. All of the sacred guardians were kneeling in one place. Behind them knelt Kazara and other important figures as they watched Grand Vizier Shimon approach Adam on the throne. In his hand was a crown with an elaborate design, wings on the side and the symbol of the Millennium Items at the front. Gently, Shimon set the crown on top of Adam's head and announced loudly. In the name of our ancestors and the people of this land, I now place this crown upon your throne, symbolizing your authority and our loyalty to our new king. All hail the new pharaoh, the exalted ruler of Egypt. Long live the pharaoh. Everyone chanted in unison, their voices spread deafeningly. As the crowd cheered, I suddenly felt a massive headache assault my mind. Clutching my head in pain, Kazara glimpsed at me with worry as I groaned uncontrollably. It was as if a sense I had lost so long ago reappeared. To my disbelief, a sudden luminous screen manifested before my very eyes. The trial of memories has begun. The message that appeared before my very eyes shocked me to my core. My body froze as I watched Adam also groan and clutch his head while sitting on the throne. Kazara. What's the pharaoh's name? The pharaoh. Kazara, with her head bowed, frowned. Isn't it just the pharaoh? I don't remember him having any other name. Things have definitely changed. Despite having a friendly relationship with the pharaoh, she completely forgets his name, whom she has known for 2 years, in a matter of seconds. No, he has a name, remember? I paused in a daze, finding myself unable to utter his name. No matter how much I tried, I also couldn't remember. Yuna, are you okay? She mumbled as my breath quickened, and I began to hyperventilate. Yuna. I'm fine, I muttered through gritted teeth, suppressing the panic shaking my heart. It was also at this time that light also returned to the pharaoh's eyes, and he blinked in confusion. That was when I knew that the trial had truly begun, and he was no longer the actual pharaoh but Yami Yugi himself. Pharaoh, is something the matter? Shimon asked worriedly when Yami Yugi opened his eyes. Immediately, confusion plagued his face, and his eyes wandered around the room. Eventually, Yami Yugi turned to Shimon before blinking in disbelief. Grandpa? Pardon? Shimon instinctively replied as Yami Yugi continued to look around in a state of shock. Kaiba, is Shizu as well? What are you both doing here? Sano, is that you? Pharaoh, Sito interrupted him with a solemn expression. Please regain your composure. I understand everything must be overwhelming for you, but right now, you need to remain calm. Remembering his situation, Yami Yugi coughed awkwardly and nodded. I apologize, however, his pupils were still trained on me. Yami Yugi, what are you doing here? Me, I will explain later. We talked with our eyes as Yami Yugi refocused on Sito's conversations. Still stroking Kazara's head, another system message appeared before my eyes. Task, 17. Assist. In passing the trial of memories. Reward. Frowning at the vague message, I stared intently at the reward section on the screen. While the question marks were easy to interpret, the reward for completing the task felt strangely ominous. Nonetheless, Yami Yugi should pass the trial, whether with or without my involvement. What's more important right now is to keep Kazara safe. So I might have to get help from Yami Yugi after all. Meanwhile. Third POV. Sano, Sano. Sito screamed desperately, shaking her shoulders. Untying the restraints, Sito took a sharp breath as he clasped her hand before slipping from his grasp. Yuna. Sito's mind was in turmoil, and he stared at the tablet of memories in confusion. No words could describe his sense of confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. Yugi. On his last wits, Sito begrudgingly turned his head towards the boy and his friends. Tell me what is happening. Stunned, Yugi began to explain everything. About his other self and how everything they'd been through was for the purpose of unlocking the pharaoh's memories. Now, they were able to reach the tablet of memories, which was the key to unlocking his memories and getting him home. I don't know why Sano-san was also brought into the trials, he muttered with guilt. I'm sorry, Kaiba. Sito gritted his teeth in helplessness, and he extruded an atmosphere too intimidating for anyone to approach. As the group were at a loss for what to do, a figure materialized from thin air, surprising everyone. Shoddy. Yugi spoke in amazement, and the robed man nodded calmly. What are you doing here? Greetings, young Yugi, Shoddy responded. As you may already know, the pharaoh must pass the trial and relive the events in the past to unlock his memories. However, this journey may be a blessing and a curse. The pharaoh could finally learn about his past, but to do so, he must defeat the great evil that threatened the world all over again. This is an ultimate shadow game, where one wrong move could result in his death. Hearing his explanation, everyone gasped, and their faces were plagued with worry. Licensing at the side, Sito's pupils trembled, realizing that Yuna was sent to that same trial as well. Then you must end this. Sito snapped. Yuna is in there. When he tried to grab Shoddy, his hand merely phased through the man's body, leaving him stunned. What in the world are you? Unfortunately, my mortal life has already come to pass, and I remained as a century-old spirit that wandered through this world. My earthly body was unfortunately destroyed by a tomb raider named Bakura. Everyone. Like the pharaoh, Bakura was also an ancient spirit who battled the pharaoh long ago, and his goal was to use all of the Millennium items to bring that great evil to the real world. Hold on then. Didn't the pharaoh manage to defeat Bakura once? Can't he do it again? Just because he has won once doesn't mean that he can do it again. That's right, Shoddy agreed. Which was why you have to stop Bakura within the trials. How? Sito urged impatiently as he pointed at Yugi. There's only one way to enter the realm of the pharaoh's memory, all it lies is in the Millennium Puzzle and the Tablet of Memories. With worry, Sito turned to Yugi in desperation. Holding the Millennium Puzzle, Yugi nodded with resolve and stepped forward. Please, tell me how. Under Shoddy's instructions, Yugi raised the Millennium Puzzle in his hand. Suddenly, the artifact glowed as both the puzzle and tablet reacted simultaneously, creating a bright golden portal. Once you enter, you can't return unless the pharaoh reigns victorious, Shoddy spoke solemnly. There is a possibility that you may die in there. What is there to hesitate about? I don't care about the consequences, I'm going. Kaiba, Yugi muttered worriedly, causing Kaiba to snort. Don't tell me you're running away. Here, I thought that you guys were at least brave. Huh, what did you say? Joey snapped. There's no way we're leaving the pharaoh alone. Shall we go now? Shoddy asked, and the group approached the gateway to the past staring at the portal. Kaiba clenched his fists, his head subconsciously turned to the girl lying on the floor with her eyes closed. Yuna, he mumbled with a deep sense of concern. Taking a deep breath, Sito unhesitantly moved, and with determination, he stepped into the portal. Chapter 98. Yuna's POV. Evening. When the crowning ceremony ended, a grand banquet commenced to celebrate the new pharaoh. The hall was filled with government officials and influential figures engaging in lively conversations and laughter while soothing music played in the background. Yuna, what happened earlier? You looked distressed. It's nothing, I lied, averting my gaze. Yuna. Kizara, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to hide anything from you, I just needed some time, I responded, my expression pleading. My head is just a mess right now. Kizara frowned, her expression complicated. Sensing that I didn't want to discuss it further, she sighed quietly and nodded. Then I will wait, I know you would never mean me harm, Yuna, you must have your reasons. Thank you, Kizara, I patted her head affectionately. I will definitely tell you when the time is right. Smiling sheepishly at my remark, Kizara took a long sip of her wine to hide the blush on her face. As we quietly talked, I noticed footsteps approaching. Turning our heads, Kizara and I watched as Priest Sito calmly walked toward us. Look who's here, I smirked. I'll walk around for a bit, there's no need for me to ruin this moment now. Leaving Kizara under Sito's care, the smile on my face faded as I moved away. Slipping through the crowd, I approached the throne, where Yami Yugi sat quietly. Beside him was Shimon, discussing various matters while he nodded absent-mindedly. Noticing my presence, Yami Yugi's eyes widened. I gestured at Shimon with my finger. Understanding my intentions, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Shimon, may you leave me be for a moment? Of course, my liege, call me if you need anything. Once Shimon finally left, I stood beside Yami Yugi with my arms crossed. Sano, is that really you? He questioned hesitantly. Look ahead, you don't want to be seen as a strange pharaoh, I ordered. Huh? Only you and a select few can see me, I explained. My presence is invisible to the naked eye. I'm still so confused, Yami Yugi muttered, grasping his head. What happened? Why am I here, and what's with your different way of speaking? I averted my gaze, sadness in my expression. Unlike you, who have just arrived, I have been here for 5 years already. Yami Yugi's eyes widened in shock. I don't know why I was brought to this world as well, and I have no idea how to leave. I'm sorry to hear that, Yami Yugi said with pity. Don't be, I chuckled. Although I miss everyone, I've gotten used to this life, don't worry, Pharaoh, I will make sure you pass this trial so we can leave this place. Understood, what do you need me to do? I only have one condition, I raised a finger and pointed at Kizara. For the entirety of this trial, you must keep her safe. Who is she? Yami Yugi inquired, and my expression softened. Her name is Kizara, she's Shimon's disciple and will soon become the next Grand Vizier. More importantly, she's someone who made these 5 years enjoyable. I consider her my family, so promise me you'll keep her safe. Of course, the pharaoh nodded. As a king, shouldn't I at least do that much? Seeing his confident expression, I relaxed and smiled gratefully. Thank you. By the way, since you've already been here, Sano, shouldn't you know my name? Yami Yugi asked curiously. Can't we just pass the trial now? I don't think it works like that, I smiled wryly. Earlier today, everyone here knew your actual name, but as soon as the trial started, they all miraculously forgot it, even I couldn't remember, no matter how hard I tried. I see, Yami Yugi stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then there must be something we have to do beforehand. His eyes flashed with realization. Bakura. Excuse me. Bakura. Yami Yugi exclaimed, staring at me. Bakura also entered with us. Ah, thanks to the pharaoh's reminder, I recalled that we were not alone in this trial. In fact, the most crucial task was to defeat Bakura, who would use the Millennium Ring to summon the evil god, Zork Necrophades. Suddenly, the door to the throne room burst open, and a guard rushed in. Instantly, the music and laughter ceased, replaced by a dreadful silence. Panting in pain, the guard raised his head and gasped for breath. We're under attack. Before he could finish, the guard winced as he fell to the ground, an arrow piercing deeply into his back. Immediately, screams and panic filled the air. Cloaked figures emerged from beyond the door, spreading through the room and engaging in fierce combat with the royal guards. To Yami Yugi's astonishment, my body moved instinctively, and I soared over the crowd. Locating Kizara. I saw Priest Sito protecting her as he battled one of the attackers using his spirits. Without hesitation, I summoned the Dragon Knight of Creation, and the warrior slashed the figure from behind. With the path cleared, I dashed toward Kizara. Stopping beside Priest Sito, who was trying his best to pretend not to see me, I said, I will look after Kizara, go and protect the pharaoh. Understood, Sito whispered back and ran toward the throne. Yuna, what's going on? Kizara exclaimed in panic as I grabbed her hand. There's no time to explain, just get away from the door. I urged, leading Kizara toward the back of the room, where the other guests had gathered. Once I ensured Kizara was safe, I sent the Herald of Creation to look after her. The Dragon Knight of Creation followed me as I headed toward the commotion. Cutting down enemies in our path, we eventually arrived at the throne, where a significant battle was taking place. A crazed laughter echoed loudly, and fighting the sacred guardians was a young man with white hair. He wore a red flowing robe, exposing his muscular chest, a kilt, and slippers. A 4-stitched scar marked the skin under his right eye, and his purple pupils revealed a glint of madness. Laughing, the man scanned the crowd nonchalantly, causing the sacred guardian's expressions to tense. Bakura, Yami Yugi gritted his teeth at the sight of the familiar figure. Good evening, Pharaoh. Yami Bakura smiled mockingly. I hope you enjoyed this moment, but it's time to get on with this trial, shouldn't we? What are you planning? Yami Yugi snapped, rising angrily from his throne. Isn't it obvious? To get revenge. You shall pay for what you have done. What? The pharaoh frowned. What nonsense are you sprouting? You seriously have no idea, do you? Yami Bakura's voice trembled with fury. The millennium items you all cherished were made with the blood of my family. Yami Yugi's eyes widened, unable to comprehend the unsettling truth. Enough. Anakidon interrupted, voice filled with anger. Sito, destroy him. Stepping forward, Priest Sito activated the device on his wrist. The plates unfolded like wings, revealing 3 slots. I call upon Battle Ox. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, striking his dual disc. The device glowed, and a figure began to materialize, taking the shape of a minotaur wielding an axe. Now, Battle Ox, attack that man. Truly pathetic. Do you think a spirit like that can stop me? Bound, destroy that weak thing. It was as if the room had suddenly darkened, and a heavy pressure enveloped us all. Behind Yami Bakura, a gray humanoid demon materialized. It had a solid, muscular build and a lower body like a serpent. The monster's face resembled a mask, with gray streaks running down its eyes and horns jutting from the sides of its head. Seeing the creature, the sacred guardians gasped as the spirit unleashed a powerful energy. Just how much hatred does this man have to create something so foul? Shada muttered grimly. Priest Sito, I'm afraid this beast is not something you can face alone. One by one, each member raised their dual disc toward the air, summoning their spirits for battle. Kareem called out, I summon Bastist. Isis followed with, Spiria. Shada added, Zelua. Akhenaten declared, Gadius. Mahad chimed in, Illusion Magician. Various beams of light shot down from the sky, creating a stunning scene that left Yami Yugi speechless. When the light vanished, a group of spirits of varying sizes and forms stood ready. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Yami Bakura laughed arrogantly. Bound, destroy them. Bringing its palms together, an intense energy gathered in its hands. Watching this, I subconsciously frowned, sensing the familiarity of that energy. Blue Eyes White Dragon. I muttered to myself, my eyes widening in realization. It reminded me of when Kaiba tried to rescue me in the museum. Yami Bakura's Bound had destroyed Kaiba's Blue Eyes White Dragon before claiming he had gotten what he wanted, ending the duel prematurely and ordering his spirit to kill Kaiba directly. Before I could act, Bound unleashed a white beam, striking the group of spirits. Kareem's Bastist and Akhenaten's Gadius were obliterated while the other spirits were flung across the room. Such power, Priest Sito muttered. Kareem, support me. I will summon my mystic horseman. Beside Battle Ox appeared a centaur-like beast. As the spirit was successfully summoned, Kareem hurriedly stepped forward with his Millennium Scale. With the vast power of the Millennium Scale, I invoked the spirit of Mystic Horseman and Battle Ox. Kareem yelled as the 2 spirits transformed into light and began to merge. Combine and fuse into Rabbit Horseman. Galloping out of the light stood a giant beast, a fusion with the upper body of Battle Ox and the lower body of Mystic Horseman. Rabbit Horseman, attack. Priest Sito shouted as the spirit swung its axe. Do you think that's enough? Yami Bakura sneered. Stop him, Bound. The demon deftly dodged Rabbit Horseman's axe, its snake-like appendage coiling around the monster's wrist with crushing force. But Priest Sito remained unfazed, his eyes darting to Mahad. Now's your chance, attack. Illusion Magician, bind Bound now. Mahad commanded. Recovered from the initial attack, Illusion Magician waved its staff, casting a glowing magic circle that imprisoned Bound in place. For a moment, hope flickered. But then, Jebound roared, unleashing a devastating shockwave that shattered the magical binds and obliterated Rabbit Horseman and Illusion Magician in an instant. Spiria, defend us! Isis cried out desperately. The small spirit valiantly generated a shield, but it, too, was quickly overwhelmed. The sacred guardians were thrown against the walls, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Panic surged through me at this rate, they would all perish. Go, Dragon Knight of Creation! I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. The knight, undeterred by the odds, charged at the monstrous Jebound with unwavering resolve. Just before Jebound could finish off the sacred guardians, the Dragon Knight of Creation leapt onto its back, plunging his sword into the spirit's spine. Unfortunately, the blade couldn't pierce deeply under Jebound's tough skin, and the monster thrashed wildly, trying to throw him off. Pharaoh! I shouted, snapping Yami Yugi out of his daze. Do something. What do I do? He stammered. TSK, I don't know. Just try and call the Egyptian gods or something. Hurry. Ah, Yuna Sano. Yami Bakura exclaimed, a sinister smile spreading across his face. What a pleasant surprise. I should have known when I saw that familiar spirit. I forced a nervous smile. Bakura, you always know how to annoy me. What can I say? I have such a likable face. My luck seems to be good today. Not only do I get to kill the pharaoh, but I can kill you, too. Dodging Jebound's attacks, the Dragon Knight of Creation returned to my side. Thankfully, the spirit was still holding up. If he fell now, I doubted my soul could handle the backlash. Come on, Pharaoh, if you don't get your ass off that chair, I'm really going to die here. As if responding to my thoughts, Yami Yugi finally stood up. He glared at Yami Bakura before glancing at his wrist, where a Jedank rested comfortably. Stepping next to me, his expression was full of determination, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. Am I really able to pull it off? Summoning an Egyptian god? Aren't you the pharaoh? I retorted. If you can't summon the Egyptian gods, who can? You. Yami Yugi replied, causing me to close my mouth. Well, I mean, the winged dragon of Ra has always helped me, but besides that, I glanced anxiously at Kizara. Just try, okay? Nodding, Yami Yugi closed his eyes in deep concentration, trying to connect with the gods. Meanwhile, Jebound resumed its relentless attack. Cursing under my breath, I summoned both the Herald of Creation and the Dragon Knight of Creation in a desperate attempt to shield us, but the strain was taking its toll, evident as blood dripped from my lips. Galescaras, defend the pharaoh. Suddenly, a brown dragon burst into the fray, tackling Jebound with a mighty roar. The dragon bit down on the demon's shoulder, dragging it across the floor in a ferocious struggle. Are you alright? Priest Sito asked, returning to the battle. I apologize for taking so long. Apologize later once we win, I muttered, unsummoning the Dragon Knight of Creation and wiping the blood from my mouth. I will cover you. Together, Priest Sito and I launched a coordinated assault on Jebound. With the immense weight of Galescaras, the dragon managed to knock the demon back while the Herald of Creation bombarded it with powerful magic. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Yami Yugi's eyes snapped open. Raising his arm, he glared at the sky with unwavering confidence and resolve. Legendary gods of Egypt, please hear my call. In the name of every pharaoh that came before, I now beseech thee. Awaken, mighty obelisk, and rid the sacred palace of this darkness. I summon Obelisk the Tormentor. Roar. A thunderous howl filled the air as ominous gray clouds gathered outside, blotting out the sky. Lightning struck the ground as a blinding light shot down and enveloped Yami Yugi. Gritting his teeth, he endured the divine energy as the light condensed, flowing into his Jedank. As the brilliance subsided, Obelisk the Tormentor stood in all its colossal, awe-inspiring glory. God, Shimon muttered, a mixture of fear and awe in his voice. As if under a powerful enchantment, everyone in the room began to lower their heads, bowing before the imposing figure of Obelisk the Tormentor. Yami Yugi's eyes were resolute as he pointed at Jebound across the room. Obelisk the Tormentor, destroy him. The god roared and swung its colossal arm. Jebound retaliated, and their fists collided with a thunderous impact, generating a massive shockwave that swept everything in the vicinity away. The confrontation lasted only seconds before the Egyptian god's strength prevailed, sending Jebound crashing to the ground. Surrender now, or face annihilation, Yami Yugi commanded, his voice echoing with authority. Yami Bakura's face twisted into a crooked smile. Surrender? Don't make me laugh. Obelisk, block it. Yami Yugi shouted. The Egyptian god moved with lightning speed, intercepting Jebound's attack. A massive explosion shook the room, filling it with smoke and debris. When the dust settled, Yami Bakura and Dyabound had vanished, leaving behind only the lifeless bodies of the cloaked figures as a grim reminder of their presence. I gasped for breath as the tension finally eased. "Good job," I said with a laugh, but my relief was short-lived when I noticed Priest Sito staring at me strangely. Feeling something warm trickling down my lips, I wiped my mouth and stared at the blood on my hand in silence. "Ah," I chuckled weakly. "How the hell am I gonna explain this to Kizara?" The room started to spin, and before I could say another word, darkness overtook me, and I collapsed. Third POV. Next day, while Yuna was still unconscious. "We can't sit here any longer. Your Majesty, we must send the army to capture that man now." "And what happens after? Do you think the soldiers could defeat the spirit that man possesses? We will just be sending innocent lives to die. Then what do you suggest we do? His mere existence is a threat to this kingdom." As Priest Mahad have said, the soldier's strength is not enough. This time, it was Shada who intervened. I hate to admit, but even with all 6 sacred guardians present last night, we were still defeated. "So, in the end, the problem lies in strength," Priest Sito muttered, voicing out everyone's thoughts. "Thankfully, I already have a solution for that," Akhenaten smiled. "Thanks to some insight from Shada's Millennium Key, I was able to recreate a device that can test the heart of individuals. With this, we can find people with power spirits residing within them." He explained and placed an item that looked similar to the Millennium Key but much smaller. When someone touches this, the brighter it glows, the more powerful the spirit that resides within them. "Then what will happen with those people?" Sito questioned, not liking where the conversation was going. "Of course, we will extract the spirits from their body, allowing us to use it to battle," Akhenaten announced, and the other sacred guardians blinked in disbelief. "Priest Akhenaten," Karim said with a hesitant expression. "I assume you're aware that monster spirits were formed through a person's life energy, and extracting the spirits could result in the person's death. While this procedure is done with death row inmates. You're saying that we should do this to civilians?" "I understand your concern," Akhenaten replied calmly. "But it is a sacrifice we have to make. If we don't stop Bakura soon, more people will die." The sacred guardians' expressions were complicated. They understood Akhenaten's implication, and while they were unsettled about taking innocent lives, they also knew that if they didn't do something, Bakura would create more chaos that they might not be able to handle. "We are to protect the innocent, not kill them," Isis spoke with difficulty as her pupils trembled. "But we have no other choice," Akhenaten continued. "Remember last night, we've barely won thanks to some unknown person's help. While I was thankful for their assistance, I can't find myself trusting them." "Priest Sito, what are you saying?" "From those 2 spirits' strength alone, I believe it's worth the sacrifice. That dragon-like knight and mage will be a great asset." Priest Sito, Kizara and Yami Yugi's eyes widened as they realized who that unknown person Akhenaten was referring to. "You can't!" Kizara yelled with a fearful expression. "Akhenaten, young miss, I know that you may be the next Grand Vizier, which is why you must put your emotions aside and think rationally. I don't condone this. This is inhumane. Then would you willingly let everyone die instead?" "Enough." Yami Yugi sighed and interrupted the argument. "I agree with Kizara, there must be another method. I don't want to discuss this any further." Meeting adjourned. "Understood," Akhenaten muttered regretfully as everyone stood up. He still felt regretful, and resounding in his heart, he thought that this was the best method. As he was lost in thought, Kizara's body suddenly nudged the item to the ground. With an apologetic expression, she handed the artifact back to Akhenaten before quickly exiting the room. When Akhenaten was about to store the item away, it suddenly flashed a brilliant glow, so blinding it left him stunned. "Lord Akhenaten, is something the matter?" A servant asked carefully, noticing his daze. "It's nothing," Akhenaten answered and left the room. Unbeknownst to the servant, his final expression before leaving the room was chillingly cold. Chapter 99. Yuna's POV. It was night when I finally regained consciousness. As I cautiously opened my eyes, the soft rustling of the wind greeted me. Its cool breeze brushing soothingly against my face. I lay there for a moment, taking in the unfamiliar yet comforting sensation of the bed. I tried to shift, but something heavy weighed down my right arm. Looking over, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Kizara, sound asleep, had nestled against me, her head resting on my arm. A sigh escaped my lips, a mix of affection and dread. I could already imagine the lecture I'd receive when she woke up. But then, something strange caught my attention. Our hands were clasped, but there was more. Slowly, I lifted them, eyes narrowing in confusion as I noticed a soft, golden glow pulsing from her palm, flowing into mine like a warm current. I touched the glow with my free hand, feeling its gentle warmth seep into me. Instantly, the last traces of drowsiness vanished. I knew better than anyone what was happening to my body, and somehow, I was healing right before my eyes. I hurriedly retracted my hand in shock, but the sudden movement stirred Kizara, causing her eyes to flutter open. We locked gazes in a moment of tense silence. "Kizara, you need to let go of my hand," I muttered, worry creeping into my voice. "Why should I do that?" She shot back sharply, making me flinch. As I sat up, I caught a clearer view of her face. And my heart sank. Dark bags hung beneath her eyes, and her cheeks were hollow as if she hadn't eaten or slept in days. Deep wrinkles etched her skin, and all I could see was a deep frown etched across her features. "Your life energy, it's flowing into me, so you must let go now," I urged, panic rising within me, but her mood only darkened further. "Kizara, please. Do you think I don't know that?" She scowled, her frustration palpable. "I'm not dumb, Yuna." "Then why?" I screamed, but my voice caught in my throat as I noticed a single tear escape down her cheek. "Why? Why do you think, huh? How could I just let Yuna die?" Stunned into silence, I could only absorb her barrage of words. "Yuna, you're a very selfish person." It felt like cold water had been thrown over me, and her accusations sank deep into my heart. "You always keep everything to yourself, pushing me away from the truth. Even now, you never thought about telling me about your condition." "To protect you," I managed to say, my voice thick with emotion. "To protect," Kizara echoed, grasping her head as a bitter laugh escaped her lips. When she finally calmed down, the sorrow in her eyes pierced me. "Last night, when you collapsed, I really thought you had died. I was so distraught that I couldn't even focus on anything. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I couldn't even think. I was so worried, so please stop hiding things from me," she begged, her eyes searching mine with desperate earnestness. Each word twisted my heart, flooding me with guilt. I hate it so much. Tears streamed down her face, splattering onto mine. Each drop felt like a sharp knife stabbing into my soul, revealing the foolishness of my actions. What I thought was protecting her was only causing her more pain. "Okay," I murmured slowly, fighting to control my emotions. "I will tell you." Unlike in the past, when I only explained things vaguely, I laid everything bare, tears streaming down my face. I spoke of my past life, how I was actually from the future, and how this entire ordeal might be a trial inside the pharaoh's mind. As I recounted my story, I watched Kizara's expression shift to one of utter disbelief. She seemed unable to process what I was saying. "So Yuna is from the future?" she muttered, dazed. "That's crazy." "But it's the truth," I replied, wrapping my arms around myself as a wave of vulnerability washed over me. "It's everything I know, I promise." "Do you think this is real? Are you sure that everything here isn't part of the trial?" "I don't even want to think about it," I confessed in a whisper. "I want to believe that the times we've spent together will really change your past. I want to believe that you will never suffer again. Even if this may not be just an illusion of the past, the softness of this bed, the sound of my heartbeat, and being here with you, everything feels real to me. Isn't that what matters?" She smiled wryly, and we stared at the ceiling in silence. Unaware of how much time had passed, Kizara opened her mouth once more. "Why will you go so far for me?" she asked hesitantly, confusion clouding her eyes. "I've never done anything for you in the first place." "Actually, in the future, Kizara has saved me a couple of times," I answered, my heart warming with the memories. "You might not be there in the physical world, but you appeared several times in my unconsciousness. You even helped me battle an Egyptian god." "Really?" Her eyes widened in disbelief, and a blush crept across her cheeks. "I could barely hurt a fly." "Well, I'm not sure about that," I chuckled, knowing the power of the blue eyes white dragon lying dormant in her soul. "I believe that Kizara is very, very strong." Before long, our tears had dried, replaced by soft laughter that filled the room. To my surprise, it felt as if a massive weight was being lifted from my chest. "What should we do now?" I asked, my spirits lifting. "It's already very late, let's talk tomorrow," she replied, extending her hand from under the blanket. Instinctively, I hid my hand behind my back and shook my head. "I can't, Yoba." "Enough already," Kizara chided, frustration lacing her tone as she snatched my hand. Instantly, a comfortable warmth spread throughout my body, but the guilt caused my pupils to tremble. "Don't worry about me," she reasoned, her grip firm yet gentle. "My ba can always replenish in time, but you can't." "But still, I feel awful taking your life force like this," I protested, my voice thick with concern. "Besides, if everything follows the original timeline, the trial will soon be over in just a few days." "Yes, but you still need strength to fight back," she insisted, pulling me into a tight embrace. We just have to hold on for a few more days. We exchanged sad smiles, both realizing that our precious time together was slipping away. Even if our time together might be short, let's make sure the last few days count, Kizara said, her grin widening. Let's achieve our happy endings. I nodded, wrapping my pinky around hers. Let's do just that. The next day. Early morning light spilled into the room when Kizara woke up. She quickly dressed and made her way to the entrance of the palace. Remembering our discussion, she hurried along, finding Priest Mahad leading a group of soldiers. It seemed that while I was unconscious, events unfolded just as they had in the original timeline. Mahad had volunteered to lead Yami Bakura to the Valley of the Kings, hoping to set a trap and ambush him. But that plan, as history dictated, had ultimately failed and led to his death. Lord Mahad, Kizara called out, her voice steady as she approached. He stopped his horse beside her. Lady Kizara, Mahad greeted formally, his tone respectful. What brings you here this morning? Due to the recent events, I wasn't able to rest comfortably, causing me to wake up at an earlier time, she replied. So, since I'm awake, I hope to grant you and the soldiers my blessing for a safe journey. Her words caused Mahad's expression to soften. Thank you, but I'd prefer if Lady Kizara remained in good health. We wouldn't want Lord Sito to worry again, he teased, eliciting a blush on her face. I felt like I should do at least this much, Kizara mumbled, glancing down. I wasn't able to do anything when Bakura attacked, nor did I contribute to the meeting. Well, I find that simply not true, Mahad said with a smile. In fact, I believe Lady Kizara made the most significant contribution to that meeting, and all the sacred guardians would agree. If you hadn't voiced your concerns, we might have all been swayed by Lord Akhenaten's proposal. You reminded us that, no matter how difficult the situation, we must always prioritize the people first. That is our duty. Is that so? Kizara played with her hair, a shy smile creeping onto her face. Anyway, please be careful, Lord Mahad. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but wouldn't it be safer to bring at least one more sacred guardian with you on this expedition? I hope you'll reconsider your plan. It might be too risky. I appreciate your concern, but Lady Kizara, you don't need to worry, Mahad replied, his smile reassuring. We can't delegate too many forces to this attack in case the palace is invaded again. But the danger is too high. She exclaimed, her emotions taking over. Lord Mahad, please think this through. I'm afraid that Bakura won't be someone you can handle alone, not to your disrespect. I understand, but while we can't split off any more of our strength, we also can't just sit idly doing nothing. Now that I'm prepared, I believe I won't be easily defeated like before. He met her gaze, firm in his resolve despite her protests. Although I'd like to continue our conversation, I must depart. I see, Kizara murmured, biting her lip in frustration. Then promise me that if it gets too dangerous, you will retreat. That I shall, Mahad replied, nodding before flicking the reins. His horse began to move, and as Kizara watched him and the soldiers head off, a heavy sigh escaped her. No matter what, Lord Mahad seems determined to carry the mission through, she said, a frown tugging at her lips. Despite her hopes for him to reconsider, it was too late. The army quickly became a distant speck on the horizon, swallowed by the vastness of the landscape. Her worries lingered in the air, an unshakable weight pressing down on her. Unfortunately, our fears soon became a painful reality, as ever since that day, Mahad never returned. Next day. Third POV. The palace was thrown into utter chaos. While Bakura's initial attack had shaken the people, they managed to recover quickly. However, the disappearance of a sacred guardian was an entirely different matter. Your Majesty. We can't waste any more time. We have to go and search for powerful spirits to combat this great evil. Lord Akhenaten, we can't approach this recklessly, Shada countered, frowning. The citizens are already feeling unrest. We can't add more fuel to the fire. Yet this is a risk we have to take, Akhenaten pressed. Lord Akhenaten, Kizara interjected, still shaken by Mahad's death. Her voice trembled with anxiety. Please reconsider. There has to be another way. Lady Kizara, I'm afraid you might truly be unaware of our current situation, Akhenaten replied cynically. Sacred guardians are mighty pillars of Egypt. Even with one of them missing, it could significantly weaken the kingdom's defenses. I didn't mean it like that, Kizara mumbled anxiously, her voice faltering under the weight of the situation. Enough, Sito interrupted before she could apologize further. He shot Akhenaten a scornful glare. Lord Akhenaten, I believe you have spoken too far. Lady Kizara merely voiced all of our concerns. I see, Akhenaten replied, his tone shifting. Then, Lady Kizara, what do you propose we do? His question hung in the air, and all eyes turned to her. Kizara grasped her chin, lost in thought, as she quietly listened to Yuna's whisper by her ear. Nodding to herself, she lifted her head with confidence. During the attack on the palace, Bakura mentioned this was revenge related to his village. Taking a deep breath, she continued, based on this, I went to the royal records and did some digging. I found intriguing information in the documents. Her voice took on a solemn tone. Around 2 decades ago, the population in the village of Kolena suddenly vanished after they stopped paying taxes, and no other contacts have been made since. She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to settle before continuing. It was also around that time the Millennium items were introduced. I believe there is definitely a correlation, and we might find answers if we investigate that village. I see, Sito nodded with a proud smile. Then I believe there's no need for further discussion. I propose we first try Lady Kazara's suggestion. If they are truly correlated, we should be able to find something that gives us an edge. One by one, the others in the room voiced their agreement with Kazara's plan. Smiling with contentment, Yami Yugi surveyed the crowd. Then we should follow Kazara's plan. If there are any objections, speak now. When he glanced at Akhenaten, the old man quickly averted his gaze in resignation. Good, then we should leave as soon as possible. The pharaoh stood up, commanding authority. Meeting dismissed. As the meeting adjourned, Kazara, Sito, and Yuna found themselves strolling quietly through the courtyard. The soft rustle of leaves accompanied their footsteps, a moment of respite amidst the chaos. Thanks for standing up for me, Kazara mumbled gratefully, her voice barely above a whisper. It's the least I could do, Sito replied, his tone warm. I'm just glad you're still trying to find the best solution to our problem, while we were all just sitting idly without any plans in mind. Don't say that, Kazara countered. The sacred guardians all have their duties to manage. I have to put in that much effort, right? Smiling, Sito gently grasped Kazara's hand, causing her to blush as her heart raced at his affectionate touch. How sweet, they heard Yuna's sly voice behind them. Flushing with embarrassment, Kazara quickly let go of Sito's hand and coughed awkwardly. Don't mind me, just imagine I'm not here. That's a little hard, don't you think? Sito chuckled, a teasing glint in his eye. The day Yuna went unconscious, Kazara fully realized that she wasn't the only one who could see her friend. The revelation that Sito was also aware of Yuna's existence had initially made her feel betrayed. However, after Yuna's explanation, Kazara forgave him, understanding that there was no point in staying angry over something so trivial. As the three continued walking, the sound of whimpering caught their attention from a distance. Curious, they approached the commotion and spotted a young girl crying in the corner of the courtyard. She had long brown hair that was sporadically arranged, jutting downward in all directions, a small nose and lips, and large green eyes filled with tears. Her outfit consisted of a shoulderless, sleeveless top and a miniskirt adorned with various bracelets around her wrists and ankles. That's Mana, Lord Mahad's disciple, Sito explained, the atmosphere growing solemn. As Kazara watched Mana weeping quietly, a wave of pity and guilt washed over her. She glanced at Yuna, who looked equally dejected. Don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. But if I had only tried to convince Lord Mahad harder, Kazara muttered, her voice filled with regret. Then maybe he might have survived. Nobody can achieve everything, sometimes, you have to do what you can. Yuna replied softly. Kazara stared at the ground, lost in thought, grappling with her emotions. Without waiting for further encouragement, she approached Mana and sat beside her. Smiling softly, she began comforting her with a gentle voice. She's amazing, isn't she? Yuna remarked as Mana's sad whimpers gradually faded, giving way to shy giggles as Kazara affectionately patted her head. Yes, Priest Sito nodded, watching Kazara with awe. His expression shifted, and he nervously clenched his fist. Miss Yuna, may I ask you something? What is it? Yuna replied, curious. After this is over, I wish to ask for Kazara's hand in marriage, he whispered anxiously, his eyes wide with hope. I hope that you will grant me your approval. Me? Yuna stammered in shock. Why would you ask me? Then who else? Sito shot back, making Yuna fall silent. You're the most important person to Kazara. I see, Yuna nodded awkwardly, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Marriage, are you messing with me? This better not be a joke. Miss Yuna, I would never jest about something like this, Sito answered solemnly, his gaze steady and intense. I hope you will give me a serious answer as well. As Sito waited in silence, each passing second heightened his unease. Eventually, Yuna shrugged nonchalantly and smirked, well, it's fine, I suppose, as long as Kazara is happy, then I have no further objections. Thank you, Sito muttered with relief, his heart racing with excitement. Don't get too relaxed yet, Kazara herself hasn't agreed in the first place, Yuna replied calmly, her eyes turning to Kazara with a loving gaze. Marriage, huh, Yuna smiled to herself. Kazara, you have to live now, I can't let you miss out on such a bright future. Meanwhile, inside one of the private research rooms, Akhenaten bit his nails in frustration as he stared at the device on the table. Why couldn't the pharaoh understand that desperate times call for desperate measures? He muttered to himself, glancing at the soul-scanning invention that he had put so much expectations into. We can't just follow a baseless speculation, such a method will only lead us to our doom. His voice echoed in the empty room, a stark reminder that, despite his growing frustration, he was left with no one to share his attitude. Lost in thought, Akhenaten's gaze remained fixed on the device, oblivious to the strange stillness around him. The air felt charged, thick with an unshakable tension, as a shadowy figure appeared silently on the window sill. Bam! Before Akhenaten could react, the figure lunged forward, grabbing him by the neck and pinning him against the wall with alarming speed. Now, relax, I'm not here to kill you this time. Bakura smirked, his grip easing just enough for Akhenaten to catch a breath. Why, you? Akhenaten croaked, eyes filled with a mix of hatred and disbelief. There's no point in struggling, you can call for guards, but they won't be coming, Bakura warned, his voice laced with a menacing chuckle. What do you want? Akhenaten growled, his heart pounding as he faced the man who had brought chaos to their lives. Well, I find you to be the more logical out of the bunch, Bakura replied, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. You will definitely be useful. What? With a wicked grin, Bakura released him, sending Akhenaten crumpling to the floor. He gasped, coughing as he tried to regain his composure, but the sight of Bakura opening his coat, revealing the Millennium Ring hanging around his neck, stole his breath. That's... Akhenaten couldn't finish his sentence, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. So it's true. With a flick of his wrist, dark energy oozed from the Millennium Ring, slithering across the floor like a living thing. Akhenaten's instincts kicked and he summoned his spirit, but it was futile. Jiabound quickly subdued the monster, overpowering Akhenaten with an overwhelming sense of despair. Struggling frantically, Akhenaten felt the dark energy seep into his chest, paralyzing him as pain shot through his body. He collapsed. Gasping as the rage and frustration that had consumed him twisted into something darker, something more sinister. Instead of fighting, a strange inclination to submit crept over him. Finally, as the dark energy dissipated, Yami Bakura watched with a satisfied smile. He delivered a swift kick to Akhenaten's body. Stand. With great effort, Akhenaten pushed himself up, his body trembling as he knelt before Bakura, the words escaping his lips almost involuntarily, "My lord." Ha! Yami Bakura's smile widened, a glint of wicked amusement dancing in his eyes. This is getting interesting. Chapter 100. Third POV. Yami Bakura gazed at the kneeling Akhenaten, a sly smile curling at the edges of his mouth. His mind was already crafting his next move. But before he could finalize his plan, he sensed a presence outside the room and let out a soft chuckle. So, they've come uninvited, he murmured, casting a glance at the man bowing before him. Akhenaten. Yes, my lord. Akhenaten replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. What is that pitiful pharaoh up to these days? Yami Bakura asked, his curiosity laced with amusement. They intend to explore the village of Kolena, hoping to gain an advantage over you. Is that so? Yami Bakura laughed, a sinister glint in his eye. Listen closely, smiling, he began to explain his schemes. When he finished, Yami Bakura took a deep breath and smirked. Do you understand? Yes, my lord, Akhenaten replied, nodding as he slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, the doors to the chamber burst open, and soldiers flooded into the room. Bakura. Yami Yugi's voice thundered, raw with fury. I knew I'd sensed your presence. He strode in, flanked by the 4 sacred guardians, each gripping their millennium items, their expression filled with hostility. Without a moment's hesitation, Yami Bakura lashed out, kicking Akhenaten in the stomach and sending him hurtling towards the group. Unaware of his betrayal, Sito instinctively caught him as he fell, and Akhenaten let out a pained groan. What have you done? Yami Yugi demanded, his fists clenched tight. A slow smile spread across Yami Bakura's face as he moved toward the window. Ah, Pharaoh, I was hoping you'd make an appearance. You see, I uncovered something interesting during my little adventure, and I thought you'd enjoy the surprise. With a flourish, he lifted his hand, revealing the Millennium Ring dangling from his fingers. Yami Yugi's eyes widened, and beside him, Isis gasped, covering her mouth in horror. Mahad, she whispered, stricken. No. You vile creature. Sito roared, rage flashing in his eyes. Battle Ox, I summon you. The towering spirit leapt forward, axe in hand, but Jiabound appeared, its claws intercepting the attack with ease. It seems I've overstayed my welcome, Yami Bakura taunted, stepping onto the windowsill. Until next time, without a backward glance, he let himself fall, and with a silent command, Jiabound followed, its claws digging into the sandstone wall to slow his descent. After him. Yami Yugi ordered, charging out of the room, the others close behind. Akhenaten, still weakened and clutching his side, was quickly sent to the infirmary while the remaining sacred guardians raced to pursue Yami Bakura into the night. A few minutes later. Sito, Kizara murmured, worry evident in her eyes as she watched him saddle his horse. Sito placed his hands on her shoulders, his expression softening. Stay here, the guards will protect you, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Kizara managed a small smile, brushing a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then I'll await your return, be careful. I will, he replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face as he quickly mounted his horse. Just as he prepared to leave, Yuna appeared, halting him with a raised hand. Miss Yuna. Hold on, I need to tell you something. Yuna floated close, casting a cautious glance at Kizara, who stood a few steps away, then whispered urgently. Akhenaten didn't trust him under any circumstances. Sito blinked, caught off guard. Excuse me. I mean it, Yuna insisted, her voice low and intense. He's no longer on our side, be on your guard. Sito nearly lost his balance, gripping the reins tightly. Are you certain? Do I have a reason to lie? I'll deal with him here. Just make sure you return as soon as possible. Sito nodded solemnly. Understood. With a final glance, he nudged his horse forward and rode out of the stables. Outside, Yami Yugi and the other sacred guardians awaited, their expressions steely. The pharaoh urged his horse forward, his voice resolute. Let's go, we have no time to waste. At his command, the horses broke into a gallop, the sound of thundering hooves echoing across the desert sands as they raced down the streets of Memphis and out of the city. Yuna's POV. Yuna, will Sito be alright? I don't doubt the strength of the pharaoh and the sacred guardians, but Bakura, he's so dangerous. Smiling gently, I patted her head. He'll be fine, don't underestimate him. My tone softened, but my gaze shifted coldly as I glanced back at the palace. Yuna, what's wrong? She asked, catching my change in expression. It's nothing, I began, pausing before letting out a small chuckle. I'd promised to be honest with Kizara, and I couldn't break that promise. It's Akhenaten, I don't trust him. Lord Akhenaten. Kizara gasped, her reaction mirroring Sito's earlier surprise. I can't say for sure, but go find Shimon and stay with him, just in case, I instructed. With a nod, Kizara turned and hurried off to meet her teacher. Once she was gone, I floated over the palace walls, moving swiftly until I reached the treatment room. Ensuring the hall was empty, I wedged a heavy shelf across the door to block any unexpected visitors. Inside, the room was lined with beds draped in thin veils for privacy. In the far corner, only one bed was occupied. I slipped past the curtain, revealing Akhenaten asleep and oblivious. In the original timeline, Yami Bakura used the Millennium Ring to bring out the darkness in Akhenaten's heart, turning him against Yami Yugi and setting off a chain of disastrous events. Typically, I would have overlooked his betrayal, but he played a hand in Kizara's death. It's nothing personal, Akhenaten, but between you and Kizara, I choose her every time. I summoned the Dragon Knight of Creation, his presence solidifying by my side. Responding to my silent command, the Dragon Knight raised his sword and swung down. Clang! The sharp ring of metal echoed through the room as a shadowy figure emerged from Akhenaten's own shadow, intercepting the strike with an axe and shield. The beast resembled a jackal. Its two heads covered in matted fur and crude armor. Snarling, it pushed the Dragon Knight back, drool dripping from its jaws. Akhenaten's eyes flickered open, and he sat up slowly, his gaze cold as he scanned the room. His expression showed no surprise, only a dark, calculated awareness as he took in the scene. Who goes there? How dare you attempt to assassinate a sacred guardian? I cursed under my breath. Was he feigning unconsciousness this whole time? No matter, I'd hoped to do this quietly, but that was no longer an option. With a frown, I commanded my spirit to strike again. The Dragon Knight of Creation thrust his blade forward, aiming directly at Akhenaten. Two-headed jackal, defend. Akhenaten shouted, and his spirit moved swiftly, intercepting the blade with its shield. But I'd anticipated this. Without hesitation, I summoned the Herald of Creation behind him. Boom! In a flash, my spirit raised her staff, launching a blazing fireball that engulfed Akhenaten's position, tearing through the room. As the smoke cleared, my stomach tightened. Akhenaten was still standing. Behind him lay the remains of a charred spirit, hastily summoned to absorb the blow. Akhenaten grimaced, coughing as blood trickled from his lips, yet his eyes burned with cold fury as he glared at the spirits surrounding him. Fine, he sneered, his gaze shifting, searching the room for me, unable to spot me standing in the middle of the room. If you don't show yourself, then I'll just destroy both of your spirits here. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor. The guards are on their way, I thought, clenching my jaw. My ba was draining fast, and time was slipping through my fingers. Attack again, I ordered, sending both spirits forward. Working in perfect harmony, the knight and mage pressed Akhenaten back, forcing him closer to the crumbling wall under their relentless assault. Enough! Akhenaten bellowed, a surge of dark energy erupting from his body, blasting everything around him. The room's walls shattered, revealing the crimson sunset beyond. As the dragon knight of creation charged through the wreckage to reach him, a black appendage shot from Akhenaten's shadow, swatting the knight back. A sinister smile twisted across Akhenaten's face as a purplish shroud of darkness wrapped around him, pulsing with unnatural power. Fully assimilating with the darkness in his heart, he's no longer shackled by his duty, and a dark magical power flowed around him. I no longer need to hide, he said, his voice dripping with malevolence. I serve a new master, one who shares my vision and intelligence. The walls were blown apart, and the soldiers caught sight of Akhenaten's transformation from both inside and outside the palace. He raised his arms, addressing the evening sky. Now, I shall see my lord's will fulfilled. Herald of creation, stop him. I yelled, desperation seeping into my voice. The mage moved quickly, casting a spell, but it was too late. Shadows twisted around Akhenaten, forming an impenetrable barrier, then enveloping him entirely until his figure was obscured within a sphere of darkness. I watched, helpless, as the shadow sphere shrank into nothingness, taking Akhenaten with it, leaving only me and my spirits in the shattered remains of the treatment room. Third POV. Meanwhile, out in the vast desert of Egypt, Yami Yugi and the sacred guardians raced fiercely in pursuit of Yami Bakura. The desert sand, though rough, had not yet swallowed his trail entirely. Pharaoh, look! Sito called, pointing toward the distant figure of Bakura riding ahead of them. Yami Yugi's eyes narrowed as he felt the familiar surge of power from when he'd summoned Obelisk the Tormentor. Drawing upon his Jedank, he channeled his ba into the device, which began to glow with intense light. Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry, transform thyself from an orb of light and bring me victory in this fight, I beseech thee, grace our humble game, but first, I shall, call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra. The sky overhead seemed to brighten as if the day had broken anew, and a deafening roar filled the desert air. A colossal shadow descended. And the mighty winged dragon of Ra spread its wings over the sands, its brilliant light reflecting across the barren landscape. The god's gaze locked onto Yami Bakura, and it released a blazing beam of orange energy from its jaw. Jia-bound, block it. Yami Bakura commanded, crossing his arms as Jia-bound threw itself in front of the attack. It absorbed the fiery blast, and with its free hand, it seized a boulder from the distant dunes, hurling it back toward the oncoming party. The winged dragon of Ra retaliated with another beam, splitting the massive rock in two, the fragments raining down like jagged meteors. Watch out! Shada shouted, summoning his spirit. Zelua, protect us. A majestic humanoid bird appeared behind Shada, its wings unfurling. With a sweep of its arms, it sent a barrage of wind blades. Shredding the debris to dust as they pressed forward, the outline of abandoned buildings began to emerge over the crest of the next dune. Dilapidated and dark, the village stood eerily silent, its ancient structures showing no signs of life. Yami Bakura spurred his horse ahead, disappearing into the shadowed alleys. As he faded from view, the quietness of the place sent a chill down everyone's spine. Is that the place? Isis asked, her frown mirroring the unease of her companions. Yami Yugi raised a hand, signaling for caution. Stay alert, he's leading us here for a reason. Their horses slowed to a trot as they reached the heart of the empty village. The square was desolate, with only the distant whisper of the desert wind breaking the silence. The guardians exchanged tense glances, each one feeling the heavy weight of the quiet, eerie atmosphere surrounding them. This will take too long if we explore the village together, I propose we split up, the pharaoh announced, his tone calm but firm. Sito and Karim, you'll form one group, Shada, you and Isis will form another. Sito frowned, and what about you, your highness? I'll go alone, Yami Yugi replied, silencing any protest with a determined look. No objections, reluctantly, the sacred guardians nodded. Without delay, they each set off into the dark village, beginning their search for any secrets this shadowed place might hold. A few minutes later, Sito walked in silence down the abandoned streets, his thoughts drifting. Yuna's warning about Akhenaten gnawed him, and the fact that Akhenaten had remained back at the palace weighed heavily on his mind. Is something on your mind, Lord Sito? Karim asked, noting his companion's distraction. Sito shook his head, just a trivial concern, it's nothing. Karim gave him a wary look. Regardless, we must stay vigilant here, he cautioned. Sito sighed, then nodded, pushing his worries aside. Yet, even as he tried to focus, his thoughts kept returning to Yuna's words. Then, unexpectedly, they both spotted a figure moving in the distance. Halt! Karim shouted, taking a step forward. State your name and business. The figure came closer, revealing a familiar face. Lord Karim, Lord Sito, it's me. Akhenaten. Karim exclaimed, astonished. What are you doing here? Stop. How do we know you're the real Akhenaten? You were recovering back at the palace. With a steady smile, Akhenaten spoke calmly. After recovering, I immediately came to assist. I couldn't allow the pharaoh to face danger while I stayed behind. Your words seem reasonable enough, but they're not proof, Sito said, his voice sharp. He glanced at Karim. Karim, if you would. Karim nodded, stepping forward and lifting the Millennium Scale. As it glowed, the scale began to tremble violently, both sides swaying under intense pressure. The two guardians watched with bated breath until the scale finally tipped, landing heavily on the side of darkness. In that instant, time seemed to slow. Sito moved just as Akhenaten's lips twisted into a wicked grin. Shadows rose from behind Karim, forming a sharp spike that struck him in the side. Traitor! Sito shouted, his voice filled with a mix of fury and betrayal. Before Sito could react, a horde of monsters flooded the street. Karim clutched his wound, gasping, Lord Sito, you have to get out of here. And leave you behind? Sito retorted, his voice laced with anguish. Karim managed a weak smile, go, the pharaoh needs to know the truth, you must tell him Akhenaten has betrayed us. Sito hesitated, fists clenched, but he knew there was no time. With one final look, he turned and retreated, his heart heavy. Watching him go, Karim straightened himself, a fierce resolve lighting his eyes. I am a sacred guardian, and I will fulfill my duty, even if it costs my life. I summon Curse of Dragon. The creature appeared, a slender dragon with golden scales and jagged spikes. Karim raised a hand, his voice resolute. Destroy them all. The Curse of Dragon unleashed a wave of fire, enveloping the street in a sea of flames. Elsewhere in Kolena, Yami Yugi's footsteps echoed as he wandered deeper into the village, his sense of unease growing with each step. The Millennium puzzle around his neck pulsed as if trying to warn him of an unseen danger. At last, he reached the edge of the village, where the ground sloped up to a towering cliff face, forming a natural wall against intruders. A dark cave entrance lay before him, and his instincts urged him forward. Ignoring the chill creeping down his spine, he entered, pushing through the shadows until he reached the end of the passage. What he saw there left him speechless. The cavern was a vast void, as if a great force had hollowed out the heart of the mountain, leaving behind an empty hall that echoed with a chilling silence. At the center loomed a massive stone carving that dominated the floor, its design resembling a sarcophagus with ominous intent. Intricate slots were meticulously carved into the stone's forehead. Eyes, chest, hands, and lower body. Yami Yugi's brow furrowed in unease. What could be hidden beneath that sarcophagus? A deep sense of foreboding gripped him, a foul presence that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. What is this place? What is that stone carving? This is the mortuary temple, Bakura replied, his voice dripping with malice as he stepped closer. That, he gestured menacingly at the carving behind Yugi. Is the Millennium Stone. It was forged from the blood, flesh, and bones of 99 souls from this village. Yami Yugi's eyes widened, shock rendering him momentarily speechless. You can't be serious. It is the truth, Bakura sneered, his twisted smile betraying his glee. These so-called divine items are birthed from the death of my family. Is this why you're doing this? For revenge? Yes, Bakura replied coldly. Even in death, my people will not be forgotten, their darkness festers beneath that stone, waiting for release. I will gather all the Millennium items and unleash what lies within. You think I'll let you succeed? Yami Yugi shouted defiantly, clenching his fists. I understand your pain, but I won't stand by and let you bring this to fruition. Too late for a reason, Bakura hissed. You will all perish. With that, they both activated their Jedank, the air crackling with energy. Die. 5 minutes later. Your Highness. Frantic voices echoed from outside the cave as the sacred guardians finally arrived, having learned of the dire situation from Sito. A heavy weight of sorrow fell over them as they mourned Karim's sacrifice. They burst into the chamber to find chaos, craters pockmarked the ground, and in the midst of the wreckage, Yami Bakura and Yami Yugi fought fiercely. Jia bound, coiling like a serpent, lunged at Slifer the sky dragon, tightening its grip around the Egyptian god's neck. The guardians longed to intervene, but an overwhelming tide of monsters surged into the room, blocking their path. Yami Bakura's minions poured in, a relentless wave that kept the sacred guardians at bay. Amidst the turmoil, Bakura cast a sly glance at the pharaoh. As much as I'd love to prolong this little game, it's time to end it, Akhenaten. From the shadows, Akhenaten emerged and attacked Yami Yugi, leaving the pharaoh reeling in confusion. With his opportunity seized, Yami Bakura slipped past the fray, approaching the Millennium Stone at the center of the room. He began to chant, his voice rising with dark intensity. "Stop him!" Sito yelled, desperation filling his voice as the guardians attempted to thwart Bakura's plan, only to be met by swarming monsters shielding the Thief King. With each incantation, the Millennium items gleamed ominously, their power waning as the connection to their wielders weakened. The room trembled with energy, and when Bakura concluded his chant, a devastating shockwave erupted. A piercing scream erupted from Akhenaten as the Millennium Eye was torn from his socket while the other artifacts broke free from the sacred guardian's grasp. Even the Millennium Puzzle, Yami Yugi's steadfast companion, was ripped away. The Millennium items flew toward the sarcophagus, slotting into place with a resounding finality. Boom! The ground shuddered violently, and a massive chasm opened beneath everyone, plunging into an unfathomable abyss. Grinning maniacally, Yami Bakura spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "At last! Take my soul and body as a sacrifice. Bring evil upon this land. I call upon you, the one true God, Zork Necrophades." Dark tendrils wrapped around Bakura and Jabound, dragging them into the void. From the darkness, a colossal purplish arm emerged, clawing its way into the world. It was a grotesque figure adorned with twisted horns, bat-like wings, and a massive dragon appendage jutting grotesquely from its chest. The creature towered over Slifer the sky dragon, its monstrous head smashing through the ceiling, shattering stone as moonlight flooded into the chamber. It glared down with blood-red eyes, and an icy shiver raced down the spines of all who beheld it. The sensation was far removed from the overwhelming presence of the Egyptian god. This was something primal, something far more terrifying. For the first time, the pharaoh and the sacred guardians felt genuine dread. Zork Necrophades, the great evil god, had been resurrected. Chapter 101. Third POV. Paralyzed by genuine fear, the sacred guardians found themselves unable to move. The evil god loomed over them, its emotionless snarl conveying their insignificance as if they were mere ants beneath its feet. When Zork Necrophades stirred, the sky rained debris, jolting the pharaoh and the sacred guardians into action. They barely scrambled to safety before rubble crashed down where they had stood moments before. The guardians exchanged a quick glance, all arriving at the same conclusion: they needed to retreat, or they would meet their end here. Before they could act, the rubble shifted, and Akhenaten emerged from the debris. Rage filled the guardians' eyes, particularly Sito's, who had personally witnessed his betrayal. "Lord Sito!" Shada called, but Sito was already sprinting toward the Millennium Stone. He seized the Millennium Rod, channeling its power, and fired a projectile at Akhenaten. But, to Sito's shock, a shimmering barrier appeared, deflecting the attack. Looking up, Sito found Zork Necrophade staring at him, freezing him in place. The god then turned his gaze to Akhenaten, who was still struggling to recover, his wounds bleeding onto the floor. Sensing the god's attention, Akhenaten straightened and bowed deeply, his voice rasping as he spoke. "My lord, please grant your loyal servant an order." "Akhenaten, you traitor!" Sito shouted, clenching his fists as he felt Zork Necrophade's oppressive presence weigh down on him. Zork Necrophades narrowed its eyes and sneered, its mouth revealing rows of jagged teeth. The god raised a finger, and a beam of dark energy shot forth, striking Akhenaten. The man gasped as unspeakable agony coursed through him. His body warping and transforming. His nails grew into claws, his skin darkened, and his form stretched taller, towering over Sito. Akhenaten's single remaining eye glowed blood red as the Millennium Eye returned to his other socket. His tattered robes morphed into dark purple armor, a flowing cape draping from his shoulders. His face, now half concealed by a black and white mask, bore a single line down the center, with the Millennium Eye gleaming ominously through it. From behind the mask, a wild red mane spilled out, framing his withering face in a twisted ferocity. As the pain finally subsided, Akhenaten took in his new form. Whatever was left of his uncorrupted soul had vanished, leaving behind only a demon in his skin. He flexed his transformed body, a dark chuckle escaping his lips as he reveled in his newfound power. He felt invincible, as if even the pharaoh himself would stand no chance against him. Ceto clenched his teeth as Akhenaten's gaze settled on him, brimming with a twisted satisfaction. Lord Ceto, Akhenaten spoke, his voice now a deep, resonant growl. Join me. What? Ceto's eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity of the offer. He stared at Akhenaten's outstretched hand, a surge of anger rising within him. Don't make me laugh, why would I ever side with a traitor like you? Akhenaten's mouth twisted into a smirk. A traitor, yes, he murmured, his laughter echoing with a sinister edge. But in time, you'll understand the truth. With a simple gesture, Akhenaten raised his hand, summoning a portal beneath Ceto's feet. Before Ceto could react, the ground vanished, and he plunged into the darkness, Akhenaten following close behind. Yuna's POV. This is bad, really bad. I clutched the sides of my head, pacing anxiously around the room. Yuna, please, calm down, Kizara urged, her voice steady but concerned. Calm. How can I be calm? Task, 17. Assist. In passing the trial of memories. Defeat Zork Necrophades. Reward. The mission had changed, which could only mean one thing, Yami Bakura had succeeded in summoning the evil god. Although this was inevitable, a part of me had hoped they would prevent it. Here, have some tea, Kizara murmured, gently sliding a teacup toward me. I accepted, taking a long sip before sighing again. Worry furrowed my brow as I grasped Kizara's hand, muttering. This has to go right, it just has to. I bit the tip of my thumb, trying to stifle the rising sense of dread. My instincts were screaming, but I couldn't understand why. Soon, though, I'd have my answer. You know what's that? Kizara asked, pointing to something outside the window. I squinted, seeing something dark floating in the distance. Are those people? I murmured, realizing there were two figures in the sky. One of them raised an arm, conjuring a sphere that began hurtling toward us. My eyes widened. Watch out! I yelled, diving toward Kizara and pushing her to the floor. Boom. Third POV. A massive explosion rocked the palace, obliterating an entire side of the building. No! Ceto screamed, struggling violently against his bindings. As he watched the dark energy slam into the room where Kizara was, despair and rage surged through him. He felt as though his very soul had been torn from his body. I will kill you. Ceto howled, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Akhenaten with seething hatred. Akhenaten met his glare with a calm smirk. With your current strength, you couldn't even scratch me, he glanced at the flames spreading from the explosion. And if you keep struggling, she won't be the only one to suffer from your actions. As they descended to the ground, Akhenaten summoned Zork's dark power to dispatch the remaining soldiers. Ceto could only watch, helpless, as they fell one by one. When silence settled over the area, broken only by the crackling flames, Akhenaten turned back to Ceto, releasing the magic that held him captive. Ceto crumpled to the floor, slowly rising, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Seems you're finally in the mood to talk, Akhenaten observed. The girl you care about, she's not entirely gone, not yet, at least. At the mention of Kizara, Ceto's expression hardened. Akhenaten's smile was hidden beneath his mask as he knelt by a fallen soldier, infusing the corpse with dark magic. Instantly, the soldier's eyes snapped open, and he sat up, blank and lifeless. This is the power of the great god, Akhenaten said proudly. Even death bends to its will. Ceto stared at the reanimated soldier, his voice filled with disgust. You call that living? Akhenaten chuckled. I only provided him a fraction of my power, with enough, I could restore his memories and heal his injuries in an instant. With a snap of his fingers, the soldier collapsed, lifeless once more. Why? Ceto muttered, a mix of confusion and horror clouding his face. Why would you do this? Because the current pharaoh is unfit to rule, Akhenaten replied, his eyes gleaming. Someone stronger, someone more worthy, must take his place, that person is you. Do you really think it's that simple? I'm a commoner, I don't come from a noble family. Oh, but you do, Akhenaten said, his voice filled with twisted delight. After all, you are my son. What? Ceto's eyes widened, disbelief flooding his expression. It may sound absurd, but it's all true, Akhenaten began, his tone unexpectedly solemn. I left you and your mother long ago, knowing that my sins in creating the Millennium items could one day endanger your lives. I worried, but I took comfort in seeing you grow into something far beyond my expectations. He paused, letting the words sink in. As the brother of Akhenaten, the previous pharaoh, you are more than qualified to claim the throne. Akhenaten extended his hand, his voice thick with a promise that seemed almost enticing. So take my hand, join me, you can bring her back, and you'll wield powers beyond your wildest dreams. Sito stared at the outstretched hand, his mind clouded with grief and confusion. The agony of Kazara's loss weighed heavily on him, and in his haze, he could see only the sweetness of Akhenaten's offer, missing the poison lurking beneath. Meanwhile. Yuna's POV. Are you okay? I asked Kazara, gently holding her shoulders as we steadied ourselves. A golden barrier shimmered around us, cast by the Herald of Creation just in time to shield us from the explosion. Yuna, you're bleeding, Kazara's voice was shaky as she noticed the blood trickling from a cut on my head. I reached up, fingers brushing the wound. It's just a scratch, I assured her. Probably some shrapnel. After confirming we were both unharmed, I instructed the Herald to expand the barrier, pushing aside the debris trapping us. As the dust settled, I took in the wreckage around us. Kazara's belongings lay in ruins, but we had more significant concerns. What was that just now? Her voice trembled, fear mingling with shock. Don't worry, I said. I'll go check it out, just stay here, alright? But as I turned to leave, Kazara grabbed my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. I'm coming with you, she insisted. I know I may not be much help, but I want to try. Her resolve was unwavering, and I found myself nodding. Leaving her here alone didn't sit right with me either, so together we ventured through the devastated halls. Along the way, we encountered several servants and guards trapped beneath rubble. With the Herald's aid, we quickly freed them, the barrier protecting us as we worked. I hope teacher is alright, Kazara murmured, glancing at the injured we passed. He will be, I replied, trying to reassure her. Shimon was a sacred guardian once who knows how to handle himself, she nodded, and we continued toward the place where we'd last seen the dark figures looming in the sky. The palace, once so peaceful, now lay under a heavy, ominous silence. We walked cautiously, finally arriving at the central courtyard just outside the palace's main entrance, where the tension hung thick in the air. There, we stumbled upon two figures facing each other in the distance, and we quickly hid ourselves behind the debris. Squinting her eyes, Kazara quietly gasped and covered her mouth. Sito, Kazara murmured, her voice trembling. I frowned, my gaze fixed on the figure beside him. That's Akhenaten, I spat, the memory of his new appearance from the show flashing in my mind. In reality, he looked even more menacing. Kazara's desperate eyes met mine, and I sighed quietly to myself. Here goes nothing, I whispered, summoning the Herald of Creation to conjure a ball of fire, launching it toward Akhenaten. But before the attack could hit its mark, Akhenaten raised a barrier, and my fireball collided harmlessly against the dark shield. Tisk, I stepped forward, positioning myself protectively in front of Kazara, who quickly huddled behind me. Who dares? Akhenaten muttered, his gaze fixing on us. Ah, so you survived, he sneered, noticing Kazara behind me. And you must be the one who attempted to assassinate me earlier. Well, it's nothing personal, I said with a nervous smile. So don't hold a grudge. Likewise, Akhenaten replied, raising both arms. Let's finish what we started. Just as I took a step forward, a dark beam shot toward me. I dodged just in time, looking up to see it hadn't come from Akhenaten but from the man standing behind him. Sito. Kazara yelped in disbelief. What are you doing? Sito stood there, pointing the Millennium Rod at me, his expression vacant. His pupils were cloudy and unfocused as if he were nothing more than a puppet. He can't hear you, Akhenaten chuckled, relishing the moment. His mind is trapped within his own body, completely under my control. I glared at Akhenaten, my resolve hardening as I ordered the Herald of Creation to fire another shot. This time, Akhenaten deftly sidestepped, and a fireball erupted behind him in a shower of sparks. Yuna, please handle Lord Akhenaten, I'll deal with Sito, Kazara proposed, her expression serious. I stared at her, concern flooding my thoughts. I promise I'll be careful. She insisted, determination gleaming in her eyes. Just don't get hurt, I sighed, knowing I had to trust her. Turning my focus back to Akhenaten, I reminded myself that the faster I defeated him, the sooner Kazara would be safe. Summoning the Dragon Knight of Creation, I felt a surge of power course through me as we faced the evil mage, who began to ascend slowly into the air. Then let's begin, he sneered, a dark energy crackling around him, and under my command, my two spirits charged fearlessly into battle. Third POV. The Dragon Knight of Creation leapt into the air, swinging his sword in a powerful downward slash. Akhenaten countered with a shield of dark magic, effortlessly blocking the attack and knocking the Dragon Knight back. Laughing cruelly, Akhenaten pursued him, but the Herald of Creation swiftly intercepted him with a barrage of magic. Seizing the moment of hesitation, the Dragon Knight counterattacked, reappearing behind Akhenaten with his blade. Such a rudimentary strategy. Akhenaten scoffed, and without warning, a black spike shot out of the shadows. The Dragon Knight was forced to defend, but the sheer force of the spike sent him crashing into the wall. As Akhenaten closed in on the vulnerable knight, the Herald of Creation fired magic desperately to cover him. Dragon Knight of Creation, return. Yuna shouted, quickly unsummoning her spirit. Akhenaten, sensing the change, immediately shifted his focus toward her and dashed forward. In a panic, Yuna resummoned the Dragon Knight of Creation just in time. He stood firm in front of her, ready to protect his master. Boom! Akhenaten unleashed a black, pulsating laser that struck the Dragon Knight in the stomach. The knight crumpled under the force, bursting into shards. Yuna gasped, the backlash from losing her spirit leaving her breathless. Though she could sense the Dragon Knight of Creation's essence lingering, he needed time to recover, leaving her with only the Herald of Creation at her side. Struggling against the pain, Yuna commanded the Herald to attack once more. The magic struck Akhenaten's blind spot, landing a hit, but it was hardly enough. She watched in horror as Akhenaten's injuries healed almost instantly. It's useless, he taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. You can barely keep up with two spirits, what's the point when you have only one? With a chilling smile, Akhenaten brought his hands together, summoning dark spikes that had previously assailed the Dragon Knight, and the attack rushed towards her. The Herald of Creation responded with a magical shield, but it was too late. Akhenaten summoned blades of darkness, launching them toward her with deadly precision. Yuna braced herself, knowing that she had to find a way to endure or risk losing everything. Yuna's POV. Yuna coughed a mouthful of blood as the Herald of Creation was defeated. Collapsing from exhaustion, she glared at Akhenaten, who was slowly descending from the sky. Like I said, it's useless, Akhenaten stated condescendingly. No matter how much you try. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Yuna attempted to stand, but her legs buckled beneath her, and she groaned in exasperation. Seems like you still don't understand, I will show you that everything is truly hopeless. Akhenaten raised his hand, aiming not at her but at Kizara, who was desperately trying to stop Sito in the distance. Dark energy gathered at Akhenaten's fingertip, spinning and condensing ominously. No! Yuna yelled. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed a broken sword from a fallen soldier nearby and hurled herself at the evil mage. Caught off guard by her sudden burst of energy, Akhenaten was momentarily stunned as the blade plunged into his arm. The dark energy dissipated, and the spell was interrupted. Akhenaten instinctively bent over, anger flashing across his face as he turned to Yuna. Seizing her neck, Akhenaten lifted her effortlessly off the ground. With a single swing, he hurled her toward a wall. Dragon Knight of Creation. Yuna screamed. A half-summoned knight appeared behind her, still not fully recovered. He wrapped his only arm around her just before they crashed into the palace wall. Upon impact, the Dragon Knight of Creation exploded, and Yuna wasn't able to shield herself from the collision. A sharp pain shot up her back, and she coughed out even more blood. Struggling to remain conscious, she watched Akhenaten approach, his hand gathering dark magic. Congratulations, you have volunteered to die first. Screw you, she cursed hatefully. Is that really your last words? Akhenaten scoffed. Very well, die. In that moment, Yuna's gaze met Kizara's in the distance. Her friend's eyes widened in horror as she dropped everything and sprinted toward her. No, go away. Yuna's lips moved, but no sound escaped. She desperately tried to crawl away from the path of the projectile, yet it was clear that her body would not obey. Damn, she thought, staring at Akhenaten's face and wishing she could punch him just once before she died. Her vision began to fade to darkness as the magic in Akhenaten's hand expanded, the anticipation of her death weighing heavily on her mind. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from a distance. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Attack, burst stream of destruction. Kizara, Yuna uttered in a daze, expecting to see her friend protecting her. The Blue Eyes White Dragon, did you? But when her vision cleared, she gasped in disbelief. A figure stood before her, dressed in a long white sleeveless coat, black shirt, and pants. His brown hair framed a broad back that shielded her as he faced Akhenaten, fists clenched, and a distinctive dual disc on his arms shining with various lights. No way, Yuna mumbled, her voice barely a whisper. Who are you? Kizara asked warily, glancing back at Yuna. Which insolent? Akhenaten hissed, his injuries beginning to regenerate rapidly. Take that historical brain of yours and listen closely, the man spoke coldly with his arms crossed. My name is Sito Kaiba. I will make sure that you genuinely regret that you're still alive. Chapter 102. Third POV. Is that really you? Yuna whispered, her voice trembling. With a shaky hand, she reached out. Kaiba, she groaned, pulling herself from the rubble. As she stumbled forward, Sito rushed to catch her, his face tightening with concern. Your face, his eyes darkened as he noticed the blood smeared on her lips. It was as though the floodgates of her emotions had finally burst. For 5 long years, Yuna had devoted herself to caring for Kizara, burying thoughts of her home deep inside. But now, wrapped in Kaiba's arms, she broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably. Does it hurt? Kaiba asked gently. Idiot, stupid, dumb, she pouted and gripped his shirt. Why are you so late? Kaiba smiled wryly and patted her head. I'm sorry, but I'm here now. From a distance, Akhenaten watched the intimate moment with a scowl. His pride was wounded from being ignored, and he secretly cast a spell. But before it could take effect, Blue Eyes White Dragon lunged at him, and Akhenaten barely dodged the attack. Frowning, he turned to Kaiba, who was glaring at him with the corner of his eyes. His expression was eerily cold, and that same hostility was transmitted through Blue Eyes White Dragon's growl. Just sit still, I'll handle this, Kaiba commanded. Yuna frowned, wiping the last of her tears. I'm not going to just sit back, I've got a score to settle, she hissed. Knowing her stubbornness all too well, Kaiba gave a curt nod. Fine, but take a breather for now, he sighed, resigned, as Yuna reluctantly sat down. Reaching into his coat, Kaiba pulled out several clay tablets and handed them to her. These belong to you, don't they? Yuna's eyes widened as she picked up one of the tablets, her surprise quickly turning into a bright smile. Thank you, she clutched them tightly to her chest, her heartbeat quickening with excitement. Her fingers traced the familiar symbol of a dragon etched onto the tablet, and her grin deepened. With her eyes closed, she could feel the energy of the beings trapped inside. Their presence pulsing through her. Determined, Yuna opened her eyes and, with a resolute nod, shattered the tablets against the floor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a radiant light poured from the cracks in the tablets, flowing into Yuna's body. Clenching and unclenching her fists, she felt whole, like a missing piece of her had finally returned. Yuna! Kizara appeared from the side, rushing to hug her tightly. I really thought. I'm alright, Yuna reassured her with a warm smile. I just need a short break, but shouldn't you be focused on Sito? I've tried, Kizara bit her lip in frustration. No matter what I do, nothing's working. Yuna's gaze shifted to Priest Sito, who stood in the distance, motionless like a puppet. With Akhenaten entirely occupied by Kaiba, his control over Priest Sito had weakened. Keep trying, I know you can do it, Kizara, Yuna said with confidence. I'll make sure Akhenaten doesn't interfere. Okay, Kizara nodded, letting out a relieved sigh, but her curiosity got the best of her as she glanced at Kaiba. By the way, who is he? He looks so much like. Yuna scratched her cheek, laughing awkwardly. He's, my Sito, she said, smiling bashfully and avoiding eye contact. I see, Kizara mumbled, her expression shifting to a pout. So that's the guy you choose over me, huh? Yuna sighed. Just go and save your Sito, as Kizara was about to leave, she called out. Wait. Could I borrow some ba, please? Kizara's frown melted into a smile. Only if you promise to kick his A. Yuna grinned, nodding as they clasped hands. Good luck, Kizara. You too. With that, they split off, each preparing to face their respective battles. Meanwhile, Akhenaten barely evaded Blue Eyes White Dragon's devastating beam, only to be pursued again as the dragon lunged forward. Soaring into the air, Akhenaten conjured multiple black spheres and hurled them toward the dragon. With a mighty sweep of its wings, Blue Eyes White Dragon deflected the spheres, which exploded harmlessly against its scales. In a flash, the dragon burst through the smoke, its jaws snapping at Akhenaten, who narrowly dodged once more. All that talk, and all you can do is run away, Kaiba taunted, his voice laced with arrogance and Akhenaten's face twisted with rage, a vein pulsing on his forehead. Despite his calm exterior, Kaiba could feel his insides boiling with fury. When he arrived through the portal in the dead of night, he split off from Yugi and the others, who were searching for the pharaoh. Sensing something, Kaiba slowly made his way towards the palace in the city, and inside, he was relieved and horrified by what he had seen. Spotting Yuna about to die, his body spun into action. Uncertain of the logic behind his actions, Kaiba trusted his instincts. He summoned Blue Eyes White Dragon. And with a deafening roar, the monster unleashed a blast that sent Akhenaten flying. Only after confirming that Yuna wasn't seriously injured did Kaiba finally allow himself to slightly lower his guard. But the seething hatred he felt toward Akhenaten remained. Kaiba was determined to make him pay. Gritting his teeth, Akhenaten fired off a series of magical attacks in rapid succession. Yet, none of them could pierce the impenetrable scales of Blue Eyes White Dragon. What a powerful spirit, he muttered through clenched teeth. Desperate, Akhenaten raised his hands to the sky. Dark chains erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the dragon's limbs. Blue Eyes White Dragon howled in fury, thrashing against the bindings, but the more it struggled, the more chains reinforced its hold. Seizing the opportunity, Akhenaten hurled several black blades directly at Kaiba. Blue Eyes White Dragon tried to shield its master with its tail but only managed to deflect half of the incoming projectiles. Kaiba barely managed to dodge, but the black blades still grazed his side and face, leaving fresh cuts in their wake. As he touched the wound on his cheek, his scowl deepened while Akhenaten's confidence surged. Without that spirit protecting you, you're just like any other weak mortal, Akhenaten sneered. Yeah. And without your magic tricks, you're just an old man who's outlived his usefulness. You bastard. Akhenaten roared, his anger blinding him. His attacks grew more savage, each one fueled by rage. Kaiba's wounds multiplied as he struggled to evade the relentless onslaught, the cuts on his body deepening with each strike. Whoosh! Kaiba rolled to the side just as Akhenaten's assault tore apart the ground beside him. Blue Eyes White Dragon struggled to break free, but the chains tightened with each movement, trapping the mighty creature. What will you do now? Akhenaten cackled, his voice dripping with malice. Now die. Despite the grim situation, Kaiba remained unfazed. With calm precision, he dodged every one of Akhenaten's attacks. His mind was clear, and he knew he needed to buy as much time as possible. After all, who said he was fighting this battle alone? Boom! Suddenly, a bright orange flame blasted into Akhenaten's back, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream. The sheer force pinned him to the floor. As the flames subsided, Akhenaten turned with a furious glare toward the source of the attack, his mask barely hiding his shock. He expected to see Blue Eyes White Dragon free from its chains, but instead, a completely different dragon soared above him. Its golden scales shined in the air, contrasting sharply with Blue Eyes' pale form. Its underbelly was silver, and sharp spikes and horns lined its back and joints. The dragon's blood-red eyes locked onto Akhenaten with seething contempt before letting out a deafening roar. In one mighty blast, it shattered the chains that bound Blue Eyes White Dragon. Did I keep you waiting? Yuna asked, stepping beside Kaiba. You might still be hurt, Kaiba said, his voice edged with concern. I can handle this a bit longer. And let you fight alone. She teased with a small smile. You looked like you were barely hanging on, besides, this will end faster if we fight together. Kaiba couldn't argue with that. He gave a nod, and Yuna's smile brightened. Just then, Akhenaten struggled back to his feet, his breath ragged, and it was clear his regeneration had slowed. Let's finish this, Kaiba muttered. Together, they commanded their dragons to strike, determined to end the battle once and for all. Kizara's POV. Sito, please, snap out of it. I shook his arms desperately, but he remained as lifeless as ever, his gaze vacant. Boom. I screamed, instinctively covering my head with my hands as a golden dragon crashed to the ground nearby. Its deafening roar echoed as it shook off the debris clinging to its back before charging at Lord Akhenaten once more. Yuna and that man, they're fighting with everything they've got, I mumbled helplessly, my voice trembling. And here I am, useless. Staring into Sito's empty eyes, I felt a deep pang of loss. My fingers tightened around his hand as frustration bubbled up inside me. There's got to be something I can do, I muttered under my breath, my mind racing. As my eyes darted around frantically, I spotted something, the Millennium Rod, gripped tightly in Sito's hand. Its surface shimmered in the night, reflecting my troubled face. With a sense of urgency, I reached for it. Sito flinched, and my heart leapt in surprise. But I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the Millennium Rod, and instantly, a blinding light exploded from it. Before I could comprehend what was happening, everything went dark. The world around me fell eerily silent. I looked around, confused and disoriented, and found myself standing in what could only be described as a black void, empty and isolating. Not a single soul in sight. Uneasily, I began to walk through the void, one hand outstretched, searching for something, anything. My heart pounded in my chest as I ventured deeper into the darkness when, at last, something appeared in the distance, an object faint but tangible. However, as I drew closer, I quickly realized that what I saw wasn't an object but a person. Sito. I yelped, rushing toward him. He sat hunched on the ground, hugging his knees, lost in a daze. Concerned, I placed my hands on his shoulders and gently shook him. Sito, are you okay? At the sound of my voice, his fingers twitched, and he slowly lifted his head. Kizara. Thank goodness. I found you. I don't know where we are right now, but if you give me some time, I'll figure something out. Sito stared at me, a frown creasing his brow as the light slowly returned to his eyes. Suddenly, he straightened his back and stood up, confusion etched across his face. What is this? Sito? You're not Kazara, he muttered coldly, his breath shaky with tension. I saw the explosions and flames, Kazara is dead. What? No. Yuna and I survived. Look. I'm really okay. How can I believe you? He shot back, his skepticism palpable. You might just be a figment of my imagination. You have to believe me, Sito, I urged gently. I'm safe, I reached out my hand and lightly patted his shoulder. If you don't believe me, then let me tell you something only we would know, I offered, forcing a smile as Sito looked at me in confusion. During our first date, there was a bandit robbing a stall on the street, trying to impress me. You decided to personally apprehend the robber, but you tripped over a dog paw. Suddenly, Sito covered my mouth with his hand, his face flushing with embarrassment. Stop, I believe you, he pulled me into a tight embrace, and I felt his tears soaking into my back. I thought I lost you. I should be the one saying that. I laughed, relief washing over me. I'm so glad you're okay. Once he had calmed down, Sito released me and glanced around, confusion creeping into his expression. Where are we? I'm not sure, I was brought here when I touched the Millennium Rod, I replied, wearing a thoughtful expression. But it seems we're blocked from the outside world. I see, Sito muttered. Then there must be a way to escape. As we pondered our next move, a black mist suddenly enveloped us. A hollow growl echoed through the void as the mist gradually morphed into a figure. You! Sito shouted at Akhenaten, who materialized before us. He quickly positioned himself between me and the looming threat. Yes, me, Akhenaten hissed, his voice laced with malice as he clutched the side of his face. As if there isn't enough trouble already, how dare you defy me now? Despite his anger, his disheveled appearance and occasional tremor suggested he was more weakened than before. Yuna and that man were evidently giving him more trouble than I had anticipated. Yet, even in his weakened state, Akhenaten's power was undeniable, and I could feel my body tense. Fine, I'll get rid of you too, I can always revive you once I eliminate them all. With a furious roar, Akhenaten unleashed a massive wave of magic. Pushing me aside, Sito was struck square in the chest with the force of his attack. Sito! I cried out as he was thrown into the distance. Coughing, Sito grasped his chest in pain, clearly unable to fight. He tried to stand, gritting his teeth against the agony, but Akhenaten kicked him back to the ground as if toying with him. Just as I prepared to rush to his side, Akhenaten's figure suddenly materialized in front of me. He gripped my neck and lifted me off the ground, leaving my legs flailing helplessly. It was you who always hindered me, unlike everyone else, I won't indulge in your delusions. Delusions? I retorted through strained breaths. It's you, Lord Akhenaten, who can't accept that there may be another way to save everyone. You can call me naive, but I won't give up until I've truly done everything I can. His annoyance flared, and I felt his grip around my throat tighten. Then die while you continue to live in your fantasy. As my ability to breathe slipped away, my mind began to fragment. Time slowed, and my senses dulled. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, drowning everything else out, while a numbing sensation spread through my limbs, my fingertips tingling. Amidst the haze, I couldn't shake the image of Sito's pained expression as Akhenaten harmed him right before my eyes. A searing anger ignited within me as I stared at Akhenaten, growing stronger with each passing second. Heat coursed through my body, and I instinctively reached out, grabbing Akhenaten's wrist. My fingers tightened around his arm until an unnatural sound echoed through the air. Suddenly, Akhenaten was blasted away by an unseen force, and I crumpled to the floor. Groaning, the heat within me continued to rise, and my pupils trembled. This rage wasn't my own. It felt like someone or something was channeling anger on my behalf. Confused, I placed my palm on the ground, only to quickly retract it in shock. Imprinted on the floor was a massive claw print. Marked by 4 sharp claws. Slowly, I rose to my feet, my body swaying dizzily as I grasped my head. A sharp pain assaulted my mind, and a feminine voice whispered in my ear. Let me out. I will protect you. Who are you? I mumbled to the voice. Your spirit and soul, your forever guardian. Summon me, call upon my name. Words continuously flowed into my head, and I frowned. Gradually, I lost control of my lips, and I uttered in a trance. With scales white as the moon and eyes blue as the sky. Please respond to my desperate cry. Let my enemies succumb to your might. I summon you, blue eyes white dragon, take flight. Whoosh. A surge of energy enveloped me, accompanied by a thunderous roar. I turned to see a majestic dragon, its white scales shimmering in the light as it flapped its mighty wings. At that moment, I felt an unbreakable connection to this divine creature. My spirit, I whispered in awe. Regaining my composure, I fixed my gaze on Akhenaten, who was momentarily transfixed by the sight of my blue eyes white dragon. Raising my finger to point at him, I declared. Blue eyes white dragon, attack. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon unleashed a brilliant blast of white energy, incinerating Akhenaten in a dazzling display of power. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the outside world. Akhenaten coughed violently, blood pouring from his mouth and streaming down the crack of his mask. He could feel the remnants of the consciousness he had injected into Cedo being obliterated, leaving his mind in disarray. Before he could react, a large stinger pierced his body. Hissing mischievously, the starving venom fusion dragon hurled him toward the divine dragon Lord Felgrand. How had it come to this? Akhenaten had always believed his power was unrivaled, that not even a sacred guardian could stand against him. Yet here he was, being tossed around like a ragdoll. While he thought he could manage when it was only Blue Eyes White Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Akhenaten couldn't believe his eyes when Yuna summoned a second dragon, pressuring him even further. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Yuna shouted as the two dragons opened their mouths, revealing a fierce glow of orange and purple. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Wipe him from the face of the earth. In a synchronized assault, the dragons unleashed their devastating breaths, merging into a swirling tempest of white, purple, and gold. In a final, desperate bid for survival, Akhenaten screamed and conjured a pale black shield, bracing for the impending onslaught. Boom! He gritted his teeth as the heat from the three attacks seared his arms. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Akhenaten poured all his power into reinforcing his shield. If he could survive this onslaught, he might find a way to escape and recover. As the shield held firm, a slow smile crept across Akhenaten's face. Yes, as long as I maintain this spell, but he had forgotten that Yuna and Kaiba weren't the only ones fighting against him. My spirit, Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Lord Akhenaten. Kizara shouted fiercely, having awakened from Cedo's mind. Gah! Akhenaten screamed, hastily conjuring another shield behind him. Perish, you traitor! Priest Cedo roared, launching a powerful spell with his Millennium Rod, blasting the already weakened shield. With attacks converging from all sides, the barrier Akhenaten had painstakingly constructed shattered under the relentless onslaught. A blinding explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky and momentarily turning it into day. When the sky returned to normal, Akhenaten's body dropped down from the sky. His body was completely charred, and his limbs were broken. His regenerative ability has stopped working, and he can only wait until his body shuts down completely. How? You kept talking about our efforts being useless, Yuna approached him and muttered coldly. But in the end, it was your greed and the power that you borrowed being useless. Why, you? Akhenaten gasped, and Yuna turned her back towards him. Take your last moments to reflect, she spoke calmly and walked away to where Kaiba and Kizara were waiting. No, I will at least take you with me. Akhenaten threw himself towards Yuna, purplish flames gathered in his hands. Die. However, already expecting this, Yuna merely sighed in disappointment. House Dragon Maid, finish him. Before Akhenaten's attack could land, a tall woman in a servant uniform appeared and punched him in the face, shattering his mask. Breaking his guard, the maid grasped his collar with one hand while clenching her fist with the other. With a smile, House Dragon Maid tossed him into the air and unleashed a loud cry. Ora ora! In just 3 seconds, Akhenaten was struck dozens of times in various areas of his body. With one last punch, his was sent flying into the air. With a thud, Akhenaten's corpse lay on the ground, and his body began to emit steam, gradually returning to its original form before he was given Zork's power. Farewell, Yuna nodded briefly at his corpse before turning seriously at her friends. Despite the fierce battle that occurred moments ago, she knew that there was no time to relax. Zork necrophades will soon arrive, and they have a lot to prepare. Chapter 103. Third POV. Walking towards Kaiba, Yuna dismissed her spirits and took a deep, steadying breath. Her face had gone pale, and she could feel the toll her power had taken on her body. With a resigned sigh, she touched her upper lip and frowned as a thin line of blood trickled down from her nose. Tisk, she muttered, clicking her teeth in frustration as she wiped it away. Now was no time to falter, the most crucial battle lay just ahead. But as she took her next step, the world tilted sharply, and her vision blurred. Her body overcame with exhaustion, and she collapsed. Yet, before Yuna fell, Kaiba quickly caught her. You need rest, he ordered. No, I'm fine, she tried to insist, but before she could protest further, Kaiba lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she found herself cradled in a princess carry. Put me down, I'm probably too heavy. Not at all, you're light, he replied, his gaze steady, intensifying her blush. But stay still, if you fidget, it'll only make it harder to hold you. And then. Yuna nodded in embarrassment, sinking into an awkward silence as he walked. The gentle rhythm of his steps swayed her, each movement lulling her closer to sleep. Soon, her heavy eyelids fluttered closed, and she gave in, letting the weariness finally take her. Kaiba, Yuna murmured in a daze, her voice faint and distant. Are you there? Yes, I'm here. Kaiba's reply seemed to reach her as she smiled softly, half-conscious, and a hum escaped her lips. Without thinking, she nestled her head against his chest, and he tensed, caught off guard by the closeness. I'm glad I missed you, she mumbled, her words slurring as sleep began to overtake her. I don't think I can hold on for another year. Kaiba's steps faltered. Her words lingered in the air, too raw to ignore. He looked down at her, a seriousness darkening his gaze. Yuna, just how long have you been here, in this place? She giggled softly as if hearing something funny in his question and lifted a sleepy hand, holding up 5 fingers. Guess that makes me older than you now, Kaiba. Before he could reply, her eyes fluttered closed, her breathing softened, and she drifted off, leaving him standing in silence. Staring at her sleeping face, Kaiba lowered his head in a complicated emotion. I'm sorry, he muttered under his breath, the words slipping out before he could stop them. I'm so sorry. Though it wasn't his fault, Kaiba felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him. If only he'd arrived at the museum sooner, or if only he'd stopped Bakura before he activated the Millennium Stone, perhaps all this could have been avoided. Yuna shifted slightly in her sleep, and Kaiba's hold instinctively tightened. For a moment, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. If Yugi and the others could see him now, they would be shocked, maybe even a little horrified, to see that familiar, steely expression soften. Yuna. A sudden voice cut through the stillness, jolting Kaiba back to the present. He looked up, watching Kizara hurrying toward him, her gaze fixed entirely on Yuna's peaceful face. When her eyes met him, Kizara hesitated, standing awkwardly before him. She's just asleep, Kaiba reassured her, and Kizara visibly relaxed, letting out a breath she'd been holding. Thank you, she stammered, nodding. It's already late, and I think we could all use some rest. Kaiba glanced down at Yuna once more, his expression unreadable as he quietly nodded in agreement. Kizara gestured for Kaiba to follow. Together, they passed Priest Sito, who was waiting silently nearby, and the two men locked eyes, both freezing up in place. I appreciate your help in the battle against Akhenaten, Sito said in a formal tone. I did what I had to do, Kaiba replied coolly. They continued to look at each other, both feeling a strange, unnerving sense of nostalgia. This guy looked too much like me, Kaiba thought, a subtle frown crossing his face. They say life may be full of coincidences, but this is just too much, Sito mused, equally perplexed. Come on, what are you two standing there for? Kizara broke in, her voice cutting through the silence. Let's go. Both men, suddenly aware of how awkward they looked, cleared their throats and hurried to follow her. Inside the palace, they found Shimon tirelessly organizing the panicked crowd. Relieved to find Kizara safe, she explained the situation that led to the subsequent battle outside. Shaken from Akhenaten's betrayal, the elder sighed heavily, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face, but he quickly regained his composure and arranged rooms for Sito and Kizara to rest. Priest Sito offered a brief farewell before retreating to his chambers, while Kizara led Kaiba down a corridor to a modest room. A far cry from the lavish quarters that had been lost in the battle. It was the same kind of small, simple room she had once occupied as an apprentice, and the familiarity brought a soft smile to her face. Here, she murmured, patting the bed. Kaiba, moving with uncharacteristic gentleness, laid Yuna down as if she were made of glass. His expression softened as he stepped back to watch her rest. Watching Yuna sleep, Kizara stroked her hair gently, a fond smile softening her face. Kaiba stood nearby, feeling an unspoken hesitation. It wasn't his place to interrupt this quiet moment. You must be wondering who I am, right? Kizara finally broke the silence, glancing up at him. Kaiba gave a slow nod, though his gaze was full of questions. Kizara, however, chuckled softly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Foo, sorry, I was just surprised at how much you two are alike, you even have the same name, anyway, please call me Kizara. She paused, and her expression grew serious. You must be confused, but before I explain, tell me, how much do you truly know about Yuna's situation? Kaiba took a moment, choosing his words carefully. All I know is she's been here for a long time. Kizara nodded, a trace of sadness in her eyes. Yes, 5.5 years, to be exact, but the reality is even harsher. In all that time, only a select few could even see her. Her voice grew soft. For 5.5 years, Yuna has been like a ghost, visible only to me, drifting through these halls with no one else to talk to. She paused, looking at Kaiba. It's much like you. Kaiba's eyes widened slightly as the truth dawned on him. The entire time he'd been here, only Kizara and Sito had acknowledged him, while the rest of the palace staff seemed to overlook him entirely, as though he were invisible. I always wished she could have more people to share her days with, Kizara continued, her voice thick with regret. But no matter how hard I tried, I could only ease the emptiness of her loneliness so much. But I will keep filling that void, no matter how long it takes, Kizara said with quiet resolve. Yuna has given me a life I could never have dreamed of. She's like a sister to me, someone I deeply cherish. Gently caressing Yuna's face, Kizara let out a soft laugh. You know, she spoke of you sometimes. There was always this nostalgic, almost regretful look when she did. Kaiba swallowed, his pulse quickening. What did she say about me? Kizara's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Stubborn, blunt, prideful, snobbish, she recited, watching his reaction. Oh, and let's not forget that air of superiority you apparently carry around. Kaiba shifted, looking away. That. Fu, she also said you're kind, honorable, dependable, someone who'd do anything to protect those he cares about, Kizara continued softly. She hoped, one day, to be part of that small circle of yours. Kaiba's chest tightened. Is there more? With a playful smirk, Kizara shrugged. That, you'll have to ask her yourself, but Sito, her expression softened, the teasing replaced by a gentle seriousness. I hope you're truly the man Yuna believes you are. Kaiba took a moment, her words sinking in, resonating deeper than he'd expected. Before he could respond, Kizara chuckled. It's late, would you like me to get a chair for you? No need, Kaiba replied, masking his emotions. I'll find somewhere outside. He moved toward the door, hesitating for a brief moment to glance back at Yuna, her face peaceful in sleep. His expression shifted, a hint of something complicated passing over his features before he stepped into the hallway, letting the door close behind him. Yuna's POV. Sometime later. I groaned, blinking as I slowly came to. I yawned and sat up, still half-dazed. Yuna, you're awake, Kizara's voice was soft beside me, and I turned to see her closing the book she'd been reading. Kizara. How long was I out? Only about an hour, she said, leaning in to hug me. You can sleep more if you want. Thanks, but I don't think we have that luxury, I murmured, feeling a wave of worry. Kizara's smile faded, and I felt her hug tightened. Do you think we can win? She asked softly, her voice laced with fear. I mean, we're fighting a god. I let out a long breath, unsure how to respond. Honestly, I don't know. Kizara's gaze fell, but I forced a smile, trying to sound reassuring. But we've already beaten him once, what's to stop us from winning again? Kizara nodded slowly, though I knew she was as anxious as I was. You're right, there's no point in being anxious if we're going to fight either way. After a moment, she released me, and I stretched, still feeling tired from everything that had happened. By the way, where's Kaiba? Oh, he said he'd rest outside, Kizara replied. As we reached the door, she gave me a sly look. I'll leave you two alone, I need to discuss our strategy with my master. Don't tease me. You're just as bad when it comes to Priest Sito. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied innocently, nudging me toward the door. You should hurry. You should have seen his face when he was holding you. Before I could respond, she pushed me out of the room, leaving me standing there, flustered but smiling. Huh? What are you talking about? With a sigh, I shook my head and started down the hallway. Even this late at night, the palace was buzzing with soldiers. Their eyes wary and on edge. The battle with Akhenaten had shaken everyone to the core, and the signs of destruction still lingered, a constant reminder of the fight that had taken place. Thanks to Shimon, things seemed to have calmed somewhat, though I was sure a few people had seen our dragons soaring in the sky, and the rumors must have already spread. After wandering for a bit, I finally spotted Kaiba sitting alone on the steps leading down to the courtyard where the battle had unfolded. Akhenaten's body had already been removed, but the stone floor was scarred, marked by craters, claw scratches, and scorch marks from our battle. I walked up beside Kaiba and sat down quietly, watching him as he gazed up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. After a moment, I broke the silence. Didn't peg you as the type to enjoy this type of thing. It was always typical for me to work late into the night, Kaiba replied, his eyes finally shifting from the moon to me. So, sitting here getting lost in thought, it's refreshing. But his expression held a weight I couldn't ignore. His gaze was anxious and almost hesitant. After a pause, he finally spoke. That woman Kazara, she told me what you went through. Ah, I see, I replied, scratching my cheek with a nervous smile. I mean, I've had time to get used to it, right? And look on the bright side, I can finally talk normally now. Kaiba chuckled, but the sadness in his eyes didn't waver. True, but that's not really how you feel, is it? His words struck right through me, and I quickly turned my gaze away, hugging my knees tightly. What do you think? I retorted softly. Kaiba seemed to wrestle with his thoughts before he spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. Sano I. No, Kaiba, it's not your fault, I interrupted with a sign. We never expected something like this to happen in the first place, so I don't want to hear any self-deprecating talk from you. Alright, Kaiba nodded, falling silent. The weight of our conversation lingered between us, and I turned my gaze back to the moon. Since being trapped in this place, I had lost count of how many times I had stared at the moon. Yet, no matter how often I looked, it never bored me. Each time felt like discovering a new facet of that giant rock floating in the night sky. I always think about you guys during moments like this, I murmured out of the blue. Sometimes I wonder if I never return, if maybe I should have tried to talk to you all more. With a smile, I leaned against Kaiba's shoulder, and I felt him stiffen in surprise at the contact. Makuba's serenity Noah, I really missed all of you. When I saw you again, I felt happier than I had in a long time. Kaiba's gaze turned serious. There are so many things I want to tell you, but I know we don't have much time, the evil god will be here soon. Can you try? He asked softly, sincerity radiating from his words. I met his intense gaze, caught off guard by the genuine curiosity behind it. Despite his usual composed demeanor, there was a vulnerability there that drew me in. Yeah, sure, but don't get mad if it's a bit boring. I won't, he responded solemnly, and I nodded. Well, here goes. After the Millennium Stone took me, I started, my mind flickering over the past 5 years. 10 minutes later. Thankfully, Kazara knew how to read and write, that gave us some hope, I added, remembering the early days. I'll never forget how ecstatic I was when she passed the exam, her whole life transformed right before our eyes, I continued, a hint of pride in my voice. 20 minutes later. It was surreal, though, Priest Sito, he's so much like you but entirely different, you know. I hesitated, trying to capture the memory. But in the end, it was Kazara he fell for, and I promised myself I'd support her, no matter what. I continued recounting everything I could think of, and Kaiba listened intently, occasionally asking questions. With each passing moment, I felt my cheeks heat up, and I found myself enjoying the act of storytelling more than I expected. That's pretty much it, I finally wrapped up, taking a deep breath. How was it? You truly cared about that Kazara woman, don't you? Kaiba said, a wry smile playing at the corners of his lips. What? Don't get jealous now. Sano, no, Yuna, Kaiba suddenly spoke up in a solemn tone, drawing my attention. Yes. I jumped slightly at the mention of my first name. When this is over, I will give you my response then, he declared with a seriousness that took me by surprise. As long as your feelings remain the same after all this time. I froze at his statement, my heart racing as I buried my face in my knees. Remain the same. As I recalled everything that had happened in the battle, I realized my feelings had grown even stronger than before. If you let me down, I will never forgive you, I warned, the thought of being hurt again sending a shiver down my spine. I couldn't even bear to imagine that I had been played this entire time. I promise, my answer won't disappoint you, Kaiba smiled, and I felt my cheeks flush. The warmth spread through me, making me feel both giddy and nervous. Quickly backing away, I searched for an excuse to escape the moment. I remembered I have something to do. What's so funny? Do you know how embarrassing your words are? Are you actually trying to drive me? Roar. Suddenly, both of us froze when a deafening roar shook our entire surroundings. The calming atmosphere of the night has disappeared, replaced with an indescribable dread that consumed us. Turning our heads, we gazed into the distance, where a massive black mass was approaching us. Yuna. I nodded with a grim expression, Zork Necrophades is here. Chapter 104. Third POV. Man, the battle stations. The captain's voice boomed across the ramparts, sparking a frenzy of activity as soldiers moved frantically along the fortress walls. In the distance, a colossal figure lumbered toward the city. Each of its thunderous steps sent shockwaves through the earth, and its massive, shadowy frame cast an ominous silhouette against the horizon. Protruding from the god's stomach, a dragon's head roared ferociously, unleashing torrents of purplish flames that scorched the air. Look, there's the pharaoh. One of the soldiers cried out, pointing to a distant figure in front of the evil god. Gritting his teeth, Yami Yugi and the sacred guardians rode hurriedly, their faces grim with desperation and weary. After the treacherous Akhenaten abducted Priest Sito, the guardians fought tooth and nail to escape. Bursting from the cave, they were met with a horde of enraged beasts, driven to madness by the presence of Zork necrophades. Despite their exhaustion, the guardians rode on for hours, relentlessly pursued by the sinister Zork. The realization dawned on them that the malevolent god was toying with them, maintaining menacing proximity yet staying just out of reach, savoring their terror. As they neared the city, the gates swung open, and the guardians surged inside. Yami Yugi, pushing his horse to the limit, finally reached the palace and collapsed from his steed, gasping for breath. "Your Majesty!" Shimon exclaimed, rushing to his side to support him. "Shimon, gather the troops," Yami Yugi rasped, struggling to speak. "Don't worry, my lord, Priest Sito has already briefed us on the situation, all the citizens have been evacuated, and the soldiers are on standby, awaiting your command." "Priest Sito is here," the pharaoh muttered. "Then is Akhenaten defeated?" "Yes," Shimon nodded calmly, though the pain of betrayal shadowed his expression. "I see," Yami Yugi said, straightening himself and casting a determined gaze towards the looming figure of Zork necrophades in the distance. "Prepare for war." Outside, Zork necrophade surveyed the soldiers mounting the walls with an ominous smile. Relishing the unfolding chaos, he conjured dark magic in his hands, summoning dozens of portals from which monstrous beings began to pour out. "Fire!" The soldiers yelled, and hundreds of flaming arrows shot into the sky, illuminating the night like a fiery constellation. As the arrows rained down, a chorus of beastly screeches echoed through the desert. The soldiers cheered, their spirits momentarily lifted, and readied themselves for a second volley. However, the sheer number of monsters surging through the portals overwhelmed the archers' speed. "They're climbing the walls." The guards screamed as creatures with razor-sharp claws scaled the stone surfaces. In a desperate defense, the soldiers thrust their spears at the ascending beasts, each clash a brutal struggle for survival. Zork necrophades watched the intense battle with a twisted sense of glee. The human's anguished screams were a symphony to its ears. With a snarl, he extended a finger, and wisps of dark magic coiled from his fingertip, slowly forming the shape of a man. When the magic dissipated, Yami Bakura stood there, clenching and unclenching his fist in a daze. He distinctly remembered sacrificing himself to summon Zork necrophades. How was he alive? He looked up and met the gaze of the evil god's red, dilated pupils. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. Slowly, a sinister smile spread across Yami Bakura's face as he nodded in understanding. "Your wish is my command, I promise to kill the pharaoh with my own hands," he vowed. Fixing his gaze on the distant palace, Yami Bakura laughed menacingly. With an ominous grin, he began his unhurried march toward the city, his mind consumed by the singular thought of Yami Yugi's demise. Yuna's POV. "Your Majesty. The north gate has been breached. Tell the soldiers defending that area to retreat." Yami Yugi commanded. "We will fight them in the streets." The messenger quickly hurried off to relay the pharaoh's orders to the generals, leaving the rest of us alone in the room. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Yami Yugi struggled against his exhaustion as he surveyed the battle from the balcony. "Kaiba and I will help," I declared, and Kaiba nodded. "Thank you," Yami Yugi replied with a weary smile. "We will need all the assistance we can get. By the way, where are Yugi and the others?" I asked, noting their lack of presence. "I don't know," Yami Yugi admitted, shaking his head. "As expected of them," Kaiba muttered, crossing his arms. "Running away like cowards." "Kaiba," I hissed, and he quickly shut his mouth, averting my gaze. Despite my recrimination, even I could feel slightly annoyed by their absence. Though much had changed in the trial, I remembered this time when Yugi and his friends went to the Valley of the Kings, where they would discover the pharaoh's true name. "In the end, we just have to stall for time," I mumbled to myself before looking at Yami Yugi. "Alright, we'll do what we can." Without waiting for a reply, we both left the room, ready to provide as much help in the battle as we can. Walking quietly with Kaiba, we found Kizara waiting outside as she nervously paced around the corridors. "Kizara," I called gently with a smile. "Please stay here and look after the pharaoh." "What will you be doing?" she asked, worry etched on her face. "Kaiba and I will go clear out the monsters, so remain here, we will be back soon." Hugging Kizara, I smiled reassuringly. "I promise I will look after myself, so please, stay here and protect the pharaoh, alright?" "Fine," she nodded reluctantly. "Even my Sito is going to fight, I feel troubled being the only one staying." "That's all the more reason you should stay," I explained. With every soldier busy defending Memphis, there's no one to protect the pharaoh. If he gets hurt, it will be all over. Don't worry, I truly won't be out for long, I assured her, and we left the palace. Once outside, we were greeted by an inferno engulfing the city, mingled with the screams of beasts and humans. Watching an unattended horde rush towards the palace, I clenched my teeth and stepped forward. Stretching out my arm, I felt the spirit residing within my soul and chanted coldly, "Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, burn them all." Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire street was engulfed in flames as a colossal figure soared overhead. As the beasts tried to find another route around the wall of flames, their path was suddenly blocked by Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who landed with a thunderous thud. Its red pupils glowed menacingly as it surveyed the monsters like prey, and with a deafening roar, the dragon incinerated the beasts to ashes. Once the coasts were clear, I unsummoned my dragon. "Guh," I groaned, feeling a wave of dizziness assault my head. "You should have let me handle it," Kaiba muttered with a severe expression, and I smiled wryly. "I'm just venting, don't worry, I'm fine since I'm not coughing blood yet," I joked, but Kaiba's mood darkened, and he lifted me over his shoulder in one smooth motion. "I've changed my mind, I'm taking you back to the palace," Kaiba said nonchalantly, heading back. "Wait, put me down. I'm really fine." Simultaneously, we turned our heads to see Zork necrophades breaching the walls. The evil god's massive frame shattered the stone structures effortlessly, advancing towards the palace at the city center. Our expressions turned grim as the god approached. "Do you have a plan?" Kaiba asked, his face tense. "Right now, we can only stall for time," I replied. "The longer we hold Zork necrophades in place, the higher our chances of winning, that's our best and only option." Sighing, Kaiba gently set me down. "Alright, but stay close to me." "Okay," I nodded, summoning Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon as the two dragons materialized behind me. "You ready?" "Yeah," Kaiba smirked, activating his dual disc. Drawing 4 consecutive cards, he held them aloft. "I will use the spell, Polymerization." Fusing the 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons in my hand to summon my loyal servant, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. As the 3-headed spirit manifested behind Kaiba, I smacked my lips enviously. Forget about using spells, I couldn't even properly summon my spirits without keeling over. Sighing, I smiled helplessly and nodded, "Let's go." We shouted simultaneously, and the 3 dragons took to the sky, eager to test their strength against a god. 20 minutes later. Amidst the battle, the dragons fought savagely, attacking Zork necrophades with their breaths and claws. However, no matter how much damage they inflicted, Zork necrophades' wounds healed easily and only caused the spirits to grow tired until they finally made a mistake. "Watch it!" Kaiba shouted, pulling me towards him when Starving Venom Fusion Dragon crashed to the ground where I was previously standing. The dragon groaned, struggling to stand before collapsing in agony. "Oh no," I murmured sadly, stroking the dragon's neck. "Take a break, you did well," at my soothing voice, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon grunted before closing its eyes and returning to my soul. Biting my lips, I turned my head and watched Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon soaring through the air. Circling Zork necrophades, the 2 dragons unleashed blinding beams of light upon its colossal form. Yet, regardless of their massive firepower, the evil god seemed unfazed, retaliating with an indescribable amount of dark magic. Shadowy tornadoes swirled around Zork, and tendrils made of black, pulsating mass lashed out, demolishing buildings effortlessly. "Nothing is working," I heard Kaiba mutter under his breath. Clenching my fists in frustration, I couldn't refute his words. It truly felt like everything we did was useless. "Careful!" I yelled as a stray tendril suddenly lashed towards us. In a swift motion, Kaiba drew another card from his dual disc and raised it into the air. I summoned Kaiser Seahorse. In an instant, a dark blue warrior materialized before us, taking the brunt of the tendril strike. Kaiba collapsed, and I frantically supported him. "Take a deep breath, let your soul recover," I urged, patting his back. However, there was no time to rest. I quickly threw us to the side just before another tendril struck. Gritting his teeth, Kaiba dug through his deck and pulled out a spell card. Our Ring of Defense. A protective shield spread around us, and moments later, a dark beam of black magic shattered the barrier, sending us flying. "Kaiba!" I screamed. He hugged my body as we skidded across the ground. Staring at his back, I saw blood-dripping burns through his ripped clothes. Summoning Nurse Dragon Maid, I watched as the young maid pulled out a first aid kit from thin air before swiftly attending to his wounds. Noticing Kaiba's incapacitated state, the 2 dragons' attacks became more ferocious, trying to distract Zork necrophades for as long as possible. "We can't beat this," I mumbled resignedly, seeing that none of our attacks was effective. When Nurse Dragonmaid finished her procedures, Kaiba managed to open his eyes, and I sighed in relief. Sitting up, he clutched his head in pain and spoke with exhaustion, "We must go back to the palace, to regroup." Agreeing, I called Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and we climbed onto the dragon's back. Together, we flew over the city, watching the chaos unfold below. The soldiers were on a full retreat as the number of monsters didn't seem to decrease one bit, and they flooded further deep into the city. "The city," I said miserably. "It's all gone. With the amount of time I have spent here, I have grown quite fond of this place, and it was disheartening to see it going into ruin." While dwelling on the sad sight, I sensed something in the corner of my vision. Instantly, I pushed Kaiba down as dozens of sharp blades flew over our heads. Staring behind us, I spotted Zork Necrophades manifesting black swords and launching them towards our direction. The god's other hand gripped Blue Eye's ultimate dragon's necks. The dragon was covered in wounds as it hung limply at Zork's mercy. Snap! Clenching its fist, Zork Necrophade snapped its neck, and the dragon burst into dust immediately upon its death. Kaiba keeled over and gasped in agony. Unfortunately, the god didn't even give us moments to recover as blades continued to fly past us. Roar! Suddenly, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand howled as several blades struck the dragon's body, digging deeply into its flesh. Succumbed to its injuries, we began to fall. With a thunderous noise, the dragon crashed into the ground, and we were thrown off. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand! I cried and crawled towards my spirit. Opening one of its eyes, the dragon groaned sorrowfully before vanishing into particles of light as if apologizing to me that it couldn't fight harder. At the backlash, I immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, staining my clothes and hands. Moving my head, I spotted Kaiba lying not so far from me, who was unconscious from the crash. Blood dripped down from the wound on his head, leaving a long trail that flowed down onto the floor. "Kaiba," I whimpered, and my vision became hazy. Before long, I collapsed, and everything turned dark. Third POV. Yuna. Kizara screamed as she rushed out of the palace, with Yami Yugi following close behind her. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's crash shook the entire building, driving the two towards the commotion. Once outside, they both saw Yuna and Kaiba lying by a pile of rubble, their eyes closed with blood all around them. It was truly hell outside. The soldiers were making a desperate last stand at the top of the stairs. The sacred guardians fight fervently amongst the crowd, pushing the monsters back with their spirits. While everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the dragon, they didn't have time to even react as they could only focus on defending against the crazed beasts. Approaching the two, Yami Yugi placed his fingers by their necks and sighed with relief, "They are still alive." "Goodness," Kizara muttered and covered her mouth. "Your Highness, we must get them to safety." However, Yami Yugi shook his head. "I'm afraid we don't have the time to do that." He spoke grimly and glared at Zork Necrophade standing before them. Its tall frame easily towered the long set of stairs that led to the palace, causing the two to look up until their necks hurt. Roaring, the god swept his arm, sending a group of soldiers and monsters flying, but before the men fell to their deaths, they were rescued by Blue Eye's white dragon, who Kizara had summoned just in time. "My lord!" Shimon shouted while staring at the rampaging god. "Please buy me time." "Understood." Yami Yugi called upon Slifer the Sky Dragon, and the dragon relentlessly attacked Zork Necrophades, trying to get its attention away from the elderly man. As the battle raged on, Shimon closed his eyes and channeled his Ba as he tapped into a spirit that was locked deep into the chasm of the Egyptian temple. In the past, this spirit alone was able to turn the tide of the entire invasion. Legend have said that it defeated thousands of soldiers in a single night. But from its power came a considerable risk, so it was sealed away into 5 separate slabs. "Shada, pass me the Millennium Key," he urged, and Shada hurriedly handed Shimon the artifact. Recalling the familiar sensation of the artifact in his hand, Shimon channeled the key's power and unlocked all 5 seals. Kook, suddenly, under Kizara and Shada's panic, Shimon coughed a little bit of blood as he felt his life force diminishing. "I'm getting too old for this." Gritting his teeth, he continued to spend his life force as 5 portals began to form in the air. Instantly, Yami Yugi and the Guardians felt an ominous energy coming through the portals that seemed to connect into the shape of a pentagon. From the sides and bottom portals, golden limbs made of stone emerged from the gate. On the limbs, wrists and ankles were shackles that once bound the being in place. Finally, the portals all merged into one, and the spirit's face finally revealed itself. It has a muscular body adorned in armor with various Egyptian symbols and characters. Its face was stuck in a stern expression with a glowing fierce expression while wearing a pharaoh's headdress with an ornament of a serpent. Fully emerging from the portal, the spirit roared deafeningly, and its height quickly matched Zork Necrophades, and the two beings glared at each other. Exodia, the Forbidden One, Yami Yugi muttered in shock as he was finally able to learn the origin of Yugi's grandfather's secret cards. As I call upon you, O Spirit. Shimon shouted as the statue's eyes gleamed with fury. Unleash your power right here and now, Exodia, the Forbidden One, obliterate. Chapter 105. Third POV. With a thunderous roar, a dazzling light gathered in Exodia's palm, radiating immense power. With a fierce push, Exodia unleashed a brilliant beam that struck Zork Necrophade square in the chest. The god let out a spine-chilling howl and stumbled backward, reeling from the impact. Seizing the moment, Exodia charged forward, refusing to give Zork Necrophades any chance to recover. Boom! Exodia's fists came crashing down like hammers, eliciting a furious roar from the evil god. Struggling to regain its footing, Zork Necrophades lunged, only to be seized by the horns and hurled across the city like a rag doll. It's working! Kizara exclaimed excitedly. Yet, her excitement was short-lived as she glanced at Shimon's pallid face. Controlling Exodia was taking a heavy toll, and Shimon's exhaustion was becoming palpable. As Exodia closed in on the fallen Zork Necrophades, the dragon head protruding from the malevolent god's stomach lashed out, sinking its teeth into Exodia's arm. The colossal statue struggled to free itself. But before it could break free, Zork Necrophade summoned a massive tendril, striking with incredible force. Boom! Exodia crashed into the palace, obliterating the ancient and beautiful structure that had stood for centuries. Cracks spread across Exodia's body as Shimon fell to one knee, the strain of controlling the spirit taking its toll. Although Exodia's wounds healed, the energy it had consumed was alarming. Gritting his teeth, Shimon struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Zork Necrophades in the distance. The injuries inflicted upon the evil god had already regenerated. And Zork Necrophades grinned wickedly. While one drew from the boundless power of darkness, the other relied on the life force of a single human. As Shimon's condition deteriorated, Kizara and Shada pleaded with him to unsummon the spirit. Yet, they both knew that Exodia was the only force keeping them in the fight. In a bid to aid their struggle, Yami Yugi quickly commanded the Egyptian gods to join the attack on Zork Necrophades. With these powerful reinforcements, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their eyes as they saw the evil god being visibly pushed back. Yet. Behind you! Kizara suddenly screamed. Stab! To everyone's shock, Shada coughed up a mouthful of blood as a sharp claw pierced through his stomach, lifting his body into the air. When the claws retracted, Shada dropped to the ground, revealing a sizable grey demon with horns and a snake-like lower body standing behind him. Suddenly, a familiar, crazed laughter echoed from the rubble. Yami Yugi's expression instantly darkened as he glared at the figure emerging from the debris. Bakura, he spat, his voice filled with loathing. Good evening, Pharaoh, are you surprised to see me again? Yami Bakura sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. How are you here? Your life was sacrificed to summon Zork Necrophades. Yes, for a normal human, that is, Yami Bakura chuckled before explaining in a sly tone. Pharaoh, we are not so different. What are you sprouting about? Yami Yugi uttered in confusion. As you may already know, Pharaoh, in the past, you were fortunate enough to best Zork Necrophades and seal both yourself and the god within the Millennium Puzzle. At that time, you believed it was the end, but that was far from the truth. With the last of its power, Zork Necrophades fused a part of its soul with Thief King Bakura, whom you slew, and placed that new soul into the Millennium Ring, biding its time for revival in the real world once again. Laughing maniacally, Yami Bakura spread his arms wide. That time is now. Then Bakura this entire time. He's merely a mindless host for me to manipulate, similar to your pathetic companion that freely lends his body to you, Yami Bakura spat in disgust. But that's not the point now, I will finally have my revenge. Lost in thought, Yami Yugi stared at Yami Bakura in a daze, grappling with the weight of this revelation. However, Kizara's urgent cries jolted him back to reality. Shada, Shada! She screamed and held him in her arms. Just stay awake, I will go and find a doctor. No, Shada croaked, his voice weak as he stopped Kizara from trying to help. Slowly, he lifted one trembling hand and gently tapped her forehead with a wry smile. Already too late. Don't say that. Kizara cried, her voice cracking as tears streamed down her face. Look, if I just stop the bleeding, we can buy enough time to get the wound stitched up. Kizara tried to act optimistic and maintained a calm smile. However, as the blood continuously flowed through the holes in Shada's chest, her expression cracked, and she bit her lips to suppress the tears. Kizara, Shada interrupted, his voice barely above a whisper as he coughed. Just stop talking, you must save your strength. Kizara yelled and pressed her palms against the wound. Focus on staying awake. Stop, it's useless now, Shada muttered and weakly removed Kizara's hands. Kizara, don't mess up now, you guys better win. Shada. With a faint chuckle, his eyelids slowly fluttered closed. And with one final, labored breath, Shada passed away, his body still warm in her arms. It all happened so suddenly. Kizara sat frozen, her hands trembling as she cradled Shada's lifeless body. Her lap was soaked with his blood, and she shivered uncontrollably, her mind struggling to process the loss. But before she could even mourn, a wicked laugh echoed through the air. Bakura's Tgthegood struck again, this time aiming straight for her. Boom! Suddenly, a massive fist swung into the path of Tgthegoud, halting the demon's advance. With a furious roar, Tgthegoud staggered back, but Shimon's voice cut through the chaos. Snap out of it! He shouted, his words strained with effort as he coughed. We can't lose focus now. Kizara flinched at the intensity of her master's tone, but as she looked closer, she noticed a single teardrop fall from Shimon's eye, a silent testament to the grief he couldn't fully contain. Despite his determination to remain strong, even he could not escape the sorrow of their loss. Without wasting any more time, Shimon commanded Exodia to swiftly turn around and punch Zork Necrophades in the face, shattering one of its horns. In retaliation, Zork Necrophades unleashed a torrent of dark magic, sending a cascade of explosions rippling across Exodia's body. Before the spirit could even recover, the evil god gathered a massive amount of power and hurled a colossal vertical blade toward Exodia. Obliterate! Shimon roared, his voice filled with desperate strength as Exodia fired another beam of pure energy from its palm. The blade collided with the beam, cleaving it in two with a deafening crack before slashing into Exodia's form. The statue howled in agony as a deep gash tore vertically across its body, running from its face all the way down to its lower body, leaving a trail of burning light in its wake. Light seeped through the wound as Exodia's body split apart before bursting into the sand. Karg! Shimon screamed and grasped his chest, his heart bursting from the insurmountable backlash to the death of Exodia. Master! Kizara yelped with a pale expression, unable to comprehend everything that was happening. Gritting his teeth, Shimon fought against the overwhelming darkness threatening to consume him. His vision blurred, but his gaze remained fixed on his last remaining student. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he extended his trembling hand, holding out the Millennium Key. Take it. Kizara froze in shock, but under Shimon's urging, she hesitantly reached out her palms, placing the Millennium Key in her hands. Shimon nodded with satisfaction. Protect the pharaoh, fulfill your duty. As Shimon fell forward, Kizara quickly caught her master and hugged him tightly. Live! With one final whisper, the light in Shimon's eyes dimmed, joining Shada in the afterlife. Kizara sobbed, her heart shaken tremendously at the sudden death of her master and best friend. Gently setting Shimon's body on the floor, Kizara brought the Millennium Key close to her chest. It was about time for that old geezer to croak, Yami Bakura remarked in the distance, causing the pharaoh and Kizara to flinch. Bakura! Yami Yugi shouted ragefully and directed Obelisk the Tormentor towards his opponent. However, the Egyptian god's path was stopped by Zork Necrophades, who grinned maliciously. It's pointless, Pharaoh, Yami Bakura. You cannot afford to send away even one god. Now you're completely defenseless. Tgthegoud charged, and Yami Yugi rolled to the side as the demon's claws left a deep mark on where he was standing just a few seconds ago. As Yami Yugi was about to reach for the sword at his waist, Tgthegoud was suddenly blasted by a white beam, sending the demon crashing into a pile of debris. No, you won't be fighting the pharaoh, Kizara spoke calmly as Blue Eyes White Dragon roared behind her. Your opponent will be me. Despite her tranquil tone, her pupils showed an indescribable fury and hatred. Yami Bakura clicked his teeth and frantically called upon Tgthegoud, and the demon burst out from the rubble. However, Kizara seemed unfazed, and she stared at the spirit as if it were a pest, slowly raising her right hand, her voice devoid of any emotions as she uttered a single command towards the white dragon. Kill him. Blue Eyes White Dragon rampaged towards Yami Bakura, destroying everything in its path. He barely managed to dodge the dragon's onslaught, shock flooding his senses as he was caught off guard by the spirit's overwhelming power. In a panic, he summoned his other spirits to defend him, but they were obliterated in an instant by a single swipe of Blue Eyes' claws. What kind of spirit is this? Yami Bakura thought in disbelief. How could it be this powerful? Tgthegoud! He bellowed, calling his demon in a desperate bid to counterattack. Tgthegoud emerged from the shadows, launching a surprise strike. But the attack easily bounced off Blue Eyes White Dragon's wings, leaving him stunned. Who the hell are you? Yami Bakura snarled warily. Kizara, who was consumed with anger, paused before glaring at him, "There is no need for you to know who I am, but I will tell you one thing, I will make sure you pay." Eunice POV. Meanwhile. Ugh, my head, I grunted in pain and opened my eyes. Enduring the sensation, I sat up. My entire body was screaming in agony as if needles were stabbing into my skin. Beside me was Kaiba, who was still unconscious from the injuries. Checking his pulse, I was relieved to be able to feel a heartbeat, and I began analyzing the situation on the battlefield. The soldiers were fighting fiercely against the wave of monsters. Yami Yugi attacked Zork Necrophades with his Egyptian gods and Kizara. To my surprise, I found her engaged in an intense duel with Yami Bakura using her Blue Eyes White Dragon. Their battle was the flashiest out of everyone, with Jebound firing dark magic, which was countered by Blue Eyes White Dragon's beam, and the whole fight seemed like an unorthodox light show. As the battle went on, it was clear to everyone that Yami Bakura was losing ground. The strength of Blue Eyes White Dragon was impossible to ignore, and Jebound was nothing compared to the mighty dragon. Wanting to join the fight, I called upon the spirits residing in my soul. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand were still in no condition to battle, which only led to House Dragon Maid being the best option. When the beautiful maid appeared, she quickly caught my fragile body. "Go and support Kizara," I ordered, and the spirit nodded. Carefully setting me back down, Dragon Maid clenched her fists and dashed towards Yami Bakura at a blinding speed. Sensing danger, Yami Bakura instinctively leaned away as clouds of dust blew past him. Boom! House Dragon Maid's fist shattered the wall behind him before slowly turning around with murderous intent. "Yuna!" Kizara exclaimed while Yami Bakura's expression soured. Smiling tiredly, I ordered the House Dragon Maid to attack once more, and Jebound frantically rushed towards the maid to defend its master. However, Blue Eyes White Dragon had already anticipated Diabound's movement and blasted the demon away with its white breath. Bam! House Dragon Maid's fist struck Yami Bakura's face, and his body was sent ragdolling across the floor. Instantly, I felt all the pain I went through become worth it as I was able to get a front row seat to a well-deserved beating. Arg, Yami Bakura gasped and clutched his bleeding nose. "Why, you dare?" He staggered awkwardly and glared at me with anger. Unfazed by Yami Bakura's hostility, I commanded House Dragon Maid, who grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. Jebound, still roaring furiously, was pinned down beneath Blue Eyes White Dragon's feet, unable to move. You really dare." Bam! "Shut up," I uttered with disgust, and House Dragon Maid punched him again with her free hand. "You have no idea how much I have been through." Bam! "Scum!" Bam! "Trash!" Bam! With each swing from House Dragon Maid, Yami Bakura's face became more of a bloodied mess, and he groaned in a daze. "But you know what angers me the most is that you kept harming people I care about," I hissed. "Coo, so what, are you going to kill me?" Yami Bakura snorted, and I scowled. "No," I answered, and House Dragon Maid released him. "But she will." Gesturing behind him, Yami Bakura nervously turned around and gazed at the massive jaw filled with sharp teeth. Before he could react, Blue Eyes White Dragon bit down, not leaving even a single trace of him behind. Yuna, Kizara collapsed onto her knees. Her chest heaved with exhaustion, and she stared at the ground in a daze. As I approached her, Kizara slowly looked at me and bit her lips. "Yuna, Shimon and Shada." Nodding quietly, I reached out my hand. "We can't stop now, I know this is hard, but for their sake, we have to keep fighting. So Kizara, after we win this, let's cry our hearts out, together." Staring at the outstretched hand, Kizara took a deep breath and slapped both sides of her face. Grabbing my hand, I gently pulled her up and patted her shoulders. "I bet they are very proud of you." Smiling, I hugged her. "Now let's win this thing." Chapter 106. Third POV. As the war raged on, the soldiers desperately stabbed or slashed the monsters. Yet, as time went on, the soldiers began falling one by one due to exhaustion. The only reason they were able to last this long was thanks to Priest Sito and Isis, who were gasping for breath as the two needed to fill in the spot that Shada had left behind. Despite the presence of the evil god, they fought on because everyone knew that their pharaoh was fighting a more intense battle than any of them. Boom x5. A barrage of explosions rang out in the sky like fireworks when the three Egyptian gods unleashed their great attacks on Zork Necrophade's massive body. Zork Necrophades roared deafeningly as it tried to snatch the pesky gods from the air. Slash. Suddenly, Zork Necrophades' vision went dark when two fast figures flew past its face. Flying side by side, Blue Eyes White Dragon and Dragon Maid roared, leaving cuts around the monster's joints and hindering its motion. However, despite the damages inflicted, the gods' wounds healed just as fast, leaving them in a losing battle of attrition. Why won't it just die? Yuna growled in frustration. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth, finding himself agreeing with Yuna's statement. No matter what they threw at God, Zork necrophage would instantly recover and return fiercer than before. As if it was the final straw, Yuna collapsed on all fours, sweat beading down her face. Sano, recall your spirit and rest, Yami Yugi suggested while glancing at her. We can't afford to lose manpower, Yuna retorted while wiping the blood off the edge of her lips. I will try and support you both. As the fight continued, Kizara and Adam began focusing on all of the attacks. At the same time, Yuna ordered her dragon to target the weak spots and distract Zork necrophages, allowing the others to deal with maximum damage. Ignoring their exhaustion, they kept fighting. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion echoing on the side of a battlefield and several familiar voices. Dark Magician, Dark Magic Attack. Dark Magician Girl, Dark Burning Attack. Red Ice Black Dragon, Infernal Fire Blast. The sounds of the monsters' cries reached their ears. Looking into the distance, the pharaoh spotted several figures running towards him, and he broke into a relieved smile. Partner! Yugi yelled happily, his friends following behind him. Arriving by the pharaoh's side, Yami Yugi chuckled upon meeting his companions again. Without wasting any more time, he quickly explained the current situation. Nodding with complex emotions, Yugi began retelling their experience in the Valley of the Kings, where they went through various traps and hidden passages before finally reaching the last tomb and finding Aknamkanon's grave, where Adam's name was inscribed on the wall. Unfortunately, we couldn't make heads or tails of the thing, Joey explained while scratching the side of his head. Confused, Tia showed Yami Yugi her phone, where she took a picture of the wall. That's, the pharaoh stared at the hieroglyphs in a daze. Whoa! Joey and Tristan exclaimed as suddenly the phone in Yami Yugi's hand shone brilliantly. Memories began flooding into his brain, and the pharaoh clutched his head in agony. Slowly opening his eyes, he stared at Zork necrophage quietly, slowly digesting everything in his head. Partner. Yugi called hesitantly as Yami Yugi stood up. Why, you're crying. Touching his face, Yami Yugi felt something wet on his finger, finding himself in tears. The memories of his friends and family became vivid, and he subconsciously reminisced on those memories. However, that moment became short-lived when he remembered they were currently in a fierce battle. Yugi, the pharaoh smiled gratefully. Thank you. With a determined expression, he approached Zork necrophage as the Millennium Puzzle began to unveil. I call upon the power of my artifact to once again seal this darkness and send it back to its eternal prison. I, King Adam, shall banish you once more. Golden chains burst out from the Millennium Puzzle, wrapping around each of the god's limbs. Zork necrophage struggled as it was gradually dragged towards the artifact. The pharaoh, Adam, gritted his teeth as he fought God in a tug of war. One struggled to capture and seal it into the Millennium Puzzle while the other tried to break free. Everyone watched with anticipation, cheering for Adam in their hearts. Is this it? Yuna mumbled hopefully. But the following sound made her heart drop. Crack. It was so subtle that she could have missed it if she wasn't careful. But the sound only grew louder and louder as it became more evident. Suddenly, the chains snapped, sending Adam skidding across the floor. How? Adam muttered, confused by the ineffectiveness of the spell. However, when he saw Zork necrophage's eyes, he noticed that the god had expected the spell the entire time. That's when a sudden realization hit him. Just because he regained his memories, what's stopping Zork necrophage from remembering theirs? It was clearly connected to Yami Bakura in some way, so it was natural for the god to be aware of what was happening this entire time. With a malicious grin, Zork necrophage brought its palms together, creating a blackish sphere. The sphere grew, easily reaching the size of the palace, and with a roar, it launched the projectile in their direction. Boom! An unknown amount of time later. Fierce dark magic exploded all around them, and all Kizara could hear were the soldiers and monsters' fearful cries as they were wiped without a trace. Releasing her barrier, she gasped, collapsed on all fours and observed her surroundings. Dragon Maid Shu unfurled her wings, revealing Yuna panting for breath. In her arms was Kaiba, who remained unconscious from his injuries. Behind her was Adam, who used Slifer the Sky Dragon to protect him and his friends, while just beside him were Ceto and Isis, who were also able to shield themselves with their Millennium items. Out of hundreds of people fighting for their lives, with just a single attack, Zork necrophage was able to wipe out almost all of them. Simultaneously, Dragon Maid Shu and Slifer, the Sky Dragon, collapsed, wounds littered all over their bodies, and Yuna and Adam collapsed along with them. Kizara froze, and she found herself truly in a hopeless situation. People she relied on were either dead or close to death, and she burst into tears. Never in her life has she ever found herself at a loss of what to do. Adam! Yugi shouted as the pharaoh groaned and tried to stand. Knowing the sacrifice required for them to win, he tightly gripped the Millennium Puzzle with resolve. Was this truly the purpose of the trial? Now that Adam has discovered his name, must he follow his previous fate once more? Yet, no matter how much he thought about this, Adam couldn't figure out whether his judgment was correct, nor did he have the time to find another solution. There is a forbidden spell, one that was used in the last resort, Adam explained. This is because the price that you must pay to activate the spell is more than just your life. Thank you for finding my name, he spoke sincerely at Yugi. But I must apologize that all your efforts will be in vain. Wait, my friend, don't tell me, Yugi gasped in shock before shaking his head. No, there has to be another way. I'm sorry, Adam smiled wryly and stood up. But his wounds caused him to falter, and he dropped the Millennium Puzzle. However, before the artifact fell to the ground, a slender hand suddenly reached out and caught the Millennium item. No, he is right, there is another method, Kizara muttered confidently and stared at Adam with a firm resolve. Your Highness, please use my soul instead. Kizara, you can't be serious. Sito shouted and shook her shoulders in a mixture of disbelief. Your Majesty, use me instead. That won't work, Sito, Kizara smiled sadly and shook her head. Your Ba is almost used up already, but I still have more than enough. I won't allow it. Sito screamed while clutching his face. No, have someone else do it instead. Despite his childish complaints, no one could reprimand him, knowing what he would lose. Sito, Kizara sighed and hugged him. Lost in her embrace, Sito burst into tears and gripped her wrist tightly. In the past, I always have to rely on you or Yuna to protect me. Now, for the first time, I was able to protect both of you, she muttered softly. I'm sorry, Sito, for being selfish. Kizara, wait. Sleep, before Sito could react, Kizara activated the powers of the Millennium Key. Deliberately, this caused him to fall unconscious when his guard was down. Turning to Adam, she pleaded earnestly, Please, Pharaoh, we don't have much time, please allow this faithful servant to fulfill her duty towards this country one last time. Do you truly understand the consequences? Adam questioned solemnly. This is not death, your entire existence will be erased, and your soul will not reincarnate from the afterlife. Unlike Yami Bakura, who was an extension of Zork Necrophades itself, Kizara's identity will be completely removed from this world. It was as if she never existed in the first place. Of course, and I'm prepared for what will happen, Kizara smiled reassuringly. So please don't be guilty. Biting his lips, Adam nodded reluctantly, and the two held out their hands, holding the Millennium Puzzle. With trembling breath, Adam began to chant, and a golden ring formed around them. Realizing what was about to happen, Zork Necrophades tried to stop them, but a massive golden shield formed around the entire palace. The god hissed and stared at Isis standing in the corner. Blood dripped down her nose as she burned her life force on casting this shield. With each strike of its fists, cracks formed on the barrier and Isis endured. Seeing Kizara's resolve, a raging fire burned in her heart, and she must also do everything she can to protect and honor her decision. As the chant reached its climax, Adam gently stepped back as the magic circle surrounded Kizara. With a sad smile, she raised the Millennium Puzzle into the air as a warmth engulfed her. Slowly, Kizara felt energy leaving her body, and her eyelids dimmed slightly. The circle expanded and formed a wall of light all around her, and her body glowed in a beautiful hue. This is fine, she muttered quietly to herself. This way, everyone will be safe. Kizara closed her eyes in acceptance as the spell gradually reached its finalization. However, suddenly, a figure burst into the wall of light, catching Kizara off guard, and she hurriedly caught the person in front of her. Why, Yuna? She yelped in shock, and her calm expression vanished. You idiot! Yuna screamed angrily. Why would you do such a thing? No, that's not the point, you have to go away right now, Kizara stuttered in a panic, and Yuna scoffed. Go where? She shouted. Do you really think I would let you do this? Yuna, please, under Yuna's dejected gaze, Kizara wavered, and she bit her lips. Idiot, Yuna hugged her tightly. Are you really going through with this? Yes, she nodded with determination. If I don't, I will lose everyone, which was something I dread even more. Trying to act like a mature adult, Kizara stood by her decision. Yuna was speechless at Kizara's tone, and her fingers trembled as she held onto the corner of her sleeves. But you won't just die, you will disappear. Tears fell down her eyes, and she cried, why would you go this far? Yuna, there's never going to be a true happy ending without a form of sacrifice, Kizara explained slowly. But to be able to save everyone with just my measly soul? That's more than a happy ending for me, and I will do anything to achieve it. Listening to her explanation, Yuna shook her head. No, that's not my happy ending. Suddenly, Yuna reached out and clasped their hands together, but like you said, Kizara, I will also do anything to achieve my happy ending. Why, Yuna? Kizara uttered in surprise as their bodies pressed against each other. What are you doing? What do you think? I will sacrifice myself too. Kizara, I promised you that I would always be by your side, and I refuse to break that vow. But you will get wiped out as well. She shrieked and tried to pull away. That might be the case, Yuna agreed readily. But if there's the possibility that I can use my soul to share this burden with you, we might be able to survive. How can we trust that? Kizara yelled. That's crazy. It is, but I'm willing to try if that means you will be able to survive, Yuna stated softly. I won't let my family die. Yuna, Kizara mumbled, and the fear she was hiding finally showed through her gaze. She found the bravado that she put up was crumbling, and the two tightly embraced each other for comfort. Both of them were terrified, but they didn't run away as they were ready to sacrifice for each of their goals of saving everyone. Sano. Yugi and Adam shouted in a panic when they noticed that Yuna wasn't leaving the magic circle as the golden light became blindingly vibrant. Looking at her friends, she smiled and shook her head. Stroking Kizara's hair, she saw her fingers slowly turning into particles of light. Despite the threat of being wiped out of existence, the sensation felt soothing and warm. Don't worry, we will definitely see each other again, Yuna whispered, and Kizara grinned. Yeah, she cried with happiness. Thank you for everything. Thank you as well, Yuna laughed. Together with one last embrace, Kizara and Yuna burst into light, and they vanished into specks that floated towards the stars. Whoosh! Zork necrophades finally busted through the barrier, but it was already too late. A blinding light engulfed the entire city. Instantly, all the injuries everyone had suffered began healing at a rapid pace. To Adam and his friends' shock, even the people who had passed away started to wake one by one as if their death was a lie. Suddenly, to Adam's shock, the three Egyptian gods appeared before their eyes. Their figures turned white as they fused into the shape of a woman with wings. Her height easily matched Zork necrophades, and her body was adorned with gold-colored ceremonial battle armor. On her head, she wore an ornamental helmet that resembled the head of the winged dragon of Ra. Sensing the powerful energy from the new foe, Zork necrophades howled and lunged fearlessly. However, to everyone's shock, the woman calmly waved her hand, firing a flaming beam that pierced through God's chest like paper. Such malevolent darkness, ye shall be purged. Before Zork necrophades could react, a wall of fire surrounded the evil god, and it roared as its flesh burned fiercely. No matter what it does, the flames won't seem to go away, and they are convulsed in agony. Be gone. With a clench of her fist, Zork necrophades was instantly burned to a crisp, leaving not even an ounce of the god behind. My name is Holakti, the creator of light, the goddess of this world. My poor children, due to my incompetence, I allowed such a creature to spawn on this mortal plane. I have reverted all the damage this creature has done. I'm proud of all of you. Please rest now. You have won. With a final farewell, Holakti closed her eyes and vanished. When they finally registered what had happened, the soldiers raised their weapons and cheered, hugging each other with joy while some burst into tears as their friends who they thought had died came back to life. However, Adam and others couldn't find themselves celebrating. Staring at the spot where Yuna and Kizara previously stood, they felt a sense of loss as they stared into space absent-mindedly. The trial of memories has been completed. A monotonous voice echoed in their heads as a bluish portal manifested behind them. While it should have been joyous for Yugi and his friends, none of them were able to smile, knowing what sacrifices had been made to complete this trial. Why, Your Majesty, Adam glanced beside him and saw Shimon standing up shakily, his fatal wounds completely healed. What happened? Shimon, Adam muttered and hurriedly supported the elderly man. It's over, we have won, with shaky breath, he explained the appearance of the goddess who annihilated the evil god. I see, Shimon smiled with relief, but he frowned when he observed his surroundings. My lord, do you perhaps know where my student is? I'm quite worried, and I want to make sure she's safe. Adam froze, and he averted his gaze. Unable to answer his question. Kizara. Another familiar voice shouted in worry. Kizara, where are you? Turning towards the source of the commotion, Adam watched Priest Sito shout nervously before quickly approaching him, Your Majesty, where is Lady Kizara? That, Adam paused before lowering his head. Like a broken record player, only 2 words flowed out of his mouth. I'm sorry. Meanwhile. POV. Where am I? I muttered out loud and opened my eyes. Everything was utterly dark, and my body twitched in fear at this silent blackness. Step step. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me, and I turned around before collapsing onto my knees. Tears streamed down my face as I hesitantly called out to the woman gracefully approaching me. "Kizara," I mumbled with a choked voice, my shoulders slumping with relief. Raising her head, Kizara smiled lovingly as we embraced each other. "What happened? Did we survive? Where are we?" "Aki," Kizara spoke softly. "It's okay." "Why are you calling me that?" I questioned anxiously, confused by her strange choice of words. However, when I observed my appearance, I found myself back in my original body, where I still lived on Earth. I found my outfit changed into a simple gray uniform. My height shrunken, and my hair color changed from ocean blue to black. Touching my face and hair, I could feel the familiar round glasses and twin braids hanging down my back. "This is," I muttered in a much quieter and timid voice. "My old body, what's happening to me?" Suddenly, our surroundings were filled with light. In front of us stood a tall woman shining with a divine light, and it wasn't long for me to grasp her identity. "Holacti, why are you here?" "Aki," Kizara grasped my hand. "It's alright." Following her gaze, my eyes widened as I stared at my body. No, to be more accurate, the body of Yuna Sano with her back facing us. Without turning around, Yuna walked deeper into the darkness, and I subconsciously tried to follow her. However, Kizara stopped me, tightly holding onto my hand. "What's going on?" I asked uneasily, and Kizara smiled wryly. "It's up to Yuna now," she muttered. "We can only cheer her on the sidelines, but in time, we will learn the truth." Nodding, we watched Yuna's figure become distant, eventually disappearing into the darkness. Still smiling, Kizara led me towards Holacti, and the god welcomed us with open arms. "It's really okay," I heard Kizara comforting me. "In time, we will get that happy ending we wished for." Chapter 107. Third POV. Sometime later. The sound of the school bell chimed rhythmically, and beautiful pink petals gently fell from the cherry blossom trees. At the start of a new school year, the students excitedly caught up with each other on their holidays, creating a warm atmosphere throughout the entire school. However, in one of the classrooms, the atmosphere inside was nothing but depressing. It was all because of one person sitting in the front row. His silence and gloominess spread through the entire classroom, causing the other students to remain quiet with tension. Clenching his fists, Sito stared at his desk in a daze. His mind kept thinking about a certain girl who had been worrying him for the last few days. "Hey Kaiba," suddenly, someone called his name, and he slowly lifted his head. Meeting Yugi's anxious gaze, he stared at him and his friend standing behind him. "What do you want? Is Sano awake yet?" he asked anxiously. "We were all really worried about her." Sito flinched when Yuna's name was suddenly mentioned. Instantly, his mood worsened as he was reminded of that incident. It has already been 1 week since they have returned from the trial of memories, and Yuna has not shown a single sign of waking up. The doctors couldn't identify the cause, and Sito could do nothing but wait. Every day, he stayed by her side, and as time passed, the anxiety in his heart continued to grow. Clicking his teeth, Sito stood up, not wanting to continue the conversation. As he barged past Yugi and his friends, Sito suddenly stopped beside Bakura, who fidgeted nervously. Before anyone could react, Sito lifted him into the air by the collar and glared at him with utter hatred. "Wait, Kaiba. It's not Bakura's fault. It was the evil spirit residing in the Millennium Ring. Calm down, would ya?" Joey shouted while he and Tristan tried to pull him away. "What will Sano-san feel about this?" Suddenly, Sito let go, and Bakura dropped to the floor. Lowering his arms, he slowly turned to Joey coldly. "What did you say?" "I'm just saying you're not thinking straight right now. Sano-san probably won't be impressed if she heard you beating up people." Fuming, Sito lashed out with his fist, but it was suddenly stopped when his wrist was caught in midair. Kaiba, Adam, who had suddenly taken Yugi's place, spoke firmly. "Stop this at once." "Or what?" Sito gritted his teeth and broke free from his grasp. "I understand your anger," Adam muttered dejectedly. His face showed a complicated emotion when his gaze fell onto Bakura. "But we must not vent our anger this way." Staring at Adam's eyes, Sito saw his deep understanding as they both shared the same regret. Clicking his teeth, he left the classroom, pushing past the homeroom teacher who had just arrived. Walking through the hallway, Sito sighed with melancholy. Over time, Sito still found himself saddened by Yuna's situation. However, that's not what's bothering him. What pained him the most was not being there. Throughout the entire battle, he remained unconscious while Yuna willingly sacrificed herself for the sake of others. By the time he regained consciousness, it was already too late. If only he were awake. If only he were stronger. Will things turn out differently? Clang crash. In a fit of rage, Cito punched the nearby window, completely shattering it and scaring the students nearby. I will have someone fix this, he said to a nearby teacher, who nodded frantically. Suddenly, the phone in Cito's pocket buzzed. What? He growled but froze when he heard the message. Without even waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Cito rushed out of the school. 4 words kept repeating in his head. Yuna Sano is awake. 20 minutes later. Bam! The door to the hospital room burst open as Cito rushed into the room. His chest heaved with exhaustion, and his eyes fixed on the person sitting on the hospital bed. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around Yuna, hugging her tightly. Yuna, he muttered with relief. You woken up. However, when Yuna didn't respond, Cito noticed her staring at him strangely. Her expression was stuck in a frown as she gazed at Cito's face. Your hands. A cold but soft voice echoed throughout the room. Get off. Yuna. Cito exclaimed when she pushed him away. My first name, Yuna scowled. We're not that intimate. Cito paused, caught off guard by her curt attitude. Why, Yuna, what's wrong? Cito asked nervously. Reaching out his hand, he was stunned when Yuna slapped it away. Her face was full of discontent and disgust. Stay away. Do you not remember me? You're Cito Kaiba. To Cito's disbelief, she easily answered the question. A classmate from school. Is that really all? Cito uttered in a devastated tone, but Yuna merely clicked her teeth. Is there more? She retorted. Now leave. With Yuna's sharp urging, Cito eventually left the room, his heart filled with shock and disappointment. An hour later. Outside of Yuna's hospital room, Cito stared at the nervous doctor before him. Based on the tests, we can safely conclude that Miss Sano suffers from a form of memory loss. Then how was she able to remember my name? Cito questioned suspiciously. To be exact, she has forgotten everything that happened in the last year, the doctor gulped. We couldn't figure out the cause of this symptom, and there doesn't seem to be any damage to her brain. When we disclosed this information to Miss Sano, she showed a great amount of distress, and apparently, the last memory Miss Sano had was when she was resting in her residence. Is there really no way of helping her remember? Cito asked, and the doctor hesitantly shook his head. Unfortunately, at this time, there is no real treatment for memory loss. The doctor sighed and took off his glasses. We can only prescribe her antidepressants to help with her severe reaction towards the news. Excusing himself, the doctor quickly escaped from Cito's scrutinizing gaze. Staring through the one-way window of the testing room, he watched Yuna calmly sitting in the hospital bed. Beside her was Makuba, who was showing her videos through his phone. Big sister, this is you. In that video you were one of the best duelists in the world. Makuba said passionately, causing her to frown. Duelist? Yuna questioned and watched intently on the phone. It was a video of her dueling against Zane Trustdale in the Grand Championship. It was truly a serene sight, with monsters appearing on the field, battling each other fiercely. When Yuna's eyes turned to her on the screen, she scowled in disbelief at her confident attitude, which was the direct opposite of her cold and distant personality. How is that me? She questioned doubtfully. No, that's really big sister. Makuba reassured. As Yuna continued to watch the video, she remembered the name of the card game she was playing. It was a very popular card game that she had seen people in school playing. However, she never imagined herself playing that game as well. As Yuna continued to scroll through the countless videos on Makuba's phone, she suddenly froze when she stumbled upon a single photo. Ah, that! Makuba yelled in a panic and took the phone away from her. However, it was too late, as Yuna had already seen everything. The picture was taken secretly from a distance, but 2 figures could be seen clearly. It was an image of Yuna and Cito walking side by side in Kaiba land. Their hands were tightly intertwined as they smiled bashfully at each other. Yuna's mind went completely blank in shock and disbelief. She finally understood why Cito was acting strangely earlier. That photo, Yuna mumbled callously. My relationship with Kaiba, what is it? Makuba rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Big bro didn't tell me much, but... Spill it. You guys, Makuba's face became slightly red with embarrassment. Kissed. The sudden bombshell caught Yuna completely off guard, and she stared at Makuba in shock. Covering her lips, she felt an immense discomfort, and anxiety washes over her. Yuna couldn't believe she had ever acted this way. It was the opposite of her normal behavior, and the thought of it left her with disgust touching her lips. Yuna's pupils trembled, and a terrifying thought crossed her mind. What if it isn't a simple memory loss? Even if she couldn't remember, there's no way that she could change this drastically over a year. It's like someone else had taken over her body instead. What if she's right, and there's actually another person controlling her body like a puppet? That person have changed her life so drastically in such a short amount of time, and Yuna was afraid that they might come back. Please leave, Yuna suddenly spoke icily while bringing her hands close to her chest. Big sister, Makuba whimpered, on the verge of tears. Go. Under her firm pressure, Makuba eventually left the room. When the door closed behind him, Yuna gasped for breath as she stared at her hands, which showed faint blood when she dug her nails into her palm. At that moment, Yuna could feel her hands instinctively trying to reach out and pat Makuba's head, which only left her nothing but uneasiness. Suddenly, the door opened, and Sito reappeared. Knowing her current state, he hid his anxiety and calmly stood by the door. The doctor said you can be discharged this afternoon, Sito explained while staring at Yuna, who had her face buried in her pillow. Would you like me to assign someone to take you home? Why go so far? Yuna lifted the corner of her face and muttered. I'm not the same person, not the one that you know. It may look like that to you, Sito replied while glancing into the distance. But you're still the same, in my opinion. I'm not. Yuna denied loudly and sat up. Running her hand through her hair, she glared at Sito with annoyance. I'm not her. Yuna. I want to be alone. Yuna crossed her arms and averted his gaze. I will go home myself. Nodding, Sito showed a pained expression before smiling wryly. I understand, please be careful, and I will see you at school. Bidding farewell, Sito exited the room. Staring at the door, Yuna bit her lips in frustration. Although the interaction was short, she could feel her heart beating excitedly at his presence. Hours later. By the time Yuna arrived home, the sun was already setting down. When she entered the living room, she was once again stunned by her other self. The room was completely refurbished with brand new furniture and electronics. Compared to her original living environment, this could be considered a full upgrade. Frowning subconsciously, Yuna entered the bedroom and was relieved to find it like how she remembered. However, there were some items that she had never seen before sitting on her desk. Picking up the dual disc on the table, her body felt an extreme familiarity with the device. Beside it were several dual monster cards stacked on top of each other, forming a deck. Observing them, Yuna did not understand the premise of the card game, so she eventually set them aside. She had considered maybe throwing them away, but her instincts were screaming at her not to do that. Finally, Yuna found her phone that had been gathering dust next to her dual disc. Typing in her password, she was glad that it managed to open before scrolling through it to check if it had been tampered with. When Yuna entered her bank account, she almost dropped the phone when she saw the number of zeros behind a single number, disbelief that the millions worth of USD were her own. Thankfully, other than the money, there weren't many things changed, and Yuna sighed. Turning her attention back to the dual monster cards, Yuna hesitantly picked up the first card on top of the deck. It was a picture of a golden dragon with red eyes, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. She read out the name, unable to grasp the complex emotions in her heart. Suddenly, Yuna touched the side of her face and felt the tears streaming down her eyes. Confused, Yuna stared at her finger at a loss. Why? Yuna mumbled while collapsing onto her bed. Overwhelmed with exhaustion, she felt sleepiness creep in as Yuna went to bed crying, and in her hand was the card Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, resting tightly between her fingers. A few days later. For the following week, Yuna quietly attended school. Ignoring Yugi and his friends who tried to greet her, she focused on the lessons taught by her teacher. However, a year of being absent has greatly affected her psyche, causing her to be always tired and in a moment of agitation. She has no idea what her other self has done to the people around her, and Yuna does not bother to find out. Thus, it continued to act its cold usual self, keeping a safe distance from anyone who tried to approach. It had always been this way ever since her parents died, and Yuna was content to keep it like this. Yuna had already stopped feeling lonely because, in the end, people would only disappoint her again, like how her distant relatives never tried to support her after her parents' death or how her friends were never there when she needed them the most. 1. Yuna pondered absent-mindedly before her gaze wandered to the boy sitting at the front. Yuna must admit that Sito has been bothering her mind as of late. Keeping his promise of not annoying her, Sito has been leaving some subtle hint of kindness when she's near him. And when their eyes met, Yuna could always see a sense of longing in his gaze. However, each time he tried to approach her, she would heartlessly push him away, leaving him heartbroken. Even if she had truly said some hurtful things, Sito would have attempted to talk to her again the next day. Confusing, Yuna muttered under her breath. Even after all she had done, why hasn't he moved on yet? As the school bell rang, signaling the end, Yuna quickly left. Passing by Sito's desk, she could feel his eyes trained on her like a hawk. Feeling disturbed, she hurriedly exited the classroom door and made her way home. Once home, Yuna tossed her backpack to the side. She dragged her body to her bedroom. For several days now, she could not get any sleep, lost in the nightmares of her body being controlled without her knowing, doing things without her consent. Every time, she would wake up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat. Unable to fall back to sleep unless she takes the medicine provided by the doctors. Upon entering her bedroom, Yuna sank onto her bed. Opening her eyes, she glanced at the Duel Monsters cards on the table. After the emotional outburst from holding the Divine Dragon Lord Felgren card, Yuna discovered several other cards that create a similar reaction. Placing neatly side by side, Yuna ran her fingers along each card. She doesn't understand why these cards could make her feel this way or this deep relationship she had with each one. The only way to get an answer was to ask her other self. But Yuna was afraid of losing control of her body once more. Just who are you? Yuna mumbled sadly. Why can't I remember anything? Who was the Yuna during that 1 year? Before Yuna could get lost in her thoughts, the doorbell in her house suddenly rang loudly. When she opened the door, there was a man with light brown skin in front of her. He's dressed in white and cream robes with a turban over his head. Dangling around his neck was a large golden key. Lady Sano, the man greeted Yuna with a smile. It's about time we talk. Chapter 108. Third POV. Who are you? You'd come to the wrong place. But I believe I have, Lady Sano, the man corrected calmly. If you would only let me come in, I will explain everything to you. Not interested, Yuna responded swiftly. When she tried to close the door, Shadi suddenly stuck his foot through the crack, stopping her. I sincerely hope you will reconsider, Shadi suggested with a smile. After all, the main focus of our conversation will be about your other self. Yuna's body immediately stiffened, and she stared at Shadi in disbelief. Struggling between the shock of his declaration and his trustworthiness, she carefully opened the door and allowed Shadi to enter. Guiding him to the living room, Yuna and Shadi sat at the dining table as they stared at each other. Speak now, Yuna demanded sharply. Her gaze was full of caution towards the man who was able to uncover her deepest concern, and she nervously rubbed her wrist under the table. Before we begin, I wish to inform you that I bear no ill will towards Lady Sano, Shadi announced and held up both hands in surrender. If you're not trying to hurt me, what's the point of doing all this? Yuna questioned, unable to comprehend any other reason what Shadi would do with the critical information other than blackmail her. Well, I'm simply repaying a favor, Shadi smiled wryly while staring at his calloused hands. For your other self, that is. Taking a sharp breath, Yuna bit her lips with a complicated emotion. Having her suspicions fully confirmed, Yuna felt a shiver down her spine. The fact that there was someone out there controlling her, acting as her, being her for a full year, made Yuna's skin crawl. Why should I believe you? She scowled warily. You're just going to get her back, aren't you? Clenching her fists, Yuna felt a wave of immense anger and frustration. You're like the rest of them. For days, people have approached her and interacted with her. However, Yuna knew that they were not here for her but for the other Yuna who had befriended them for the past year. All these relationships that she wasn't aware of made her want to vomit. However, what angered her the most was their disappointment when they realized she was not the same. It was wrong. Why did she have to sit through their dissatisfaction? Why was she the one being punished for this unexplainable event? As Shadi remained silent, Yuna fumed, and the discontent in her heart came bursting out like a tsunami. This is my body. Mine. She screamed and stood up. How could I just give it away? I didn't ask to get possessed, why can't I live in peace? It's not fair. Crying, Yuna sank back into her seat and grasped her head in shock. Why do I have to go? Yuna wept in despair, her tears staining the table. She was the original owner of her own body, so why does she have to give it up for a mere stranger? It simply wasn't fair. Watching her cry, Shadi hummed sadly. Extending his arm, he handed Yuna a handkerchief, and she wiped her eyes. Lady Sano, we have no intent of forcing you to donate your body to your other self, this will be the same for everyone else. How can I believe that? Yuna muttered with doubt. You can't, Shadi smiled and shook his head. But instead, believe in your other self, because she will never wish for you to sacrifice yourself, Lady Sano. The other me, Yuna muttered in a daze. What is she like? That's something I can't answer for myself, Shadi answered honestly. Perhaps you may ask her associates. That's not possible, Yuna replied, knowing her awkward relationship with the others. Then that's something you can ask her yourself, Shadi smiled sincerely. Which is my purpose here today. Yuna's expression contorted right now. The man sitting before her was giving her the impression of a professional scammer. Staring at his outstretched hand, Yuna clicked her teeth. Despite how shady it was, Yuna couldn't suppress her curiosity. She wanted answers. She wanted to know why her body was taken over and wanted to find out the truth. "So, will you accept my help?" Shadi asked. "Fine," Yuna groaned and shook his hand. Laughing, Shadi stood up. "Great, by the way, I recommend you take some time off school. After all, we will be going overseas." Yuna. Forget about being a professional scammer. Shadi's label has suddenly upgraded to a manipulative human trafficker. "Whatever you're imagining, I assure you it won't happen," Shadi hurriedly added under Yuna's judgmental gaze. "All right," she nodded warily, and he sighed. "Let's go tomorrow," he said and moved to the door. "Prepare all the necessary necessities, I don't know how long it will take." With a brief goodbye, Shadi left, and Yuna was once again alone in her home. Feeling that the conversation still felt surreal, she anxiously stood up and stared at the closed door. "Right, I need to prepare." Snapping out of her daze, Yuna swiftly entered her room to pack. When her hands stopped at the dual monster cards, Yuna frowned in a state of hesitance. Finally resigning to her instinct, Yuna carefully stuffed the cards into her bag, feeling that there was something more to them than she was led to know. "I will definitely find out the truth," Yuna mumbled to herself. "No matter how long or grueling this journey may be. Yuna will only be satisfied when all of her questions get answered and when she finally meets her other self." Days later. Just as Shadi explained, Yuna found a message at her front door telling her to leave Japan first thing in the morning. Having never gone onto a plane, let alone another country, Yuna was obviously tense. However, when she arrived at the airport, Yuna was stunned to find that her boarding area was in the VIP section of the airport. While double-checking her ticket, a woman suddenly approached Yuna with a benevolent smile. "Miss Sano, we have been awaiting you," the woman said and bowed respectfully. "Please call me Ishizu, and I will be the one escorting you on your journey. Mr. Shadi has already briefed us on the situation, and we will be meeting him in Egypt." "Egypt?" Yuna furrowed her brows in surprise. "We're going to Egypt?" "Yes, that's right," Ishizu chuckled with amusement. "Don't worry, I will make sure that Miss Sano will stay safe for the entirety of the travel." Nodding, Yuna stared at Ishizu strangely when she sensed her over-friendly attitude. It wasn't hard for her to figure out that the person in front of her also knew more than she led Yuna to believe. "Your relationship with me, what is it?" Yuna questioned. "How much do you know?" "Well, I wasn't able to register the full situation," Ishizu admitted with an embarrassed smile. "But I'm aware that Miss Sano currently can't remember anything that transpired in the past year." "That means we've met before, correct?" "Yes," Ishizu nodded and chuckled. "Our family is forever in Miss Sano's debt, which is why we're assisting Miss Sano with everything we can." Once again, someone was helping Yuna due to her other self, and it left a bitter taste in her mouth. What did I do to deserve such hospitality? "You saved my brother from going down the wrong path," Ishizu explained, and Yuna's face showed a slight disappointment at the answer. It may sound simple, but the world will be quite affected if his plans succeed. "Let's continue our conversation once we're in the air," Ishizu suggested and led Yuna into the plane. Inside, Yuna was once again blown away by the over-the-top luxury, unlike the typical rows and rows of seats in a normal plane. The One Cheese features multiple rooms, ranging from bedrooms, large wardrobe and private toilets. "Miss Sano, please sit here." Upon Ishizu's beckoning, Yuna sat down on one of the large seats. Her lips subtly crept into a satisfied smile at the comforts of the fabric. "I'm glad you enjoy it," Ishizu pointed out, and the small smile quickly wiped off her face, returning to her usual impassive expression. Sitting in silence, the plane finally took off, and Yuna stared out the window in awe. Watching her city grow smaller and smaller, the clouds eventually covered her vision, and Yuna regretfully tore her gaze away. Turning her head, she finally stared at Ishizu, who was observing her keenly. "What was I like? What is our relationship?" Taking a long sip of her wine, Ishizu calmly thought about Yuna's question. Yet a strange thought crossed her mind, and she smiled playfully. "Well, Miss Sano and I were quite close," Ishizu spoke mysteriously. "In fact, I tend to treat Miss Sano like a younger sister of mine." "I see," Yuna muttered, unsure how she should feel about this new information. "Of course, Miss Sano was quite also adorable," Ishizu continued and lied shamelessly. "You were always quite affectionate and enjoyed embracing me whenever we met." That, Yuna squirmed uncomfortably. Seemed unlikely. "But it is true," Ishizu insisted and placed down her glass. "Would you like to try? Maybe this can help you remember something." Holding out her arms in invitation, Yuna stared at Ishizu in discomfort and didn't know how to react. "I will pass." That's a shame, Ishizu laughed. I was actually looking quite forward to it. Realizing Ishizu was merely messing with her, Yuna scowled deeply and blushed with embarrassment. Don't joke about such things. Who says I'm joking? During a trip, you even slept on my lap once. Stop it, Yuna mumbled, unable to tell what was true and what was false anymore, as Ishizu's laughter echoed throughout the flight. 16 hours later. When the plane finally landed, Yuna stepped out of the aircraft with a gaunt expression. Despite the over-the-top luxury, traveling for the first time still left her exhausted. Just below the steps, Yuna noticed two men waiting for them. These two men are my brothers, Merrick and Odion. They will also be helping you throughout the journey. Nodding, Yuna scanned both of their faces. She thought about the troublesome brother that Ishizu was referring to, and her eyes subconsciously wandered to Merrick. Is there something on my face? Ignoring his question, Yuna turned to the large jeep awaiting them. Where are we going? Well, Ishizu chuckled and pulled out a map of the Sahara Desert. This is where we will be going, pointing at a certain spot on the map. Yuna frowned in disbelief, and she felt stupid for thinking that they would be going somewhere normal. Let's go, Ishizu urged and closed the map. Get ready, it's going to be a long ride. Without any more explanation, she urged Yuna to get in the car, and they set off to the place where she would get her answers. A day later. Traveling for quite some time, they finally stopped at an oasis in the desert. Stopping the jeep, Yuna and the Isthers stepped out as they stared at the patches of greenery amongst the dry sand. This is the location we were told to bring you, Odion's voice trailed off. But there doesn't seem to be anything here. Taking a deep breath, Yuna carefully climbed down the hall and approached the oasis. Confusion spread across her face. Was this really the place? Wandering through the desert floor, Yuna suddenly stopped when her foot hit something hard. Wiping away the sand underneath her feet was a tough sandstone brick floor running all the way between two trees. With Merrick and Odion's help, they cleared the branches, revealing a cave. The entrance was damaged from years of weathering, leaving only a vertical opening. I hope Miss Sano isn't considering entering that cave, Ishizu spoke with concern. It looks quite dangerous. Kneeling by the entrance, Yuna shined her flashlight into the hole. Thankfully, it wasn't that deep, and Yuna was able to see the bottom. As her curiosity outweighed the risk, Yuna confidently tossed her bag into the hole. We'll be back soon. Despite Ishtar's protest, Yuna leapt down, and she let out a soft groan when she landed inside. Waving her flashlight around her, Yuna found an entrance leading deeper inside the cave, and she carefully entered. Walking silently, she discovered more man-made structures. Such as sandstone pillars, remnants of mounted torches and hieroglyphics carved onto the walls, assuring her that she may be in the right place. After exploring for 10 minutes, Yuna finally reached the end, and she held a sharp breath. Before Yuna was a large square room. Torches were mounted around the walls, and hieroglyphs were carved out of every nook and cranny of the room. As her eyes wandered to the center, Yuna paused in awe as a statue of a woman stood before her. The statue was created intricately, and the woman truly looked beautiful with her hands clasped together in a prayer. This, Yuna mumbled in shock and subconsciously approached the statue. Noticing a set of small hieroglyphs at the foot of the statue, Yuna gently ran her fingers along the text with a hint of melancholy. Kizara, suddenly, a voice hushed, and she quickly turned around, finding Shadi standing behind her, donning a solemn expression. It's you, Yuna frowned and stood up. What did you say? Kizara, that was her name, Shadi continued. That is the text written on the statue. Repeating the name to herself, Yuna felt an overwhelming sadness. Unable to understand the sudden surge of emotions, she sighed and turned her attention to the other hieroglyphs all around the room. These texts, what are they? Epitaphs, Shadi explained. All these are words left by people after her sacrifice. Curious by those epitaphs, she urged Shadi to read them out, and she listened patiently while a twisting emotion formed in her heart. My only wish is to see you again. I want to see your smile one more time. I love you, Sito. A compassionate idiot, even in the end, she thought about others first rather than herself. Shada. You have left too early, my dear. I regret that I wasn't able to teach you any more lessons, Shimon. A hero that we should all strive to become. Isis. We will never forget what you have done. I promise to protect the city you sacrificed for. Thank you, Adam. From nobles, soldiers and even servants, every inch of this room was chiseled with a small message for the woman for whom this tomb was built. What did Kizara do? Yuna asked softly. The greatest sacrifice of all, Shadi answered. Her death saved this world. Suddenly, the Millennium Key hanging by his neck glowed, catching the two completely off guard. Along with the statue, both began to emit a blinding light. What's happening? Yuna yelled, but before she could get an answer, her entire vision went white. Chapter 109. Third POV. When Yuna regained consciousness, she found herself in a completely different room. This one was smaller, sleeker, and undeniably modern. The stark white walls, a bed neatly tucked into the corner, and the glow of a bright computer screen created a sense of strange familiarity. As she absorbed her surroundings, the sound of a clattering keyboard and mouse reached her ears. Hey, Aki. This guy is using Dimension Shifter on me. I can't take this anymore. They have to be cheating. There was a quiet rustling from the bed, and a girl poked out from under the covers. Don't you have a Called by the Grave in your hand? Just use that. She mumbled softly, and her large, round glasses were slightly askew, giving her a sleepy, unimpressed look. I did, but then they used that ghost bell haunted mansion or whatever. The woman wailed, her frustration boiling over. In the next moment, her face fell completely. They're playing Kashtira too. Just give up already, the girl replied indifferently. Such is the fate of a Blue Eyes White Dragon player. Don't insult the power of my spirit. The woman huffed, pouting dramatically as she stood up. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders as she grabbed the girl and yanked her out of bed. Kizara, stop. Aki yelped, struggling as Kizara mercilessly squished her cheeks and tugged at her face like a mischievous sibling. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Yuna furrowed her brows, unsure of what to do. Slowly, she stood up, her movements careful. But the instant she did, both Kizara and Aki froze mid-action and turned their heads toward her in unison. Ah, sorry, you have to see that, Kizara exclaimed softly and released Aki, who hurriedly darted behind her back. Straightening the wrinkles in her dress, Kizara greeted Yuna with a smile. It's nice to finally meet you, Yuna-sano. Controlling her expression, Yuna examined the woman more carefully. Staring at her face, Yuna recalled her appearance. She looked eerily similar to the woman from the statue she had seen earlier, and it wasn't difficult to deduce her identity. You're Kizara, Yuna called out, and the woman smiled gracefully. Yes, that's right, Kizara replied, bowing slightly. She gestured toward the girl behind her. This girl here is called Aki, we have both been waiting for you. Hello, Aki waved timidly, and Yuna nodded in return. Kizara's smile deepened as she flicked her wrist lightly. In an instant, the entire room dissolved around them. Yuna blinked and found herself seated at a table in an endless white void, with Kizara and Aki calmly sitting beside her. We are currently in a different dimension where time flows differently from the real world, Kizara explained, patting her chest. In fact, we are not even here physically, but spiritually. I don't understand, Yuna mumbled, her confusion clear. How is any of this even possible? Kizara gave an apologetic smile. It's difficult for us to explain as well, but it feels as though fate has brought us all together here today. Yuna remained silent, unsure how to respond. Fate? Who could believe in something as abstract as that? Yuna tore her gaze away from the amused Kizara and focused on the girl sitting timidly across from her. Aki fumbled with her glasses, shrinking behind Kizara, her face a mix of nervousness and guilt. As Yuna looked into Aki's eyes, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over her. With each anxious fidget from Aki, Yuna's eyes widened. At that moment, she realized what her instincts had been trying to tell her. It's you, Yuna muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Aki visibly shrank back. You're the one who stole my body. A heavy silence settled over the room, thick with tension. It was so palpable it felt as though the atmosphere could be sliced through with a knife. Kizara froze, her pupils trembling as she watched the intense stare between Yuna and Aki, unsure of how to intervene. Dozens of different scenarios had played out in Yuna's mind when she finally met her other self. Her face shifted through a myriad of complicated emotions as she grappled with how she should feel. Should she be angry, sad, or frustrated? Yet, none of those emotions surfaced. Instead, only one word lingered in her mind. Why? Yuna asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of loss and confusion as she looked at Aki. Yuna, Aki paused, unable to continue, her words caught in her throat. She glanced at Yuna's face, terrified of her reaction, and tears began to fall. I'm sorry. Aki, Kizara mumbled, her voice filled with worry as she gently patted Aki's back. But she quickly shook her head, struggling to hold her composure. It's okay, she deserves to know everything, Aki said, taking a deep breath. Wiping away her tears, she turned to Yuna, her expression resolute. It all started when I died. Hold on, died? Yuna interrupted, her confusion evident. What do you mean? Aki took a shaky breath, trying to steady herself. I'm not originally from this world, she explained. I lived on another Earth, one very similar to this, though with some minor differences. In that world, I suffered an accident and passed away, but the next thing I knew, I woke up in your body with all my memories intact. Yuna stared in disbelief, but Aki pressed on, her voice softening. At first, I was excited for a second chance at life, a chance to explore this new world. For the first time in my existence, I could make friends and have people who actually cared about me. For the first time, I wasn't lonely. I know it's wrong, and you have every right to be mad at me, Aki murmured, her voice breaking. My life had already ended, and it's not fair for me to take someone else's just to satisfy my greed. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Aki finished, her gaze fixed on the ground. She fidgeted nervously, too afraid to look up and see Yuna's reaction. Yuna, listening to her, found herself at a complete loss. If what Aki said was true, then she never intended to possess anyone, let alone Yuna. But still, it was unfair. Yuna had lost a year of her life, and that loss weighed heavily on her heart. In the end, the question lingered in Yuna's mind, who should she blame? Both of them were victims, caught in an accident neither had ever asked for. Despite the confusion and hurt, Yuna found herself unable to direct her anger at Aki. It was as if her own body was silently pleading for forgiveness, making it difficult for Yuna to hold any resentment. Yuna's voice faltered, and she looked away, struggling to find the right words. I know it's not your fault, but I also don't think I can accept your apology. Yuna hugged herself tightly, her voice shaky as she admitted, it was scary. In the blink of an eye, I suddenly lost a year of my life, knowing that, during that time, my body was doing things on its own, without my control. It's terrifying. However, Yuna paused, gathering her thoughts. I know Aki isn't a bad person, I've heard about the things you've done, and that's why I want to try and forgive you. Stretching out her hand, Yuna found herself saying words she never expected to. Will you be my first friend? Aki flinched, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Yuna's outstretched hand. Hesitantly, she took it, but in an instant, she pulled Yuna into a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. The embrace was so sudden that Yuna froze for a moment, awkwardly patting Aki's back. Foo, Kazara chuckled from the side, watching the scene unfold. I'm glad things turned out well, Aki's been thinking about this for quite some time now. Shush, Aki blushed in embarrassment, and Yuna couldn't help but smile, sharing in the warmth of the moment. Is this what it's like to have friends? Yuna wondered, feeling a sense of excitement she had never experienced before. It feels nice. As the atmosphere grew warmer, everyone returned to their seats at the table. Aki took a deep breath and began to recount everything that had happened during the year Yuna had been possessed. At first, Yuna could only blink in disbelief at the absurd fairy tale Aki was telling. Duel monsters weren't just a game but a battle involving spirits from other dimensions. Villains used gods to try to take over the world. It all sounded so insane that Yuna would have sworn she was listening to the plot of a cartoon. That's pretty much what happened, Aki said, her voice steady despite the surreal nature of her words. After I sacrificed myself, hoping Kazara's soul would survive, we both ended up here. But I still don't understand, Yuna mumbled, her confusion deepening. Why were we all brought together? Why didn't Aki possess anyone else? Because I deemed it not to be. A voice echoed in all three of the girls' ears, catching them off guard. Their surroundings went white for a moment, and when their vision cleared, they found themselves face to face with a tall woman floating before them. She wore a luxurious white robe adorned with a ceremonial golden chest plate. Luminous wings extended from her back, shimmering with divine light. On her head, a large crown with intricate designs glowed softly, marking her unmistakable divine status. Holakti, the creator of light, Aki muttered under her breath. Yuna turned to her, wide-eyed, seeking an explanation. She's the goddess of this world, Aki added softly, her voice filled with awe. Go, goddess, Yuna stammered, still in shock, her gaze fixed on Holakti in disbelief. Please rest easy and speak comfortably, Holakti said with a gentle smile, her presence exuding warmth. I won't be offended by such a petty reason. Holakti-sama, it was Kazara who spoke up first, her voice steady despite the weight of the situation. Could you tell us why we're here? As you guessed earlier, this place is my domain, detached from the real world, Holakti explained, her voice soft yet resonant. The reason I'm here is to present my gift to the one who saved the world and fulfilled a promise I made long ago. I don't understand, what promise? Aki asked, her curiosity piqued. Was it one made with 10,000 dragon? Holakti shook her head gently, her smile softening. The promise was made not with my brother but with my dear niece, you may know her as the dragon of the blue eyes. At that, Kazara's eyes widened in realization, her heart pounding as the weight of Holacti's words settled in. The blue eyes white dragon, she muttered and clutched her chest. But it still doesn't make sense. What kind of promise did blue eyes white dragon make with a Holacti-sama? A promise for a second chance, the goddess said softly, her gaze turning sympathetic as she stared at Kizara. Are you aware of your original fate in the past? Yes, Aki told me that Lord Akhenaten killed me when the darkness of Zork necrophades corrupted him, Kizara replied, a discomfort nod accompanying her words. Indeed, Holacti confirmed, her voice tinged with sorrow. But there is more to the story. After the pharaoh sealed himself along with the malicious creature in the Millennium Puzzle, peace was restored to the world once more. However, everything changed when the new pharaoh, known as Ceto, took control, Holacti continued, her tone grave. Unable to handle the loss of his lover, the new pharaoh sought powers no mortal should possess. In his grief and desperation, he resorted to dark magic, forcibly summoning me from the depths of my slumber, awakening me after millennia of rest. Aki and Kizara both gasped, their hands instinctively covering their mouths in disbelief. The notion that Ceto would resort to such extreme measures was unfathomable to them. They exchanged looks, struggling to comprehend the depth of his actions. He demanded the revival of Kizara, an act that defied the very nature of life and order itself. Holacti continued, her voice steady but heavy with the weight of the past. Of course, I rejected his demands. To tamper with fate in such a way was unforgivable, and I planned to curse him for his sin. However, I stopped, Holacti said, her tone softening slightly. And to my surprise, not only did the mortal beg me to reconsider, but my niece also pleaded with me as well. I had never seen her so attached to a human that she would defy me like that. But I assume that's not enough to change your mind, Yuna interrupted, her frown deepening as she tried to understand the complexity of the situation. Holacti nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, although I adored my niece, I still couldn't bend the rules I had established eons ago. Some things, no matter the plea, must remain unchanged. Then why did you do it? Aki asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. I can't imagine what Blue Eyes White Dragon could have done to make you break your own rule. Holacti let out a soft sigh, her expression distant. Knowing my firm stance on the matter, my niece did something that had never been done before. She willingly challenged my authority as a god. Gathering spirits weaker than her own, Holacti continued, her voice laced with admiration. She fearlessly waged a battle against me. She even had my nephew, whom you may know as the Dragon of Gold, join in the fight. All for a single human, Holacti said, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at Kizara. I couldn't understand why she would go this far to save Kizara, and unfortunately, such earthly attachment was beyond me. But her resolve shone through, unlike anything I have seen. Kizara's voice trembled as she processed the weight of Holacti's words. So you broke your own rules, because of your affection for Blue Eyes White Dragon? She whispered, her tone a mix of disbelief and awe. Holacti chuckled softly, the sound almost melodic. Yes, you could say something like that. The goddess's eyes softened as she gazed at Kizara. Instead of breaking the laws of the world, I offered an alternative. I vowed that Kizara's soul would be reincarnated after several millennia. Alongside the reincarnation of the man you once knew. But even with that, it was not a simple solution. By that time, Zork Necrophade's magic had already ravaged your soul, Holacti continued, her voice grave. It could not be easily restored, the damage was too great, even for me. If I were to repair it, Kizara would no longer be herself, she would become an artificial being forged from my power, so, I chose a different path. I fragmented what remained of her soul into several parts. One part contained Kizara's identity and memories. Another part allowed me to create a vessel, one that would house her soul once it was restored. And the final piece was sent to another world to regrow what had been lost. Kizara's current form was too fragile to withstand the energy of this realm. Kizara. Yuna. Aki. Holacti's gaze softened. These fragmented souls, are the three of you. Chapter 110. Third POV. The sudden revelation caught them completely off guard, and they stared at each other in shock. Such an outrageous explanation seemed to solve all the remaining mysteries in their mind. This is why Aki was able to possess Yuna's body when I manually retrieved her soul from the other world. So the reason I died was, Aki paused, staring at Holacti in disbelief. I do apologize, but if I had let you remain longer, it would have been much harder to bring your soul back into my possession. Hold on, if what you're saying is true, why can't I remember anything? Yuna asked, confusion etched on her face. Like I should be able to recall getting merged. Although all three of you share the same essence, you have developed distinct identities. Forcing Aki's soul into your body would have caused a severe backlash, potentially destroying both of your psyches, Holacti explained. This was why I sealed Yuna away for the time being and let Aki acclimate with this world before slowly unlocking each memory one by one and merging you three together safely, Holakti continued. But that was the original plan. Suddenly, Holakti gazed at both Aki and Kazara with an exasperated expression before shaking her head with a wry smile. I was still surprised by Kazara sacrificing herself to protect Aki during your battle against the boy who took control of one of my children. Aki told me about that before, but how come I don't remember any of it? Kazara mumbled in confusion. That's because you're not the same Kazara as the one that's supposed to be used. The original Kazara's soul has completely vanished, leaving a vacant spot. Due to this problem, I had to slightly alter the trial of memories that was made for the pharaoh. It was changed so that Aki would personally travel back in time and stay with you, who was still alive. This would allow Aki to gradually absorb parts of her soul and replace the original Kazara. However, both of you derailed from that plan once more. The goddess sighed loudly, causing Aki and Kazara to flinch. They stared at Holakti nervously, fearing that they had offended the god in some way. The pharaoh and his companions were supposed to find another method to summon me, revolving around using their powers to fuse the three Egyptian gods, Holakti began. But without the battle with the dark spirit named Bakura inside the Valley of the Kings, which would lead them to the correct method. The course of events was altered. Since Kazara had survived, Yami Bakura went to find the pharaoh directly instead, resulting in the incorrect spell being discovered. Kazara muttered, almost to herself, funny how life works, but if I died, I might never be here now. She smiled softly, a mixture of relief and sadness in her eyes. That may be the case. By staying together for 5 years, Aki has gathered more than enough Ba from Kazara to copy your personality later. But that's where you're wrong, Aki said, shaking her head. Kazara is Kazara, and no one, not even a clone, can replace her. That's why I will always save her, no matter what. Which is what you did. If you had not also jumped into the summoning circle, Kazara would not have survived. At Holakti's explanation, Aki puffed up her chest with pride, and Kazara smiled sheepishly. Watching the two laughing joyfully at each other, Yuna sighed and turned to the goddess with a solemn expression. So are you saying that the past has changed? If you refuse to revive someone, why are you so willing to change the past? Isn't that worse? Indeed, but that is not how time traveling works. There won't be an effect without a cause. Just because the past was changed doesn't remove the original events, it is merely padded over it as the past needed to happen for you to change it. But if the timeline were removed, there would never be a need to change the past, and that means Aki would never be there to save Kazara, so that the original event would transpire anyway. Such an interesting paradox, isn't it? Holakti laughed in amusement while the three tilted their heads in confusion. Then what will happen to us now? Yuna asked while suffering from a headache from all the information. As I mentioned earlier, I'm here to fulfill my promise. With all the preparations complete, I will now repair your soul and merge the three of you into one. The three girls exchanged tense glances, various concerns evident in their eyes. Summoning her courage, Aki stepped forward and asked the question that had been on their minds: if we merge, what exactly will happen to us? Holakti smiled gently, her presence radiating calm reassurance. Since Yuna is the main body, she will incorporate the memories and experiences of Aki and Kazara. However, she continued. That's only the surface. In reality, all your memories, skills, and personalities will be seamlessly fused into one cohesive identity. You will become a new person, embodying the essence of all three. The girls looked at each other, processing this news. Does that answer satisfy you? Holakti asked, her gaze soft and understanding. Yes, that's fine. Aki smiled with relief, and Kazara nodded in agreement. Hold on. Yuna interrupted abruptly. How are you two so calm about this? The goddess said it's like I'm stealing your memories. Well, it's not like we're dying, Kazara explained with an awkward laugh. Besides, it's not like we have any unfinished business left in this world. What are you talking about? Of course, you do. What about your friends? What about Kaiba? Is that what you're worried about? Aki laughed sheepishly and blushed. Smiling, she gently poked Yuna's cheek. As Kazara said, we're not really leaving. That means my relationships with everyone will become yours as well. But what if I don't even like Kaiba? Are you really willing to bet everything on me? As Yuna's panic escalated, Aki burst into laughter and pulled her into a tight hug. She gently patted Yuna's head, a comforting smile on her face. You know, she whispered. The old Kazara once told me something I couldn't understand until now. What did she say? Yuna asked, her voice trembling. It's okay, I don't mind if you like him because I'm you. Aki spoke softly, her words a warm reassurance. She then stepped back and turned to Holakti. With a wave, she called out, Goddess Sama, we're ready now. Holacti's serene expression remained unchanged. Then please stay still, it may feel a little strange. A brilliant light enveloped them, and their bodies glowed with a golden hue. Cheer up, it's not like we're being erased, Kizara said, noticing Yuna's sad gaze. Although our time together was brief, we were both so glad to have met you, Kizara smiled warmly, holding Yuna's hands. I know you have your problems, but I hope that once you merge with us, you may find yourself trusting people again. Releasing her hands, Kizara stepped back, making way for Aki, who calmly tapped Yuna's shoulder. My memories will be very useful to you since there's some stuff that will happen in the future you need to prepare for. Also, I'm giving you my dueling skills, you will understand how important they will be soon. Will we meet again? Yuna asked, tears streaming down her face. Despite her sadness, Aki and Kizara clutched their stomachs in laughter. What are you talking about? We're not going anywhere. In fact, we're going to be closer than ever before. Finally, Yuna broke into a small smile and nodded. With one last look at each other, a flash of white erupted before her eyes, and Yuna lost consciousness. An unknown amount of time later, Yuna opened her eyes and clutched her head in discomfort. The flood of new memories felt disjointed, and she winced, trying to process them slowly, one by one. It felt like she was Yuna, Aki, and Kizara at the same time, as their memories came back to her simultaneously. All the emotions and thoughts from the three girls formed into one, and Yuna subconsciously smiled as Aki and Kizara's happiness flowed into her. I understand it may be a little overwhelming, this is the first time I'm doing something like this. It's fine, Yuna muttered awkwardly, struggling to control her emotions. Am I really okay? There seemed to be no abnormality in your body and soul, congratulations, Yuna, everything is okay now. I see, Yuna's shoulders sagged with relief. All the worries of her damaged soul were finally fixed. It was an overwhelming sensation, and Yuna truly found herself complete. I believe you still have some unsettled business to tend to. Ah yes, Yuna blushed and grasped her chest, her heart beats rapidly upon thinking about a certain man who was still waiting for her after all this time. Thank you, she bowed gratefully, and Holacti shook her head. I'm not the one who you should be thanking, this is farewell, Yuna Sano, I hope you may live a much more fulfilling life. With a small wave of her hand, Yuna's surroundings began to spin. By the time she realized what had happened, she was back in Kizara's tomb. Glancing around, she found herself alone. When she remembered Shadi was last seen with her, Yuna called his name but received no response. Enveloped in this silence, she suddenly heard a loud clank beneath her and found the Millennium Key resting by her foot. Picking up the Millennium item, Yuna recalled that she had used the Millennium Key back during the battle against Zork Necrophades. Even after this time, the key seemed to still remember her past life and smoothly accepted her as its wielder. Feeling the cold gold surface of the artifact, Yuna wore the Millennium Key around her neck like a necklace. Now, how do I get out of here? Yuna mumbled curiously and looked up at the roof. Feeling something in her back pocket, she found her dual monsters cards and chuckled, that's right, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, come out. Tapping into her soul, she felt the dragon within her stir excitedly. When she lifted her head, she saw a majestic dragon covered in shimmering golden scales. Yuna's smile widened as she reached out and scratched the dragon's neck, feeling a deep connection between them. Did I make you guys worry? Yuna asked gently, and the dragon let out a low growl. It's all right now, I won't be going anywhere. Climbing onto the dragon's back, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand roared and unleashed a bright beam, shattering the stone ceiling, and the sunlight struck Yuna's face. Whoosh! The dragon soared into the air, and the wind generated from its wings sent sand flying in every direction. Miss Sano. Glancing into the distance, Yuna spotted the Ishtars, whose eyes widened with shock at the sudden appearance of the golden dragon. Yuna ordered the dragon to land, and Ishizu hurriedly approached her with concern, asking. Did you finish your business here? Yes, Yuna smiled. Sorry for the trouble. I'm just relieved that Miss Sano was able to find what she's looking for, Ishizu replied. Will we depart now? Yuna glanced at Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, who was observing her in silence. Thanks, but I will make my way back. Of course, Ishizu nodded in understanding. I pray that you will stay safe on your journey. Yuna smiled gratefully and climbed back onto her dragon. Tapping its back, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand took off into the sky. Its speed was much faster than any plane as we easily left the desert and reached the ocean. Staring at the sky, Yuna couldn't get the thought of Kaiba out of her head. It truly was strange. While Aki and Kizara, part of her, were excited, Yuna was more reserved and hesitant, unable to share the same feeling as the other two. But in the end, it was something she had to confront. Sighing deeply, Yuna gazed into the distance in a daze. What was she supposed to do? Sometime later. In the head office of Kaiba Corps, Sito stared at the paperwork sprawled on his desk. His face was a mix of anger and sorrow as he desperately tried to distract himself through his work. Snap! This was the 10th pen that broke today, and the ink was sprayed onto his hands. Sighing, he tossed the broken pen into the trash and cleaned his hands in the private bathroom of his office. Staring at his reflection through the cracked mirror, Sito clicked his teeth and called Noah, who briefly appeared on a monitor in the room. "I thought I told you to get someone to replace that," he scolded while pointing at the fist print in the glass. "I did, but you immediately sent them away, telling them that you needed time alone," Noah replied calmly. "When was the last time you ate? Why do you care?" "I'm just saying, you look like you can collapse at any moment," Noah shrugged, looking into the distance. "Go take a break, I cancelled all your meetings for the day." "Fine," Sito muttered, too tired to argue. However, before he could try to relax, his private phone buzzed, and Sito frowned. Taking the device out of his pocket, Sito froze in shock and almost dropped his phone. "What's wrong?" Ignoring Noah's question, Sito rushed out of the room. The previous exhaustion completely vanished from his face. Rushing out of the building, he sprinted with all his might and disregarded everything around him. After sprinting for 10 relentless minutes, Sito finally reached Domino High. The school's gates were locked for the weekend, but that didn't stop him. With a swift leap, he vaulted over the gate and dashed up the stairs, his heart pounding in his chest. He burst through the rooftop door, panting heavily. His gaze immediately locked onto the woman standing there, her silhouette framed by the sunset. Her calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the storm of emotions swirling within him. Her ocean blue hair gently flowed in the wind as she slowly turned around and met his gaze. Sito flinched as her crystal blue eyes swept over him, and her lips slowly curved into a sweet smile that made his heart flutter. "Yuna," Sito gulped, and she hummed. "Good evening, Sito," Yuna greeted him calmly. "It's nice to see you again." Light returned to his eyes, and he muttered in a hesitant tone, "Your memories, is it back?" "You can say something like that, Before Yuna could finish, she was suddenly pulled into a tight embrace, and her eyes widened slightly as she felt Sito's trembling hands on her back. "You're really back," Sito mumbled with bated breath, and Yuna smiled wryly. Gently, she removed Sito's hands and moved away from him. Approaching the balcony, Yuna sighed deeply with a complicated emotion. "Yuna," Sito called and walked towards her, but she quickly stopped him. "Just stand back." Yuna yelled, her tone almost pleading. Her expression was filled with longing and hesitation, and she grasped her chest in discomfort. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that." "What's wrong?" Sito asked, his face full of worry. Yuna bit her lips, struggling with something internally. "Sito, do you trust me?" Yuna asked. Sito was caught off guard by the personal question, but he nodded confidently, and Yuna smiled. "Then please, listen to what I'm about to say." Yuna began, her voice steady but urgent. Without waiting for a response, she laid bare everything she had been hiding. Sito could only blink, trying to process her words. Out of all the things he had expected to hear, the knowledge that she had once lived in another world was certainly not one of them. "The me that fell in love with you was the Yuna that used to live in the other world, and it was only recently that we all became one person, our memories and soul merging into one." I don't understand." Sito muttered. "Sito," Yuna smiled wryly. "The Yuna who loves you and the current me are not the same person, but we have been combined. Knowing that Yuna is gone, do you still feel the same way? Didn't you say it yourself? Weren't you all basically the same person? Why would my feelings be any different? Even if you can't feel it yourself, I know that you are still you and that Yuna has never changed, whether you got your memories back or not." "Foo, Yuna giggled. "I knew you would say something like that. But," she sighed sadly, "I'm not sure I can feel the same. Even right now, my heart is beating so fast, it is going crazy, but it is because of the emotions from the past Yuna that I had inherited. So please prove to me that those feelings are really mine." Yuna shouted, bringing her hands to her chest. "Prove that these emotions aren't just remnants of my past life that still linger in my body." Tossing her bag towards him, Sito caught it and found a standard Kaiba Core dual disc inside. "Sito Kaiba, I challenge you to a duel." Yuna equipped her dual disc onto her, and the device came to life as the two parts snapped together, resembling an arm blade. "I won't be going easy." "Yuna," Sito gulped nervously, and he stared at the dual disc in the bag with hesitation. Of all those times he dueled for glory, this was the first where he might lose something much more. Anxiety plagued his heart as the fear of losing swept over him. He must admit it, Yuna was one of the strongest duelists he knows, and Sito wasn't sure if he could win. Perhaps, Sito glanced at his back pocket, where several cards rested. It was still a prototype, and he wasn't sure if it would work. However, for him to win, he couldn't even show a sign of weakness. Taking a deep breath, Sito slid the dual disc onto his wrist and inserted the new cards and his deck into the device. Regaining his composure, he stared at Yuna with his usual confidence. "I won't lose, Yuna, I will defeat you." Nodding with relief, Yuna smiled softly. "I hope so too." Duel. Yuna Sano, 4000 LP. Sito Kaiba, 4000 LP. Chapter 111. Third POV. As the duel commenced, the LED light on Yuna's dual disc illuminated, and she smiled. "It looks like I will be going first. Good luck, Sito. I even went through the trouble of getting something new for this." "It won't matter, I'll defeat you just the same," Sito replied calmly, his mind now entirely focused on winning. Hearing his confident response, Yuna's brows arched with satisfaction, clearly pleased with his answer. "Then let's begin." Yuna yelled abruptly and slid a card onto her dual disc. "I summon Kitchen Dragon Maid onto the field." Kitchen Dragon Maid, 500 attack. When Kitchen Dragon Maid is summoned, I can add Dragon Maid Tinkek before discarding it from my hand. Now, I will banish Kitchen Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Tinkek in my graveyard to bring out my new spirit. I summon Lady's Dragon Maid. Before Sito's eyes, a brand new maid stepped onto the field with elegant grace. She had light blonde hair styled in curls, with horns on either side of her face. Dressed in a classical maid outfit with a blue and white color scheme, she stood out from the other dragon maids with her detailed gold buttons and jewelry adorning her clothes. Lady's Dragon Maid, 3000 defense. When Lady's Dragon Maid is summoned, I'm able to special summon Chamber Dragon Maid from my deck. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. With Chamber Dragon Maid, I'll add Dragon Maid Tidying to my hand, and I'll set 2 cards before ending my turn, Yuna concluded as 2 face-down cards materialized at her feet. "Then it's my turn, I draw." Sito declared warily, but Yuna swiftly interrupted him. "During your standby phase, I'll activate Lady's Dragon Maid's effect. By shuffling Dragon Maid Tinkek and Kitchen Dragon Maid back into the deck, I will fusion summon Dragon Maid Shu." Clasping her hands together, Lady's Dragon Maid closed her eyes. In an instant, 2 Dragon Maids appeared beside her and then shot into the sky. They merged into one, transforming into a fierce yet elegant black dragon that snarled at Sito with hostility. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 attack. "Please continue," Yuna gestured with a playful smile. Sito would have smiled alongside her, except he knew what was at stake. "Very well, I'll begin. First, I activate my Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards from my deck. I won't let that happen." Dragon Maid Shu, negate his Pot of Greed. "I'll shuffle Shu back into my deck to negate your card, and by doing so, I'll summon House Dragon Maid instead." Boom. Dragon Maid Shu crashed into the ground, covering herself with her wings. As she unfurled them, she returned to her humanoid form, transforming into House Dragon Maid. The newly summoned maid eagerly clenched her fist with the broken shards of Pot of Greed in her hands. "House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. I will use Melody of Awakening Dragon. By discarding my White Stones of Ancient, I can add Blue Eyes White Dragon and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon to my hand." "Those cards," Yuna frowned, and Sito smiled. "They are the cards you gave me," Sito reminded her. "I have always kept them in my deck, and I have never doubted your advice." "I see," Yuna averted her gaze, unsure of what to say. "That's really sweet." Watching her feel flustered, Sito chuckled and calmly continued the duel. "With Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, I will be able to summon it by revealing the Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, 3000 attack. Then, I will activate Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon's effect to target House Dragon Maid and destroy it." Following his command, the dragon fired a white beam toward the maid. "I respond with Dragon Maid Send Off." Yuna shouted, revealing one of the face-down cards on her field. "By returning House Dragon Maid to my deck, I can summon Laundry Dragon Maid instead." The beam missed entirely as House Dragon Maid vanished from sight. In her place appeared a small, young dragon maid with short blue hair dressed in a puffy uniform. Laundry Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. When Laundry Dragon Maid is summoned, I can send the top 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard, Yuna explained as she slid several cards into the dual disc compartment. Sito gritted his teeth. Every time he tried to make a move, Yuna effortlessly countered, widening the gap between them. However, this was something he had already anticipated. "I will play the spell, trade in to discard Blue Eyes White Dragon and draw 2 cards, then I will summon Keeper of Dragon Magic." Keeper of Dragon Magic, 1800 attack. Next to Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared a knight clad in full-plated light blue armor covered in spikes. He held a spear, aiming it at Yuna with unyielding silence. When Keeper of Dragon magic is summoned, I can discard my Majesty with Eyes of Blue and add polymerization to my hand. Then, by revealing my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon from my deck, I can summon one of its fusion materials from the graveyard in a face-down position. I choose my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon face down, 2500 defense. Ah, you have that too, Yuna mumbled, her eyes widening slightly. However, her expression quickly returned to its usual calm. Smiling wryly, Sito knew he needed to make a much bigger impact. I will send Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard to summon Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. With a bright light, the two dragons merged into one, revealing a larger Blue Eyes White Dragon with two heads. Blue neon veins glowed all over its body, and the two heads roared in unison, generating a shockwave. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, 3000 attack. I really have to stop giving you cards, Yuna commented in exasperation upon seeing the new dragon on the field. I will activate my trap, Dragon Maid Tidying. By targeting Chamber Dragon Maid and Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, I can return both of them to our hands. Then I will respond with Successor Soul. I will tribute my Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon and Laundry Dragon Maid, and I can summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from the deck. Sito announced as the dragon he summoned left as quick as it came, and Yuna frowned while she helplessly returned Chamber Dragon Maid to her hand. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Next, I activate my polymerization spell. By fusing Blue Eyes White Dragon and Keeper of Dragon magic, I will fusion summon Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Keeper of Dragon magic turned into particles of light as it flowed into Blue Eyes White Dragon's wings, and the dragon howled at the new surge of power. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, 3400 attack. Now, I will battle. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, destroy that maid. When Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon destroys a monster, I can set a trap from my graveyard onto my field. Sito explained calmly. I will set another card and end my turn. During my end phase, I use the white stones of ancients I discarded earlier to summon Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon from the deck. Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, 2500 attack. With Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, I will add Chaos Form and Blue Eyes Chow Max Dragon to my hand. These cards are something I've been developing for a long time, this will be the first time I'm showing them to anyone. Sito explained with pride, and Yuna nodded with a small smile, then I look forward to it. During the end phase, I will bring back Mikazuki-no-Yaba, the Moon Fang Dragon in my graveyard that I sent through Laundry Dragon Maid earlier. Yuna continued and summoned a bipedal dragon wielding a blade shaped like a crescent moon. Mikazuki-no-Yaba, the Moon Fang Dragon, 2200 attack. It's back to my turn. I will play Pot of Greed to draw 2 more cards, then I will activate the spell Dragon Shrine to send my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to the graveyard. Next, by banishing Moon Fang Dragon, I summon Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, 2800 attack. With the power of Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, I will summon my companion, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Roar. There was silence before a thunderous roar shook the rooftop. The dragon soared through the sky, its gold scales glinting vividly in the sunlight. Sito frowned as Yuna's ace card was released onto the field. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is summoned, I will target the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and banish it. Then, it will gain power equal to the level of that dragon multiplied by 100. Gathering its breath, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fired a bright orange beam, and Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon frantically used its wings to block the attack. I will use my ultimate creature of destruction. Sito shouted and revealed one of the set cards on his side. By choosing my Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, it won't be affected by effects this turn. Watching the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon shrugging off the attack, Yuna chuckled in resignation before immediately continuing. Then I will banish Starving Venom Fusion Dragon from my extra deck to summon Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Dark End Evaporation Dragon, 2600 attack. In response, I will use my second trap card, Majesty with Dragons of White. By revealing my 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons and 1 Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon in the graveyard so I can destroy 3 cards on your field. The spirits of the 3 dragons appeared behind Sito, and their bodies fearlessly charged towards Yuna's monsters. With a loud explosion, the spirits crashed into the dragons, and she frowned. That was a nice move, but it is not over yet. I will banish Dragon Maid Tidying and summon Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. When Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, I can retrieve Dragon Maid Changeover from my deck. Next, I play the effect of Dragon Maid Stern to discard it and revive Lady's Dragon Maid. Lady's Dragon Maid, 3000 defense. Upon being summoned, Lady's Dragon Maid can call upon Nurse Dragon Maid from the deck. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. When Nurse Dragon Maid is summoned, I can also revive another level 4 or lower Dragon Maid monster from the graveyard. I will choose Kitchen Dragon Maid, which allows me to add Dragon Maid Loper to my hand by sending Dragon Maid Ernest to the grave. Now I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover. Using Chamber Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper as materials. I will fusion summon Dragon Maid Shu. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 attack. I will enter the battle phase. Dragon Maid Shu, destroy Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon. Seto Kaiba, 4000 LP, 3000 LP. I will end my turn here, Yuna said as Seto drew a card. Hold on, during your standby phase, I will use Dragon Maid Shu to summon Chamber Dragon Maid once more from the grave. Then, with Chamber Dragon Maid, I will add Dragon Maid Hospitality from my deck. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. Also, I can activate Lady's Dragon Maid's effect. By shuffling Blue Eyes White Dragon and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon back to my deck so I can fusion summon Cow's Starsource Dragon. Cow's Starsource Dragon, 2500 attack. When Cow's Starsource Dragon is summoned, I can target your Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon and destroy it. The green orbs embedded in its body began to glow intensely, and with a powerful roar, the dragon unleashed a searing green laser from its jaw. The beam struck Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, shattering it into oblivion. When it was finally Seto's turn, he stared at the row of dragons anxiously, each having their effects. I banished the white stones of ancients in the grave to return Blue Eyes White Dragon to my hand. Then I activate the spell Chaos Form. The area around them trembled when a massive purplish portal formed beneath Seto's feet. Realizing what he was trying to do, Yuna's eyes widened with alarm. Dragon Maid Shu, stop him. Dragon Maid Shu flew towards Seto with blinding speed and transformed back into her humanoid form mid-flight, striking the portal with her fist instead of phasing through. House Dragon Maid's fist shattered the portal into thousands of tiny shards, and the shockwave created a large amount of wind in all directions. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. I play Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from the deck. Then I must discard 2 cards from my hand. Seto smiled. He knew that Yuna would not allow such a powerful being to touch the field, which was why his true plan was something else. Now, I will activate Ultimate Fusion. By using 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, and Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon as materials, I will shuffle all 4 of them into my deck to summon the Ruler of Dragons. I will fusion summon Dragon Master Magia. Dragon Master Magia, 5000 attack. When I use Ultimate Fusion, I can target up face-up cards you control up to the number of Blue Eyes White Dragon that was used as materials. I will select Lady's Dragon Maid and House Dragon Maid to destroy it. Then, in response, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover in my graveyard to return Lady's Dragon Maid to my hand so that I can retrieve the spell from the grave. Fine, I play Dragon's Fighting Spirit, and by selecting Dragon Master Magia, I will be able to attack up to the number of times you have special summoned this turn. Since you have summoned Cow's Starsource Dragon and House Dragon Maid, I'm able to give Dragon Master Magia 2 more attacks. Dragon Master Magia, attack Cow's Starsource Dragon and Yuna directly and bring this duel to an end. Dragon Master Magia nodded, directing the massive dragon toward both Cow's Starsource Dragon and Yuna. With its 3 heads, the creature unleashed a thunderous roar and charged into battle. Seto's heart raced with excitement. If Dragon Master Magia attacked, it would be more than enough for Yuna to lose all of her life points. However, a strange feeling lingered in Seto's chest. Yuna remained eerily calm, too calm. Does she have something in mind? Seto bit his lips and desperately made sure that Yuna would be defeated this turn. I will banish my Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon from the graveyard, giving Dragon Master Magia 1000 more attacks. Dragon Master Magina, 5000 to 6000 attack. With this, Seto would definitely be able to win. Clenching his fists, he desperately tried to suppress his anxiety to no avail. Yuna was too calm. Smiling, Yuna tapped the button attached to her dual disc. This would have worked if it were anyone but me. When the face-down card on the field revealed itself, Seto frowned. Dragon Master Magia was prepared to negate anything that Yuna would do. He believed that no matter what her trap was, it wouldn't be able to stop Magia's attack yet. I activate Super Polymerization. By discarding 1 card, I can summon a fusion monster using monsters on both of our fields as materials. When this card is played, neither player can activate any effects in response to this card. What? Seto exclaimed in disbelief, and the portal consumed Chamber Dragon Maid and Dragon Master Magia as a familiar being reappeared. I will fusion summon back my Dragon Maid Shu. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 attack. This is not over. When Dragon Master Magia is sent to the graveyard, I can revive Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon back from the dead. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, 3400 attack. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon can attack all monsters you control. The dragon's golden wings glowed, gathering all of its innate strength. Then, it let out a massive white beam from its mouth and swiped across the entire field, and Kao's Starsource Dragon fell helplessly to the attack. Unisano, 4000 LP, 3100 LP. When Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon destroys a monster through battle, I can set one trap card from the graveyard, Seto muttered grimly as he observed the devastation around them. I will end my turn here. Both have exhausted all of their arsenal, leaving only just a few cards left in their hands. Staring at Yuna's unreadable face, Seto bit his lips, knowing that this duel was going to end soon and both of them wouldn't settle until one lost. Staring at his remaining monster, Seto felt a sense of unease. Was this enough to protect him this turn? Even then, will he be able to overcome Yuna's monsters to make a good enough attack? Seto, I will now begin my turn, Yuna's clear voice snapped him out of his worry. As you may have known, this may be it, I hope that you can survive. I will play Ultimate Creature of Destruction and target my Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. So it's unaffected by effects and cannot be destroyed by battle this turn. Very well, then I play Dragon Maid Hospitality to bring back my Chamber Dragon Maid by sending another copy of Dragon Maid Stern from the deck to the graveyard, then Chamber Dragon Maid, allow me to add Dragon Maid Send-Off to my hand. Next, I will use the spell Return of the Dragon Lords and bring back my Dark End Evaporation Dragon. Afterwards, I will also normal summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Dark End Evaporation Dragon, 2600 attack. Finally, I activate Dragon Maid Changeover using my Chamber Dragon Maid and Dark End Evaporation Dragon to fusion summon, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack. When Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is summoned, it can gain the attack of one special summon monster my opponent controls. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 to 6200 attack. Now, I will enter into the battle phase. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Dragon Maid should attack Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. The two dragons rush towards Seto's monster with killing intent. With a resounding boom, the dragons crash together, generating a massive shockwave filled with smoke, debris, and light. Gah! Seto exclaimed as he was sent flying off his feet. Before he realized it, his vision suddenly became white. Gasp! Seto sat up frantically, and he grasped his chest. Sweat dripped down his face as he tried to remember what had happened. Suddenly, a soft hand touched his knee, and a gentle voice mumbled quietly beside his ear, Seto, what's wrong? Confused, he glanced to his left and saw a woman staring worriedly at him. The woman had white hair and blue eyes, and her face could be described as beautiful. Every time she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttered pleasingly, and her smile was filled with warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Seto's lips moved instinctively, Kazara, it's you. Yes, you were sleeping on my lap until you suddenly started sweating and groaning in your sleep, the woman, Kazara, replied with a concerned frown. It must have been a nightmare, Seto said and properly sat up. He could do nothing but watch as his body moved as if he were in a script. His eyes wandered to his outfit, and he found himself dressed in a blue and golden robe. Do you mind telling me what it's about? Kazara asked. It's something ridiculous, Seto paused. I dreamt about you leaving me. Foo, that is stupid, why would I ever leave you? Kazara giggled and held his hand, her voice tinged with affection, and Seto could feel his own body reacting as well. That's not all, I don't know what happened, but I could feel an intense sadness. It reminded me of the thought of not being able to protect you, Seto continued. Then, just so when things like everything will be okay, it all came crashing down once more, and that thought of potentially losing everything again, it scares me. Kazara listened quietly, her expression unreadable. Eventually, her smile returned, and she squeezed his hand. Everyone is afraid of failing, but Seto, there's no point fearing failure if you never try. Kazara joked shamelessly. So whatever was scaring you, don't worry about it. I believe Seto can pull through. Staring at her smile, Seto felt a small flame flicker in his chest, and in the blink of an eye, Seto found himself back on the rooftop of Domino High. What was that memory? Seto mumbled to himself, unable to understand his condition. Yet the woman's words to him remained in his head, and he lifted his arm and checked his status on the duel disc. Seto Kaiba, 3000 LP, 100 LP. Only 100 life points left. It was such an absurdly low amount that most people would surrender, but despite the overwhelming odds, Seto found himself laughing. He couldn't shake the strange feeling that lingered in his mind. What's the point of dwelling in despair? He still had life points, meaning the duel wasn't over. He could still fight. After the battle, the effect of Ultimate Creature of Destruction will activate. Since all monsters Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon has battled with will be destroyed at the end of each damage step. Dragon Mage Shu and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon collapsed. However, a gold light suddenly shone over Dragon Mage Shu's body, and the dragon swiftly recovered. I will banish the return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard and protect my Dragon Mage Shu from being destroyed, Yuna explained regretfully. It was unfortunate, but only one could be saved. Thanks to Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, I can reset another trap from my graveyard, Sito explained, undeterred. That won't do. I will play the final card in my hand. I play Mystical Typhoon and destroy that set card. Then, I will end my turn. Nodding silently, Sito placed his hand on his deck. With a final deep breath, he drew a card. I will start by playing Card of Demise and draw from my deck until I have 5 cards. Next, I will activate Vision with the Eyes of Blue. Using its effect, I will return Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon to my hand and summon Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon instead. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, 3000 attack. Then, with Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, I can target Dragon Mage Shu and destroy it. Sito yelled, and the Dragon Maid fell under Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon's breath. Since Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon used its effect, it could no longer attack, Yuna pointed out with a frown. What is your plan now? Well, Sito mumbled anxiously as he stared at a single card in his hand. It was still in development, and he didn't even know if this would work. But how will he know if he doesn't try? I will summon Maiden with Eyes of Blue. To Yuna's shock, a woman with white hair and blue eyes appeared on the field. She was wearing a brown dress with various blue and silver embroideries, creating a priestly-looking outfit. Maiden with Eyes of Blue tuner level, 1 o'clock attack. Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Yuna uttered in shock. Sito, don't tell me. Warning, warning. Excessive strain on the device was detected. Please remove the obstruction to prevent damage to the device. The dual disc on Sito's arm screamed mechanically, unable to handle the pressure of this unknown card. However, Sito ignored the warning and continued his turn. With this, I will summon. Using the levels of Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon and Maiden with Eyes of Blue. With their 2 forces combined, I will synchro summon Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. Whoosh! A bright, blinding light flashed above them, and a new dragon emerged. Its entire body was pure white, with gold between its scales and armor segments. As sunlight shone through its semi-translucent wings, the dragon gave off an ethereal feeling, as if it were a divine creature that had come down from heaven itself. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, 2500 attack. Warning! Critical levels reached, and emergency deck protection mode activated. Following the warning, the dual disc quickly created a cover to protect his cards, but Sito easily ripped the components off so he could continue the duel. Electricity crackled dangerously around the device, and he gritted his teeth as if he could feel the device burning through his sleeve. Meanwhile, Yuna was staring at Blue Eyes White Dragon in utter disbelief. The thought of synchro summoning had never even occurred to her, and she could do nothing but gawk in shock. Even then, it is not enough, my life points are still higher, Yuna stammered awkwardly. Which is why, Sito muttered while gritting his teeth from the pain. I will play Burial from a different dimension, bringing Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon back from the banished zone to my graveyard. That means I can banish it again. Giving Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon an additional 1000 attack. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, 2500 to 3500 attack. This is the end. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, attack Yuna's life points directly. Boom. Yuna Sano, 3100 LP, 0 LP. Chapter 112. Third POV. It was only after the machine's 10th loud beep that Sito understood what had happened. He had won, and he had achieved a goal that he had desperately strived for. Snapping out of his daze, he glanced at the dual disc. Currents crackled audibly as the well-maintained device was destroyed beyond recognition, and the device was unable to handle the strain of the new summoning method. Groaning, Sito felt an intense burning sensation, and he quickly removed his cards before tossing the broken device to the side. Thankfully, none of his dual monster cards were damaged. Sito, your arm. Rushing towards him, Yuna grasped his arm and examined his wounds. The sleeve was singed black, revealing red skin suffered from burns. Calling upon Nurse Dragon Maid, Yuna ordered the spirit to tend to Sito's wounds. The maid readily agreed and smoothly applied ointments to the burns before wrapping everything with clean bandages. Like a hawk, Yuna watched the entire process without blinking. When the treatment ended, she finally relaxed, sinking to the ground with a sigh. Finding this adorable, Sito unknowingly smiled. What's so funny? Yuna questioned, and Sito's smile quickly vanished as he tried to act maturely. Sitting alongside her, they were close enough for their fingers to touch as he stared at the broken dual disc in the distance. Was this enough? Sito asked and gently grasped her hand. Mulling over his words, Yuna placed her remaining hand over her chest as she felt her own heart thrashing wildly against her ribcage. Yuna suffered a complete defeat, and Sito did something that she thought wasn't possible at this time. It's more than enough, Yuna muttered with a small smile. It's funny, no matter how many lives I have lived, I always seem to fall for you over and over again. Blushing sheepishly, she carefully took out the Millennium Key and presented it to Sito. Do you want to see what our past is like? Staring at the golden artifact in Yuna's hand, Sito anxiously reached out and grasped the Millennium Key. The moment his finger touched the artifact's surface, a sharp pain assaulted his brain. It felt like he was pulled into a vacuum, and nostalgic memories were crammed into his mind. Groaning in pain, Sito clutched his head, his pupils shaking as he endured the intense sensation. It was finally some time before his breathing slowed down, and he was able to reorganize his thoughts, convincing himself that he was currently living in the present, not the past. Sito, Yuna called with concern while carefully holding him. Touching his face, Sito felt a tear drop as the woman that he loved deeply in his past life overlapped with Yuna and he let out a quiet gasp. Is it really you? He uttered hesitantly and placed his hand over her cheek. With a tearful smile, Yuna nodded. Unable to respond, Sito tightly hugged her, fearing that the woman he still longed for after eons would disappear if he let go. You must have endured so much, but I'm here now, I'm not going anywhere, Yuna soothed gently. I'm sorry that it have taken this long. How much do you remember? Yuna asked anxiously while sitting close. Sito paused, deep in thought. I can recall our past life together as if it were yesterday. And that's 3,000 years ago. It's strange, that people we cared about have already passed away so long ago, and there's not even a grave or a keepsake to help us remember them. Yuna. Sorry, I got caught up in the moment, like you have said, it truly felt like it was just yesterday. I don't know whether to laugh and move on or wallow in grief, she admitted with a pained expression. However, it soon transformed into a small smile. But I think I will be okay, there's other people that now cares about me, I'm also glad that Sito is here with me as well. Mumbling, Yuna averted her gaze and squirmed in her seat. Watching this, Sito chuckled and gently patted her head in comfort. Staring at her face, Sito reminisces of their times together in the past. The woman that he gave his heart to 3,000 years ago has returned. However, the sorrow Sito went through continued to bore deeply in his chest this time. He promised to himself that this time, he won't mess it up. I love you, Sito confessed quietly enough for her to hear. I wasn't able to say it enough, and I regretted it all my life, but not anymore, and I will make sure you never doubt my feelings ever again. Stunned by his affectionate words, Yuna gawked at Sito in shock. Her body froze completely as his words kept replaying in her mind. Before Yuna realized, several teardrops dripped down her face. Embarrassed, she quickly wiped away her tears and blushed. Taking a deep breath, Yuna calmed down, and she smiled. It was a very bright smile, and her overjoyed expression was deeply etched in Sito's mind. Sito missed this feeling and forgot how addictive it was. Laughing, Yuna deliberately leaned forward, and Sito quickly caught her. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Yuna mumbled sheepishly. And thank you for not giving up on me, then and now. I love you too, Sito. Leaning close, both of their lips met simultaneously. Closing their eyes, they enjoyed this moment, something that they missed. Suddenly, Sito's chest glowed, and a strange heat overwhelmed him. Before he could realize what was happening, a beam of light shot out of his body and formed into the figure of a blue-eyed white dragon. Eyes widening, he watched the blue-eyed white dragon roar before diving towards Yuna. Unbothered, Yuna raised her hand, and blue-eyed white dragon went back into a beam of light and entered her palm. Closing her eyes, she reabsorbed the spirit back into her body, and the last piece of the puzzle was placed. As blue-eyed white dragon's energy flowed into her, Yuna felt a surge of strength, and her appearance also showed change. Her eye color became much clearer than before while her hair lightened into a whiter shade of blue. Your appearance, Sito pointed out as Yuna ran her fingers down her hair. Blue-eyed white dragon has always been my main spirit, and my appearance as Kazara was mainly because of that. Smiling with contentment, she stared at the sun, which was finally setting as night slowly arrived. Let's just stay like this, just a bit longer. What's the rush? We're not going anywhere. I said a lot of rude things to some people in the past week, she muttered regretfully. I need to try to apologize to them all, so it's best if I clear my head before then. There's also school tomorrow. I understand, Sito smiled. Let's just enjoy this time. Smiling, the two leaned against each other as they felt the warmth of their body. "Welcome home, Kazara," Sito muttered quietly, and Yuna turned to him with a smile. NN. Together, they shared each other's warmth while gazing at the stars. Next day. Yuna's POV. Feeling the sunlight against my face, I slowly opened my eyes. Yawning, I sat up and found myself back in my bedroom. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but Sito must have carried me back home. Just imagining the scene made me embarrassed. Fortunately, I kept the house relatively clean even during my memory loss, so nothing strange was lying around. After shaking off any lingering drowsiness, I went to the bathroom to clean myself before emerging with a refreshed smile. As I was about to change, I suddenly felt two presences behind me. When I turned around, I was quite surprised to find the house dragon maid and my new spirit, Lady's dragon maid, standing quietly. Before I could even react, the two maids quickly dressed me with ease, and in mere moments, I was wearing the familiar school uniform. As they continued to fix my appearance, House Dragon Maid and Lady's Dragon Maid simultaneously reached for the hairbrush on the table. However, as their hands struck each other, a sudden chill swept through the room. Despite their smiles, I could see the electricity cackling between their eyes. The two maids tightly gripped the wooden hairbrush, unwilling to let go. "Stop!" I yelled when I heard the brush making an unnatural creaking noise, and I stopped the two before it exploded in our faces. Since the two refused to relent to each other, I eventually summoned Laundry Dragon Maid, who happily brushed my hair while sitting on my lap. Ignoring the two maids' jealous gaze, I continuously patted Laundry Dragon Maid's head while my mind began to wander. After unlocking my memories. The last time I used the system was to get the last few cards I needed to duel Sito. Naturally, after that I have pretty much spent up all my credits. I also no longer have any tasks left for me, as Holacti explained that the main purpose of the system in the first place was to help me adapt to this world much more smoothly with a game-like mechanic. There's really no more purpose other than to store the abundance amount of dual monster cards I have other than that. The reward I retrieved for the beating the trial of memories was quite interesting. It was a single grey slip with filled hieroglyphics. Holacti explained that by tearing the piece of paper, I'm able to have a meeting with the goddess herself. Realizing how valuable this reward was, I immediately store it into someplace safe. Even if a robber broke in, they won't think a piece of unreadable paper was anything worth stealing. Thinking of the safe place I mentioned, the doorbell suddenly rang loudly and I called back my spirits before moving to entrance of my home. Opening the door, I watched Sito break into a small smile. "Are you ready?" Nodding, I followed him downstairs, where a car was waiting for us. I paused and Sito noticed before stopping beside me. "Is there something wrong?" "The school isn't actually that far from where I live, how about we walk instead?" I suggested, and he readily agreed. Walking side by side, a comfortable silence enveloped us and I found myself enjoying this moment of peacefulness. "It's just like in the past, isn't it?" he suddenly said out of the blue, and I nodded. During our lives in Egypt, Sito always escorted me to class. No matter how many times I insisted that it was fine, he still went out of his way to guide me, even if the location was far away. While dwelling on the old memories, I couldn't help but think about our relationship now. Wait. I suddenly froze as one of Aki's memories flashed briefly in my head. During the trial of memories, I technically was able to possess the memories of both Aki and Kazara, so it's essentially two of the same people in one place. That means Aki has seen things that Kazara couldn't and vice versa. I remember a conversation Aki had with Priest Sito. My face turned slightly red from shock and embarrassment. I remember now, I stammered and fanned my face. "You told me that you were going to ask for my hand in marriage." Sito also stopped, and his eyes widened slightly. "That's correct, I believe I was planning to propose after defeating Thief King Bakura, but I never really got the chance." Then, my pupils darted frantically, and Sito laughed. "I have no plans on attempting again anytime soon." Why? I asked curiously before sheepishly waving my hands. "It's not that I'm disappointed or anything." Smiling bitterly, Sito shrugged. "I just don't think I'm ready yet." I stopped, stared at his melancholic expression, and sighed softly. "I told you already, you need to stop blaming yourself for what happened. It was my decision to sacrifice myself, so it's alright." "I will try," Sito nodded. "Good," I smiled and leaned against his shoulder as we resumed our stroll. "But besides the point, does that mean you will try again in the future?" Observing at his reaction, Sito seemed unfazed and retorted, "Don't you think we're a bit too young to be talking about things like this?" "Well, I'm just a little curious, that's all." "What if I propose now, will you say yes?" Suddenly, Sito grabbed both of my hand and knelt on one knee. As he stared at me intently. Being completely caught off guard, I froze and my face turned bright red as my imagination ran wild. As he reached into his pocket, I screamed inwardly. This have to be a joke, right? Right here. Right now. Flick. However, before I could register what was happening, I felt a tap as Sito mischievously flicked my forehead. Relax, I'm just messing with you, you should look at your face. Stunned by this awful prank. I don't know whether to feel angry or shame. Pouting, I quickened my pace as Sito's laughter echoed behind me. You should really take responsibility for your words. Beside, I might really just say yes. This time it was Sito who flinched and he stared at me in shock. Before he could speak up, I ran away as I enjoyed the sweet satisfaction of payback for the rest of the walk. A few minutes later. By the time we arrived at Domino High, there were already other students by the entrance. Watching in the distance, I gently rubbed against my face, and my expression returned to its usual blank state. It was more comfortable this way, as I have always shown the same blank face every time I'm at school. I also maintained this appearance during my time as Aki, so there's not really a point in changing now. Glimpsing at Sito, I noticed that his smile had also vanished, replaced by his regular, cynical frown. Grinning inwardly, we approached the gate, and heads began to turn our way. I could hear their curious whispers, but I held back a groan. Are they bothering you? Sito asked, and I shook my head. I just don't understand why we're worth paying attention to. From their perspective, it may seem like we fought, but it's not until now that we made up, Sito explained nonchalantly, and I averted my gaze. Well, he's not exactly wrong to say we fought. Thankfully, when we arrived at the classroom, the gazes directed towards us lessened as the students also needed to go to their own classes. Stepping into the room, I was greeted with a tense silence as everyone observed me nervously. Sighing, I felt apologetic when I recalled the various things I said to distance myself from everyone. Approaching the front row of the classroom, I stopped by Yugi's desk, and he looked up at me in surprise. Sano. He called awkwardly. I want to apologize, I said suddenly, catching him and his friends off guard. I wasn't really myself. It's okay, Yugi quickly shook his head. We heard what happened, so it's not really your fault. Smiling awkwardly, his eyes suddenly wandered towards the Millennium Key, hanging around my neck. Understanding his gaze, I quietly whispered, meet me on the rooftop during lunch, I want to talk to you about something important. With one last glance, I left Yugi's desk and moved towards my seat. At the corner of my vision, I saw Sito gazing at me with a questioning look. Smiling calmly, I shrugged, and he frowned slightly before nodding in acceptance. By the time lunchtime arrived, I was already waiting on the roof. It wasn't long before the door opened, and Yugi appeared with an awkward smile. Sorry for being late, he said, and I shook my head. You're just in time, please sit, I gestured at the chairs and desks that had been placed earlier. Don't worry, this is not going to take long. So, what do you want to talk about? Yugi asked. Before we start, could you hold this? This will make our conversation much easier. Confused, Yugi followed my instructions, and his finger wrapped around the Millennium Key. I smiled as the artifact activated, and I slipped into his subconsciousness. When I gathered my bearings, I found myself inside a massive labyrinth filled with stairs going in various directions, leading into different rooms from my memories. Some of these rooms lead to death traps, while only one was Adam's true soul room. Thankfully, I didn't have to risk my life exploring each room as I stared at the figure walking down the stairs. Sano, what are you doing here? Adam questioned, surprised by my sudden visit. As we stood face to face, the pharaoh calmly scanned my body before frowning in confusion and asking, your soul, Kazara? Greetings, your highness, I bowed dramatically before laughing. But I guess I can no longer call you that. What happened to you? Adam asked as we sat beside each other. Leaving nothing hidden, I calmly explained everything that had transpired in the past few weeks. Listening, Adam showed an incredulous expression, but he nodded in understanding as there had been more absurd things he had experienced during his time. Meanwhile, when this happened in Yugi's subconsciousness, Yugi tilted his head as we quietly stared at each other. Is this supposed to do something? He laughed awkwardly while still holding the Millennium Key. Haha, don't worry about it, I replied and put the artifact away. Maintaining my smile, I took out my dual monster cards. Mutu, do you care for a game? Chapter 113. Yuna's POV. A game? Yugi stammered in confusion upon my sudden offer. Yep, just a simple duel, I nodded and placed my deck on the table. You have your cards with you, right? Yeah, then let me call upon. Hold on. I quickly stopped Yugi, who was about to reach for his Millennium Puzzle. Who said I want to duel with Adam? I mean with you. Ah, right, he sheepishly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just always used to having my partner duel for me. That's fine, as long as you still know how to play Duel Monster, I joked, and he averted his gaze in embarrassment. By the way, what's the real reason for wanting to duel with me? I find it strange that you would go out of your way for just a game of Duel Monster. That's true, I nodded. Gazing at Yugi, I tapped the table and hummed, deep in thought, trying to figure out the best way to express my intentions. Well, it's kind of some preparation. I answered, and he tilted his head. Mutu, now that Adam has discovered his name, what will happen next? I think we all know that your time for goodbyes is getting closer. For Adam to move on to the afterlife, you must gather all of Millennium items before the Pharaoh speaks his name in front of the place where all Millennium items originate, the Millennium Stone. But we still haven't gathered all of the Millennium items, Yugi muttered dejectedly, and I shrugged. You already have the Millennium Puzzle and Ring. I will also relent the Millennium Key to you, the Ishtars will give you their items as they serve the Pharaoh. With the Millennium Eye, Pegasus will hand it over after some convincing. As for the Millennium Scale, I will try to search for it. But I believe it will reveal itself soon. Yugi nodded along to my explanation. However, his pupils wavered, and he stared at me in uncertainty. Sano-san, I know it may sound rude, but I really want to know why you would go this far. Please don't misunderstand. I consider us as friends, but it felt like we were taking advantage of you. But it doesn't feel that way to me, I reassured with a smile. Even if you might be unaware, I benefit as well. In fact, helping you right now will also benefit me. Let me explain. When I recovered my memories, as unbelievable as it sounds, I was able to remember my past lives. Laughing softly, I gently played with the Millennium Key while staring into the distance. After briefly losing in the memories, I snapped out of my daze and smiled apologetically. You can say Adam was a close acquaintance of mine, I want to at least help him enter the afterlife, I sighed quietly. So don't think too much of it. I think I understand, nonetheless, that's still really kind of you, Sano-san, Yugi returned the smile. Then, about the duel, what do you mean by preparation? Oh yes, I want to help Muta-san prepare for something called. Meanwhile, deep inside Yugi's subconsciousness. I was sharing the same conversation with Adam, and he repeated my sentence in a confused tone, the ceremonial duel. Well, that's what I named it, I replied nonchalantly. Think of it as a rite of some sort. I see, Adam's expression turned faintly somber at the dramatic naming scheme. What does this rite entail? There's one last inscription written on the Millennium Stone. For the Pharaoh to be truly put to rest, he must first lay down his sword, I said, recounting the words spoken in the show. To lay down my sword, Adam muttered deeply and rubbed his wrist. What do I have to do? This is merely my opinion, but I think your highness would need to be defeated in a battle, which is the ceremonial duel, I said with a knowing smile, and the Pharaoh grasped his chin, deep in thought. To be defeated, Adam turned to me with a smirk. Is that why you're here, to challenge me? Foo, that sure sounds like a tempting offer, but no thanks, I shrugged. Sito would definitely want to take a shot, though. Then. But I won't let him, I won't allow this monumental moment to be tarnished. I grabbed his hands and shouted passionately. To have the most important scene in the show ruined. Over my dead body. So, who else do you have in mind? Adam asked uncomfortably. I can't think of anyone as fitting as you or Kaiba. Really? I sighed exasperatedly. Can you really not think of anyone else? Maybe someone short comes to mind. Spiky hair. Can't take a hint, no matter how much a girl was expressing her interest in him. Gee, got it, he nodded and awkwardly cleared his throat. And by that girl, you're not referring to Tia, are you? Oh dear, your highness can't tell either, I muttered while giving him a look filled with pity. Just to have you know, my life came to an untimely end, and I wasn't able to experience things like relationships. Adam tried to justify his lack of awareness but only incited more of my sympathetic gazes. Stop looking at me like that. Yes, I laughed while Adam covered his face in a mixture of shame and embarrassment. So you're saying Yugi is the most suitable to be my opponent, Adam muttered while staring at the ground, lost deep in thought. Eventually, his face broke into a small smile. That does sound more fitting. However, his expression seemed a little complicated, and I could sense his doubt. Are you worried? I asked, and Adam sighed. No, it just feels strange. If Yugi manages to defeat me, he will be able to send me to the afterlife. However, my pride as a duelist won't allow me to give him the win. But you're also worried that he will fail? When I asked him directly, Adam gritted his teeth in frustration and averted his gaze. I know how disrespectful it is to admit this, but yes. Despite thinking he might be rebuked, I smiled and said, "You wanted Yugi to succeed, but you also feel concerned that he will lose. Doesn't that mean you care about Yugi? If Yugi really did fail, he can just try again." I continued and thought about my own situation. Deep down, I realized that if Sito weren't able to win the duel that day, I would patiently wait for him until he succeeded, and the thought of it made my face slightly heated. Anyway, Yugi isn't the type of person to be wallowing in his defeat. Sure, he may feel disheartened, but he won't be giving up that easily. "Yes, you're right," Adam muttered with a chuckle. He stood up and stared into the distance. I also stood up, and with a wave of my hand, our surroundings suddenly changed to the Domino High School rooftop, where my physical body was still dueling with Yugi. The battle has already reached its conclusion. My starving Venom Fusion Dragon defeated his Dark Magician Girl and depleted his remaining life points. "Ah, I lost," Yugi groaned in frustration. "Would you like to call it?" I proposed, and Yugi stared at the table before carefully shaking his head. "Now that Sano-san has told me about the ceremonial duel, there's no way I can be lazy. I have to get stronger," he insisted before staring at me apologetically. "Please let me try again, you're the only one I can ask to do this." "Of course, we still have a bit until lunchtime ends," I replied, reshuffled my deck, and said. "I will go first this time." When the duel restarted, Adam hummed with interest before turning to me standing beside him. "By the way, how are there two of you? Since the Millennium Key allows me to travel into one's subconsciousness, I can maintain a state of equilibrium where I can remain awake in the physical world and the mind world, albeit my abilities are limited in the mind world," I explained with a strained smile. "It was a bit tiring, but it's not like I'm doing anything crazy in here. Right now, I'm just borrowing your and Yugi's connection so we can project ourselves like this." "I see," Adam nodded, and his thoughts returned to the duels. Unfortunately, Yugi failed once more as the strategies he implemented were countered. "All these moves are from Adam," I pointed it out in the physical world, and Yugi blushed. "After watching my friend duel, I picked up a thing or two, but no matter what I do, I can't seem to get past you, Sano-san." "Well, like you said, they're Adam's strategies instead of yours, so it's much more obvious, and it didn't help when you're using a deck that's not yours." "Yeah, maybe you're right," Yugi nodded, convinced. "I can help you, Muda-san," I suggested. "But I can't tonight, so let's do it next time." "Sure, thank you, Sano-san," Yugi smiled brightly, and we both stood up from our seats. "I will definitely win." Watching Yugi leave, Adam crossed his arms and chuckled to himself. "Then I will be waiting," he said, despite the fact that his friend couldn't hear him. Turning to me, he nodded resolutely. "I'm leaving it to you." With a small wave, Adam followed after Yugi before vanishing back into his subconsciousness. The Millennium Puzzle on his neck briefly shone, a faint reminder of the magic that had happened earlier. "I sure have my work cut out for me," I muttered to myself when I was left alone in the rooftop. However, a strange feeling settled in my chest after all this time worrying about the events that will happen. It's finally time for the last event. While I will need to deal with Dark Side of Dimensions, that's still quite a while compared to now. A break, that doesn't sound so bad, I hummed playfully while drumming my fingers on the railing. Time seemed to have gone past in a flash, and before I realized it, lunchtime had ended. Suddenly, I heard a strange gurgling noise, and I blushed slightly. I had completely forgotten about eating, and I patted my empty stomach wistfully. Looks like I'm skipping lunch today. With a heavy heart, I left the roof and proceeded to my next class. But unbeknownst to me, when Sito found out that I didn't have time to eat, the entire school committee was turned upside down. That day, Domino High School's lunchtime was forever extended by 15 more minutes. A few months later. Many months have passed since the conversation on the rooftop. I have spent my time helping Yugi with his deck and giving him advice based on what I remember from the show before testing his deck against mine. With each duel, I could feel Yugi getting stronger, and I found myself working harder for each win. Eventually, Yugi defeated me multiple times, making me happy that my effort wasn't in vain. Other than Yugi, I also tried to help Adam on several occasions. Although the pharaoh was more prideful compared to his counterpart, he still gratefully accepted my assistance. With my intervention, it's safe to say that the two were both more than ready for their last duel. When the preparations were ready, all of us traveled to Egypt. However, due to the massive sandstorm on the path towards the Valley of the Kings, we must travel by ship instead of plane. Standing at the dock waiting for our ship to be ready for boarding, I stood beside Sito, and we stared at the sea. "I still don't understand why we should attend this gathering of idiots," Sito commented while staring at Yugi and his friends in the distance. "Our time is too precious to be wasted like this." "Don't say that, it will be nice to greet the pharaoh one last time," I replied while holding his arm. Such formalities are all in the past, Cedo said quietly, his face showing a slight hesitance at my suggestion. Then, instead of greeting Adam as his subjects, treat him as our old friend, I suggested, and Cedo's cold expression briefly softened. All right, he nodded, and I felt a small kiss on my forehead. Rubbing my forehead with a blush, I didn't hear the footsteps approaching us until Cedo blocked my vision as he snarled. Kaiba boy, if you only showed an inkling of that sincerity towards our business relationship, then we probably would have gotten along much better. Pegasus joked, and he laughed, causing Cedo to scowl. I would rather die, he muttered through gritted teeth. Ignoring his blatant hostility, Pegasus shrugged and smiled before turning to me and asking, Miss Sano, how are you doing? I'm well, I replied casually while appearing on the side. Staring at the right side of his face, which was covered by his hair, I apologized. Also, I'm sorry for asking something of this magnitude, I felt like merely allowing you to attend the ceremonial duel is not enough. It's quite fine since it's Miss Sano who's requesting it, the Millennium Eye was never really mine in the first place, and I have had enough of my supernatural encounters anyway, Pegasus answered and glanced at Yugi not so far away. If even in the slight chance I'm able to see my Cecilia during the opening of the afterlife, I will take it, with a smirk. He took out the Millennium Eye from his pocket and flicked it towards Yugi as the boy caught it in a panic. As Pegasus and I continued to talk, Ishizu and Merrick arrived and informed us that the ship was ready. When everyone finished boarding the transport, Ishizu led me to a private room, where we sat across from each other. These are the Millennium Necklace and Rod that Miss Sano requested, she said, placing the objects on the table. Thanks, I will give them to Yugi later, how about the Millennium Scale? I asked curiously. We were able to contact Mr. Shoddy, and he agreed to meet us at our destination, Ishizu answered, and I nodded in satisfaction. Thanks, Ishizu, I will definitely repay you for this favor, smiling, I carefully placed the 2 Millennium items in my bag. Sipping on her tea, Ishizu stared at me, once it's over, let's talk soon as friends instead of associates. Yes, I quite like that, I readily agreed, and Ishizu chuckled. Then you may tell me more about the relationship between you and Mr. Kaiba, I'm quite interested in such gossip. Ah, yes, I blushed and nodded bashfully. Of course, unable to handle the lingering embarrassment, I quickly left, leaving Ishizu laughing by herself. For the rest of the journey, I spent my time anticipating the ceremony. I also checked in on Yugi and Adam, as both were extremely tense. By the time we arrived, Yugi was practically silent. Stepping off of the boat, what greeted us was a wide desert. Unbothered, Ishizu appeared at the front of the crowd and gestured for us to follow. After walking through the hot sand for 15 minutes, we spotted a cavern. Observing the old structures that remained after thousands of years, I knew we were at the right place. Without hesitation, I followed Ishizu into the cave with everyone else close behind. As soon as we entered the cavern, the torches on the side suddenly lit with a loud whoosh. For the next few minutes, the only noise was the lighting of the torches and the sound of our footsteps on the stairs. When we reached the last floor, we were greeted by a wide, empty room. In the center of the room was a large temple, and on top of it was a gigantic stone carving. The carving was shaped like a human sarcophagus and featured thousands of intricate hieroglyphics. Each section of the carving contained slots for the Millennium items. As I admired the view, a flash of light glistened beside me, and an Egyptian man appeared. Quickly hiding my surprise, I greeted Shoddy. Good afternoon, Miss Sano, he said. I like to apologize for the sudden exit, the tomb has quite a number of traps that even stop a spirit from accessing it. It's alright, but besides that, do you have any idea why I called you here? I asked rhetorically, and Shoddy nodded. I assume you wanted the Millennium Scale, Shoddy answered with a smirk. Holding out his palm, the golden scale magically appeared in his hand. Before I realized what was happening, Shoddy flicked his hand, and I caught the scale in the air. I have no reason to stop you, he said, staring at the Millennium Stone in the distance. With this, my duty will be complete. I must thank you again, Miss Sano. It seems like you are helping me once more. Taking the Millennium Scale, Yugi and I slowly made our way to the top of the temple. PLE, are you ready? I asked, and Yugi gulped nervously. Please do it, Yugi muttered, and I began inserting the artifacts into the Millennium Stone. One by one, I carefully placed the Millennium items into each slot, and I could feel the energy resonating in the stone intensifying. When I put the final Millennium item, the scale, in the carving's lower body, its eyes suddenly opened. Boom! A golden shockwave burst forth from the stone, and I was thrown off my feet. Yuna! I heard Cedo's scream, and I quickly gathered my bearings in the air. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand! I shouted, and the dragon was summoned below me. In one swift movement, I fell onto Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's back, and the dragon landed on the ground, sending dust flying in all directions. Getting off, I stared at the top of the temple where Yugi's figure stood. As he shielded his eyes from the bright light, his body began to warp, and we saw another figure forming beside him. "Adam," I muttered under my breath as the light faded, and the two turned to each other in shock. "Partner," Yugi mumbled with a complicated smile, and Adam chuckled. As the stone rises face up, a golden barrier forms around them. Seeing this, Adam smirked, walked to the barrier's end, and crossed his arms. "This is it." "Yeah," Yugi muttered. "Good luck, friend," Adam said before activating the dual disc on his arm. "Show me the result of your effort here today. I won't disappoint you." Yugi yelled back before activating his own dual disc. This was it. My eyes gleamed, and I excitedly shook Sito's arm. As the two friends gazed at each other, both smiled eagerly and screamed in unison. "It's time to duel." The ceremonial duel has begun. Chapter 114. Yuna's POV. Nobody couldn't tear their gaze away from the major battle. "Geez. I don't know who to cheer for." Joey complained in frustration, and we nodded along. On the one hand, if Yugi wins, Adam will depart to the afterlife. However, if Adam won, he would still stay in the real world with them, which would mean Yugi would never gain his independence. "Sano-san, who do you think will win?" Tia asked curiously, and I frowned. "I'm not sure," I answered honestly. Yugi has been training really hard, but that doesn't mean Adam has been slacking off either. While I only gifted Adam a few cards, I helped Yugi with his entire deck by adding some new cards I made combined with his original deck. Just thinking of these new additions to their arsenal made me shed a tear at the cost of all my remaining credits. Thankfully, I was able to get some help from Pegasus, who also helped me develop these cards, albeit at some expense. "I will start," Yugi shouted while glancing at his hand. "I will first summon gadget trios." Poof! Landing on the ground were three little robots of the colors red, green and yellow. On their backs were large metal gears, and the cute machines posed like a team of heroes from a show. Gadget trios, 1100 defense. When Gadget Trios is summoned, I can add Shining Sarcophagus from my deck. Yugi declared and said. Then I will activate the spell, Shining Sarcophagus. With a deafening boom, something rectangular rose beside Yugi's feet. It was a massive sarcophagus made of gold and marble. The sarcophagus was filled with intricate designs, with the carving of the eye of Wadjet on the sides and two birds adorning the lid. When Shining Sarcophagus is activated, I can add a card that mentions it to my hand, and I choose the Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic. Then, since Shining Sarcophagus is on the field, I'm able to summon him from my hand. When the lid of the sarcophagus opened, a tall man leapt out. Dressed in a combination of armor and robe, the man's black and golden attire gave him a feeling of divinity as he confidently held his magical staff. Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic. Dark Magician, 2500 attack. Dark Magician. No, he looks different. Fine, bring it on. When Dark Magician, the Magician of Black Magic, is summoned, his name will become Dark Magician instead. Finally, I will set one card and end my turn. It was indeed a surprise. It seemed like Sano had truly gone all out to help you, Adam spoke thoughtfully before smiling. But I also have some new tricks. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a giant coffin rose from the floor. The coffin was made entirely out of gold, carved into the shape of a human with his arms crossed. This is the king's sarcophagus, a coffin fitting for a pharaoh, Adam commented, and the eyes on the sarcophagus shone ominously. When the king's sarcophagus is activated, I can discard one card from my hand before sending one Horus monster in my deck to the graveyard. The pharaoh explained enthusiastically. I'm able to activate this effect up to 4 times. I will discard 3 cards. He exclaimed, and the light in the sarcophagus's pupils glowed brighter with each tribute. This will allow me to send 3 Horus monsters to the graveyard. Then, while King Sarcophagus is on the field, I can special summon these royal guards of the pharaoh back from the dead. I call upon Imesti, Habi, and Duamutef. The glory, guidance and blessing of Horus. The sarcophagus burst open, and 3 giant warriors dressed in golden armor flew out from the blinding light. They landed loudly on the ground, and their sheer size extruded an intimidating presence. Imesti, glory of Horus, 3000 attack. Habi, guidance of Horus, 2400 attack. Duamutef, blessing of Horus, 3600 attack. Now I will battle. Adam declared, and the 3 construct pupils reddened. Imesti, attack that Dark Magician. Then, with the effect of King Sarcophagus, I'm able to send that monster to the graveyard instead. Wielding its sword and shield, the armored statue stabbed its blade towards the mage. However, a purplish barrier suddenly blocked the attack, and sparks flew on both sides. I will activate the trap card Dark Magic Mirror Force. Yugi shouted. When one of your monsters declares an attack on a monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus, I can destroy as many monsters you control. Then, if Dark Magician is on the field, I can also inflict 500 damage for each monster destroyed. A bluish flame gathered in Dark Magician's palm, and he slammed his hand on the barrier. The energy exploded as the barrier completely enveloped Imesty, and the warrior dissolved into fine dust. The barrier continued to expand, striking the other two constructs before hitting Adam, and the pharaoh stumbled backwards. Adam, 4000 LP, 2500 LP. Nice, Yugi landed a big hit. Joey exclaimed. But Yugi also lost his Dark Magician as well, Tristan pointed out. Just as the monsters disappeared, the king's sarcophagus suddenly dashed towards the Dark Magician and engulfed the image within. When the lid reopened, the Dark Magician was gone. I shall place down one card before ending my turn, Adam concluded, and a card appeared on his feet. He seemed unbothered by the disadvantage as he couldn't control his wide smile. It's my turn. Yugi shouted seriously and drew a card. Silently, he stared at his hand, trying to figure out the best strategy to proceed. I will first play Graceful Charity and draw 3 cards from my deck. Then I must discard 2 cards. Next, I will summon Alpha, the Magnet Warrior. Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, 1400 attack. Then I activate the field spell, Magnetic Field. While I control a level 4 or lower earth and rock type monster, I can special summon a Magnet Warrior monster from the graveyard. I will revive Gamma, the Magnet Warrior that I've discarded earlier. Gamma, the Magnet Warrior, 1500 attack. Finally, I will activate Magnetic Induction and special summon Beta, the Magnet Warrior from the deck. Beta, the Magnet Warrior, 1700 attack. I will combine these 3 warriors to summon Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior. Suddenly, the 3 robots fell apart and transformed into a larger figure. Their limbs reattached to each other, forming massive limbs that attached to the mech's body. Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior, 3500 attack. I will enter the battle phase. Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior, attack Adam's life points directly. Staring at defeat right before his eyes, Adam suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes gleamed a dangerous light, and Yugi felt a chill down his spine. In response to your attack, I will activate the revived Sky God. A blinding light suddenly swept through the field, and Yugi winced. When he reopened his eyes, he gasped in shock. Before him was a humongous dragon. Its body twirled and twisted like a snake as its gaze settled on the boy, and the Egyptian god unleashed a beastly growl. The revived Sky God allows me to revive Slifer the Sky Dragon from my graveyard, and we both get to draw until we get 6 cards in our hands. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 to 6000 attack. The abrupt appearance of the Egyptian god left Yugi in a daze. Adam laughed as Slifer howled menacingly at Valkyrian, and the mech was left standing awkwardly. With no choice, Yugi ordered Valkyrian to return to his side of the field. I will stop the battle phase here, Yugi gritted his teeth. However, I will play my spell, the Sword of Revealing Light Anime. While this card is on the field, for the next 3 turns, you won't be able to attack me. Swords made of white sparkling light surrounded the 2 duelists, blocking all of the monsters' paths. I set a card, and my turn ends, Yugi muttered, and Slifer's body gradually dissolved into nothingness. Since Slifer, the Sky Dragon, is special summoned, it will return to the grave at the end of the turn, Adam explained before sending the card back into the discard slot. This is bad, I commented with a frown. Adam was able to instantly replenish his hand, and with how easy it was to rebuild his field, the Sword of Revealing Light may actually be worse for Yugi instead. As I had predicted, King's sarcophagus reopened, and the 3 Horus monsters re-emerged from the depth. Imesty, the Glory of Horus, 3000 attack. Habi, the Guidance of Horus, 2400 attack. Duamutef, the Blessing of Horus, 3600 attack. Ugh, Sano-san, why do you have to give Adam such strong cards? Joey exclaimed. You're clearly playing favorites here. I have no idea what you're talking about, I crossed my arms casually. I helped Yugi with his entire deck while I only gifted Adam some cards that he would like. I would agree that Adam is stronger, but he's the pharaoh after all. But isn't that just unfair? Tia asked worriedly, and I shrugged. The entire purpose of this duel was for Yugi to overcome, why would I make this easy for him? I retorted, and she couldn't help but agree. So don't worry, if you believe he will win, then he will. As our gaze turned back to the duel, Adam boldly utilized Yugi's sword of revealing light to set up his field. Knowing his strategy, all he needed to do was add the remaining Egyptian god cards to his hand, and he could summon them without batting an eye. Next, I will activate Deck Lockdown, Adam continued as metal chains appeared on their duel disc. While this spell is activated, none of us can add cards to our deck except by drawing them. With this, Yugi's shining sarcophagus was completely locked out, and Adam smirked, knowing his partner's thoughts. Now, I will sacrifice my 3 guardians and invoke my Egyptian god. The pharaoh yelled. Legendary gods of Egypt, please hear my call. In the name of every pharaoh that came before, I now beseech thee. Awaken, mighty obelisk, and rid the sacred palace of this darkness. I summon Obelisk the Tormentor. Roar. The ground before Yugi cracked, and a humongous arm burst out. Grabbing the 3 Horus monsters, the hand mercilessly crushed them before absorbing their essence. Slowly pulling itself out of the hole, Obelisk the Tormentor snarled menacingly, towering over Yugi and staring at the boy arrogantly. Obelisk the Tormentor, 4000 attack. Since the sword of revealing light is still active, I can't attack, Adam said comfortably, and Yugi bit his lips in frustration. I will set 3 cards face down before ending my turn. Then it is my turn, I will start by activating card destruction, both of us will discard our entire hand before drawing the same number of cards. Yugi exclaimed, and Adam frowned. Since we're drawing cards, it bypasses the restrictions set by Deck Lockdown. Next, I will banish the Beta, the Electromagnet Warrior, Gamma, the Electromagnet Warrior and Alpha, the Electromagnet Warrior, from my hand and graveyard to summon my second ace, Berserk Ion, the Electromagnet Warrior. Similar to Valkyrian, 3 robots began to attach, transforming into a much larger machine. Berserk Ion, the Electromagnet Warrior, 3000 attack. With Berserk Ion, I'm able to banish Gamma, the Magnet Warrior and target your king's sarcophagus to destroy it. Before that, I shall activate Canopic Protector. This allows me to summon back 1 Horus monster from my graveyard. I will choose Happy, the Guidance of Horus. Happy, the Guidance of Horus, 2400 defense. After the construct emerged from the king's sarcophagus, Berserk Ion raised its sword, channeling lightning that struck the coffin and enveloped it in flames. Upon impact, the sarcophagus instantly exploded, and golden shards flew in every direction. Since a card left the field because of Berserk Ion, you have triggered the effect of my Horus monster. It allowed me to return 2 cards from the graveyard back to my hand. I will choose Slifer the Sky Dragon and King's Sarcophagus. Yugi's expression worsened, and he knew that Adam would only bring back King's Sarcophagus on the very next turn. He must do something, or else Obelisk the Tormentor contribute 2 monsters before dealing 4000 damage to him directly and ending the duel prematurely. Finally, I will summon Silent Swordman and set 2 cards before ending my turn, Yugi muttered, his face filled with desperation. Silent Swordman, 1000 attack. Sensing Yugi's distress, Adam hummed grimly. However, knowing his feelings, the pharaoh refused to lighten the pressure. I will start with Bounce Spell. I can take control of a face-up spell card on the field and apply its effect as though I have activated it. I will target your Sword of Revealing Light, make it so that you can't attack instead. Adam shouted as the bright swords moved from Adam's field towards Yugi and surrounded his monsters. Then, I will play King's Sarcophagus and summon back my Horus monsters. Imesty, the Glory of Horus, 3000 attack. Habi, the Guidance of Horus, 2400 attack. Dumutav, the Blessing of Horus, 3600 attack. In response, I will activate Ground Erosion. Yugi yelled back. At any time, I can choose to send this card to my graveyard and negate the effects of a monster in a selected monster zone, then, the monster in that zone will also lose 500 attacks for each standby phase this card is active. Fine, then I will enter the battle phase. Adam said as all his monsters slowly rose. Obelisk the Tormentor, attack Silent Swordsman. Roaring, Obelisk the Tormentor lashed out with its fist, sending a powerful punch towards Silent Swordman's direction. Not so fast, I will activate my second card, Turn Jump. For the next 3 turns, each player must pass their turn. Then, we shall resume play from the battle phase. In response, I shall activate my trap, Summoning Clock. I can add 1 counter during each of my standby phases. Then, I'm able to send this card to the graveyard and by tributing 1 monster, I can special summon monsters from my hand based on the number of counters on this card. Yugi. A stopwatch appeared in the center, and its arrow began to spin clockwise. It was as if time itself had accelerated before finally stopping abruptly. With this, my Silent Swordsman will evolve, and as 3 turns pass, he will become Silent Swordsman level 3. The young soldier on the field transformed into a tall, handsome warrior. On his shoulder rests a massive blade as tall as his entire body, and he calmly stares at the Egyptian god with vigor. Silent Swordsman LV3, 2500 attack. Your Silent Swordsman is still weaker than Obelisk the Tormentor. Adam exclaimed, and Yugi nodded with a nervous smile. That's why I will activate my ground erosion. Since 3 turns have technically passed, the Egyptian god will lose 1500 attacks. Since it targets the field your monster is standing in, Obelisk the Tormentor will be affected. The ground beneath the Egyptian god warped, and Obelisk the Tormentor's legs sunk into the floor as if it were made of mud. The god roared ungratefully, unable to move. Obelisk the Tormentor, 4000 to 2500 attack. Then I will cancel the attack, Adam muttered with a small frown before turning to his remaining monsters. Imesty, the glory of Horus, attack the Silent Swordsman instead. I will stop you there. Yugi screamed frantically, his voice hoarse from the tension. I activate my final trap card, negate attack, to instantly end the battle phase. Very well, Yugi, but that only prolongs the inevitable. Glancing at his side of the field, his expression became solemn. Let's see if you can survive this. First, I play Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards from my deck. Next, I will activate the effect of Summoning Clock, by attributing Habi, the guidance of Horus. I can summon monsters from my hand ignoring its tributes equal to the number of counters on this card. Although there are 3 counters, I shall only summon 1. I call upon you, Slifer the Sky Dragon. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 attack. Since I have 3 cards, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain 3000 attacks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 to 3000 attack. Next. Adam shouted and stared at his 3 warriors on the field. Imesty, Habi and Dumatef suddenly began to glow as they collapsed onto their knees. Golden smoke seeped out the cracks of their armor, and the monsters crumbled, leaving only their weapons and armor on the ground. The colder smoke floated into the air, and they began to condense into a thick sphere. Raising his hand, Adam gazed at the sphere and spoke in a loud voice. Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry, transform thyself from orb of light and bring me victory in this fight, I beseech thee, grace our humble game, but first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of Ra. Screech. The sphere exploded, and everyone heard a shrieking cry, similar to a bird. Scattering dusts everywhere, in its place stood a golden dragon flying in the air. Winged dragon of Ra, 9000 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3000 to 2000 attack. This is insane, Joey laughed in disbelief. Oh Yugi, Tia mumbled while staring at her friend worriedly. While Yugi's friends were running around in a panic, I was ecstatic to witness this amazing scene firsthand. However, I also wondered whether I would be able to survive in Yugi's situation. Glancing at Kaiba, his face was stuck in a perpetual frown, and he glared intently at the 3 Egyptian gods. Even this, I don't think it's possible to win, he muttered, and I smiled awkwardly. This is the power of the Pharaoh, I praised before directing my gaze towards Yugi. Let's see how you will get out of this Yugi, I mumbled to myself. The true show has just begun. Chapter 115. Third POV. 3 Egyptian gods. The mere thought of fighting against them all at once would drive anyone insane. Smiling, Adam stood proudly as the 3 monstrosities stood behind him, each one extruding a sheer presence that could not be ignored. Since the battle phase has already ended, I will pass my turn here, Adam said, and Yugi grimaced. It's my turn, Yugi replied and glanced at his hand. Since another turn has passed, Silent Swordsman LV3 will transform into Silent Swordsman LV4. Silent Swordsman LV4, 3000 attack. First, I will activate the effect of Berserk Ion, the Electromagna Warrior, and banish Beta, the Magnet Warrior, to destroy your king's sarcophagus. Next, I will set Valkyrian, Berserk Ion and Silent Swordsman all to a defensive position. Valkyrian, the Magnet Warrior, 3850 defense. Berserk Ion, the Magna Warrior, 2800 defense. Silent Swordsman LV4, 1000 defense. I will set 1 card and end my turn, Yugi muttered in frustration as he was forced onto the defensive. Then it's my turn, because I drew another card, Slifer the Sky Dragon will gain an additional 1000 attack points. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 2000 to 3000 attack. I will immediately enter the battle phase. Adam declared, and the 3 Egyptian gods stirred. Obelisk the Tormentor, attacked the Silent Swordsman. Obelisk surged forward, its colossal frame struggling against the thick mud that clung to its legs. Undeterred, the mighty deity seized the Silent Swordsman in its massive hands. A surge of fury erupted as Obelisk's titanic fists came crashing down, the force shattering the valiant warrior in an instant. Slifer, the Sky Dragon, destroy Berserk Ion, the Electromagna warrior. With a thunderous roar, Slifer plunged from the heavens, its colossal serpentine form coiling around the mechanical soldier. The dragon's immense jaws snapped shut over Berserkian's head, crushing it with devastating force before crushing what was left within its coil, similar to that of a snake. When Berserk Ion the Electromagna warrior is destroyed, I can target the 3 electromagnet warriors in my banished zone and summon them onto the field. Yugi shouted, and 3 robots were formed from Berserkian's remains. Gamma, the Electromagnet warrior, 800 attack. Alpha, the Electromagnet warrior, 1700 attack. Beta, the Electromagnet warrior, 1500 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon will then proceed to activate, and all of your electromagnet warriors will lose 2000 attacks. If any of your monsters' attacks drop to 0, they will be destroyed. Gamma, the Electromagnet warrior, 800 to 0 attack. Alpha, the Electromagnet warrior, 1700 to 0 attack. Beta, the Electromagnet warrior, 1500 to 0 attack. The moment they materialized, the 3 robots erupted in an explosion, engulfing the battlefield in a fiery burst. When the smoke cleared, only a lone gadget trio remained on Yugi's field. Yugi's hand trembled as dread crept into his heart. His will to fight wavered, the crushing weight of the battle pressing down on him. Clenching his fists, he shut his eyes tightly, forcing back the tears that threatened to spill. What was he supposed to do? How could he possibly stand against the might of 3 Egyptian gods? Doubt coiled around his heart like a vice, suffocating his resolve. His arms fell to his sides, the weight of despair pressing down on him. His once burning determination flickered like a dying ember. What are you doing? Are you really going to give up now? Yugi, I. Stop giving me excuses, Adam scolded harshly. Isn't this what you wanted, to send me to the afterlife? Yes, but... Then keep fighting. The Pharaoh's voice thundered through the cavern, his words carrying both command and urgency. Prove to me that once I'm gone, you'll have the strength to stand on your own. Yugi's pupils trembled as the weight of Adam's words settled over him. Slowly, he lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over his friends. Their faces were filled with worry, and Yugi felt embarrassed by their overly worn concerns. Averting his gaze, his eyes subconsciously wandered towards Yuna, who was staring at him with an unreadable expression. Staring at her face, Yugi couldn't help but recall a conversation they had a couple of months ago. 2 months earlier. Would you like some tea? Yugi asked when Yuna entered his room. No, it's all right, Yuna rejected his offer, and they both sat down in the center of the room. It has been a week since Yuna visited his home. At this point, Yugi's family were accustomed to her visits, so the boy could finally avoid his mother's teasing. Already knowing what to do, Yugi handed Yuna his deck, and she quietly shifted through each card. You're on the right track, but maybe you could add some spell removal type cards. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just in case there's something pesky on the field. Thanks a lot, Sano-san, Yugi smiled wryly. However, I'm also a little worried that this may not be enough. How so? Yuna inquired. Well, how should I deal with the Egyptian gods? Adam will definitely be using at least one, if not all, 3. As you may already know, there are technically 3 ways to defeat an Egyptian god card, Yuna said, raising 3 fingers. First, you can outpower the god through sheer attack power. Second, you fight a god with another god. Lastly, you can use cards that don't affect the Egyptian gods directly. Since it's pretty difficult to outpower a god, and Adam will possess all 3 Egyptian gods anyway, the third option is your best choice. Cards that affect the duelist or the field or any of the game phases can work, they all can bypass the protection effect of the Egyptian gods, and some cards can even weaken or destroy them, Yuna explained with a confident smile. So never be afraid, Yuna spoke softly. If you just remain patient and watch closely, even a god will eventually show its weakness. As he snapped out of his daze, Yugi slowed down his breathing, regaining his calm. His mind went into overdrive, and he quietly stared at the 3 Egyptian gods, searching for anything he could exploit. Then, his gaze fell upon Slifer, the Sky Dragon's massive, gaping jaw. Something clicked. A spark of realization flared in his mind, and in that instant, a plan began to take shape. Good, it seems you've regained your confidence, Adam observed, a hint of approval in his voice. Then I shall continue. Winged Dragon of Ra, destroy Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior. A blinding orange beam erupted from the dragon, searing through the air with devastating force. The moment it struck, Valkyrian's armored exterior melted like wax, and its form was reduced to scrap. I will set one card face down and end my turn here, Adam said, crossing his arms. Let's see what you can do. Right. I will draw. I will first activate my card of Sanctity, allowing both of us to draw until we have 6 cards. Frowning, Adam was caught off guard, and he stared at Yugi strangely. If you play this spell, Slifer the Sky Dragon will only get stronger. I'm perfectly aware. So draw. Adam, very well, I shall do as you say. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 3000 to 6000 attack. Next, I'm activating my Burial from a different dimension. This spell allows me to bring Gamma and Beta, the Magnet Warrior, back from the banished zone to my graveyard. Next, I'm playing Foolish Burial, sending my second copy of Valkyrian to the grave. Then I'm activating Magnet Reverse, targeting my Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior that was sent to the graveyard this turn and reviving it in a defensive position. Valkyrian, the Magna Warrior, 3850 defense. When you summon Valkyrian, Slifer the Sky Dragon's effect will be activated and lower your monster's attack by 2000. That won't be happening. Yugi yelled back and activated the card that he had placed earlier. You trigger the trap card, Magnet Force. Until this end phase, if any of my rock or machine type monsters are targeted for an opponent's effect, I can switch that target back to any appropriate monsters you control. Adam. To his shock, Slifer the Sky Dragon fired a yellowish beam from its second jaw. However, instead of striking the machine, the beam was suddenly redirected towards the Egyptian gods. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 6000 to 4000 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor, 2500 to 500 attack. Winged Dragon of Ra, 9000 to 7000 attack. It actually worked, Joey exclaimed in excitement. The Egyptian gods are weakening. How is it possible? I thought Egyptian god cards are not affected by any effects. It's simple. Yuna replied, and their eyes all turned towards her. Magnet Force does not target Slifer the Sky Dragon but its effect. Since the effect is originally from an Egyptian god, it can bypass their protection and affect the other gods as well. To everyone's surprise, Yugi continued to move and disassemble Adam's defenses one by one. I will activate Valkyrian the Magna Warrior's effect to tribute it and summon back my 3 Magnet Warriors from my graveyard in defense positions. Alpha, the Magnet Warrior, 1700 defense. Gamma, the Magnet Warrior, 1800 defense. Beta, the Magnet Warrior, 1600 defense. Once again, Slifer's ability instinctively activated before being redirected toward the 3 Egyptian gods, and Adam stood helpless, trapped in this absurd loop. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 4000 to 2000, 0 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor, 500 to 0 attack. Winged Dragon of Ra, 7000 to 5000, 3000 attack. Obelisk the Tormentor was the first to fall, and Slifer the Sky Dragon swiftly joined soon afterwards. Their bodies crumbled like broken statues, and the pieces turned into dust. Adam watched in astonishment. In mere moments, 2 of the mighty Egyptian gods had been vanquished. The Winged Dragon of Ra let out a strained cry as it dropped to its knees, its golden form dimming. The overwhelming energy it once radiated had been drained. Nice, Yugi did it. Tia cheered. There's only one god left. It is quite fortunate he was able to escape his predicament, but the Winged Dragon of Ra still stood, and it's the strongest god of them all, Merrick commented. But Yugi's in a much better position now. Tia grinned. Come on, Yugi, you've got this. Crossing his arms, Adam pinched the bridge of his nose and laughed. You have exceeded my expectations once more, but it's not over, is it? You're right, Yugi returned the smile. Let's finish it once and for all. Since I control Shining Sarcophagus, I will special summon Gandoragi, the Dragon of Destruction, from my hand. The Shining Sarcophagus reopened, and a massive dragon burst out. The monster has a beautiful black body and a gold underbelly. Red orbs glowed along its joints and skin, creating a terrifying and fierce appearance. Gandoragi, the Dragon of Destruction, 0 attack. When Gondora is on the field, I can pay half of my life points and destroy as many cards as possible, and if I do, they will be banished, and Gondora will gain 300 attacks for each card destroyed this way. Roaring, a red pulsating sphere began to form at the end of its jaw. Shooting the orb into the air, the sphere exploded, creating a massive shock wave that spread through the entire field, wiping everything but the Egyptian god and dragon. Gandoragi, the Dragon of Destruction, 0 to 2400 attack. Then, I'm able to special summon one level 7 or lower monster that mentions Shining Sarcophagus and increase its level by the number of cards destroyed. The one I will summon is Silent Magician 0. Yugi announced, and a young girl appeared on the field. She was dressed in white robes and a large wizard hat on her head, showcasing her status as a young mage. Silent Magician 0 LVL4, 1000 attack. Silent Magician 0 LVL4 to 12, 1000 attack. With Silent Magician 0's effect, she can gain attacks equal to the difference of her original level multiplied by 500. Closing her eyes, Silent Magician felt a white aura surround her. Her body and outfit began to grow. In a matter of seconds, Silent Magician transformed from a young girl to a beautiful woman. Gradually, her cheerful and naive smile faded as her expression matured and became serene. Silent Magician LVL 12, 1000 to 5000 attack. Yugi yelled loudly. This is the end, Pharaoh. Silent Magician, attack the winged dragon of RA. Soaring towards the sky, Silent Magician raised her wand and lightning gathered at the gem on the tip of the weapon. TSK, I will activate the effect of Winged Dragon of RA by paying all of my life points of but one. I'm able to increase the Ra's attack with the power I lost, Adam screamed. Adam, 2500 LP, 1 LP. Winged Dragon of RA, 3000 to 5499 attack. Your Silent Magician is weaker. So it will be destroyed upon your attack. The pharaoh refuted as the Egyptian god chased after the magician floating in the air. Flapping its massive wings, the dragon loomed over the mage and roared, eager to tear its challenger apart. However, to the god's surprise, the lightning intensified as the white light completely blinded the room. Raising her staff, Silent Magician, the lightning concentrated into a round ball. I will activate the spell, turn silence and increase Silent Magician's level 3 more times. Silent Magician LVL 12 to 15, 5000 to 6500 attack. This is the end, Adam. Silent Magician destroy Winged Dragon of RA with Silent Burning attack. Pointing her staff, Silent Magician fired a humongous laser. The Winged Dragon of RA shrieked as its body was completely melted through its body and continued shooting towards the pharaoh in the distance. Staring at the beam towards him, Adam sighed before closing his eyes with a smile, well played. Boom. Adam, 1 LP, 0 LP. Silence swept over the field as everyone held their breath. Yugi collapsed on his knees, his lips trembling in disbelief as a single tear slipped down his eyes. I won. His muttering brought everyone out of reality, and Adam laughed. His gaze filled with pride and admiration as he stared at his friend. Congratulations, Yugi, I was thoroughly defeated. Adam sighed in relief and turned to the Millennium Stone. As if responding to his will, the stone split open, revealing a white interior filled with light. Standing before the gate of the afterlife, Adam carefully took a step before stopping. Hearing footsteps behind him, he smiled wryly as he was suddenly embraced by Tia, who cried. Do you really have to go? She asked mournfully. I understand that you have a place to return to. But I hate that the wall of light is the only thing that separates you from us. Tia, Adam muttered with a complicated expression. Stop it, Tia, Tristan mumbled with difficulty. We can't guilt-trip Adam about staying, it's his decision, and we must respect it. I know, but... T broke down in tears, and she cried. Leaning against Tristan, she wiped her face, and Adam smiled wryly. When he turned to Joey, the boy gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. We won't forget you, you will always be our friend. Thanks, Joey, Adam muttered in a moved tone. I will never forget you all, thank you for everything. Adam slowly approached the light. Gradually, his outfit began to change, and he found himself in the regal robes of his time as pharaoh. As he gazed into the distance, his eyes widened in disbelief. All of his friends and companions were smiling as they waited for him. His calm expression cracked, and he bit his lips in tears. The people who had once fought with him laughed with him and smiled with him, welcoming the pharaoh with open arms. There, waiting for him, were the faces of his friends and companions who had once fought alongside him. Their smiles were warm, and their eyes filled with love and understanding. Adam's calm demeanor faltered as emotions surged within him. His heart ached as he realized that the people who had once fought, laughed, and suffered with him were now welcoming him home, their arms open wide in joyous reunion. However, before he stepped further, Adam turned around when he sensed two familiar presences behind him. So this is it. Yes, Adam nodded solemnly, and his voice tinged with finality as he handed Yuna his deck. Here, I have no use for this anymore. Yuna took the deck, her fingers trembling as she held it. Her gaze drifted towards the figures waiting for Adam in the afterlife. A small, bittersweet smile tugged at her lips as she recognized their faces. Among the waiting figures were her teacher and her friends. Her memories felt as fresh as though they had never left. The sight overwhelmed her, and before she could stop it, tears welled in her eyes. This is goodbye, Yuna whispered, her voice trembling as she hugged Adam tightly. The pharaoh awkwardly raised his hands in the air, trying to ignore the soft sensation pressing against his chest. He nervously averted his gaze from Sito's cold, piercing glare. When Yuna finally broke away, Adam quietly sighed with relief before smiling wryly. I assume both of you won't be coming with me. Well, we're thinking of staying for a while, Yuna admitted. There are still so many things we haven't done yet. Of course, Adam chuckled softly, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips as he turned away. Goodbye, Kizara and Sito, we'll be awaiting your return. With a final, lingering glance, he took one last look at the world he had known. Then, without another word, Adam stepped forward, crossing the threshold into the afterlife. Yuna's POV. As I watched Adam leave, I took a shaky breath. Are you okay? Sito asked, and I shrugged. Seeing Shada and teacher again brought up some nostalgic feelings, I answered, smiling. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Realizing I understood exactly what he was thinking, Sito coughed awkwardly before embracing me from the back. As Adam's figure vanished into the light, the Millennium Stone's glow faded, slowly losing its brilliance. Suddenly, the entire cavern rumbled loudly, snapping us out of our moment. Rocks and debris fell from the ceiling, and the earthquake created a massive sinkhole in the center of the temple. The Millennium item in the stone shook, causing shockwaves that shook the cavern, and cracks ran along the Millennium Stone. Run! I shouted, and we rushed down the stairs and towards the exit. However, before we could reach it, the exit was suddenly blocked by a large boulder that fell from the sky. What do we do? Yugi screamed in terror, and I gritted my teeth. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon and Dragon Maid Shu, come out. Channeling all of my available Ba, I called upon my spirits, and they appeared beside me. Destroy the ceiling. I ordered, and in unison, the 4 dragons unleashed their breath towards the roof. Unable to withstand the attack, the roof exploded, and sunlight shone through the large hole. Everyone gets on. Under my shouts, everyone scrambled to climb onto one of the dragons' backs. Once Sito and I mounted the Blue Eyes White Dragon, I made sure everyone had enough room before signaling the dragons to take flight. One by one, we ascended from the darkened hole, breaking free into the open sky. That was too close, I muttered tiredly. If we had even stayed a bit longer, we would have been crushed beneath all that rubble. As I imagined myself suffering an unfortunate fate, I suddenly felt Sito's head behind my neck, his arms wrapping around my waist. Is it over? He asked. For now, yes. Answering, I stared absent-mindedly into the distance. Although only a year had technically passed, it's safe to say this journey of mine felt painfully long. Throughout that time, I was able to smile, laugh, and cry. All these experiences will forever remain deep in my heart, but that adventure was finally coming to an end, and that feeling saddens me. Sito, for the past year, our lives have been filled with chaos. Despite how many times we both almost died. It sounds crazy, but I will miss this. I quickly shook my head and smiled wryly. You don't have to worry, it's just a stupid rambling of mine anyway. I think I feel the same way, Sito replied. After all this, I will return to my normal life as the head of Kaibakor. However, it will be different now. Oh yeah? And what would that be? I teased, my voice light with amusement. Sito smirked in response, but before I could say another word, he leaned in and kissed me gently on the lips. A smile tugged at the corners of my mouth, warmth spreading through me. Though the story of Yu-Gi-Oh had ended, I knew at that moment that my new life was just beginning. Chapter 116. 1 year and 9 months later. Third POV. It has been almost 2 years since the pharaoh parted ways. Everyone's lives soon returned to normal, and their memories of Adam remained forever in their hearts. However, those memories were quickly put aside as they had to face their next challenge, graduation. With schedules filled with exams, students studied desperately to achieve the marks they wished to achieve. After a grueling week, they were finally able to relax, as their worst challenge had ended. There was only 1 week left before they graduated from high school and took their first steps into society. Bursting out of the classrooms, the students buzzed with excitement, some eager to race home, others off to their favorite clubs, and a few already making plans to hang out with friends. As he slung his bag over his shoulder, Yugi couldn't help but smile in satisfaction and turned to his best friend, Joey. Hey, do you want to go get something to eat? He said, glancing at Tristan and Bakura. Do you guys want to come as well? After each of the boys agreed, he finally asked Tia behind him, Tia, do you want to join us? However, she shook her head. Sorry, Yugi, I already have plans. Suddenly, reaching out, Tia grabbed Yuna, who was walking by. We're going to visit Duke's cafe with Serenity. Come on, Yuna, we can't keep Serenity waiting. Without listening to his reply, Tia excitedly ran out the door, dragging Yuna along with her. 1 hour later. Happy birthday. Serenity and Tia cheered, placing 2 small boxes wrapped nicely on the table. Sorry if it is a bit small, we couldn't get anything expensive, Tia explained apologetically. No, they're perfect, I will treasure them, Yuna smiled, carefully opening the gifts, which revealed a cute rabbit hairpin and a pink flower bracelet. Putting on the hairpin and bracelet, she smiled. Thank you, it meant a lot. Well, that's what friends do, Serenity smiled back and casually sipped on her drink. By the way, what did your boyfriend get you? Yes, please tell. Tia insisted, and Yuna nodded with a faint blush. She pulled out a small case from her purse and opened it, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with small, glittering blue jewels. The gems sparkled so brilliantly that they seemed almost blinding. Whoa, how much was that? Serenity muttered in a daze. I don't think I could afford it if I worked all my life. That's why I'm hesitant to wear it, I'm afraid it might break, she said with an awkward smile. What's wrong? You don't seem that excited with the gift. Sighing wistfully, her smile faded slightly as she explained, I'm not trying to sound ungrateful, I hope that instead of gifting me something valuable, I merely want to spend a day together, that's all. Since Sito is the head of Kaiba Corps, I understand that he would be very busy, that's why, her voice eventually trailed off before blushing in embarrassment while the two watched on with smiles. Don't worry, Yuna, that guy is basically obsessed with you, Tia reassured. Compared to the dense Yugi, she sighed and angrily stabbed her fork into the cake. Serenity and Yuna chuckled awkwardly while Tia continued to rant about her relationship status. Setting her fork down, Yuna smiled, if you keep trying, he will surely notice you. That's easy for you to say, she pouted. With you and Kaiba, I don't even know how to describe a relationship like that. What do you mean? Yuna muttered in confusion. I mean, like you guys were lovers in your past lives that were finally united after 3,000 years, that's something you hear from a romantic fairy tale. Blushing, Yuna quietly fidgeted in her seat. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed that her love life was being described too flatly, it's not that amazing. She's not wrong, you know. Serenity commented. You and Kaiba's relationship is like a fever dream, unable to refute, Yuna smiled helplessly and sipped her drink while listening to the two lamenting about their lack of romance. By the way, Tia suddenly glanced at Yuna with a mischievous smile. Have you and Kaiba done it yet? PFFTT. Yuna almost spit out her drink at the sudden question, and she stared at Tia in disbelief, pardon? You know, have you two crossed the line? Laughing awkwardly, Yuna averted her gaze, and her face reddened with shame just by imagining it. No, we haven't done anything like that. Well, why not? If you think about it, you guys were already together in the past so it's not hard to imagine if you two would take it to the next step. Sheepishly rubbing her arms, Yuna awkwardly explained, I never thought about it before. Is that so? Well, I can't really comment on other people's relationships anyway. The boy has tan skin, golden eyes, and dark teal hair that spikes outward, which is typically not something you will see in a Japanese city. Hey, isn't that the new transfer student? Tia gestured with her chin. What was his name again? Yuna, it's Igami. Ah, that's right, Tia muttered. It's strange, I can't really remember when he got here, it's like he just suddenly appeared in our class one day. Right, Yuna responded quietly. But still, he had quite a mysterious vibe about him, and I overheard some of the girls in our class taking an interest. However, I also heard some bad things, Tia said, looking at the boy with pity. Apparently, he's getting bullied by Scud and his gang. Ugh, I hate those guys, Serenity snarled with disgust. They have to be punished. Big sister, surely you can do something, right? Big sister. Serenity and Tia exchanged confused glances before turning to Yuna. Her sharp gaze locked onto Igami like a hawk, her expression icy. The contrast between her delicate features and stern demeanor cast a chilling aura, making those nearby instinctively shiver. Big sister. Serenity called out once more, and Yuna snapped out of her daze. Sorry, I just got lost in thought for a moment, taking a long sip of her drink, she smiled. Yes, I will report it to the school committee, Yuna explained, but Tia and Serenity could sense that the sincerity of that smile had never quite reached her eyes. Unbeknownst to the two girls, Yuna's shadow suddenly expanded, and the wisps of darkness shot towards Igami. As the darkness touched the boy's shadow, it vanished. Ah, what are we talking about again? She asked cheerfully, casually changing the conversation. A few hours later. Third POV. As Igami walked through the quiet streets at midnight, he arrived at the abandoned warehouse the gangsters had told him about. He stood patiently, listening. Soon. The sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness, and from the shadows, several figures emerged, each wearing a Domino high school uniform. "Ha, this boy really showed up," one of the thugs exclaimed, and they chuckled. Staring at their knives and clubs, Agami remained calm as the leader, a short, scruffy man with red hair, snickered and flashed a camera at his face. "You sure got a cute face, it will sure make big bucks for this video," he remarked and flaunted his knife, waving it before Agami's eyes. Unbothered, Agami's pupils glinted coldly as he stared at the man before him. "You truly are scums on this world, and it disgusts me to share the same air as you." "Huh, what did you say?" Scud snarled and pointed his knife at Agami's eyes. However, Agami merely laughed and walked past the group of thugs. Standing next to the portable work lights, he sneered maliciously, "I will make sure the world I create will have no place for trash like you." Just as he was about to summon his Millennium Cube and wipe these gangsters from the face of the earth, someone suddenly snatched his wrist. Surprised, Agami lifted his head and found himself staring at a beautiful woman with blue hair. She observed Agami keenly before releasing him. The woman calmly scanned the group of gangsters and sighed, unimpressed by the situation. "Your name is Scud, correct? I thought I warned you about doing things like this." Sano-san." Scud exclaimed in shock, sweating nervously. "It's not what you think. We're just hanging out with our new friend." "That's so," the woman muttered, her brows furrowing into a frown. Her pupils observed Agami keenly, and he subconsciously nodded along with them. "Very well, but unfortunately, your time may need to be cut short," Yuna said regretfully. "It wouldn't be good for you all to miss school tomorrow." "Ah yes, of course." Scud agreed frantically, giving Agami one last glance. He and his gang quickly retreated as the large warehouse door shuts behind them. Staring at the woman cautiously, Agami quietly hid his hand behind his back, ready to summon the Millennium Cube at a moment's notice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," however, he froze when she calmly called him out with a knowing smile. "It won't go well for either of us." "Who are you?" Agami questioned, and his instinct screamed at him to be careful. "You may call me Yuna," she answered calmly. "I'm your classmate from school." "What do you want?" he asked, and Yuna shrugged mysteriously. "Are you an enemy?" "It depends, whether you follow through with your plan or not," Yuna smiled knowingly, and Agami gritted his teeth. "Don't worry, I'm not looking for a fight right now." "What will you do if I start one?" Agami growled and summoned the Millennium Cube. However, Yuna seemed unbothered, and her pupils briefly flashed. Instantly, Agami found himself surrounded by dragons of various sizes, each with an alarming amount of power. The dragons bared their teeth, growling menacingly, and each had enough strength to swat the boy like a fly. "Let's just call it here," Yuna suggested with a bright smile. To his relief, the dragons slowly retreated before disappearing into the shadows. Moving toward the warehouse door, Yuna stopped briefly and stared into his eyes. "I believe we will meet again soon. Go back to your mountain quietly, or else the next time we meet, Diva, we will be enemies." Agami's eyes widened in disbelief as Yuna calmly mentioned his real name. With a wave, she left, and Agami rushed out the door to chase her. However, by the time he's outside, Yuna's nowhere to be seen. Next day. Yuna's POV. Sitting at the back of the classroom. I could feel Agami's intense gaze from beside me. Frowning, I couldn't help but feel annoyed that he could at least hide his wariness towards me instead of blatantly flaunting it in the class. It was to the point that even Tia would ask if he had suddenly fallen in love with me. However, Agami was the least of my concerns, but Sito. Although I was hoping that my interference would stop Sito from acting in the original Dark Sides of Dimensions, the event still seems to happen out of my control, and Agami's appearance only confirms it. I tried to ignore it, but I could feel that Sito had recently hidden something important from me, and it continued to gnaw at my conscience. The most confusing question was about Sito's motive. Why would he want to bring back Adam? Surely, it's not because of his rivalry. My heart churned painfully, and I was unable to focus. As soon as school ended, I rushed to Kaiba Core and demanded to see Sito, hoping that he was at least still there. However, to my disappointment, Roland, Sito's right-hand man, greeted me. Under my intense glare, Roland sweated nervously as he apologized. "I'm very sorry, Madam Master Kaiba is currently unavailable." "Where is he?" I questioned, and Roland frantically shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that either." Tisk, I clicked my teeth as my calls were left unanswered. Marching past Roland, I entered the elevator, and he hurriedly chased after me. When the elevator reached the top floor, I walked towards the large door guarded by two hulking security guards. Ignoring them, I pushed open the door and entered Sito's office. As I expected, it was empty, and I moved towards the desk where his computer lay. "Noah, I know you're here, answer me." The screen eventually flickered, and the image of a boy with teal hair appeared before my eyes. "Yuna," he muttered and awkwardly averted my gaze. "Sito went to the Millennium Stone burial site, didn't he?" I asked rhetorically, and his eyes widened in shock. "Wait, how did you? When did he leave?" I slapped the table in frustration, and he flinched. Realizing my irrational state, I took a deep breath and softened my expression. "Please tell me." "He only left a few hours ago," Noah mumbled, and I sighed with relief. "It looks like I'm able to catch up." "All right, thank you, Noah." I left the room, quietly passing the stunned Roland and returning to the ground floor. "Divine Dragon, Lord Felgrand, come out," I quietly muttered as the golden dragon manifested before me. "Let's go," I said, climbing onto the dragon's back as it took off into the sky. Hours later. Third POV. Sito. We got all of the pieces. Pulling on the rope, Makuba and the case began ascending into the helicopter, which was waiting in the air. Nodding, Sito deactivated the dual disc and glared at Agami in the distance. "This is goodbye," he said before retreating as well. Agami cursed and used his quantum cube to teleport in front of Makuba. Grabbing along the rope, the two struggled desperately and tried to knock each other off and grab hold of the Millennium Puzzle. Unfortunately for Makuba, Agami was much stronger, and he pushed him away. Screaming, Makuba lost his grip and began falling down the sky. "Makuba!" Sito screamed and rushed towards his brother, trying to save him at all costs. However, before the boy hits the floor, a large figure swoops past, catching the boy in midair. Nervously opening his eyes, he found himself in someone's arms. "Are you okay? Big sister?" Makuba opened his eyes wide with surprise, and he frantically clung to her in relief. "Stay still," Yuna instructed as she directed Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand to turn. Roaring, the dragon dived towards Agami, still holding the rope, and the dragon sliced the rope with its sharp claws. Tisk! Agami teleported away to safety, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand grabbed the box in midair. Glaring into his eyes, Yuna huffed before turning away and glanced at Sito, who was equally surprised to see her. Without wasting any more time, Sito swiftly climbed onto his Blue Eyes White Dragon jet, and the aircraft took off, chasing after her. Chapter 117. Third POV. Inside Sito's office, the two Kaiba siblings stood frozen in their seats. In front of them was Yuna, whose expression was akin to a demon's. "Sito Kaiba, are you insane? If I hadn't been there in time, Makuba would have gotten hurt, or worse. Why would you bring him to something this dangerous?" "Big sister, don't blame brother too much, it was I who insisted on coming," Makuba muttered with guilt. "Quiet." Yuna snapped and clicked her tongue. "Both of you just desecrated an ancient burial site, what were you both thinking? Let me guess, you're bringing back the pharaoh." "Sito, how did you?" "I'm not an idiot, Sito. What else will you be doing? Let's not even talk about how disrespectful to Adam. What I'm most mad about was, why don't you tell me? I understand that you're not trying to get me worried, but I will get equally worried if you don't tell me anything." Sorry," Sito apologized with his face lowered. "Good, at least you apologized." Turning to Makuba, Yuna gestured for him to leave, and the boy lit up. "Does that mean I'm off the hook?" he asked, excitement flashing in his eyes only to freeze under Yuna's withering glare. Without another word, he bolted, the door clicking shut behind him. Yuna let out a long, weary sigh and sank onto the sofa. Noticing her shift in mood, Sito hesitated before settling beside her. Without thinking, Yuna leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. "I'm really worried, you know, even if you didn't say anything, I can tell what you're up to for the past week," Yuna said, and Sito averted his gaze. "Am I that predictable?" he asked. "No," Yuna said, shaking her head. "It's just because I love you that much." Sito chuckled stupidly, and Yuna lightly flicked his forehead. "So, why are you doing this?" Sito paused before staring into the distance. Tightly grasping Yuna's hand, he recounted a story that stunned her greatly. "When you died, I did everything I could to bring you back." Sito muttered, his voice slightly choked as he recalled the painful memory. "I gained access to powers no mortal should ever have and created an artifact, an 8th millennium item. I called it the Millennium Cube. The artifact tapped into the powers of the gods, allowing me to essentially bend reality to my will. Using such powers, I tried to create a world, one with you in it. But you already know how that went," he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "So after the goddess provided an alternative, I abandoned that plan. I tried to destroy the Millennium Cube, however, I failed, so I buried the artifact with me, and no one was able to find it, but it seems like I was wrong." It was faint, but recently, I have felt that same power being used again. It's always a sensation in the back of my mind, it was only recently getting stronger. But why would you want to revive Adam? Yuna asked softly. That's because the Millennium Puzzle and Millennium Cube were connected in some way. The only reason it gained this much power was because of the absence of the puzzle. This theory was proven true with the existence of the Pharaoh. However, with him gone, the cube will only get stronger. So that's why Adam needs to be brought back, and Millennium Cube will be weakened. Sure enough, our enemy knew the cube's weakness as well, and I was able to encounter him. Yuna crossed her arms, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. Yes, his name is Agami, he's the new transfer student in our class, she revealed. You would have known that if you actually showed up to class. Sito exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish shrug. Well, it's not like I have a real reason to go. Sighing, he gently ran his finger down Yuna's hair and said, I'm sorry for keeping it to myself, I should have told you, I'm afraid of getting you involved in a mess that I started with. Sito, if you hadn't done what you did, I would never be here, Yuna reassured. We're in this together. Seeing her radiant smile, Sito felt his breath hitch. In that moment, every effort he had made felt undeniably worth it. His gaze lingered on her, but as his eyes drifted to her neck, his brow furrowed. The necklace, he murmured. Yuna shifted uncomfortably, her fingers fidgeting. I felt it was too expensive to wear casually, she admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I was afraid I might break it. She held up the box, and Sito chuckled softly. With an easy grace, he took the necklace out. Jewelry serves no purpose if it just sits in a box, he remarked. But deep down, he knew no gem could ever outshine her. Yuna let out a sheepish laugh before turning her back to him, lifting her hair. Then, will you put it on for me? Sito hesitated for the briefest moment, then nodded. Carefully, he clasped the necklace around her neck. But as his fingers brushed against her skin, his breath hitched again, this time for an entirely different reason. Heat crept up his face, and he stiffened, quickly schooling his expression before she could notice the blush threatening to betray him. You looked beautiful, Sito coughed awkwardly, and Yuna smiled. Then, how about this? Before Sito could react, Yuna grabbed him and pulled him toward her. The next thing he knew, they tumbled onto the couch, her warmth pressed against him. He barely caught himself, his hands bracing against the cushions, leaving him hovering just inches above her. His breath hitched. He didn't know when it had happened, but the top buttons of Yuna's blouse had come undone, exposing the delicate curve of her collarbone and the soft swell of her cleavage. His mind scrambled, fighting to stay rational even as his imagination ran wild. Where are you looking? Yuna muttered, her voice quieter than usual. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, her eyes both wary and expectant. Their hearts pounded, their breaths uneven, an unspoken pull drawing them closer. The air between them grew heavy with something neither dared to name, an intoxicating, unrelenting fire. Yet, when they are about to succumb to their emotions, a sharp knock on the door shattered the moment like glass, jerking them both back to reality. Master Kaiba, may I please come in? Sito clenched his jaw, irritation flaring at the worst possible timing. Roland's voice on the other side of the door was grating, and he gnashed his teeth in frustration. Yuna let out a wry smile, her expression a mix of apology and amusement. With a quiet sigh, she sat up, quickly fastening the buttons of her shirt. Sito exhaled sharply, his tone dripping with venom. Come in. The door creaked open, and as Roland stepped inside, Sito fixed him with an ice-cold glare, the air in the room turning frigid. Without breaking eye contact, he gestured impatiently. Well? Spit it out, this had better not be a waste of my time. Why, yes. Roland whimpered in fear. There's an issue with the reconstruction of the Millennium Puzzle. What, how? Sito stood up, his gaze dangerous like an animal, and Roland felt that if he answered incorrectly, his life would truly end there. Roland, 2 pieces of the Millennium Puzzles are missing, Master Kaiba. Sito's face stiffened, his expression unreadable. Finally, after a few seconds, he spoke in a chilling voice, take me to it. Following Roland, Yuna and Sito entered a dim, dark hallway beneath the layers of Kaiba core. Smiling wryly, Yuna slipped her hand into Sito's palm, and she felt his seething anger lessen slightly. The automatic double doors hissed open, revealing a vast, darkened chamber. The only illumination came from the eerie glow of massive glass containment units in the center. At the heart of the room, a stark white table stood surrounded by Kaiba Corp scientists. Resting on the table, half assembled, was the Millennium Puzzle, its golden pieces glinting ominously under the sterile light. Around it were several Millennium items lay scattered that was excavated from the site as well. Have you thoroughly checked? I thought we had made sure all the pieces were collected. Did you search the scientists? Yes, we have checked everyone in the room, and we found nothing. Roland bowed in shame as Sito felt his anger continue to rise. Sito, please calm down, suddenly, Yuna interrupted. If I have to guess, it must be Agami's doing. During the scuffle with Makuba, he probably stole those pieces at that time. Sito inhaled sharply, his piercing gaze swept across the room. Everyone except Yuna, leave now. No one dared to hesitate. Within seconds, the scientists hurriedly filed out, their nervous glances lingering only for a moment before the doors sealed shut behind them. Rubbing his eyes, Sito sighed deeply, his face filled with exhaustion from the stress. Hugging his back, Yuna muttered, "We will find him." "How do we even start?" Sito asked with doubt. "He can be anywhere." Moving beside him, Yuna smiled and crossed her arms. "Don't worry, I had already left Starving Venom Fusion Dragon in his shadows. He's currently still in this city." "Then I will order a lockdown right away," Sito suggested excitedly. "We will make sure he won't escape this time." "Understood. While you're doing that, I will try to get in contact with Agami's relatives. He has a sister that he's close to, and we might be able to resolve this peacefully if we get her on our side." "Very well, but I'm assigning you with a team. If things even go slightly south, they will intervene. I'm willing to do anything possible to secure the Millennium Cube." Yuna frowned before sighing. "Okay, but make sure not to harm her. I don't want innocent people to be involved in this mess." Nodding, Sito entered the containment chamber before passing Yuna the Millennium Key. "I believe you will need this." "Thanks, Sito," Yuna replied before kissing him. Leaving no time to waste, the two began to move. A few hours later. On the night of Domino City, Agami stood on top of a building while looking down on the crowd below. In his hand, he fiddled with the 2 Millennium puzzle pieces he managed to steal. "Diva," suddenly, a girl appeared behind him. She looked at him worriedly as Agami quietly stared into the distance. "I saw him, Sarah," Agami muttered, his expression unreadable. "The one who killed our master." "Don't tell me you're going to do something dangerous," Sarah mumbled in concern, and Agami smiled wryly. "Don't worry, I will be alright. Here, I want you to have this," Agami said while handing her a piece of the Millennium puzzle. "In case something happens to me, I want you to hide this." "Diva. We can't lose this power now, for all of our sakes. Soon, we will be able to get out of here and live peacefully once and for all," Agami reassured with a smile. "That's why I must tie up some loose ends so that no one can bother us ever again." Nodding hesitantly, Agami teleported away, leaving Sarah on the rooftop. With nothing left to do, she went down and walked onto the street. Watching, Sarah saw a strange amount of police officers patrolling the city, and she nervously walked past them. "Hey, wait a minute, young lady," an officer said to Sarah. "Sarah, is there something wrong?" "Unfortunately, this entire city is currently in lockdown as a dangerous criminal is on the loose. I must ask where you're going this late at night," the officer questioned. As Sarah was unsure of what to do, she suddenly heard a voice behind her say, "Sorry, officer, she's with me." Surprised, Sarah saw a beautiful woman standing behind her. Gently holding her shoulders, Sarah couldn't help but be captivated by her soft, enchanting smile. Frowning, the officer gradually drew his eyes towards the name tag on the woman's chest before widening his eyes in shock. "Understood, ma'am, you two take care." "Have a good night, officer," the woman said, walking away while holding Sarah's hand. "Thank you," Sarah muttered gratefully. "Come on, you shouldn't be wandering around at times like this," she replied softly. "Do you have a place to stay?" Ah, Sarah remembered. After meeting up with her brother, she would have used her powers to teleport away. However, now, under the presence of the woman, she couldn't freely show her abilities. "I think I should go," Sarah said with an awkward smile, carefully removing the woman's hand. "Please wait," however, the woman quickly grabbed Sarah's hand with an apologetic smile. "I want to talk to you about Agami." Sarah's eyes widened, and she stared at her in shock. Smiling nonchalantly, the woman again grabbed Sarah's hand before guiding her away. Before she realized what was happening, Sarah was already sitting at the woman's dining table with a warm cup of tea in front of her. Hold on." Sarah yelled frantically and stood up. "Who are you? How do you know about my brother and me?" "Please call me Yuna, I'm your brother's classmate," Yuna explained. "Did he tell you about me?" Sarah questioned with doubt, unable to believe that her brother would disclose private information to strangers. "Haha," Yuna laughed awkwardly. "No, but I have been investigating you and your friends. Wait, before you get any weird ideas, sit down and listen to what I have to say." "Why should I believe you?" Sarah questioned cautiously. "Because I wish to help all of you," Yuna answered sincerely. Unable to find a hint of a lie in Yuna's words, Sarah eventually sat back down on the seat. "Who are you really?" Just someone who wants to settle this messy situation peacefully, isn't that what you wanted as well? Taking a long sip of her tea, Yuna sighed. So I need your help. The powers you and your brother wield are more dangerous than you both imagine, it must be stopped, Yuna explained, and she frowned. We never intend on harming anyone, we only wish to create a new dimension so no one can ever find us, Sarah justified determinedly, and Yuna shook her head. Yet Agami has almost killed my little brother and some students in Domino High, Yuna spoke coldly, and Sarah flinched at her sudden change of attitude. I can no longer believe that he doesn't mean any harm. You're lying, Sarah stuttered. You have to be. I am only telling you what I saw, but I'm telling the truth when I say that the power is dangerous, so it has to be destroyed. You don't understand, the abilities that were given to us were what helped us survive, Sarah explained sadly. We were able to live peacefully in hiding, if you take it away from us, we will be helpless. Please calm down, Yuna said softly. Sarah, I have no intention of hurting anyone. Kaiba Corps can help you. We will find a safe place for you and your family to stay. That way, you don't have to go as far as to make a new dimension just to escape from everybody, we will provide you with anything that your family needs. How should I even trust you? Sarah questioned suspiciously, and Yuna smiled before placing the Millennium Key on the table. I will create this shadow game. During this game, I must not harm Sarah and her family unless my life is threatened. Additionally, Sarah must cooperate with me at all times, and I must provide safe living conditions. To win, we have to stop Diva and destroy the Millennium Cube. Upon breaking any of those rules, the cheater will lose their right eye. If you agree to these conditions, please touch the Millennium Key that way, we will both be locked by those restrictions. Staring at Yuna in disbelief, Sarah couldn't help but feel impressed and afraid by the woman's confidence. The rules seemed too unfair for Yuna because she never specified how much help Sarah could provide. Why are you going this far, she muttered quietly, and Yuna chuckled. Because I'm just like you, I also don't want the people I love to get hurt, holding out her hand, her smile widened. So what do you say? Embarrassed by her smile, Sarah nervously fidgeted and averted her gaze. Finally, Sarah carefully reached out and slowly shook hands. Okay, let's help each other. Great, let's start quickly, please put your hand on the Millennium Key so the shadow game can. Yuna paused, and her smile faded, replaced with a serious expression. The roar of the starving venom fusion dragon entered her head, and she hurriedly stood up. Suddenly, the door was blown off its hinges and Yuna quickly summoned House Dragon Maid and destroyed the large wood with her fists. Soon after, Agami rushed in, his eyes blazing with anger upon spotting Yuna and Sarah standing next to each other. Before he could reach his sister, Yuna blocked his path. You've gone too far, Agami hissed angrily. She has nothing to do with this. Agami, I need you to calm down, Yuna instructed cautiously, her spirit standing close by to protect her at a moment's notice. We can work this out peacefully, and all I need you to do is hand me the Millennium Cube, Yuna said. Agami, what nonsense are you sprouting? Agami, I can provide the home you sought for your family, I promise we will make sure no one bothers you and your family again, Yuna pleaded. So please surrender. Big brother, she promised to help, I trust her. Sarah added, and the two stared at Agami in hopes. Sarah, don't tell me you believed her, Agami scolded harshly. Enough of this, I will deal with you just like I deal with that white-haired boy. Brother. Sarah screamed in shock, unable to believe what he was about to do. However, before Agami could do anything, an object was tossed into the room. Eyes widening, Yuna hugged Sarah and fell to the floor as House Dragon Maid covered them with her wings. Bang! A loud noise exploded from the stun grenade, and Agami screamed as he was concussed from the deafening blast. Armed soldiers rushed into the home, surrounding Agami with rifles. Agami tried to resist, firing blindly in all directions, but he was ultimately knocked down. Gritting her teeth, Yuna stood up and grabbed the Millennium Cube off his hands. Brother, Sarah mumbled in terror, and her eyes darted wildly. Grabbing her shoulders, Yuna gently soothed the young girl. Now Agami was captured, and Sarah was traumatized. Yuna sighed. Why do things never go as planned? Chapter 118. A few hours later. Yuna's POV. Deep inside Kaiba, I silently stared at Agami through the one-way glass. His eyes were blindfolded, and his hands were bound tightly behind his back. Although I'm not going to question the legality of this situation, I'm nonetheless both impressed and slightly terrified at what Kaiba was capable of. After opening the door, I entered the interrogation room and sat down opposite of Agami. When I carefully removed his blindfold, Agami glared, and his body shook with anger. How are you, Agami? Or should I say Diva? I hope they're not too rough with you. Why are you here? I have some questions, and I needed answers, I said while crossing my arms. You should be happy that it's me, everyone else just wanted to put an end to you and be done with it. Where's Sarah? Sarah's safe, but she's just resting currently due to shock, I answered honestly. Don't look at me like that, you're the one that caused this mess. Take me to her, Diva growled, and I shook my head. Do you think I would really release you? I frowned. You tried to kill me. Diva averted his gaze from my scrutinizing stare. As he remained silent, I continued to press him, all that talk about finding a peaceful place for your family to live, what a joke. It seems like you're more interested in staining your hands with blood than in caring for the people you care about. I slammed my hand onto the desk. The boy with white hair, Bakura, did you kill him? Slowly, Diva shook his head. I merely trapped him in another dimension, he's still alive. Relieved, I subconsciously released the breath I was holding. How many people have you killed? None. Then let me rephrase, have you shown any intent to kill another person in the last 2 weeks? Diva opened and closed his mouth before staring at me. Finally, after a few seconds, he nodded. They're people that deserve it, scums, and they're better off removed from this world, Diva growled with disgust, and I recalled the scene a couple of nights ago. If I didn't intervene, those bullies would have definitely died. We have no right to judge who should be killed and who shouldn't, I argued. Then who? Diva retorted. The longer they're alive, the more damage they can cause. Enough. I shouted angrily. Your sister told me of your goal of creating a peaceful world, but I now clearly understand you're just an egotistical maniac. You understand nothing. Diva yelled, trying to stand before tripping back onto his chair. You don't know anything. The boy named Bakura. He's the one that killed my master. Even though I already knew his backstory, I stayed quiet, letting Diva slowly unveil his past. It was a story I understood all too well. Like my past life as Kazara, Diva and the children he now calls his family were orphans, but they might as well have been slaves. If Sito hadn't saved me back then, I would have likely shared their fate, begging on the streets for a few precious coins, only to have them ripped away by the cruel hands of the slave merchants. When we don't get enough money, we get starved and beaten. That's no way for a child to live, Diva spat hatefully. But it all changed when Master arrived. He defeated the abusive man and took us in. Master is like a father to us, and our lives finally became warm. However, that's when the white-haired boy appeared. That boy's father offered to buy the Millennium items, which Master was guarding. But when the boy came in contact with the Millennium Ring, everything went wrong. It was as if something evil and vile appeared out of nowhere, and it killed Master and my friends, and only a couple of us were able to escape. That's why I felt so much anger seeing those vile people hurting others without a single remorse, and when I found Bakura, something inside snapped. As Diva looked at me, I sighed. Still, it doesn't justify your actions. Vengeance will only expand the hole in your heart, not fill it. Keeping silent, Diva eventually looked up at me with uncertainty. What will happen to me now? Diva, your actions still broke the law. Worst case scenario, you could be tried for the crimes you committed, I said, my voice weighted with concern. I see, Diva nodded, his expression unreadable. However, as promised, I will set up a safe place for your family, and no harm will be done to them, I explained. Only if you surrender. How about the Millennium Cube? After we release Bakura, we will destroy it so no one else can use it again, I answered, finding no reason to lie. Diva, then the Millennium Puzzle. It will be sealed away. The main purpose of uncovering it was to lure you out anyway, I explained, and he chuckled at the absurdity. That's why you also need to tell me where you hid the final piece. I put it away in another dimension, Diva replied, and I nodded gratefully. Thank you, that's everything, I said before standing up. Wait, Diva said suddenly, and I stopped by the door. Do you truly swear that you will protect my family? Of course, for the first time in this room, I smiled slightly. While it may not be the peaceful utopia you imagined, your family will be safe. Alright, Diva nodded, and I left, with the door closing behind me. 2 hours later. Third POV. Lying on the bed of the jail cell, Diva sighed quietly as he stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Various emotions plagued his face as he thought about his family's future, the consequences of his decision and the uncertainty of trusting Yuna. Yet, despite her doubt, Diva couldn't overlook the sincerity in her eyes. Maybe this was the better option. Even if they would lose their powers, they would be safe. Trying to fall asleep, Diva closed his eyes until he heard the door to his room unlocking. Diva. A familiar voice called his name, and he sat up in surprise. Before him stood a boy with dark skin and curly brown hair. He's dressed in a blue tunic decorated with a white ink symbol on the chest and slightly baggy pants that stop just above his ankles. Mani, what are you doing here? Diva exclaimed in shock at the sight of his friend. I thought you were looking after the children. What do you think? I'm here to get you out. Mani said, fiddling with Diva's handcuffs. When you and Sarah didn't come back, I feared the worst. Struggling to break the lock, Mani eventually took out the Millennium Cube from the bag, causing Diva to gasp, how did you get this? It was difficult, but thanks to the Millennium item I found, I managed to sneak in, Mani answered, and Diva frowned in confusion. The Millennium item, Diva's breath hitched when he saw the Millennium ring hanging around Mani's neck. Where did you get this? From the Millennium Puzzle excavation site, it was buried under a pile of rubble, Mani replied in a cheerful tone, but Diva couldn't help but shudder. As he stared at Mani, Diva finally noticed the silence in the hallway. Usually, there should be guards patrolling this area, but there were none in sight. What's wrong? Mani asked, and Diva saw the dark smudge on the side of his friend's face. Why aren't you speaking? Something has gone terribly wrong. Before Diva could act, Mani suddenly grabbed him by the throat. His bloodshot eyes trembled with a mixture of delight as his fingers tightened around Diva's neck. Mani. His eyes turned eerily cold as if the previous cheerful expression was a facade. To think you caught on that fast, Mani chuckled, and a dark energy warped over him. But it doesn't matter, you will die here anyway. Diva. I was such a fool, but the Millennium Ring's able to open my eyes, smiling, Diva's pupils trembled as Mani leaned close. You disappoint me, brother, how dare you leave our master's murderer alive? In my eye, you're just as guilty. Stop, Diva pleaded desperately, struggling to breathe. I won't just stop with you, I will kill Bakura and then all the trash in the world, after all, isn't this what you wanted, to create peace? Mani cackled like a psychopath. Not like this, Diva groaned, and using the last ounce of his strength, he kicked Mani away. Crashing into the door, Mani coughed while grinning. Clenching his fists, he slowly approached Diva, ready to end him. However, Mani suddenly screamed in pain. Collapsing onto his knees, he clutched his head in agony. Diva, he whimpered, and his eyes momentarily regained clarity. You must go, the ring is taking control, he cried in suffering. Take the Millennium Cube, get out of here. What about you? Diva yelled worriedly. I can't just leave you behind. Gasping for breath, Mani struggled to speak, it's already too late, the Millennium Ring has infected my soul, I tried to fight it, but it's taking control. Bang. It was so sudden. The sound of a gunshot filled the room, and Diva felt his eardrum ringing dizzily. When Mani fell to the floor, guards who heard the commotions poured in and turned on the lights. As the room brightened, Diva stifled a scream that almost escaped his throat. Mani's hands and clothes were stained with blood as it mixed with his own on the floor. It happened so quickly, and Diva's mind snapped from the shock. The despair of the death of his friend, the disappointment and anger of the sins he committed and the anger towards the guard for killing him. All of the dark emotions briefly formed into one, making him lose his train of thought. Shaking visibly, Diva was pushed onto the floor, his arms reshackled. The darkness in his heart suddenly grew, and the Millennium Ring on Mani's body responded to that emotion. Like a hungry animal seeing food, it magically hurled itself towards the Diva's hands, planting itself right in his palm. Before Diva could resist, the dark emotions intensified, completely drowning out any rationality he had left. The moment the Millennium Ring made contact, a powerful shockwave erupted, hurling the guards back like ragdolls. Consumed by pure hatred and instinct, Diva broke free and rose to his feet. His movements slow but deliberate. A twisted, maniacal grin spread across his face as he stepped out of the cell and then, without a sound, he vanished into thin air. Meanwhile. Yuna's POV. Are you sure you don't want to return to your room? I might stay awake for around another hour. Thanks, Sito, but I'm happy staying with you, I don't like how I'm taking it easy while you're working so hard, I replied, organizing the documents and passing him the ones with the highest priority. Staying by Sito's side for almost 2 years, I'm able to learn a few things or two about his work. Although I'm still not as proficient as Roland, I was glad that I was able to provide some assistance in times like this. I always studied late into the night during my life as Kazara, so I'm used to it, I added for reassurance, and he smiled wryly. Then I will finish quickly, Sito gently kissed the back of my hand, and my face flushed slightly. Just focus on your work so we can put this day behind us, I chided softly, placing the last remaining papers on the desk. Remember the last time we had something this hectic? Yeah, it was something a normal person would never go through, but we're anything but normal, Sito said, not looking at me. I also recall the times my blood pressure shot up because you recklessly threw yourself into trouble. Foo, I'm getting better at staying alive, I joked nonchalantly. As laughter filled the room, I kept helping Sito work through the remaining paperwork. We were just about to tackle the final document when a distant alarm pierced the air. The sound sent a jolt through us, and we both froze, our smiles fading in an instant. "What's wrong?" I asked nervously, and Sito scowled deeply while staring at the screen. "Our prisoner has escaped," he answered grimly before standing up. "Stay here, I will handle it myself." "Wait!" I yelled, swiftly grabbing his wrist. "I'm coming with you, I can't just sit back and do nothing, . "Alright," Sito nodded. "But you must have your spirit with you at all times." "Of course." I nodded and summoned Lady's Dragon Maid to stand beside me. Sito gave a satisfied nod before pulling open the drawer beneath the desk and retrieving a pistol. "Let's send a team to guard the Millennium Cube, and we'll take the Millennium Puzzle. Diva can't have both," I said, already sprinting down the hallway. "Parlor Dragon Maid, come on out." I summoned the young maid and instructed her to fetch Yugi as soon as possible. In the worst-case scenario, Adam may truly need to be brought back. After entering the passcode on the keypad, the door swung open, and a wave of relief washed over me as I spotted the Millennium Puzzle still resting on the table. With steady hands, I gathered the pieces and carefully placed them into the carry case. When I approached Sito, who was waiting by the door, I overheard him communicating through the radio. "What's going on?" I asked, noticing his solemn expression. "The Millennium Cube is already gone, damn it," he cursed in frustration. Suddenly, the whole building shook, and we stumbled awkwardly from the vibration. "Report. What's going on?" Sito shouted angrily, and his subordinates' voices crackled back in a frantic tone. "Sir, it's the prisoner. He became a monster." "What? Explain now." "He merged with the cube. We're being torn apart." Before they fell silent, we heard screams coming from the other side, and Sito's expression became extremely grim. "Get everyone out of this building," I said seriously, racing towards the lift. "I'll go get Sarah." As the building continued to sway, I finally reached the floor where Sarah was staying. "Sarah!" I yelled, bursting into her room. "Why, Yuna, what is going on?" Sarah yelped nervously as I held her shoulders. "Diva has broken free, I'm not sure what happened, but if we don't leave soon, he's going to tear this entire building apart." I explained frantically. Before Sarah could ask any other questions, monstrous grey hand ruptured from the floor, Lady's Dragon Maid. I screamed, and the spirit shattered the window with her palm. Without hesitation, I grabbed Sarah and leapt out as we began to fall from the 20th floor. Calling upon Blue Eyes White Dragon, it wrapped its body around us before crashing into the ground. "Are you okay?" I asked Sarah as Blue Eyes White Dragon carefully unfurled its wings. "Why, yes," she stuttered flusteredly. Still briefly shocked by what had happened, we both stared at the window that we had just jumped out of. From the hole, a monstrous being appeared, leaping down onto the ground with a loud boom. "Why, Yuna, what is that?" Sarah asked fearfully, and I grimaced. "That's your brother," I muttered as her pupils trembled in disbelief. Compared to his original appearance, Diva now looked like a grotesque and demonic monster. His skin became dark greenish-gray with black veins, and cube-like structures protruded all over his body. Diva also gained a rigid cube tail, and his arms lengthened considerably. He also earned a single spike on each elbow, his nails transformed into claws, and his legs became double-jointed. His hair has turned fully white and his teeth have become yellow, with his upper face covered by cube-like growth and his eyes forming on the side of those grow-off. However, the most prominent feature was the Millennium Ring fused in his chest, with blood vessels surrounding it. My worst fear had truly come into fruition, and I subconsciously cradled the traumatized Sarah for comfort. Gritting my teeth, I slowly stood up and gently pushed Sarah behind me. "You need to leave, I will buy you some time," I spoke solemnly while activating my dual disc. "I can't leave my brother," Sarah yelled, and I frowned. "Diva is gone, the 2 Millennium items have already corrupted him, so go while you still can," I said while handing her the case containing the Millennium Puzzle. "There will be a boy that resembles the Pharaoh coming this way, give this to him," I pleaded, and Sarah nodded nervously. When I made sure she had run away, I turned my attention back to Diva, who was glaring at me maliciously. Bang bang. 2 bullets ricocheted off the side of Diva's face, and in a blind rage, he swung at Sito, who had appeared behind him. Sito reacted instantly, dodging backward just as Diva's claws slashed the air, digging deep into the spot where he had been moments before. At that moment, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, lurking in Diva's shadow, sprang out and sank its stinger deep into Diva's back. The monster let out a roar of agony, spinning around to grab the dragon by its throat with brutal force. "What's the plan?" Sito asked, appearing beside me in a flash. We need to buy Sarah some time. Out of everyone who could bring Adam back, it's Yugi, I explained quickly, pulling Sito to safety just as starving venom fusion dragons soared over our heads. Boom! The explosion rocked the room as my dragon collided with one of the Blue Eyes White Dragon statues. I stumbled, falling to my knees, as a sharp pain shot through me from the loss of my ba. Yuna. Sito quickly supported me. I'm fine, I muttered, coughing to clear my throat. Amid the tension of the standoff, a familiar voice called out to us from the distance. I turned to see Yugi and Sarah riding on the back of Parlor Dragon Maid, cutting through the chaos toward us. Are you guys alright? He asked worriedly while landing next to us. No, you came just at the right time, I replied with a smile. How about the Millennium Puzzle? Here, Yugi answered, revealing the fully solved puzzle. But, nothing appears to be happening. I see, I spoke vaguely, already expecting something like this to happen. It was only when the situation became so desperate that Adam finally showed up. Yugi, what should we do now? Do you really need to ask? Sito sharply retorted and activated his dual disc. As Yugi sighed with exasperation, I patted his shoulder with a wry smile. It's just like old times, think of it as one last bang before we graduate. Chuckling at my joke, Yugi switched on his dual disc and stepped forward. Alright, let's save the world one more time. As we confronted Diva, dark smoke began to seep across the floor, swirling around our ankles. Slowly, the smoke started to rise, thickening into a blackish dome that cut us off from the outside world. You were truly fools to believe you stood a chance, Diva muttered, a ravenous grin stretching across his face. With a slow, sickening motion, he stuck out his long blue tongue and licked the side of his face. It amuses me. But I will play your game, he continued, the cube on his arm twisting and contorting until it reshaped into a form resembling a dual disc. Let's begin. Duel. We shouted together, prepared to end this once and for all. Chapter 119. Third POV. Duel. The three duelists shouted, their expressions tensed while watching Diva's every move. At the corner of their vision, they watched Kaibacore employees hurriedly evacuating to safety. Makoba. Get everyone away from here. Sito shouted at his brother, leading the evacuation. Snarling, Diva observed the people running away, and the hatred in his heart grew. The Millennium Cube and Ring purged away any humanity left. Now, he's merely a beast drowned in rage. Annoying. Diva muttered, and the cubes protruding from his body shimmered in unison. With a roar, he unleashed a massive shockwave in all directions. People who were struck by the wave of shadows dissolved into nothingness, and the surroundings were filled with the terrified screams of the victims. No. Yuna immediately summoned Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and the dragon lunged at Diva, trying to stop him. Despite being 3 times smaller than the dragon, Diva easily deflected Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's claws with his arms. Sister, brother. Struck by the attack, Makoba yelled in pain as his body began to fade. Under their shocked gazes, Makoba vanished, and not even an inkling of his presence remained. Makoba. Yuna cried, and in a fit of rage, she called upon all of the spirits she could muster. Ignoring the massive strain being put on her body, Yuna ordered the dragons to attack Diva in unison. Explosions and various colored breath erupted at the opposite side of the field as the dragons laid waste to where Diva stood. However, despite the massive firepower, all the attacks were effortlessly dodged. Boom. Nurse Dragon Maid was the first to fall as she transformed back into her humanoid form before vanishing in pain. Slowly, each of the Dragon Maids was defeated as Diva slipped through between the gaps where the other maids had left. Groaning, Yuna fell to the ground as the familiar but unwelcome feeling overwhelmed her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood as all of the spirits returned to her soul. Yuna. Sito uttered frantically and grasped her wrist as she stared at him with unfocused eyes. Let me go. He needs to pay. Sito couldn't bear to watch anymore and snapped, Stop. You need to calm down. Instantly, Yuna flinched, and her knees buckled. Why, she mumbled weakly, tears streaming down her face. Listening to her sobs, Sito felt his heart twisting painfully. Gently releasing his grip, Yuna cried in despair as Sito held her with a grimace, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm the one that caused this mess, and I will fix it, he continued and reached into his coat pocket before taking out the Millennium Rod. Gritting his teeth, Sito generated a large beam that struck a barrier, leaving a large hole. Sito, what are you doing? Yuna asked hesitantly. Making things right, staring at Yuna's body, Sito muttered. Come out. Feeling a portion of her ba suddenly leaving her body, Yuna was stunned as Blue Eyes White Dragon summoned itself. Get her away from here, Sito ordered as the dragon growled in affirmation. Wait, hold on. Yuna protested, but she was too exhausted to resist. Blue Eyes White Dragon grabbed her before unveiling her wings. No. Let go. Sito. Ignoring her command, Blue Eyes White Dragon took flight, and she cried angrily. Watching her dragon flying further and further away, he muttered one quiet apology and turned to Yugi. You may leave also if you wish, since it's not your fight, but this is the only time you will hear these words from me. I need your help, Sito muttered solemnly, and Yugi's eyes widened at his alien behavior. Eventually, Yugi laughed and smiled wryly. You must really love Sano-san. Humph, you have no idea, Sito smirked, and the two men glared at Diva with renewed confidence. Meanwhile. Yuna's POV. Stop, you have to go back. I shouted angrily as Blue Eyes White Dragon carried me further away from the duel. Please. Hearing Blue Eyes White Dragon's mournful roar, I was eventually let down on top of a rooftop. I stumbled weakly and fell to the ground. Exhausted, I propped myself up as Blue Eyes White Dragon rubbed its head against me. Sito, I mumbled softly, trying to hold back the tears that continuously flowed down my face. My heart was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. From the betrayal from Sito and Blue Eyes White Dragon, the grief of being unable to save Makuba, and the disappointment of my current uselessness. Sensing my distress, the Blue Eyes White Dragon growled softly and rested its head on my lap. No matter what I say, you're not going to take me back there, are you? I questioned, and the dragon averted my gaze. Sighing, I tightly hugged Blue Eyes White Dragon and buried my face into its neck. There must be something I can do, I thought desperately. Since Blue Eyes White Dragon refused to bring me back to battle, I doubt my other dragons would, as well. Trying to figure out what to do, I suddenly remembered an item I received about a year ago, and I activated the system that I hadn't interacted with in so long. In my hand was a soft slip of thin white paper. Although there's nothing written on it, I can sense the strange and mysterious energy within this slip of paper. Here goes nothing, I muttered to steel myself and tore the piece of paper in half. Instantly, my head was assaulted with a wave of dizziness, and my vision darkened. Relenting to the dizziness, and before long, I lost consciousness. By the time I woke up, I was no longer on the rooftop of a random building but instead in a dark, black space. All the exhaustion and pain I was feeling vanished, and I patiently waited in this familiar environment. Before long, a light appeared in this dark space as a large figure materialized from the light. Bracing myself, I calmly faced the goddess as she stared at me. Dear child, why have you summoned me? Holacti-sama, my voice faltered slightly under her presence. Please save Sito and Yugi. I see, Holacti's eyes softened briefly before shaking her head. I'm sorry, Yuna, I'm unable to grant your request. Why? I shouted instinctively before quickly bowing with shame. Please forgive me, I spoke without thinking. Clenching my fists to control my emotions, I heard Holacti chuckle wryly as she began to shrink down to my height. Standing beside me, I flinched as she placed her hand on my shoulder, and a gentle warmth spread through my body. Yuna, how much do you trust Sito Kaiba? Holacti asked, and I slowly raised my head. I trust him with my life, I answered resolutely, and the goddess chuckled. Then why don't you trust that he will succeed? She retorted with a smile, and I averted my gaze. I'm not, it's just I'm really worried. I eventually let out a quiet whimper, and the anxiety in my heart grew. Even if I knew that if I didn't do anything, it might play out just like the originals, but I couldn't help but be afraid. I understand, your affection for him is deep, Holacti smiled wryly. As she waved her hand, a whitish projection appeared, and images began to play from within the screen. Recognizing the Kaiba Core building, I quietly gasped and focused on the duel that was currently happening. Just like how it was in the story, Sito and Yugi were struggling as Diva continued to pressure them with his effect of Crimson Nova Trinity. The Dark Cubic Lord, forcing them to lose life points by half every time Diva declared an attack. As their life points continued to edge towards zero, I bit my lips and resisted the urge to jump up and down. Holacti-sama, why can't you help them? I found myself asking the goddess with an incredulous expression. It's not because I don't want to, but because I can't, Holacti explained, leaving me even more confused. With a small sigh, she explained, Dear child, do you recall my explanation of how your partner came to summon me? Seeing me nod, Holacti continued with a more resigned tone, other than ensuring him that both of you will cross paths after 3,000 years, Sito has also promised me the destruction of the Millennium Cube, the source of his power. But why didn't he? I asked. Sito said that it was buried with him instead. That's because he failed, so, he begged for more time, and I agreed, but when he recovers his memories, Sito must find the Millennium Cube and destroy it once and for all. How come I never knew about this? I muttered in shock and felt hurt at how much I was being kept in the dark. But that still doesn't explain why Holacti-sama is not able to help. That's because the contract we established is more complicated than you imagine. To be exact, it is a shadow game, Holacti explained with a helpless smile. Your partner is a very meticulous man. And he wants to ensure that I won't break my promise. If I repair your soul, he will destroy the Millennium Cube himself to prove his. The shadow game also has two ways. If Sito fails, he will pay with his soul. Can't Holacti-sama end the game? I pleaded desperately, but my hope was dashed as the goddess shook her head. A shadow game with a god can't be broken. This is Sito's sin, which he was willing to bear, and I can't interfere. I'm sorry, Yuna, for this disappointing answer. Nodding meekly, I could only stare as Sito and Yugi continued being pushed to the brink. Fidgeting in frustration, I noticed the Millennium Puzzle dangling on Yugi's neck, still unresponsive. It was strange. It was never specified why Adam finally showed up and what caused his descent from the afterlife. People say that it is because of Yugi's desperation and praying for help from Adam. But, looking at Sito grunting in pain as he suffered from the shadow game, I could no longer sit here and do nothing. Holacti-sama, please grant me a request. Speak, as long as it's something I can do. Please, take me to the afterlife. I spoke resolutely. Not as in killing me, though. Holacti laughed. Yes, I understand. Once you complete your goal, you will wake up again in your body. Good luck, Yuna Sano. I hope you achieve your mission. With another wave of her hand, my vision gradually turned white as I was pulled into the afterlife. When the light faded, I found myself lying on top of a soft bed. As I found myself staring at the familiar ceiling, I eventually sat up and couldn't help but gawk in disbelief. This was my room back when I was living in Kizara. Still sitting on the bed in a daze, I heard footsteps in the distance, and the door to my room suddenly slammed open. Who goes there? How dare someone enter this place? Shada, I mumbled instinctively, and Shada froze, dropping the sword in his hand. Kizara. He mumbled, and before I could react, he pulled me into his embrace. Why and how are you here? Shada spoke while holding my shoulders. No, don't tell me, did you? That be starred. Shada cursed loudly. How could you arrive here first before him? I pray that Amit would devour his wretched heart. I'm not dead. I yelled in exasperation. Holacti sent me here. Also, don't joke about something like that. I'm not joking, though, Shada muttered but quickly shut up under my firm glare. But if that's the case, does that really mean you're not dead? Yes, I intend to live until 100 if you have to really know. I said and frustratingly pushed Shada away. However, both of us quickly broke into smiles at this nostalgic feeling. Chuckling softly, Shada flicked my forehead while holding back his tears. You really are an idiot. Yeah, but I'm an idiot who saved the world, I grumbled quietly, which only resulted in another smack on my head. So, you said you can't stay here for long, right? Shada sighed and changed the conversation. Come on, let's not waste any more time. Following him, I left the room and wandered in the hallway that I would always walk in and the scenery I would always look at during my life at the palace. Nothing has changed, I mumbled, noticing the people dressed in Egyptian outfits walking past us. The afterlife isn't as special as you think. It was a place similar to Memphis back in the day. However, people don't have to work as a living anymore, and it's like an eternal paradise. Stopping by a window, Yuna watched people enjoying themselves in the bustling streets. Beyond the gate, she saw wave after wave of golden reeds spanning into the distance like a massive field that was as big as the world. As she continued to observe, Yuna spotted a bluish light all the way at the end of the gate, where numerous people gathered. That's the reincarnation portal, Shada explained. Some people will still want to feel the sensation of living again, so they go through there, back to the mortal world at the cost of their memories. How about you? Have you thought about living a new life? I never thought about it. We all plan to serve the pharaoh until he's ready to move on as well, or until I meet you again. What was life after I died? I couldn't help but ask. Life remained peaceful, thanks to you. We were able to survive the hardship, and I maintained my position as a sacred guardian until my body forced me to retire. But how come you still looked so young? It looked like you hadn't aged a bit since the last time I saw you. Living in the afterlife, there are perks such as becoming any age you want, but almost everyone prefers to be the age during our pharaoh's rule, Shada answered until we finally stopped just outside of the throne room. We're here. I wish that master was also able to see you, but he had already gone through the reincarnation portal, he muttered wistfully, and I recalled there was a certain kind of grandfather working in a card shop. How about you, Shada? I placed my hand on his shoulder. Maybe it's time. I still need to think about it. However, I'm glad to have met you once more, Kizara. I won't hold you here any longer. You came here with a purpose, so go fulfill it. Giving Shada one last hug, I turned to the large doors leading to the throne room. Pushing with all my strength, the door opened, revealing the grand room inside. Staring at the throne planted at the center, I watched as the familiar figure slowly stood up on his seat. With a smirk, he stared at me. "Welcome, Yuna," Adam greeted me, and I calmly faced the pharaoh in the afterlife. Chapter 120. Yuna's POV. "That's why you have to help them," I pleaded, pouring every ounce of desperation into my voice as I finished explaining. My chest rose and fell with each breath as I locked eyes with Adam. He let out a slow, weary sigh, his gaze dropping to the floor as if the weight of my words had just landed on his shoulders. I waited, tension curling in my stomach like a tightening knot. "Please, Adam, say something." My voice, once loud and urgent, faded into a trembling whisper. Sano I, his fists were clenched at his sides, and his knuckles were white and straining. His jaw tightened, and his entire posture was radiating unease. "It's not that simple." "What do you mean?" I asked sharply, frustration edging into my tone. What could possibly make it so hard to help them? Without answering, Adam rose slowly, like gravity was trying to hold him down. He walked to the balcony in heavy silence, the kind that makes time feel slower. I followed, stopping just beside him. The wind tugged gently at his cloak, and I studied his face-troubled expression. "I can't just leave this place," Adam said quietly, his voice heavy with the burden. "The afterlife is bound to my soul. If I descend to earth, I might be endangering the very existence of everyone here. Then just come back once you're done." I shot back, grasping for a solution. But he only shook his head, solemn and unmoving. "If only it were that simple," he murmured. "The only passage out of the afterlife is through that portal, but leaving without reincarnating would throw everything into chaos." I stared at him, the implications crashing down like a wave. "So best case scenario, no one here gets erased," I said slowly, dread creeping into my voice. "But the portal would likely be destroyed." Adam nodded gravely, the silence between us more deafening than any shout. Adam's voice cracked as he bit his lip, struggling to keep his composure. "I'd be putting every soul here at risk even if they're no longer part of the living world. To me, they are still alive." He looked away, but not before I caught the guilt pooling in his eyes. "But I can't just abandon Yugi or Kaiba," he whispered. His voice trembled, and when he finally met my gaze again, it was filled with torment. "Sano no, Kizara I can't." "Adam," I choked, tears slipping past my lashes. None of this made sense. Wasn't he the one destined to help Yugi in the original story? Why would he hesitate now? Had my sacrifice in his place twisted the course of fate? "Are you really going to do nothing?" I demanded, my voice shaking with restrained fury. "No," Adam shook his head slowly. His expression turned solemn, heavy with ancient resolve. "There is another way. You take my place as pharaoh. With that power, you'll be unstoppable, even in the mortal world." "Become the pharaoh?" I echoed, stunned, the words barely registering. He nodded. "The afterlife is tied to my soul, but if I pass the mantle to you, I'll be free to go without collapsing this realm. As the last of my bloodline, the next pharaoh must be chosen through ceremony, and you know what I mean, don't you?" "I think so," I nodded, recalling the drawings carved onto the stone of memories, depicting the duel between Adam and Sito. "Then let's not waste any more time," Adam said, straightening with renewed determination. "Meet me at the palace entrance." He paused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Oh, and by the way, the goddess showed me the world you once lived in. I have to admit, the evolution of dual monsters was truly astonishing." My brows lifted in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone. "It's a shame such things never existed in our time," he continued. "But thankfully, Holacti-sama indulged this small obsession of mine." With a casual motion, he reached behind the throne and pressed an ancient, unseen button. With a deep rumble, part of the wall shifted, sliding open to reveal a hidden chamber. The room was packed with thousands of dual monster cards meticulously arranged on gleaming shelves, each one preserved like sacred relics. "I'll see you in 10 minutes, Adam said, already turning to leave. I barely managed an audible gulp, staring wide-eyed like a child stepping into a toy store. Once he was gone, the silence wrapped around me like a cloak. I stepped into the room slowly, my fingers trembling as I clenched my fists at my sides. "Sito Yugi," I whispered to the stillness, voice full of quiet fire. "Keep fighting, just hold on a little longer." 10 minutes later. By the time I reached the appointed place, the air was already thick with anticipation. Thousands had gathered outside the palace, spirits of those who once lived in Memphis, now spectating this sacred rite. The weight of their gazes settled on my shoulders, leaving me on edge. Among the crowd, I spotted familiar faces, Shada and the remaining sacred guardians. They watched with quiet pride, small smiles playing on their lips like blessings whispered on the wind. "Let's not delay any longer," Adam said firmly. With a graceful motion, he unfastened his regal cape. The wind caught the fabric, sending it fluttering to the ground like a banner signaling the beginning of something monumental. His Tgthegood gleamed in the sun, but it was unlike the one I remembered. The design was sleeker and more refined. A fusion of ancient relic and modern ingenuity. 5 slots lined the arm piece instead of the traditional 3, and a compact compartment on its side held his deck, glowing faintly with latent energy. "Looks like you're ready," Adam said, raising a brow. "Have you chosen your cards?" I nodded, a steely edge in my voice. In that world, duel monsters might have been just a game, but here they're everything. I won't replace my dragons. Adam chuckled, the sound warm and knowing. "Of course, you and I were the same, then, let us begin." The Millennium puzzle on his chest and the Millennium key I carried pulsed in unison. A burst of radiant energy erupted from us both, a golden shockwave surging through the city. Adam, 4000 LP. Unisano, 4000 LP. Adam, I will start. First, I activate Apprentice Illusion Magician's effect. By discarding Slifer the Sky Dragon, I can special summon her onto the field. The crowd cheered as the first monster appeared before them. It was a young female mage with brown skin and white hair. Her outfit was a mix of purplish armor and robe with a design similar to that of her master. Apprentice Illusion Magician, 2000 attack. Then, if she's special summoned, I'm able to add Dark Magician to my hand. Hold on, while your effect resolves, I will activate my Troll and Lock Bird. For the rest of this turn, cards cannot be added to our hands. Just because I'm using the same deck, that doesn't mean I'm not using some modern tricks as well. Humph, Adam smirked. Then I will send Apprentice Illusion Magician to the graveyard and summon Timaeus the United Dragon from my hand. Timaeus the United Dragon, 2800 attack. Using Timaeus's effect, I will use the dragon itself and Dark Magician as materials, to fusion summon, Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, 3000 attack. I will set one card and end my turn, Adam said while crossing his arms. It's your move, Kizara. I will play the revived Sky God. We will both draw until we have 6 cards in our hands, and I can resurrect Slifer the Sky Dragon from my grave. In response, I will activate D. Crow to banish Slifer the Sky Dragon in your graveyard. In the sky, a black mechanical crow swooped towards Adam like a self-guiding missile, aiming for the Tgthegood on his wrist. However, before D. Crow could reach its target, but its path was suddenly blocked by Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, who destroyed the poor crow. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon will negate your D. Crow's effect and my effect resolve. Gritting my teeth, I watched Adam replenish his entire hand as the sky around us darkened with rain and thunder, as a large serpentine god descended from the clouds. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 0 to 6000 attack. Instinctively, everyone knelt at the presence of one of the great Egyptian gods. I would have followed suit under Slifer's strong presence here if I had forgotten that I was the one its hostile gaze was directed at. I will summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 attack. Slifer the Sky Dragon's effect will activate, causing Chamber Dragon Maid to lose 2000 attacks and destroy it. But first, Chamber Dragon Maid's ability will trigger, allowing me to add a Dragon Maid card from my deck. Next, I will discard Dragon Maid Tidying to play Super Polymerization. Fusing Chamber Dragon Maid and Red Eyes Dark Dragoon on the field. I will fusion summon, Starving Venom Fusion Dagon. Being absorbed into the bright portal, Chamber Dragon Maid and Red Eyes Dark Dragoon vanished as a malicious dragon emerged. As its grotesque plant-like appendages flexed, it roared, and the crowd murmured nervously. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack. If Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is fusion summoned, it's able to gain attacks equal to one of the special summon monsters on your field, but Slifer's effect will still decrease it by 2000. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 to 8800 attack. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 8800 to 6800 attack. Next, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will target your Slifer the Sky Dragon, copying its effects for the rest of this turn. Growling with excitement, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon slowly curled into a ball with its wings covering its body. With the sound of bone twisting and flesh tearing, the disgusting flower eventually bloomed, revealing the appearance of a purplish and dark version of the Egyptian god. Slifer the Sky Dragon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 6800 attack. Now I will battle, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, destroy the Egyptian god. Roaring, the two beings clashed. Like two snakes, they wrapped their body around each other, slashing with their claws and trying to gain the upper hand. Eventually, starving Venom Fusion Dragon ducked under Slifer's swing and bit the Egyptian god on the neck, destroying it. Adam, 4000 LP, 3200 LP. Grunting subtly, Adam smiled with admiration. I should have known by now, not even an Egyptian god is enough to defeat you, but no matter, I will summon Magikurabo. When I take damage, I can summon my Dark Magician from the grave. Dark Magician, 2500 attack. Dark Magician, 2500 to 500 attack. In my second main phase, I will activate my Dragon Maid Hospitality that was added to summon Parlor Dragon Maid, and send Dragon Maid Lorper from my deck to the graveyard. Parlor Dragon Maid, 1700 defense. Parlor Dragon Maid's effect allows me to send Dragon Maid Changeover to my graveyard, then, I will banish Parlor Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Lorper to special summon Ladies Dragon Maid. Ladies Dragon Maid, 3000 defense. Ladies Dragon Maid will special summon Nurse Dragon Maid from the deck, and Nurse Dragon Maid can revive Chamber Dragon Maid. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 attack. I will return Dragon Maid Changeover from my graveyard by sending Nurse Dragon Maid back to my hand, then I will use the spell to fusion summon Dragon Maid Shu, using Chamber Dragon Maid on the field and Dragon Maid Ernest in my hand. Dragon Maid Shu, 3500 attack. Finally, I will set 2 cards and end my turn, I said and took a deep breath. The astounding amount of cards in Adam's hand worries me, and I can only hope that I have set up a formidable enough defense. During your end phase, I will banish the revived Sky God to place a monster Reborn to the top of my deck, he said before subsequently drawing the card at the start of his turn. Looks like your monster is returning to normal. Hissing, starving Venom Fusion Dragon's form contorts, gradually shrinking and transforming back into its original appearance. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 6800 to 800 attack. During the standby phase, Lady Dragon Maid's effect allows me to fusion summon House Dragon Maid by shuffling my banished Dragon Maid Lorper and Parlor Dragon Maid back into my deck. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Also, Dragon Maid Shu can revive Chamber Dragon Maid from my graveyard, and she allows me to add Dragon Maid Hospitality to my hand. Chamber Dragon Maid, 800 defense. Very well, then I will start with the King's Sarcophagus. Adam shouted. Not so fast, I will activate Dragon Maid Shu and negate your spell. Then she will transform back into House Dragon Maid. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Then my other House Dragon Maid's effect will activate. Since a Dragon Maid monster left the field, I can target your Dark Magician and destroy it. I expected something like this, which is why I will play this. Adam smirked playfully. Since King's Sarcophagus is destroyed, I will call upon the Pharaoh's ultimate protector. Horus, the Black Flame Deity. Roaring, a huge dragon standing on 2 legs took shape. Its body was covered entirely in silver and gold armor with gems etched across various parts of its body, resembling the winged dragon of Ra. Horus the Black Flame Deity, 3000 attack. When Horus the Black Flame Deity is summoned from my hand, I can send all monsters on the field to the graveyard. Go, my deity, wipe them all out. Roaring, Horus the Black Flame Deity soared into the air. Spewing fire from its beak, the entire field was swept up in flames, and I grimly sent my dragons to the graveyard. Since starving Venom Fusion Dragon wasn't destroyed, its effect won't trigger. Next, I will play Monster Reborn, reviving Slifer the Sky Dragon back from the dead. Slifer the Sky Dragon, 5000 attack. Now I will battle. Slifer the Sky Dragon, attack her life points directly. Kizara. I heard Shada yell my name in the distance as I watched the Egyptian god diving towards me. I will activate my trap card. The destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. The ground behind me rumbled as a humongous red Daruma doll rose from the ground. Its body was made of metal, like a robot, and various gun turrets protruded from where its limbs were. Adam's lips twitched while staring at the ridiculous Daruma doll. Behold the power of the modern world. I declared shamelessly. When I activate this card, we must turn as many cards as possible face down. Cards that couldn't be placed in a face-down position, we need to send them to the graveyard instead. Its eyes glowing, destructive Daruma Karma Cannon unleashed a defeating barrage. Slifer the Sky Dragon roared in pain while the Dark Magician and Horus the Black Flame Deity frantically hid behind the back of their cards to escape. Since Slifer the Sky Dragon isn't affected by the trap card, the god couldn't be placed face down. However, the trap also states that you have to be the one sending it to the graveyard, so Slifer can't escape. Struck by the hundreds of projectiles, the Egyptian god once again collapsed, and the crowd burst into shock. But who could blame them? Anyone would be shocked watching their god get defeated twice in one game. Watching my confident attitude, Adam's shoulders shook as he laughed. Wiping the tears from his eyes from laughter, he smiled, truly, nothing surprised me anymore, but just because you survived, it doesn't mean it's over. I will play Secret of Dark Magic to fuse Dark Magician and Horus the Black Flame Deity and summon Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight. Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight, 3000 attack. Now attack, Dark Magician. Adam ordered as the knight charged, slashing me with his sword. Unisano, 4000 LP, 1000 LP. Finally, I will activate the bond between teacher and student to summon Dark Magician Girl from my deck, then I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Dark Magician Girl, 2600 attack. GUH, I groaned and slowly stood back up. Clutching my side where the phantom sword slashed me, I coughed and matched Adam's gaze. His expectation and anticipation of my actions lingered in his eyes. Don't worry, I'm not giving up this easily, I muttered with a wry smile, and he nodded. So it seems like this battle is reaching its end, Adam hummed, sensing my thoughts. But I'm not planning on backing down either. Draw your next card. All right. I yelled back. In the draw phase, I will start by banishing my Dragon Maid Tidying and bring back Lady Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Lady's Dragon Maid, 2900 attack. Lady's Dragon Maid will bring back Parlor Dragon Maid, who will send Dragon Maid Lorper to the graveyard. Then, I'm able to use Lady's Dragon Maid's effect to fusion summon Dragon Maid Shu, using my 2 maids as materials. I won't let you achieve your goal. Adam shouted. I will play Dark Burning to destroy all monsters you control. Leaping into the air, the 2 magicians raised their weapons and launched a massive purple sphere at me, completely wiping out the field. TSK, then I will use Dragon Maid Hospitality to revive Chamber Dragon Maid, and I'm able to send Dragon Maid Stern to the grave. Chamber Dragon Maid will be able to add Dragon Maid Welcome to my hand. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. I will then normal summon Nurse Dragon Maid, and she will revive Parlor Dragon Maid from my graveyard. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. Paler Dragon Maid, 1700 defense. Then I activate Fusion Deployment. By revealing Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, I'm able to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. I will then play Dragon Maid Welcome to return Dragon Maid Stern from my graveyard back to my hand. I will also activate the effect of Dragon Maid Changeover to retrieve it by returning Nurse Dragon Maid to my hand. Using Dragon Maid Changeover, I will fuse Blue Eyes White Dragon and Parlor Dragon Maid to summon Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, 3400 attack. Now I will enter the battle phase, Chamber Dragon Maid's effect will trigger, and I can summon House Dragon Maid from my graveyard. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon attack, destroy all of Adam's monsters. I shouted, and the dragon roared. In response, I will play Magic Cylinder. Directing the damage back to you. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon isn't affected by traps. So the Magic Cylinder is useless. Adam, 3200 LP, 2800 LP. Adam, 2800 LP, 2000 LP. This is the end, House Dragon Maid, attack Adam directly. Watching the maid dashing towards him, Adam chuckled helplessly and closed his eyes. Boom. Adam, 2300 LP, 0 LP. A stunned silence blanketed the crowd. The Pharaoh, the symbol of unshakable strength, had been defeated and by me. But instead of outrage or sorrow, something unexpected happened. One person began to clap, then another, and soon the air filled with thunderous applause. I stood nearby, smiling awkwardly just before Shada pulled her into a sudden hug from behind. You idiot, he muttered with a half-laugh, breathless. You actually did it. I couldn't believe it either, I replied, cheeks flushed as the cheers swelled around us like a rising tide. Congratulations, Adam said, stepping forward with a proud smile. As promised, I shall now pass on the power of the Pharaoh to you. Adam, I whispered, heart heavy with emotion, but he only laughed softly. Don't look so sad, you've earned this, and I truly believe you'll fulfill your mission. Besides, leaving the power here would be a waste. He placed his hands firmly on my shoulders, steady and warm. The glow of the Millennium Puzzle on his chest began to fade. He gently removed it and held it out to me. As soon as it touched my hands, the artifact lit up once more, vibrant and alive. This is farewell, but when we meet again let's duel one more time, alright? Of course, I managed to say, just as my body began to shimmer, fading into light. My time in the afterlife was ending. Goodbye everyone. And with that, my vision dimmed into blackness. Now it was time to face Diva and end this, once and for all. Third POV. Meanwhile. Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord, attack Yugi Muta directly. Diva cackled as the humongous monster swung its sharp tendril and struck Yugi in the stomach. Yugi! Sito shouted in shock as the boy was sent flying across the field. Wisps of smoke rise from his body as he groans painfully. Yugi Mutu, 400 LP, 0 LP. Damn it! Sito snarled, dropping to one knee beside Yugi. The boy coughed weakly, struggling to rise, only to collapse again. Pull yourself together. Sito barked, panic creeping into his voice. It's no use, looks like help's not coming after all, Yugi murmured, his voice barely above a whisper as the last of his strength ebbed away. Then, without warning, Yugi's form flickered and dissolved into smoke, vanishing into the air. Left alone, Sito clenched his fists, biting down the torrent of fury and despair surging in his chest. He still had life points, but his body was barely holding together. The toll of the shadow game had ravaged him. Every breath burned, every twitch sent a lance of pain through his limbs. I'll end my turn here, Diva taunted from across the field, his voice dripping with smug malice. Shall we bring this to a close? Grinding his teeth, Sito forced his trembling arms to move. He couldn't give up, not now. I draw. He rasped. But the motion was too much. He dropped to his knees, vision swimming, breath coming in shallow gasps. Consciousness threatened to slip away as darkness edged into his sight. Was Sito truly at his limit? He bit his lip in frustration, unable to fight off the creeping drowsiness that threatened to overwhelm him. His vision blurred and tilted forward, his body on the verge of collapse. But just before everything went dark, a familiar warmth surrounded him. His eyes flew open in confusion, and there, standing before him, was Yuna, her bright smile like a beacon in the haze. How did she get here? What was this overwhelming power emanating from her? Sito had 1,000 questions, but he couldn't summon the energy to voice them. Instead, he found himself lost in her presence, her hands softly brushing through his hair in a comforting rhythm. The sleepiness that had been gnawing at him seemed to vanish in her embrace. With each tender stroke, Sito's body grew heavier, and he surrendered to the exhaustion, finally closing his eyes. As soon as Sito's breathing evened out in slumber, Yuna's smile slowly faded, her expression hardening as she turned her glare toward Diva, full of disdain. I apologize for leaving so abruptly. She spoke coldly, her voice carrying a quiet, dangerous edge. But I've returned to finish this duel. I shall take Sito's place. Without a moment's hesitation, she removed Sito's duel disc, her fingers deftly slipping it onto her arm. The dark barrier that had surrounded them began to tremble, crackling as a golden dome slowly replaced it, radiating with an energy far beyond anything Diva had expected. What is this? Diva growled, his voice tinged with both wariness and awe. He could feel the indescribable power now coursing through the air, and he didn't know whether to fight it or flee. Sito Kaiba, Yuna Sano, 500 LP. Picking up the card Sito had dropped, Yuna's lips curved into a soft hum as she examined her hand, her eyes glinting with quiet confidence. I draw. The deck seemed to respond to her very presence, a radiant glow illuminating the cards as if they were attuned to her will. With a flick of her wrist, the card she had drawn bent to her will, and she couldn't help but smile as she read it, her grin growing wider by the second. I activate return from different dimensions. She declared, her voice bold and unyielding. By paying half of my life points, I can special summon every monster I banished. The air crackled with her power as the monsters, once lost to the void, began to reappear on the field, summoned back by Yuna's unwavering control. Each monster stepped into the light, their forms materializing with explosive force. Yuna Sano, 500 LP, 250 LP. Looking through Sito's cards, Yuna brought back all the monsters to the field. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Pandemic Dragon, 2500 attack. Neo Kaiser Seahorse, 1700 attack. Now, I will summon the ultimate god. I called upon the Lord of all dragons. 10,000 Dragon. All the monsters on Yuna's field vanished, their presence replaced by a monumental energy that surged through the air. Slowly, a massive form began to take shape, an immense dragon. Its scales glistening with an otherworldly light. As it fully materialized, the dragon towered over Diva, casting an enormous shadow. Yuna stood poised atop its head, her gaze fierce and her pupils glowing with an eerie brilliance. 10,000 Dragon, 10,000 attack. It's over, Diva. 10,000 Dragon, attack Crimson Nova Trinity, the Dark Cubic Lord. The dragon let out a deafening roar that rattled the very ground beneath them, its maw opening wide. A blinding orange beam of pure destruction shot forward, slamming into the Cubic Lord with an earth-shaking force. Diva's screams echoed through the battlefield, rising in terror as the beam ripped through his monster and engulfed them both in a fiery inferno. No! Diva howled, his voice filled with anguish as the explosion consumed him. This isn't over. I will be back, you wait, and when I do, I will wipe out everything you love. Yuna's eyes narrowed, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. No, this place will be your last. Her words were met with a sudden, earth-shattering roar as explosions erupted across the battlefield, sweeping through the field with relentless force. Diva's screams were drowned by the chaos as the destruction continued to spread, his form lost to the flames. Boom. Diva, 2000 LP, 0 LP. Walking toward him, Yuna could feel the darkness that had enveloped the boy slowly dissolving. His appearance began to return to normal, the shadows receding from his form as he regained his humanity. Her gaze then fell on the Millennium Ring. A grimace twisted her face as she recalled all the pain this cursed artifact had inflicted upon her, and with a firm grip, she seized the ring. Snap! The sharp sound echoed through the air as Yuna broke the ring in half, its fragments clattering to the ground, now useless. She didn't pause, her resolve unwavering as she turned to the Millennium Cube. With the last remnants of the Pharaoh's power coursing through her, Yuna focused all of her energy into the artifact, activating it with a fierce determination. Slowly, the chaos that had ravaged the land began to reverse. Buildings that had crumbled restored themselves, rising from the rubble as if time itself was undoing the destruction. People who had perished returned to life. Their forms materializing in the same moments they were lost, every life, every soul, being returned to the world, as though time was being rewritten. The agony, the destruction, the suffering caused by these cursed objects, all of it, restored. Yuna let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. It was over. Clenching her fist, she turned her attention to the Millennium Cube, now pulsing with a final, intense energy. Without hesitation, she crushed it with her bare hand, the artifact shattering into millions of tiny fragments. The pieces drifted into the wind, gone, once and for all. Chapter 121. Yuna's POV. 2 days later. People say that humans adapt very quickly, and it wasn't long before our lives returned to normal. Sito compensated the employees after they were all brought back to life, and thankfully, there weren't many complaints, possibly due to how loyal the Kaiba Corp staff were. When the Millennium Cube was destroyed, Diva and his family lost their powers too. I didn't think it was fair to blame him for what happened. If anything. The real problem was the Millennium Ring. That thing caused more harm than anyone. But it's gone now, burned to ashes. We kept our word and found a safe place for the children, somewhere private and out of the spotlight. As for me, I don't feel the same connection to my pharaoh powers anymore. There's still something faint there, but it's nothing like what I felt that night. I'm pretty sure I could get it back if I had the Millennium Puzzle, but it's not really my thing. As the final arc of Yu-Gi-Oh reaches its end, I now face the next biggest moment of my life, graduation. At the auditorium. Students dressed in domino high uniforms sat in long rows. Sitting next to Tia, I watched as Yugi slowly stepped up onto the stage, his legs shaking as he tightly clutched his script for the end-of-year speech. It was obvious he hadn't volunteered. I already had a strong suspicion about who was behind this cruel prank. My eyes drifted toward Sito, not sitting far from me, watching Yugi with a smug sneer plastered across his face. As the speech began, a hush fell over the crowd. We listened with soft smiles. Memories of the past year flickering through our minds. Some students shed quiet tears, while others sighed in relief that it was finally over. One thing was certain, the moments we shared here would stay with us, etched deeply into our hearts. By the time Yugi finished his speech, the crowd erupted into applause. With the graduation ceremony drawing to a close, we proudly received our certificates. Sang the school anthem one last time, and savored our final moments as high school students, caught in that bittersweet space between endings and new beginnings. Third POV. 1 hour later. Where are you taking me? Yuna asked as Sito led her by the hand. They walked up a quiet stairwell and soon stepped out onto the rooftop of Domino High. Yuna let out a soft breath as her eyes landed on the sunset. She had seen many in her life, but something about this one felt different. It felt more personal. You still haven't told me why we're here, she said, giving his shoulder a gentle poke. Sito gave a small laugh. Do you remember the first time we dueled? Well, if you mean me wiping the floor with you, then absolutely, Yuna grinned, her voice laced with playful mischief. Sito rolled his eyes and gave her a gentle flick on the forehead. I'm joking. I'm joking. She laughed, holding up her hands in mock surrender. No, you're right, Sito said, his tone suddenly quieter. My arrogance really knows no bounds, that has been a wake-up call. He turned to her, sincerity flickering in his eyes. Your strength has been unmatched. No matter how many times I dueled, I could never best you. I loved duel monsters, truly. But I'm starting to see now, there are things far more important than just a game. His gaze lingered on her a moment longer, soft with unspoken meaning. So before I decide to stop, would you honor me with one final duel? He asked. Yuna's smile returned, calm and confident. Of course. Standing across from each other, Sito's smirk was filled with a quiet nostalgia as he activated his duel disc. Yuna's smile was one of eager anticipation, her eyes burning with a competitive fire that Sito couldn't help but love. Duel. They both shouted in unison. I'll go first, Sito declared, drawing 5 cards with a flick of his wrist. I activate my ultimate fusion. By using my 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons, I summon, Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon. Blue Eyes Twin Burst Dragon, 3000 attack. The roar of the dragon echoed through the air, and Yuna's smile only widened as she took in the majestic beast. Now, I play this equip spell, the Ring of Mystical Sapphire. He announced, his voice tinged with a proud confidence. Yuna's eyes narrowed in confusion. I've never heard of that card before. This one's custom-made, Sito replied, a knowing smile creeping onto his face. Under Yuna's watchful gaze, he slowly walked toward her, holding something in his palm. It shimmered under the duel's lights, a silver ring with a sapphire at its center, its deep blue almost mesmerizing. Realization washed over Yuna, her breath catching as she looked up at him. Before she could speak, Sito knelt in front of her, the weight of the moment settling quietly between them. Yuna, he said gently, the usual challenge and playfulness gone from his voice, replaced by something more sincere. Will you marry me? Yuna froze, her heart pounding. Everything around her seemed to slow as she tried to take in what he had just said. Sito, she whispered, unable to steady her trembling lips. Her eyes filled with tears. I don't want to live with regrets anymore, I made that mistake once, a long time ago, and I don't want to make it again, Sito said quietly, holding out the ring. Yuna bit her lip, then slowly raised her left hand. With a shaky breath, Sito reached out and gently took it. He carefully slid the ring onto her finger, and Yuna flinched slightly as the warm metal met her skin. To Sito, it felt like he had just overcome the greatest challenge of his life. His body trembled, and he couldn't take his eyes off her hand. Rising slowly to his feet, Sito's heart pounded in his chest. He tried to keep his voice steady as he asked, Does that mean you agree? You really are an idiot, Yuna muttered, her voice shaking. What took you so long? Sito pulled her into his arms, feeling the dampness of her tears soak into his shirt as she buried her face in his chest. Sorry, he whispered with a chuckle, just before feeling her soft punch against his stomach. He gently lifted her chin and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Then, without hesitation, they kissed and neither of them could stop the wide smiles that followed. Just then, the rooftop door burst open with a loud bang, and several figures tumbled out, landing in a clumsy pile. Stunned, Yuna stared as Yugi and his friends scrambled to untangle themselves. At the top of the heap, Serenity looked up at them with sparkling eyes, beaming. See? I told you guys, Kaiba really is proposing. Who would have thought he'd use a duel to hide it? Joey, Yugi, and Tristan laughed awkwardly as they realized they'd been caught eavesdropping. Sito's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening for a second. He genuinely considered murder for the interruption. But the thought vanished the moment he heard Yuna laugh beside him. She looked at her friends with amused eyes, the irritation in the air melting away. Tia and Serenity rushed over, practically sparkling with excitement as they fixated on the ring glinting on Yuna's finger. All right, you two, Yuna sighed after fielding a barrage of questions. We'll talk later, but can you give us a moment? Blushing, Serenity and Tia quickly backed off, dragging the others with them. As the rooftop finally fell quiet again, Yuna smiled mischievously and tugged on Sito's collar. Now, where were we? She asked, and in that instant, it felt like nothing else in the world existed but the two of them. Years later. In the bustling heart of Domino City, a boy dashed through the crowded streets. Alright, I got my deck, I got my gear, and I got about 2 minutes to get to the Duel Academy entrance exam. He yelled frantically, I can't be the next king of games if I'm late to the games. Zipping through the crowd, the boy ran with all his might, praying that he would get there in time. SKRT. The boy sprinted into the road, shouting in panic only to be cut off by screeching tires. A car skidded to a halt inches from him, and he crashed to the pavement with a grunt. Groaning, he looked up, only to freeze as the gleaming front of a black limousine loomed just above his face. What the hell were you thinking, brat? Doors flew open. Men in sharp black suits poured out of the limo, surrounding him in a flurry of footsteps and fury. You trying to get yourself killed? Who runs into traffic like that? The boy gulped, caught between the pain in his knees and the heat of a dozen angry stares. Before the boy could even stammer out an apology, a calm, melodic voice from the limousine cut through the tension. Stop, it's all right. The guards hesitated, but madam. He's clearly learned his lesson, she pressed gently. It was a mistake, and no one was hurt, let him go. Her tone was soft, but carried the weight of authority. One by one, the suited men stepped back. The boy, still on the ground, scrambled to collect his scattered cards, his hands shaking with relief. Thank you. He beamed up at the woman, clutching his deck to his chest. She smiled kindly. It's okay, but what got you in such a hurry? Ah. His eyes went wide. I almost forgot. I'm sorry, I really have to go. The Duel Academy entrance exam starts in 1 minute, I've gotta make it, or I can kiss my dream goodbye. I see, fortunately, we're heading to the same place, the woman said with a soft smile. Would you like a ride? It'll certainly be faster than running. Yes. Thank you so much. He climbed into the black limousine with wide eyes, the plush interior wrapping around him like something out of a dream. Velvet seats, golden trim, and a quiet hum of air conditioning. Carefully, he settled onto the seat across from the woman, still clutching his deck. Only then did he realize someone else was beside him, watching silently. Ah. Sorry. Didn't mean to crowd you. The man gave a polite smile. The atmosphere inside the limo was calm, but the boy's heart was still racing. As the limousine glided smoothly through the city streets, the boy finally allowed himself a proper look at the woman seated across from him, his breath caught in his throat. There was something strikingly familiar about her. She wore a crisp white vest over a fitted shirt, the loose collar gracefully revealing the curve of her slender neck. A flowing white cloak draped over her shoulders, exuding elegance. While sleek black pants and matching gloves gave her a commanding, yet refined presence. Her long, blue hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering in the soft lighting of the cabin. Why you're Yuna S. Sano, he stammered, voice barely above a whisper, and the woman smiled gently, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Still reeling, the boy turned to the man beside him, and his jaw nearly hit the plush floor. Spiky gold and pink hair. A black tank top. And that iconic, oversized puzzle pendant resting on his chest. Why you're Yugi Mutu, the boy choked out, voice cracking with disbelief. He let out an unintelligible noise somewhere between a squeak and a gasp, heart thundering in his chest, the king and queen of game, right next to him. It felt like a dream. Foo, what's your name? Yuna asked. The boy swallowed hard, nerves tangled in his throat. Jaden Yuki, he mumbled, barely loud enough to hear. Yuna laughed, a soft, melodic sound that somehow put him at ease. You're lucky, Jaden, you would have been running for at least another 20 minutes before reaching Duel Academy, she said, giving him a knowing look. But it seems fate had other plans. Jaden nodded sheepishly, shrinking a little into his seat, unsure whether to laugh or hide under it. Sensing his embarrassment, Yuna gave him a final amused glance before turning back to her companion. With a gentle chuckle, she resumed her conversation with Yugi, leaving Jaden to sit in stunned silence. So, I heard you and Tia are expecting, Yuna said with a warm smile. Congratulations, how do you feel? Yugi let out a small breath, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess a little nervous, what if I'm not a good father? Yuna chuckled softly. That's exactly what Sito said to me, she replied, her eyes flickering with fond memory. But the moment our daughter was born, it was like a switch flipped in him. There's no perfect way to raise a child, Yugi, but if you're already worrying about being good enough, I'd say you're off to a pretty great start. Yugi smiled gratefully, thanks, Yuna, that really means a lot. But, he added, tilting his head curiously. What's the real reason you called me? I heard you've been pretty busy yourself, taking care of your daughter and all. Don't worry, Sito's looking after Miyuki, Yuna said with a mischievous glint in her eye. You really should have seen him. As we speak, he's conducting a business meeting with a baby strapped to his chest. It was hilarious. She giggled, the image clearly still fresh in her mind. Yugi laughed, picturing the famously stoic Sito Kaiba balancing corporate negotiations with baby duty. But anyway, Yuna continued, her tone shifting to something more purposeful. The reason I asked you here is because I'm hoping you'll lend a hand over the next 4 years. She flashed a bright, excited smile. Things are about to get a lot more hectic at Duel Academy, and it'd be nice to have some support from someone I trust. As Jaden perked up with curiosity, Yuna caught his gaze and raised a finger to her lips with a playful shoo. Sorry, Jaden, but this is a secret. I see, Yugi nodded, understanding her unspoken request. Since you asked, I'll do what I can. Great. Yuna's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, and if Tia has any questions, feel free to reach out, I'd be more than happy to help. For the rest of the trip, Yuna and Yugi continued to talk about their lives. Finally, having the courage, Jaden also joined the conversation, his mind filled with questions to ask the two best duelists in the world. Before he realized, the limousine arrived at the Duel Academy's entrance. Thank you, Mrs. Sano. I will definitely repay this favor. Hearing the boy's passionate response, Yuna laughed and crossed her arms. It's nothing, don't worry about being late, I will make sure they let you in the exam. Good luck, Jaden, I hope you pass. Thank you so much. Jaden beamed, his spirits lifted. Without another word, he sprinted toward the exam room, determination fueling his every step. 30 minutes later. Jaden's heart raced as he stepped into the assembly hall, the weight of his recent victory still fresh in his mind. Word had spread quickly about his triumph over the formidable professor, and he couldn't suppress a proud grin as whispers and admiring glances followed him to his seat. The hall buzzed with anticipation, students and faculty alike awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Confused murmurs rippled through the crowd, building a palpable tension in the air. Suddenly, the curtains parted, and a collective gasp swept through the audience. Stepping onto the stage was none other than Yuna Sano, her presence commanding immediate attention. Good afternoon, everyone, Yuna's voice resonated clearly through the microphone, capturing the attention of all present. Queen of Games, whispers rippled through the crowd, eyes filled with admiration and awe. Duel Academy has been open for 2 years. Yuna began, her tone warm yet authoritative. We've nurtured many aspiring duelists during this time. Unfortunately, due to personal reasons, I haven't been able to witness your growth firsthand. But today, that changes. As your new headmaster, I commit to overseeing each of you, striving to bring out the best duelist in all of you. I look forward to working with you all. A wave of excitement swept through the assembly. The prospect of learning under the world-renowned duelist was a dream come true, akin to a divine opportunity bestowed upon them. One last thing, Yuna's voice resonated through the microphone, capturing everyone's attention. I observed many duels today and was thoroughly impressed by our new students. To honor exceptional talent, I'd like to reward today's standout duelist Jaden Yuki. Please join me on stage. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jaden. Expressions ranged from admiration and curiosity to envy. Snapping out of his daze, Jaden awkwardly made his way to the stage, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. That was an impressive duel, Jaden, you truly gave Professor a run for his money, Yuna remarked with a smile. But I'm eager to see how far your skills can take you, she gestured to the duel arena. Shall we have a duel? Jaden's eyes widened in shock as Yuna pointed confidently toward him. His heart raced with excitement at the prospect of dueling her. Yes. He exclaimed eagerly. Sharing a laugh, they activated their duel discs simultaneously. It's time to duel. End. Chapter 123. May 15, 1996. It had been another uneventful year. Despite my overwhelming accomplishments, my age still bound me to the monotonous routine of the school curriculum. I could easily acquire a graduation certificate through alternate channels, but resorting to such shortcuts always left a bitter taste in my mouth. Propping my chin against my hand, I let my mind drift toward the future of Kaiba Corp and the strategies I had yet to implement to push its expansion further. Just then, the door creaked open and our homeroom teacher entered. Ahem, attention, he barked in his usual gruff tone. I winced slightly at the harsh sound assaulting my ears. Before we begin, a new transfer student is joining us today. The classroom buzzed with murmurs of curiosity. At the teacher's cue, the new student stepped into the room. The moment I heard her footsteps, my gaze instinctively shifted toward the front. It was a girl. She was striking. Long, flowing hair cascading down to her waist, and vivid blue eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. Despite the stiffness of the standard Domino City uniform, it couldn't conceal her figure underneath. Several boys audibly swallowed at the sight. Clicking my tongue in annoyance at their transparent display of lust, I observed as the girl calmly scanned the classroom, her gaze sharp. Please introduce yourself, the teacher prompted. Yuna Sano, her voice was clear, composed, and oddly captivating. The room fell silent. Under the teacher's direction, Yuna made her way to the empty desk at the back corner. As she passed by me, our eyes briefly met. I scoffed and turned away, unimpressed. Yes, she was beautiful, but that was all. Another transfer student. Nothing worth my attention. Or so I thought. June 1, 1996. I couldn't understand how things had come to this. The girl I had dismissed as unremarkable now stood opposite me, her expression fierce as she faced my monsters on the dueling arena. Though I had always been confident in my skills, Yuna's prowess as a duelist had taken me completely by surprise. I was utterly defeated. I had never imagined there was another dragon that could rival mine. Still reeling from the shock, I sat in silence, bitterness swelling within me. Her sharp footsteps echoed as she approached, stopping directly in front of me. Knowing the stakes of the duel, I had no choice but to hand over my deck, each card feeling heavier in my hands than ever before. She flipped through them with a detached precision, and I braced myself, expecting her to take my prized Blue Eyes White Dragon. But to my surprise, she passed over it, selecting a completely different card instead. Humiliated and unable to bear the weight of defeat, I turned and left the room without a word. Behind me, I could hear Yugi and his lackeys erupt in cheers, their voices grating against my pride. The loss infuriated me, but for the first time, Yuna's presence had carved itself deeply into my memory. June 18, 1996. I groaned as consciousness slowly returned. The memory of my loss to Pegasus still lingered, bitter and sharp, gnawing at my pride. My head throbbed as I forced my eyes open, the world around me still spinning. I tried to sit up, struggling to gather my bearings. But before I could fully register what was happening, something soft brushed against my lips. My eyes snapped open only to lock with Yuna's, now mere inches from my face. What? KYA. A second later, pain exploded across my forehead, and everything blurred again. As the darkness closed in, two absurd thoughts floated through my fading mind. That was my first kiss, and my first punch to the face. July 5, 1996. This is absurd, I muttered under my breath, eyes fixed on Yuna as she lay motionless on the hospital bed. It was supposed to be a harmless test, just a simple experiment with my newly designed dual discs. At first, we were focused on the devices. Dueling with caution. But as the duel wore on, competitiveness overtook reason. I summoned the Egyptian god card, Obelisk the Tormentor, disregarding the warning that came with it. The memory of Yuna coughing up blood hit me like a blow to the chest, my fists clenched involuntarily, trembling with rage. I didn't even know who I was angry at, the card, the duel, but deep down, I knew the truth. The only one I had to blame was myself. July 30, 1996. The moment I heard Yuna was still trapped underwater, I didn't hesitate and dove in without a second thought. Cutting through the water with urgency, I spotted her limp figure sinking beneath the surface. Grabbing her tightly, I pulled her back up, my chest tightening with every second that passed. As they worked to resuscitate her on shore, I stood by, soaked and silent. My eyes flicked to Makuba, his small frame shaking as he cried in panic and guilt. My heart twisted. If I had arrived just a little earlier, Yuna wouldn't have had to jump in after him. She wouldn't be lying there unconscious. This sickening guilt churned in my chest again, a bitter and familiar weight that only lifted the moment she finally stirred and opened her eyes. Relief flooded through me. Without a word, I instinctively scooped her into a princess carry. She blinked up at me in confusion, startled by the sudden gesture, but I didn't meet her gaze. I simply turned and began walking toward the waiting helicopter, my steps steady and deliberate. In my mind, I kept repeating it like a mantra, I'm just repaying a debt. She saved my brother. I'm escorting her to the hospital. Nothing more. August 2, 1996. I lost again. This time, to Yugi. The thought alone made me scowl, rage simmering beneath the surface. The illusion of being the best duelist had shattered, replaced by the harsh truth of my weakness. Consumed by self-loathing, I didn't notice Yuna approaching until she was already beside me. She sat down in silence, her eyes studying me with concern. I refused to look at her, my expression locked in a bitter frown. Give up? She asked softly. Her words stung. My frown deepened as I snapped at her without thinking. What did she know? How could she possibly understand the countless hours I poured into honing my skill, the pressure, the expectation? But I do, she said firmly, her voice unwavering. I froze, and before I realized it, I had leaned closer to her. Yuna turned her gaze away, avoiding my eyes, and something about it irritated me. She had the nerve to say all this, and now she looked away. Look at me, I demanded, my voice low, almost pleading. But before I could say more, she pushed me back. The contact jolted me out of my daze. Ducking under my arms, she walked toward the door, pausing only to glance back with a small, knowing smile. In that moment, my breath caught. And without warning, my heart began to race. September 17, 1996. Dueling with Yuna had become a daily routine whenever we were at school. What began as a mutual push for improvement gradually lost its sharp edge. The matches still happened, but they felt too relaxed, too familiar, to be called training. Even outside the arena, she lingered. Yuna always found a way to appear, whether during lunch or quiet hours like today. When we sat in the library side by side, she was staring at her notebook, brow furrowed in frustration. The silence between us was easy, comfortable, yet a strange tension sat in my chest. "Sana, what are we?" I asked, almost absent-mindedly, my curiosity slipping out before I could stop it. I didn't know how to define this thing between us. Calling it just classmates felt far too shallow. She looked up, tilting her head with calm indifference. "Aren't we friends?" I didn't answer. Not right away. Her gaze lowered, her expression shifting. The simple word had seemed like a tease at first, but the air changed. There was a subtle weight in her eyes now and a quiet disappointment that made my chest tighten. That same awful feeling returned. The kind I felt when I once saw her cry. "Friends, I guess we are something like that," I said quickly, the words spilling out in a rush to lift the heaviness between us. She smiled, a soft, relieved smile. Friend. It was a word that felt foreign to me. I had never trusted anyone outside of Makuba. But as I watched Yuna's smile linger, I realized something I hadn't allowed myself to admit until now. I cared more about her than I ever intended to. November 20th, 1996. "I managed to do well," Yuna said with a soft sigh of relief, slumping in her seat. It was just after our final exam, and the hallway buzzed with the chatter of students swapping answers and lamenting tricky questions. For once, even the air felt lighter. "How about Kaiba?" she asked, tilting her head toward me with genuine curiosity. I scoffed. "Such mediocre exams are nothing to me." She nodded without hesitation, accepting my words as truth. With the tension gone, Yuna quickly shifted focus, retrieving her deck from under the desk. For what felt like the 1,000th time, I watched her fan out her cards and begin running silent simulations in her head. She did it often, so often that I was sure she'd keep going for hours if no one stopped her. "Why do you like duel monsters?" I asked suddenly, surprising even myself. Yuna paused, then gave a wry smile. "When I duel, I can talk, without my speech getting in the way," she admitted, voice tinged with embarrassment. "Through dueling, I can be normal, but in the end it's a fun game." Her honesty caught me off guard. I hadn't expected such vulnerability. "What about you?" she asked in return, her gaze steady but gentle. I looked away, eyes focusing on a distant corner of the room. Back then, duel monsters helped me survive my adoptive father's cruelty. It gave me something to control, something to focus on. Even now, when I duel, I can forget everything else. She nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "Then I guess we're both pretty weird," she said with a faint laugh. "Yeah," I replied, smiling despite myself. "I guess we are." December 13th, 1996. Damn it. I cursed, my voice echoing through the dark hallway as I sprinted with everything I had. Just moments ago, darts had taken Yuna. The image of her terrified eyes, frozen as she stared up at that monstrous serpent, burned into my mind. I couldn't shake it. It clung to me like a shadow I couldn't outrun. My fists tightened involuntarily, knuckles turning bone white. Every second felt like an eternity. Please just let her be safe. January 4th, 1997. "I think I'm in love with you," her soft voice sent a jolt down my spine. For a moment, time stood still. The warmth lingering on my lips from her kiss burned like a brand, refusing to fade. It wasn't the first time someone had confessed to me, but this was different. My hands trembled, unsure if it was from excitement or sheer disbelief. Looking back now, I realize I had been avoiding this feeling for a long time. Yet somewhere along the way, Yuna became an inseparable part of my world. Her presence grew so gradually, so naturally, that I never noticed how deeply she'd settled into my heart. And now, standing here in the aftermath of her confession, I finally understand. I'm in love with her too. February 5th, 1997. This was a pain I had never known, an ache so profound it made breathing feel impossible. The thought of Yuna never waking up haunted every corner of my mind, leaving me broken and adrift. But when she finally opened her eyes, it was as if the world righted itself. Relief crashed over me like a tidal wave. Only for it to shatter a moment later. "Stay away." Her cold voice sliced through me like a blade. I froze, stunned by the unfamiliar glare in her eyes. There was no recognition, only distance, only rejection. She shoved me back without hesitation, and all I could do was stand there, staring at the closed door in numbing silence. The doctor's words felt surreal. Yuna had suffered memory loss, everything from the past year was gone. But what disturbed me more was how different she had become. It wasn't just her memories that were missing. It was her. February 9, 1997. It had been a week since I watched Yuna's condition slowly deteriorate. I did everything I could to help. I tried speaking with her, standing by her. But every attempt was met with cold rejection. Day by day, I watched the light in her eyes dim, her expression more strained, her spirit more frayed. So when I suddenly received a message from her, I could hardly believe it. I sprinted to the rooftop, my chest tight with hope and dread. And then I saw her. Yuna stood there, wind brushing through her hair as she slowly turned to face me with a sad, fragile smile. Without thinking, I ran to her, and she collapsed into my arms. For a moment, everything stilled. The fear, the helplessness, it all vanished the second she touched me. I held her tightly, unwilling to let go, but that calm lasted only a heartbeat. She pulled back and, with trembling hands, challenged me to a duel. Through tears, she began to speak. Her voice quivered, yet her words were laced with truth, our past life together, the choices I had made, her sacrifices, and what I did to bring her back. I didn't understand all of it. But I know one thing for certain, this girl, this duelist, this stubborn, resilient person was the one I had chosen to love. And now, I will win this duel to give her the proof she needs. The evidence that my love is real. April 19, 1997. It had been a month since I regained the memories of my past life. Thanks to Yuna, the fog in my mind had lifted. I remembered who I once was, and with that, my love for her only deepened. Yuna, too, had changed. She had become a seamless blend of all three of herselves, the quiet, reserved girl I met at school, the fearless duelist known as the Queen of Games, and the gentle soul of Kazara from ages past. In public, she still maintained a composed demeanor, but there were moments, small gestures, fleeting glances, where her warmth peeked through. This change made her more captivating than ever. Her popularity surged. People gravitated to her, drawn by her strength, mystery, and beauty. And though I was proud of her, a bitter taste lingered. Why did it bother me so much to see others admire her? I was still caught in those thoughts when an unexpected chill crawled up my spine. Instinctively, I flinched and turned, only to find Yuna pressing a cold drink to the back of my neck, a sly grin playing on her lips. "What's wrong?" she asked, eyes glinting with amusement. "You've been lost in thought for a while now, are you perhaps jealous of all the attention I'm getting?" I didn't answer. My silence was all the confirmation she needed. Yuna laughed softly, the sound both teasing and affectionate. "Sito, I already made my decision 3,000 years ago, my choice hasn't changed, not even if you abandon me." The words struck deep, and I shot to my feet. "I would never do that." I blurted out, my voice louder than I intended. She didn't flinch. Instead, her smile softened. "Of course," she whispered, leaning in just close enough for her breath to tickle my ear. "Then I await the day when I will be yours." January 24, 2002. As I stood before the altar, I nervously cleared my throat. My palms were slick with sweat, and my heart pounded with anticipation. I had waited for this moment for so long. Yet now that it had arrived, fear gripped me so tightly I almost wished I could vanish into the floor. Then, the doors creaked open. All eyes turned to the back of the room. Step. Step. The echo of heels tapping against the marble floor rang out in steady rhythm, like the toll of a bell. Slowly, I lifted my gaze. Her expression was composed, but I could feel the nerves hidden just beneath the surface. She clutched her bouquet tightly, her posture stiff, but she walked with determination. As she reached me, time itself seemed to pause. "How do I look?" she asked softly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. She wore a breathtaking white gown that hugged her figure elegantly, with blue trimmings at the hem that matched her hair perfectly. She looked ethereal. I opened my mouth, but no words came at first. Swallowing hard, I finally breathed out one word. "Beautiful." Yuna laughed, light and melodic. Foo, I'm glad." Ahem, a deliberate cough cut through the moment, drawing our attention to the priest waiting patiently beside us. "We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of two souls." He turned to me. "Sito Kaiba, do you take Yuna Sano as your lawfully wedded wife, to love and to cherish for all the days of your life?" "I do." "And Yuna Sano, do you take Sito Kaiba as your lawfully wedded husband?" "I do," she replied, and I reached out to gently take her hand. Then by the power vested in me you may kiss the bride. I leaned in, our foreheads brushing, and I gazed at her lips. Well? Yuna teased, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you planning to keep me waiting forever? I smiled, slipping my arm around her waist, never. With a firm yet tender pull, I drew her into me and kissed her. In that moment, only us existed in the world. November 13, 2002. Mr. Kaiba, you may come in now. The nurse's voice was a distant echo as I mechanically pushed open the door, my body moving as though some invisible force controlled it. Every step felt heavier, the air thick with anticipation as I approached the hospital bed. My gaze immediately landed on the infant sleeping in Yuna's arms, and my breath caught in my throat. I froze. She looked so small, so fragile, that a wave of protectiveness surged through me, followed by a deep, unsettling fear. Are you okay? I asked, my voice hoarse with worry, my eyes scanning Yuna's haggard face for any signs of distress. Yuna smiled weakly, the exhaustion in her eyes palpable. It hurts like hell. Someone get here now. My wife said she's still in pain. But Yuna stopped me with a soft chuckle, her hand gently raising to calm me. Wait, Sito, stop, I was joking, but I am quite exhausted. I paused, my heart racing, but relief washed over me. I smiled softly and tenderly ran my finger through her hair. You worked hard, thank you. Her lips curved into a faint, tired smile, and as she shifted, the baby cooed softly in her arms. Yuna brought our child closer, kissing her forehead. She's beautiful. Her voice was filled with affection, a deep, unspoken love only a mother could know. She gazed down at our daughter, her expression softening even more. Looks like Yumi will get a big sister instead, Yuna laughed softly, her gaze shifting to me. Would you like to hold her? I swallowed hard, my chest tightening. Carefully, I extended my arms, and Yuna placed our daughter in my hands. She was so small, so delicate, I felt as though I might break her if I wasn't careful. The baby blinked slowly, her blue eyes meeting mine. Her gaze was full of curiosity, the softest wonder as she stared at her father. Her name, I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I struggled to form the sentence, my heart swelling with emotion. What is it? I don't know yet, Yuna replied. How about you name her? Me? The word slipped from my mouth in shock. Why should it be me? Why not? You're her father, after all, just don't do anything ridiculous like naming her after Blue Eyes White Dragon. Yuna laughed, and I could feel my face burn with embarrassment. I turned my attention back to our daughter, observing her tiny features. Miyuki, I murmured without thinking, as if the name had been there all along. My heart felt full as I looked into her eyes. Her name will be Miyuki. Miyuki, Miyuki Kaiba, Yuna repeated softly, a smile gracing her lips. Then it's decided. She gently took Miyuki from my arms, holding her close to her chest as Yuna gazed at our daughter. I felt a sense of peace wash over me. Do you like it? Yuna asked. Miyuki blinked sleepily before closing her eyes, succumbing to the pull of sleep. Let's take that as a yes, Yuna whispered, laughing softly to herself. Sito, can you believe it? We're parents now. Tears pricked at my eyes, but I forced them back, unable to contain the overwhelming happiness flooding my chest. I'm so happy, Yuna's voice trembled with joy, and I leaned forward to kiss her forehead. I'm scared, Yuna, I admitted quietly, my voice barely more than a whisper. What if I'm not a good father? Yuna's hand brushed mine, and she gave me a reassuring smile. Nobody masters parenting overnight, she replied with her usual calmness. As she began to nod off, her head resting gently against the pillow, I pressed her hand to my chest. You should rest too, I murmured, brushing her hair back from her face. But, Yuna slurred, too tired to finish her sentence. I gently guided her to lie back on the bed. I will stay with you, I said firmly, and Yuna smiled sleepily. Of course you will, she mumbled, her voice trailing off as she closed her eyes. The rhythmic sound of her breath filled the room, steady and calming, as she drifted into sleep, Miyuki cradled in her arms. I remained there, watching both of them, my heart full. Slowly, I knelt beside the bed, my hand reaching out to gently take Yuna's free hand in mine. I closed my eyes for a moment, feeling the warmth of our family. Yuna, Miyuki, I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. As your husband and father, I promise to protect you both. I will give everything I have to ensure your happiness. I vow to keep you safe, to make you smile, to be the man you deserve, so stay with me, forever. I looked up just as Yuna stirred, a faint smile on her lips as she slept. Whatever dream she was having, I hoped I was in it. My heart swelled with love as I kissed her cheek softly, whispering. Thank you, for giving me the best gift, and for making me the happiest man in the world. April 26, 2007. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will attack your life points directly, and that's the game, Yuna said with a cheeky grin, her eyes twinkling with triumph. Unless, of course, you have something to deal with this. I chuckled softly, tossing my cards onto the table with a dramatic flair. Nope, I replied, leaning back in my chair. Looks like we're tied again. Yuna let out a soft, contented hum and stretched lazily, her body language betraying the exhaustion that had settled in. And then. I glanced at the clock, noting that it was already a little past midnight. Should we go to sleep now? Yuna frowned, her expression a little more playful but still tinged with that familiar sense of longing. But we haven't had time to be alone together for so long. I couldn't help but laugh softly as I reached out to gently pat her head. So now that we're not working, you'd rather not go to bed yet? Me too, I added with a smile, a touch of affection in my voice. Between the constant expansion of Kaiba Corp, Yuna's management of the Dueling Academy, and taking care of the newly born Yumi, time had become a rare luxury. Sito, aren't you tired? You're much busier than I am, and it might not be good for you to stay up too long. Before she could say anything else, I leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. Her body went still in surprise, but the tension between us only deepened. I pulled back and smiled gently. I'm happy you're worried about me, I said softly. But I also want to spend as much time with you as possible. Her lips curled into a soft smile, and she let out a quiet, contented laugh. It was a sound that always soothed me, making everything else feel just a little less heavy. I leaned back against the couch, watching her shoulders relax as she slowly exhaled, her eyes curving like crescent moons in contentment. But then, something shifted. I sensed it before I could react. She stood suddenly, an almost predatory aura enveloping her. My breath caught in my chest as I watched her. Before I could process what was happening, I found myself thrown gently onto the bed, the force more surprising than painful. Yuna climbed onto me. Straddling my stomach, a confident smirk on her lips. I stared at her, wide-eyed, unable to mask my shock. Sito, she whispered, her voice low and teasing, sending a shiver down my spine. It's not good to tease me too much, I don't know how much longer I can endure it. I blinked in confusion, the words barely registering in my mind. Why Yuna? I stammered, my voice thick with both confusion and anticipation. She gave me a knowing look, her lips curling into a playful smile as she leaned closer, her breath warm against my ear. Miyuki and Yumi are asleep, she whispered. The doors are locked, and I've made sure no one will disturb us tonight. Her voice grew more dangerous, almost possessive, as she added with a smirk. Unless they want to die, that is. A nervous laugh bubbled in my throat as I felt my heart race. Yuna's eyes gleamed with something dangerously exciting, and she slowly undid the buttons of her shirt, revealing just enough to leave my mind racing. Her hands gently pressed me back against the bed as she leaned in closer, her body warm and electric against mine. So, Sito, she murmured, her voice now rich with a teasing promise. Let's not go to bed just yet, the night is still young. I chuckled, my nerves mixing with excitement, and closed my eyes, feeling the weight of everything slip away. What a wonderful life. The end.